The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across Cen Xun's face. He gazed at the fading red marks on his neck in the mirror, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the skin, suddenly reminded of the shadows cast by Feng Jihan's eyelashes. As he leaned in last night like an intricately designed trap. In the kitchen at 7:07 a.m., the sizzle of eggs in the pan filled the air, the straps of Feng Jihan's panda apron dangling loosely at his side. Cen Xun's gaze lingered on the hint of a waistline, an incongruous thought flashing in his mind about the news report on a serial disappearance case. The perpetrator excelled at creating gentle domestic traps, with victims predominantly being highly educated men. What a ridiculous association, he scoffed softly, scooping a spoonful of century egg and lean meat porridge, the scalding heat soothing his esophagus, yet failing to quell the inexplicable chill deep within. When Feng Jihan turned to kiss his forehead, Cen Xun caught a whiff of an unfamiliar metallic scent mixed with a faint trace of disinfectant emanating from his sleeve. The car's audio system played At.the on repeat as Cen Xun stared out at the congested traffic, a sense of eerie familiarity washing over him. Last Wednesday, at the same time and on the same stretch of road, had he not also found himself fixated on a silver SUV, imagining the weightlessness of a lost steering wheel? As the classroom door swung open, the palpable intensity of 40 pairs of eyes converged on him, almost tangible. Cen Xun hesitated while adjusting the projector, the blue light illuminating his slightly furrowed brown aware on the syllabus for the introduction to folklore course. Was there a chapter titled The Functions of Sorcery? The content that the doll-faced student recited so fluently was unmistakably derived from his unpublished master's thesis draft from a decade ago. The shadows at the end of the corridor suddenly warped for a moment. Cen Xun leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his watch's hands trembling violently at 10:03. The second hand traced a pattern that resembled the cufflink Feng Jihan often wore. When the group of students encircled him, he caught sight of a fingerprint-locked decoder beneath one of their collars, identical to the one on his own front door. In the split second when a dagger pressed against his neck, Cen Xun inhaled the strong scent of cologne emanating from goo shao identical to the fragrance he had discovered in a travel size bottle in Feng Jihan's suit pocket 3 days prior. He suddenly recalled the whispered dreams of his bedfellow from last night. On the 79th cycle, I finally found the flaw. The glass window, smooth as a mirror, reflected Cen Xun's drooping eyelashes and the silhouette of Feng Jihan parking outside. As the man exited the vehicle, he casually tossed a black briefcase into the trunk, the metallic chain peeking out glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Chapter 1 at 7 a.m. The phone beside the pillow rang punctually. The melody of At.the resonated in the dimly lit room for quite some time before a pale, slender hand emerged from beneath the covers, impatiently silencing the phone screen, revealing faint red marks on the inner wrist. At 7:02 a.m., the owner of the tousled black hair sat up with a sullen expression, kicking off the covers in a fit of morning grumpiness. The oversized silk shirt he wore was thoroughly wrinkled, exposing 2 long, straight legs beneath. Cen Xun, accustomed to this sight, slipped on his soft panda slippers and made his way to the bathroom. At 7:07 a.m., after freshening up and feeling slightly more awake, Cen Xun followed the enticing aroma of breakfast to the dining room, where his husband had meticulously prepared a feast century egg and lean meat porridge wafted invitingly, alongside a frying egg. His husband, clad in a suit with his back turned, wore a panda apron at his waist. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his tall, well-formed physique complemented his stern profile, exuding an air of chastity. Cen Xun unconsciously found himself standing behind him, squinting as he reached toward his husband's abdominal muscles. His wrist was skillfully intercepted mid-reach, and his husband said with a hint of exasperation, "Don't mess around, be careful not to burn yourself." Cen Xun responded with a lazy "oh," stifling a yawn as he leaned his head against his husband's back, half playfully complaining, "I really don't want to wake up early." If Cen Xun students were to witness this scene, they would likely be astounded the most renowned aloof professor at H University was displaying such endearing behavior before his partner, a revelation that would surely drop many jaws. Yet, as the sole beneficiary of this privilege, Feng Jihan remained unfazed. He merely turned to plant a gentle kiss on Cen Xun's forehead, soothingly assuring him, "Just hang in. Their a little longer winter break will be here soon. Cen Xun felt somewhat dissatisfied. He desired not this platitude, but rather something more practical, like tomorrow we can skip work and spend the entire day in bed. Cen Xun and Feng Jihan had been in love for several years. Feng Jihan was impeccable, gentle, understanding, and familiar-oriented at times. He could be excessively rigid. Cen Xun occasionally found it puzzling how he had fallen for someone like him. Feeling a tinge of boredom, he withdrew his arm from around his husband's waist, his expression reverting to its usual cool demeanor. Seemingly sensing his discontent, his husband shifted the topic, asking, "What are your plans for today?" Cen Xun pulled out a chair and sat down, stirring the fragrant porridge in his bowl with disinterest. Same as usual, a morning class followed by an afternoon meeting. He contemplated blowing up the school, along with its students. "Shall I pick you up at the usual time?" Cen Xun replied with a nonchalant his expression betraying none of his darker thoughts as he began to elegantly enjoy his breakfast. Feng Jihan turned off the heat, serving the perfectly cooked egg onto Cen Xun's plate, his gaze subtly lingering on the slightly open collar of Cen Xun's shirt. Cen Xun, seemingly oblivious, poked at the freshly made fried egg with his chopsticks, objectively remarking, "It's a bit burnt." At 7:25 a.m., breakfast concluded amid a warm atmosphere. Before they left, Feng Jihan adjusted Cen Xun's collar, fastening the top button to conceal any unsightly marks completely. At 7:27 a.m., once seated in Feng Jihan's car, Cen Xun rested his arm on the window, idly gazing at the scenery outside. The morning rush hour traffic was overwhelming, crawling at a snail's pace as Cen Xun scrutinized the vehicles cutting through the congestion, squinting slightly. "What are you thinking about?" a voice inquired from beside him. Cen Xun smiled. "Oh, nothing much. Just wondering if we'll be late with this traffic." A hint of malice lay concealed beneath his charming smile. In truth, he wished for all these cars to vanish. He yearned to send them all tumbling off the overpass. Feng Jihan remained unaware of his thoughts, responding lightly, "Don't worry, we won't be late." As if in response to his words, once they exited the overpass, they enjoyed a smooth journey. At 7:48 a.m., Cen Xun alighted from the car, circling to the driver's side to plant a kiss on his husband. At 7:55 a.m., he stepped into the classroom, and the previously bustling room fell into an immediate hush. Cen Xun ignored the astonished gazes directed at him from all corners as he set about adjusting the equipment. At 8 a.m., amidst the melodious strains of At.the, Cen Xun commenced his lecture. As a professor of folklore in the Chinese department at At University, his classes had consistently been popular among students since his appointment. While a small fraction attended out of genuine interest in folklore, the overwhelming majority were drawn by his appearance. It truly was a world where looks mattered. During the QA session, as Cen Xun scanned the faces of his students, he thought he might have misremembered. He noticed several unfamiliar faces among them. It was commonplace for students to audit his classes, so the presence of new students was not surprising. Thus, Cen Xun merely furrowed his brow slightly before pointing to the nearest unfamiliar student. The student, with a doll-like face, seemed particularly excited to be called upon and stood up to answer his question fluently. The duties of shaman include presiding over sacrificial rites, predicting fate, dispelling plagues, and seeking good fortune, and administering divine judgment. Every word was spot on. A peculiar sensation arose within Cen Xun, prompting him to inquire about the name of the doll-faced student, intending to grant him participation points. The student, however, waved his hand dismissively, bashfully admitting that he was from a different department. Cen Xun observed that after taking his seat, the doll-faced student began to boast to his peers, inciting a chorus of laughter from those around him. The feeling of strangeness intensified, leading Cen Xun to tap the podium and declare, "Silence." At 10 o'clock, he stepped out of the classroom, accompanied by the melody of At.the. The sun shone brilliantly that day, bathing the entire campus in warm light. Young university students strolled along the paths, deliberating whether to return to their dorms for a nap or to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Everything felt calm and normal. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within Cen Xun, though he could not pinpoint its source. The peculiarities seemed to have originated with that unfamiliar doll-faced student. He glanced at his watch, 10:03. He had spent 3 minutes lost in aimless thought. As he lingered, the unsettling feeling grew stronger, akin to the discomfort experienced by someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Cen Xun pressed his fingers to his temples, nearly resigning himself to abandoning the investigation when a group of students approached from short distance. It was indeed the unfamiliar students. Around 5 or 6 of them, both male and female, displayed that same disconcerting smirk upon noticing him. "Professor Cen, why haven't you left yet?" one girl inquired. Her voice seemed to shatter some invisible barrier, and Cen Xun felt an urgent desire to regain his composure, loosen its grip, allowing him to breathe. "Nothing much, just enjoying the scenery," he replied, scrutinizing the students with an impassive demeanor. "What about you? Do you not have any classes?" Upon closer inspection, Cen Xun finally discerned the origin of his discomfort. It was their age. These individuals not only appeared overly mature, but their gazes lacked the innocent, naive characteristic of university students. One of the boys, clearly the leader of the group, fixed his unsettling stare on Cen Xun and spoke with a disquieting, sticky malice. "We have some questions we'd like to ask the Professor D. Oh, you have a moment?" Cen Xun became convinced that something was amiss with them. Their sudden invitation felt laden with ulterior motives. Should he accept or refuse? After a moment of contemplation, Cen Xun pointed toward an empty classroom nearby, smiling as he suggested, "Let's discuss it there." Rather than remain passively ensnared in an unknown enigma, Cen Xun preferred to take the initiative. He was curious to discover what schemes these individuals were concocting. Upon entering the classroom, Cen Xun feigned ignorance of their action of locking the door, leaning casually against the podium as he posed the inquiry. "Is there something you didn't understand in class?" The boy with the unsettling gaze, evidently the group's ringleader, cast a glance, causing the others to discreetly move aside. Cen Xun overheard their hushed conversation. "Are we really going to let Gu Xiao play like this? Isn't that a bit excessive? What's the worry? It's just as long as we use a who would notice." "Ha ha ha, I'm going to record everything. The renowned beauty professor from H University will be toyed with. This video will surely go viral." Though some words were intentionally obscured, Cen Xun grasped the essence of their plot, raising an eyebrow in surprise. How audacious of them to target him. Did they not fear being discovered in the bustling corridor outside? "Professor, do you have someone you like?" the boy dubbed Gu Xiao asked with feigned interest, pulling Cen Xun back from his thoughts. Cen Xun promptly displayed a look of indignation and revealed the silver ring on his ring finger. "I am already married." Gu Xiao's eyes flicked to the ring, and he scoffed, elongating his words with a cryptic tone. "Ah, married, huh? Is it a man or a woman? That is none of her business." Cen Xun's expression darkened, his previously cold demeanor now infused with vibrant anger. "If you intend to ask such trivial questions, then I shall excuse myself." As he turned to leave, he was abruptly intercepted by several members of the group. Cen Xun frowned. "What do you want?" "What do we want?" Gu Xiao replied, his tone dripping with condescension. "Be sensible and entertain me for a while. Once I'm done playing, they'll let you go, understand?" Cen Xun's brows knitted tightly as he turned his gaze to the window. Sensing his thoughts, Gu Xiao chuckled wickedly. "It's useless even if you scream at the top of your lungs. No one outside will notice this classroom." At those words, Cen Xun finally turned his attention to Gu Xiao. His eyes, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers, glimmered with an alluring amber hue that, at first glance, might evoke a sense of gentleness. Gu Xiao felt his throat tighten, heat flooding his body as he hastily retrieved a basic dagger from his bag, pressing it against Cen Xun's neck in an act of coercion. "Strip, show me what you've got." Cen Xun possessed an arresting beauty, with light-colored irises and sharply defined features. His slightly long bangs fell chaotically across his smooth forehead, and his plump lips, resembling rose petals, held a subtle allure that suggested a tantalizing temptation. The fingers resting at the collar of his shirt were pale as jade, and his delicate neck, with skin as white as snow, stirred the darker inclinations of those around him. Gu Xiao found himself momentarily transfixed, while the individual surreptitiously filming from the corner stood frozen in shock at the unfolding scene. Chapter 2. At 7 o'clock, the melody of Fr. Elise rang out punctually. The person buried beneath the covers fluttered their eyelashes, seemingly trapped in a nightmare, their expression fraught with distress. Suddenly, they jolted awake, their amber eyes narrowing at the sight of their surroundings. Cen Xun sat up, uncertainty clouding his features as he surveyed the dimly lit room. Everything appeared unchanged, and the familiar aroma wafting from the kitchen was as comforting as ever, a testament to the safety of home. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, where a lingering jolt of pain seemed to reverberate through his nerves. Turning to inspect his arm revealed smooth skin, devoid of any cuts. Was it merely a nightmare? Yet, the events of the dream felt hauntingly real. Cen Xun remained lost in thought until the alarm's chime rang for the second time, bringing him back to the present. Since he could find no clues, he decided to regard it as a dream. With that thought, he followed his usual routine, throwing off the covers and preparing to wash up. Having dawdled for a while, Cen Xun didn't finish his morning routine until 7:10. The coolness of the water cleared the last remnants of confusion from his mind. Gazing into the mirror, he exhaled slowly. Though last night's dream was somewhat gory, it was, to be frank, rather thrilling. Blood, fear screams. The sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death was far more captivating than the mundane routine of teaching. Cen Xun took a towel and patted his face, suppressing any strange thoughts as he made his way to the kitchen. His husband, dressed in formal attire and wearing a panda apron, stood with his back to him. A bowl of steaming century egg and lean pork congee was set on the table, while something sizzled in the pan. Cen Xun squinted, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the scene before him. He quietly stood behind his husband, peering over his shoulder into the pan, and indeed he found a half-burnt fried egg. Strangely, despite the egg being burnt, his husband remained oblivious, mechanically flipping it. The unsettling feeling intensified as Cen Xun reached out, intending to help extinguish the flame, only for his hand to be held down by his husband. A resigned, deep voice resonated, "Don't fuss, you might burn yourself." Cen Xun fixated on his husband's profile, reminding him, "The egg is burnt." Upon hearing this, his husband turned, gently kissing Cen Xun's forehead, soothingly assuring him, "Just hold on a little longer once winter break arrives. It will be fine." Cen Xun's expression was one of confusion. Hold on for what? The egg is burnt. All that is needed is to turn off the heat. Why torment the egg? It was utterly nonsensical. The acrid smell of the burnt egg grew stronger, black smoke billowing from the pan, yet his husband continued to gaze at him affectionately, unfazed by the impending disaster. Behind him, true men never look back at burnt eggs, do they? Cen Xun twitched his lips, retracting his hand, planning to manually turn off the flame. However, as soon as he moved, his husband seemed to be triggered by some unseen button, smilingly asking, "What are we doing today?" With a loud bang, the flame was finally extinguished. Amidst the wafting acrid smoke, Cen Xun's expression darkened. "Today I'm going to blow up the school, kill the principal in the morning, the students in the afternoon, and then head to the police station in the evening." His husband smiled calmly, as if he hadn't heard Cen Xun's outrageous declaration, still gently inquiring, "Shall I pick you up at the usual time?" Pick you up? At this moment, Cen Xun was finally convinced that something was amiss with his husband. Perhaps what he referred to as a dream had indeed occurred, though for reasons unknown, time had reverted back to 7 in the morning, and everything was starting anew. A series of cinematic memories flooded Cen Xun's mind. Trapped in a loop? The Truman Show? While Cen Xun pondered, his husband made a motion to turn off the heat, scooping out the nearly charred black mass from the pan and placing it on the table. His deep gaze swept over some empty space on the chair, subtly revealing a hint of possessiveness. Standing beside him and witnessing this scene, Cen Xun thought, "What on earth are you performing for the air?" Cen Xun couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. All right, he would see just how absurd this world could become. His husband across from him had begun to elegantly sip porridge. Cen Xun sat down opposite him, but lost his appetite, absent-mindedly stirring the porridge with his spoon, lost in thought. His husband's behavior reminded him of an NPC in a game, only able to progress the narrative by triggering dialogue. What about him? As the counterpart to Feng Jihan in their daily life performance, was he merely an NPC in this world as well? Cen Xun tried to recall the past. The memories of meeting and falling in love with Feng Jihan remained vibrant and colorful. Yet it seemed that only after taking up the position of a folklore professor at University did his memories of life begin to blur, replaced by repetitive fragments. The frightening part was that he had no awareness of this fact, waking up at the same time every day, going through the same routine, engaging in identical interactions with his husband, and entering the classroom at the same moment. Cen Xun's brow twitched, and as he thought of this, Maintaining calmness became increasingly difficult. No, he had to regain his composure. Cen Xun now had three pressing questions in his mind. 1. If their life before entering H University was normal, what caused them to fall into the NPC loop? 2. Previously, as an NPC, he had been unable to escape the loop. Why did he suddenly awaken today? 3. If he could awaken, did that mean Feng Jihan could awaken as well? The reasons for being trapped in a loop remained elusive, yet the catalyst for awakening was traceable. Yesterday, let's tentatively label it as yesterday was distinct from the others solely due to Cen Xun being cornered by a small group, subsequently retaliating against Gu Xiao. Wait, Cen Xun suddenly recalled that before losing consciousness, he seemed to have heard some voices vaguely mentioning terms like first kill, faction, and rewards, but regrettably the specifics eluded him. Cen Xun tapped his head, attempting to concentrate on recalling, when his husband suddenly stood up, took his suit jacket from the back of the chair, and walked toward the door. Pausing at the entrance, motionless. What was he doing? Cen Xun snapped back to reality, pondering for a moment before a realization dawned upon him. Usually, after breakfast, Feng Jihan would adjust his collar, buttoning the top button to conceal the marks on his neck. In the past, this would undoubtedly signify possessiveness, but now, Cen Xun watched as Feng Jihan's gaze darkened while staring into the void, pressing his forehead with a headache, his long fingers repeatedly forming fists and releasing. He had no choice but to position himself accordingly to trigger his husband's next action. Such a life was simply, utterly absurd. He had to find a way to break the loop. Due to the delay, Cen Xun ended up leaving the house 5 minutes later than usual. At 7:32, the car merged onto the elevated road. Cen Xun was somewhat curious if he hadn't set off at the same time. Would he still see the usual persistent cars cutting in? If he did, it would indicate that this world revolved around them, that everyone else was merely a supporting character, and they were the only two protagonists. If he saw different cars, it would mean that everyone was an independent NPC with their own fixed schedules. Soon, Cen Xun received his answer that IT was the latter scenario. Once on the elevated road, they encountered different vehicles. Cen Xun rested his arm on the window, narrowing his eyes at the approaching traffic jam, once again lost in thought. It was known that each person had their own route, and since he and Feng Jihan were 5 minutes late, if they continued on their original path, would they collide with others? Traveling at different times? As they drew closer to the car ahead, Cen Xun's throat tightened, his gaze fixed on the Audi in front. Closer, closer, Feng Jihan, in the driver's seat, remained composed, as if unaware of the increasingly perilous distance between them, showing no signs of easing off the accelerator. Cen Xun already knew the answer to that question. Damn, they were really going to crash. There was no instinct to evade. These unawakened NPCs were utterly lacking in intelligence. The endless stream of vehicles clogged the elevated road, and the Audi ahead slowed down, its red brake lights illuminating, and in the next moment, it abruptly came to a halt. However, the car they were in showed little sign of deceleration, for in their original timeline, this section of the road had been clear until just a bit further ahead, where they would encounter the traffic. If they waited for Feng Jihan to slow down, it would be far too late. Cen Xun realized the danger, and in a split second, he decisively reached out and pulled up the electronic handbrake. Their car narrowly came to a halt, the force of inertia causing Cen Xun to lurch forward, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. With the crisis averted for the moment, the first thing Cen Xun did upon regaining his composure was to unbuckle his seatbelt, preparing to pull open the door. However, just as his hand pressed the button to open it, he caught a terrifying glimpse in the rearview mirror. A black Volkswagen was charging straight towards them. Every vehicle adheres to its designated route. The specific spots for parking are predetermined. Presently, they found themselves at the parking space of a black Volkswagen. Suddenly, Cen Xun realized that perhaps from the moment he ascended the elevated road, he had unwittingly stepped into an inescapable trap. With a resounding thud, the scene shifted. The melodious strains of a piano echoed once more. Cen Xun abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar furnishings of his surroundings. To his astonishment, the cycle had restarted. Casting aside the harrowing memories of the multi-car collision, Cen Xun began to contemplate how to break free from this predicament. To avert the path of demise, the most prudent course would be to remain indoors. However, the pressing matter was that Cen Xun needed to unravel the truth of this world. To gather further clues, he must engage with individuals akin to Gu Shao. Clues do not simply present themselves thus. He was compelled to venture outside. In fact, evading the path of demise was rather straightforward. One merely needed to depart at the usual time and follow the accustomed route to avoid error. The sole conundrum now was that Cen Xun had transcended the status of an NPC, relinquishing programmatic control. Consequently, he could not execute each procedure with precise second-by-second accuracy, leading to inevitable temporal discrepancies. Cen Xun was uncertain whether these fleeting seconds of time variance would trigger a butterfly effect of unforeseen consequences. He closed his eyes, recalling every moment following his departure. Their residence was situated in a villa district prior to merging onto the main road. There were no vehicles in sight, allowing for a few seconds of leeway. The stretch of road leading from the main thoroughfare to the elevated highway had minimal traffic, and the broad pavement rendered the timing discrepancies negligible. This was also the reason he had managed to safely reach the elevated road in his previous iteration. The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across Cen Xun's face. He stared at the lingering red marks on his neck in the mirror, his fingertips unconsciously caressing his skin, suddenly recalling the shadow cast by Feng Jihan's eyelashes as he leaned in last night, a trap of exquisite design. In the kitchen at 7:07, the sound of sizzling eggs resonated from the pan. The ties of the panda apron hung loosely by Feng Jihan's side. Cen Xun gazed at the faint outline of his waist, but his mind unwittingly flickered to a news report about a serial disappearance case. The perpetrator adept at crafting gentle domestic traps, with victims predominantly high-achieving men. One absurd association, he scoffed softly, scooping a spoonful of congee with century egg and lean pork, the scalding temperature soothing his esophagus, yet unable to quell the inexplicable chill within. As Feng Jihan turned to kiss his forehead, Cen Xun caught the faint scent of rust on his sleeve, mingled with a subtle hint of disinfectant. The car sound system played FR Elise on repeat as Cen Xun gazed at the congested traffic outside, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the scene. Last Wednesday, at the same time and on the same stretch of road, had he not also stared at a silver SUV, imagining the sensation of weightlessness if the steering wheel were to slip from control? At the moment the classroom door swung open, the heat of 40 pairs of eyes converged upon him, almost tangible. Cen Xun paused in adjusting the projector, the blue light illuminating his slightly furrowed brown aware on the syllabus for the introduction to folklore course was there a chapter titled The Functions of Witches. The content recited fluently by a doll-faced student was unmistakably drawn from his unpublished master's thesis draft from a decade ago. Suddenly, the light and shadows at the end of the corridor twisted for a fleeting moment. Cen Xun leaned against the wall, gasping, as the hands of his watch trembled wildly at 10:03, the second hand tracing a pattern that resembled the cufflink Feng Jihan often wore. When that group of students encircled him, he glimpsed a fingerprint lock decoder resembling the one on his own door lock beneath someone's collar. In the instant a dagger pressed against his neck, Cen Xun detected the intense scent of cologne on Gu Shao, identical to the fragrance he had discovered in a miniature perfume bottle in Feng Jihan's suit pocket 3 days prior. He suddenly recalled the murmured dream talk of his bedfellow from last night, that on the 79th cycle, I finally found the flaw. Reflected in the mirror-like glass window was the droop of Cen Xun's eyelashes, alongside the sight of Feng Jihan parking outside. As the man exited the vehicle, he casually tossed a black briefcase into the trunk, the metallic chain peeking from its corner glinted coldly in the sunlight. Chapter 1. At 7 o'clock, the phone resting by the pillow rang punctually. The melody of FR Elise resonated in the dimly lit room for some time before a slender, pale hand emerged from the covers, impatiently silencing the screen, revealing faint red marks on the inner wrist. T702, the owner of the tousled black hair, sat up with a sullen expression, kicking the covers away in a fit of morning irritation. His oversized silk shirt was thoroughly wrinkled, exposing 2 long, shapely legs. Cen Xun, accustomed to this sight, slipped on his soft panda slippers and sauntered towards the bathroom. By 7:07, after freshening up, and with his mind slightly clearer, Cen Xun followed the enticing aroma of breakfast to the dining room, where his husband had meticulously arranged a meal. The fragrant congee with century egg wafted through the air, while a fried egg sizzled in the pan. His husband, clad in a suit and facing away, wore a panda apron, his broad shoulders and narrow waist complementing his striking profile, exuding a particularly austere allure. Cen Xun, unawares, found himself standing behind him, squinting as he reached out towards his husband's abdominal muscles. His wrist was deftly intercepted mid-reach, and his husband, with an exasperated tone, said, "Don't mess around, be careful of the heat." Cen Xun let out an "oh," lazily yawning and leaning his head against his husband's back, half pouting in complaint, "I really don't want to get up early." If Cen Xun students were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished the university's most renowned aloof professor would be seen displaying such endearment in front of his partner, a revelation that would likely leave many jaws agape. However, as the sole recipient of this privilege, Feng Jihan reacted with calm indifference, merely turning to plant a gentle kiss on Cen Xun's forehead, soothingly assuring him, "Just hold on a little longer, winter break. We'll be here soon." Cen Xun felt somewhat dissatisfied. What he desired to hear was something more practical, like, "Tomorrow we could skip work together and laze about in bed all day." Having been in a relationship for several years, Cen Xun found Feng Jihan to be impeccably gentle, understanding, and familiar, yet at times overly rigid. Cen Xun occasionally pondered the oddity of his initial attraction to such a person. Feeling a bit bored, he withdrew his arm from around his husband's waist, his expression returning to its usual aloofness. As if sensing his discontent, Feng Jihan shifted the topic, asking, "What are your plans for today?" Cen Xun pulled out a chair and sat down, listlessly stirring the aromatic congee with his spoon. Same old routine, a morning class followed by an afternoon meeting. He mused about obliterating the school along with its students. "Shall I pick you up at the usual time?" Cen Xun responded with a vague his expression revealing none of his darker thoughts as he began to enjoy his breakfast elegantly. Feng Jihan turned off the heat, serving the fried egg beside Cen Xun, his gaze discreetly lingering on the slightly open collar of Cen Xun's shirt. Cen Xun seemed oblivious, poking the freshly made fried egg with his chopsticks, objectively remarking, "It's a bit burnt." By 7:25, breakfast concluded in a warm atmosphere. Before heading out, Feng Jihan adjusted Cen Xun's collar, fastening the top button until every unseemly mark was completely concealed. At 7:27, seated in Feng Jihan's car, Cen Xun rested his arm on the window, casually observing the scenery outside. The morning rush hour traffic was overwhelming, crawling at a snail's pace. Cen Xun scrutinized the vehicles weaving through the congestion, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What are you thinking?" a voice inquired from beside him. Cen Xun smiled. "Nothing much, just wondering if I'll be late with this traffic." A hint of malice lay perfectly concealed beneath his charming smile. In truth, he wished for all these cars to vanish. He fantasized about sending them all crashing off the elevated highway. Feng Jihan, unaware of his thoughts, replied lightly, "Don't worry, we won't be late." As if affirming his words, once they exited the elevated road, they encountered a smooth drive ahead. At 7:48, Cen Xun alighted from the car, moving to the driver's side to give his husband a kiss. At 7:55, upon stepping into the classroom, the previously bustling and noisy room fell silent in an instant. Cen Xun disregarded the awestruck gazes from all directions and began adjusting the equipment. At 8 o'clock, accompanied by the lilting piano notes of Fr. Elise, Cen Xun commenced his lecture. As a professor of folklore in the Chinese department at H University, his classes had always been popular among students since his appointment. Aside from a small number of students genuinely interested in folklore, the vast majority were far more captivated by his appearance. What a world that values looks. During the QA session, Cen Xun scanned the students, and whether by mistake or not, he noticed several unfamiliar faces. His classes often attracted students eager to audit, so the presence of newcomers was hardly surprising. Thus, Cen Xun merely furrowed his brow slightly before calling on the nearest unfamiliar student. The student, sporting a doll-like face, appeared particularly excited upon being chosen, standing up to fluently answer his question. The shaman's duties encompassed presiding over sacrificial rites, predicting destinies, dispelling plagues, and administering divine judgments. Every word was accurate. A peculiar sensation arose within Cen Xun as he inquired about the student's name, intending to award him extra points. The boy with the cherubic face waved his hand, shyly indicating that he was from another department. Cen Xun noticed that after taking his seat, The boy proudly whispered something to his peers, prompting a shared, unrestrained laughter among them. The strange feeling intensified, and Cen Xun rapped the podium, commanding silence. At 10 o'clock, Cen Xun exited the classroom, stepping in time with the melody of Fr. Elise. The sun shone brightly today, bathing the entire campus in warm light. Young college students ambled along the paths, deliberating whether to return to their dorms for a nap or to proceed to the cafeteria for lunch. Everything seemed calm and routine. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Cen Xun felt that something was amiss. However, he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. All the oddities appeared to stem from that unfamiliar, cherubic-faced student. Cen Xun raised his wrist to glance at his watch. It was 10:03, and he had been idly lost in thought for 3 minutes. As he lingered in place, the unsettling feeling grew stronger, akin to a compulsive disorder gnawing at his insides. Cen Xun pressed his fingers to his brow, nearly relinquishing his curiosity, when a group of students approached from a distance. It was indeed the unfamiliar group of college students. Comprised of about 5 or 6 individuals, both male and female, they greeted him with that same disconcerting smirk. "Professor Cen, why haven't you left yet?" a girl inquired. Her voice seemed to shatter some invisible barrier, as Cen Xun felt a sudden release from the invisible pressure, urging him to regain his composure. "Nothing, just enjoying the scenery," he replied nonchalantly, scrutinizing the students. "What about you? Do you have no classes next?" Upon closer inspection, Cen Xun discerned the source of his discomfort. It was their age. They appeared unnaturally mature, their eyes devoid of the youthful naivety typical of college students. In response to Cen Xun's inquiry, one of the boys, his gaze fixated on Cen Xun, expressed a disquieting eagerness. "We have some questions for the professor. Do you have a moment?" Cen Xun was certain that something was amiss with them. Their sudden invitation seemed far from innocent. Should he accept or decline? After a moment's contemplation, Cen Xun gestured toward an empty classroom nearby, smiling. "Let's discuss it there." Preferring to take the initiative rather than remain ensnared in an unknown enigma, Cen Xun was eager to uncover the intentions of these individuals. Once inside the classroom, Cen Xun feigned ignorance of their action of locking the door, leaning casually against the podium, and calmly inquired, "Is there something you didn't understand from class?" The boy with the disconcerting gaze appeared to be the leader of the group. He cast a glance, and the others instinctively moved aside. Cen Xun overheard their hushed conversation. "Are we really going to let Gu Xiao play with this? Isn't it too much? What's there to fear? It's just as long as we use it, who would notice? Ha ha, he'll record the whole thing." The renowned beauty professor at H University toyed with that. This video will surely go viral. Although some words were intentionally obscured, Cen Xun grasped their sinister intentions. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. They dared to plot against him, seemingly oblivious to the bustling corridor outside, where passers-by might overhear. "Professor, do you have someone you like?" The boy known as Gu Xiao inquired with a feigned interest, drawing Cen Xun back to reality. Cen Xun feigned indignation, revealing the silver ring on his ring finger. "I am already married." Gu Xiao's gaze swept over the ring, and he scoffed, his tone lingering ambiguously on married. "Huh? Is it a man or a woman? That is none of your concern." Cen Xun's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with irritation as he retorted, "If you intend to ask such trivial questions, then I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit, only to be intercepted by several members of the group. Cen Xun frowned. "What do you want? What do we want?" Gu Xiao replied with a lewd intonation. "Be sensible. Entertain me for a while, and once I'm satisfied, they'll let you go. Understand?" Cen Xun's brows furrowed tightly as he shifted his gaze to the window. Perceiving his thoughts, Gu Xiao grinned wickedly. "It's futile. Even if you scream, no one outside will notice this classroom." At that moment, Cen Xun finally fixed his gaze upon Gu Xiao. His eyes, bright and alluring like peach blossoms with amber irises, could easily mislead one into believing in a soft, gentle demeanor. Gu Xiao felt his throat tighten, heat radiating throughout his body as he eagerly retrieved a small dagger from his backpack, pressing it against Cen Xun's neck, coercing, "Strip. Show yourself to me." Cen Xun possessed a strikingly cool beauty. His eyes were light in color, yet his facial contours were deeply defined. His slightly long bangs fell carelessly across his smooth forehead, and his full lips resembled rose petals, exuding a seductive allure as he bit down slightly in humiliation. His fingers, pale and delicate, rested against his collar, while his vulnerable neck and fair skin tantalized the malicious thoughts of onlookers. Gu Xiao was so captivated that he could hardly blink, and the individual lurking in the corner filming was left stunned by the scene. Chapter 2, at 7 o'clock, the melody of Fr. Elise resonated punctually. The person cocooned in blankets stirred, their eyelashes fluttering as if ensnared in a nightmare, their expression fraught with unease. Suddenly, they jolted awake, their amber eyes narrowing upon encountering the familiar surroundings. Cen Xun sat up, uncertainty flooding his mind as he surveyed the dimly lit room. Everything remained unchanged, and the aroma of cooking wafting from the kitchen was as comforting as ever, embodying the security of home. Cen Xun furrowed his brow. Pressing a hand to his abdomen, the lingering pain felt as if it had etched itself into his nerves. He turned to inspect his arm, smooth and unmarred by any cuts. Was it merely a nightmare? Yet the events within it had felt so vividly real. Cen Xun lost himself in thought until the alarm rang a second time, snapping him back to reality. Unable to find any clues, he decided to regard it as a mere dream. With this thought, Cen Xun followed his usual routine, throwing off the covers and rising to wash up. Having lingered in his thoughts, he completed his morning routine by 7:10. The chill of the cold water dissipated the last remnants of confusion from his mind as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, exhaling slowly. Though last night's dream had been somewhat gory, it was, to be honest, quite exhilarating. Blood, fear, screams, the sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death was far more captivating than the monotony of academic life. Cen Xun reached for a towel to pat his face, suppressing the strange thoughts, and made his way to the kitchen. His husband, dressed in a suit and turned away from him, wore a panda apron tied around his waist. On the table lay a steaming bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, while something sizzled in the pan. Cen Xun squinted, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the scene. She silently stood behind her husband, peering over his shoulder into the pan, only to find a half-burnt fried egg. Strangely, despite the egg being clearly burnt, her husband remained oblivious, mechanically flipping the egg. The unsettling feeling grew stronger. Cen Xun reached out to assist him in turning off the heat, but in the next moment, her hand was firmly pressed down by her husband. A resigned, deep voice echoed, "Don't fuss, you might burn yourself." Cen Xun gazed at his profile, reminding him the egg is burnt. Upon hearing this, her husband turned to her, gently kissed her forehead, and soothingly reassured, "Just hold on a bit longer, winter break will be here soon." Cen Xun wore a confused expression, wondering, "What are we holding on for? The egg is burnt, just turn off the heat. Why torment the egg?" It was utterly nonsensical. The acrid smell of the burnt egg intensified, black smoke billowing from the pan, yet her husband continued to gaze at her affectionately, seemingly indifferent to the impending disaster behind him. That a true man never looks back at a burnt egg, does he? Cen Xun's lips twitched in annoyance as she withdrew her hand, intending to turn off the heat manually. To her surprise, her husband, as if triggered by some unseen button, smiled and inquired, "What are we doing today?" With a decisive snap, the flame was finally extinguished. Amidst the thick, acrid smoke, Cen Xun's expression darkened. "Today, I plan to blow up the school, eliminate the principal in the morning, take out the students in the afternoon, and spend the night in jail." Her husband chuckled nonchalantly, as if he hadn't heard her outrageous words, continuing to gently ask, "Shall I pick you up at the usual time?" Pick you up? At that moment, Cen Xun was convinced that her husband was surely acting strangely. Perhaps his so-called dream was a genuine occurrence, and for reasons unknown, time had reverted to 7 in the morning, starting anew. A series of cinematic memories floated through Cen Xun's mind. Stuck in a loop? The Truman Show? While she contemplated, her husband made a motion to turn off the heat, scooping out the nearly charred black mass from the pan and placing it on the table, his deep gaze sweeping over an empty spot on the chair, subtly revealing a hint of possessiveness. Standing beside him, witnessing this scene, Cen Xun thought, "What are you performing for the air?" She couldn't help but laugh in anger. All right, she would observe how absurd this world could become. Her husband had already begun to elegantly sip porridge. Cen Xun sat opposite him, losing her appetite, absent-mindedly stirring the porridge with her spoon deep in thought. Her husband's behavior reminded her of an NPC in a game, where one could only proceed to the next step upon triggering a dialogue. As for her, acting as the companion to Feng Jihan in their daily life performance, was she also an NPC in this world? Cen Xun attempted to recall their past, the vibrant memories of meeting and falling in love with Feng Jihan still vivid, but it appeared that only after taking up her position as a folklore professor at University did her memories of life begin to blur, replaced by repetitive fragments. The frightening part was that she had no awareness of this reality, waking up at the same time each day, going through the same routines, engaging in identical interactions with her husband, and stepping into the classroom at the same moment. Cen Xun's brows twitched, reflecting on this, made it difficult to remain calm. No, she had to collect herself. 3 questions swirled in her mind. 1. If their lives were normal before entering University, what was the cause of their descent into this NPC loop? 2. Previously, as an NPC, she had been unable to break free from the cycle. Why had she suddenly awakened today? 3. If she could awaken, did that mean Feng Jihan could awaken too? The cause of their entrapment in the loop remained unknown, yet the catalyst for awakening was traceable. Yesterday, let's tentatively call it yesterday. The only distinction from the past was that Cen Xun had been cornered by a small group and subsequently retaliated against Gu Xiao. Wait, Cen Xun suddenly recalled that just before losing consciousness, she had heard some voices vaguely mentioning first kill, faction, rewards, but unfortunately, the specifics eluded her memory. Cen Xun tapped her head, attempting to focus on recalling, but her husband abruptly stood up, grabbing his suit jacket from the chair and walking toward the door, then halting at the entrance. What was he doing? Cen Xun regained her composure, pondering for a moment before realization struck. Typically, after breakfast, Feng Jihan would adjust his collar and fasten the top button to conceal the marks on his neck. In the past, this was undoubtedly a display of possessiveness, but now, Cen Xun observed Feng Jihan, whose gaze was somberly fixed on the void, and she groaned in exasperation, her long fingers repeatedly forming and releasing fists, reluctantly moving to the designated spot to trigger her husband's next action. This life was truly absurd. She had to find a way to break the cycle. Having delayed for some time, Cen Xun left the house 5 minutes later than usual. At 7:32, the car ascended the elevated highway. Cen Xun felt a twinge of curiosity. If she hadn't set out at the same time, would she still see the familiar aggressive drivers on the road? If the same cars remained visible, it would indicate that this world revolved around them, with everyone else merely functioning as supporting characters, while they were the sole protagonists. Conversely, if she saw different vehicles, it would mean everyone was an independent NPC, each with their own fixed schedules. Soon, Cen Xun received her answer. It was the latter scenario. Once on the elevated highway, they encountered different cars. Cen Xun rested her arm on the window, squinting at the impending traffic jam, once again lost in thought. It was known that everyone had their own routes, and since she and Feng Jihan had left 5 minutes late, would they intersect with the paths of others who were on their own schedules? As they drew closer to the vehicle ahead, Cen Xun's throat tightened, fixating on the Audi in front of them. Closer, closer still. Feng Jihan appeared unperturbed, seemingly unaware of the dangerously close distance, his foot remaining firmly on the accelerator. Cen Xun already knew the answer to that question. Damn, they were indeed going to collide. There was no instinct to evade. These unawakened NPCs were truly lacking in intelligence. The endless stream of cars congested the elevated highway. The Audi ahead slowed down, its brake lights glowing, and in the next instant, it came to a sudden stop. However, the car Cen Xun was in showed only slight signs of deceleration. As in their original timeline, this stretch of road was clear until a bit further ahead, where the traffic would become congested. If they waited for Feng Jihan to slow down, it would be far too late. Cen Xun realized the impending danger as they were about to crash into the Audi. She made a swift decision, reaching for the electronic handbrake. Their car came to a precarious halt, the immense inertia propelling Cen Xun forward, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. The crisis was temporarily averted as Cen Xun recovered. Her first instinct was to unbuckle her seatbelt, preparing to open the door and exit. However, just as her hand pressed the door button, she caught a glimpse of a terrifying scene in the rearview mirror. A black Volkswagen was charging straight towards them. Each vehicle adheres to its designated route, with predetermined stops at specific locations. They, at present, are stationed at the parking spot for a black Volkswagen. In a sudden epiphany, Cen Xun realized that perhaps, from the very moment he ascended the elevated highway, he had unwittingly stepped into a fatal predicament. A resonant piano melody once more filled the air. Cen Xun abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar sight of his surroundings. To his astonishment, it had restarted again. Casting aside the harrowing memories of the chain collision, Cen Xun began to contemplate how to extricate himself from this dire situation. To circumvent the danger of a predetermined path, the most effective strategy would be to refrain from venturing out. However, the dilemma lay in Cen Xun's need to unravel the truth of this world. To glean more clues, he must engage with individuals akin to Gu Xiao. Clues do not present themselves uninvited, hence, he must step outside. In truth, evading the predetermined path is quite simple. One merely needs to depart at the usual time and follow the familiar route to avoid errors. The sole remaining challenge is that Cen Xun has transcended the status of an NPC, losing the precision of programmatic control. He cannot meticulously execute each step to the second, making temporal discrepancies inevitable. Cen Xun felt uncertain whether this mere few seconds of time variance could trigger a butterfly effect. He closed his eyes, recalling every scene that unfolded after his departure. Their residence was situated in a villa community, and before merging onto the main road, there were no vehicles in sight, allowing for a few seconds of leeway. The stretch of road from the main thoroughfare to the elevated highway was not heavily trafficked, the expanse of the roadway rendering any timing discrepancies negligible. This was also the reason he had safely reached the elevated highway in the previous iteration. Chapter 3. The panel held further information, but Cen Xun, fearing the exposure of his peculiarities, refrained from further examination and endured until class concluded. According to the schedule, after class, he would retreat to his office for a while to organize his remarks for the afternoon meeting. In this solitary interval, Cen Xun intended to delve into the so-called nightmare system. Presumably, the striking potency of the pen deterred any unwitting individuals from obstructing his path this time. Ignoring the myriad of gazes, he strode away with measured steps. Along the way, various murmurs incessantly infiltrated his ears. Disregarding some exaggerated and meaningless flattery, Cen Xun gleaned additional insights from certain whispers. Finally logged into the game. The server has suddenly been under maintenance for 2 days. Could it be that the previous incident triggered a bug? Muji building has been searched multiple times without any leads. Where on earth can we find clues? Urgent. I think Teacher Cen resembles a great boss. Why does no one believe me? The modeling is so exquisite. It cannot possibly be a mere pawn. What kind of game would bestow a pawn with such celestial beauty? Upon entering his office, Cen Xun placed his briefcase on the desk and sat in contemplation. Sifting through the information he had just overheard, he discerned several key points. To those individuals, his world was nothing more than a game, and his deaths during the first 2 rounds had led to a bug that necessitated 2 full days of maintenance. These individuals had come to the school in search of clues, their intentions shrouded in mystery. However, it could be inferred that H University was likely the site of some instance, and there existed an unknown instance boss within its confines. Cen Xun's eyes glinted with contemplation as he temporarily suppressed his chaotic thoughts, opening his computer to feign document examination while secretly activating the system panel. After reading the system messages, the screen reverted to the main interface automatically. This game was evidently no ordinary affair. The textual presentation was exceedingly gruesome, with thick, viscous blood seeping from a pitch-black background, flowing into lines of sanguinary text. The dark hues imbued a sense of horror, exuding an inexplicable foreboding. Cen Xun accepted the grotesque imagery with surprising ease, even finding a peculiar familiarity in its distorted font. After a few moments of silent appreciation, he began to peruse the information presented on the panel. Entity name, Cen Xun. Faction, Nightmare Faction. Entity level, none. Beta testing phase. All members of the Nightmare Faction have not yet awakened. Level assessment is currently unavailable. Unlocked special identity, Folklorist, purple garment level. Acquired temporary skill, Mind reading, purple garment level. Note 1. valid only during the beta testing phase. Upon official game launch, the usage condition will be adjusted to 100 points per use. Note 2. Currently, this skill is ineffective against entities of purple garment level or above, or players of F grade and above. Cen Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze shifting to the veins on the back of his hand. He was certain he was still a flesh and blood being. Yet, why did the game automatically classify him as an entity? Cen Xun clasped his fingers together, resting them against his lips, while the strands of hair falling across his forehead obscured the deepening hue of his gaze. A conjecture sprang to mind. Perhaps all beings distinct from players in this world would be automatically categorized as members of the Nightmare faction. With this thought, Cen Xun offered a faint smile. During the beta testing phase, all members of the Nightmare faction had yet to awaken, while players already grasped certain clues and could freely wield items. This disparity suggested that the players possessed a significant advantage over the Nightmare faction. This was evidently unjust. Cen Xun had merely fortuitously achieved a first kill to unlock the system panel and unveil the truth of this world. As for the other members of his faction, they were ensnared in a loop, and players inherently possessed a golden finger. It was a stroke of luck not to be killed by players, and attempting to eliminate players seemed akin to a fool's errand. Wait, Cen Xun suddenly pondered a question. If the Nightmare faction had a first kill reward, did the player faction have a corresponding first kill reward as well? This question remained unanswered for the moment. So Cen Xun shifted his focus to examining his special identity as a folklorist. This special identity was classified as purple garment level, and as a novice entity, he knew full well that purple garment level was not the pinnacle. In the hierarchy of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, one would typically associate the highest-ranking entity with a red garment malevolent spirit. Special identity, folklorist, purple garment level. Exclusive special skill, nightmare puppet theater, purple garment level. Skill description, using flesh and spirit as puppets, with a world as the stage. The curtain rises. This time, who shall take the spotlight? Upon reading this description, Cen Xun's brow arched slightly. Puppet theater? This description was rather vague. To his knowledge, puppet theater encompassed both puppet shows and shadow plays, with the former further divided into 3 forms. Stick puppets, manipulated by 3 rods affixed to the puppet's head and hands. String puppets, also known as suspended puppets, controlled by strings. And glove puppets, wherein the performer inserts their fingers into the puppet's body, using the dexterity of their hand to perform. Thus, the question arose, which form of puppet theater was the special skill referring to? How might he execute this skill? As if sensing his thoughts, the Nightmare system promptly provided an answer. During the beta testing phase, detailed descriptions are not available. Please explore the skill usage rules independently. Entity, Cen Xun's expression darkened. Explore independently? What use was this system if it left him in the dark? The perpetual loop, the hidden panels, the scant notifications, all underscored the disadvantages faced by the Nightmare faction during the beta testing phase. Cen Xun sat in silence for a moment, attempting to reason through the logic. Since the type of puppet theater was not specified, did it imply that he could perform both puppet and shadow theater? With this thought, Cen Xun closed his eyes, concentrating on envisioning the tools required for puppet theater. Stick puppets and shadow plays necessitated rods. String puppets required strings, while glove puppets merely required hands, which he would set aside for now. Thus, the tools Cen Xun required were merely rods and strings. The instant he reached this conclusion, he felt something materialize in both hands. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a variegated black and white thread in his left hand, while his right hand held a slender black rod, approximately the thickness of his pinky finger. The length of the thread was half a meter, its bizarre black and white coloration appearing exceedingly uncanny. The black rod was a nondescript, thin stick, measuring about 20 centimeters in length. Cen Xun mused, is this it? A single thread and a rod could barely manipulate one body part, and nothing more. Well, it was better than having nothing at all. Cen Xun muttered to himself, wrapping the variegated black and white thread around his index finger. With a thought, the puppet thread vanished between his fingers, while the rod was retracted back into the system. It would be best if this special skill could be upgraded, Otherwise, it might prove somewhat lackluster. Having gained a rudimentary understanding of his skills and a general sense of the world's circumstances, Cen Xun began to contemplate the next question. What precisely were the clues mentioned by the players? If he could locate these so-called clues in advance, could he not secure a greater advantage in the contest between the two factions? Lacking access to information from the player faction, he could only rely on his mind-reading skill to uncover the answers. Thus, engaging with players became imperative. As Cen Xun contemplated his upcoming itinerary, he typically organized his speaking notes before 11:05, responded to various messages in group chats, and then proceeded to a private restaurant off campus for lunch. At 13:30, the principal convened a meeting with the faculty from various departments, which lasted for an hour and a half. Following the meeting, he would provide guidance to several students in his research group. At 16:30, Feng Jihan would arrive to pick him up. During this time, it appeared there were no suitable opportunities to engage with the players. Time slipped away in contemplation, and at 11:05, Cen Xun began to gather his belongings, preparing to head to the restaurant. The campus was bustling at 11 o'clock, with clusters of university students strolling under the tree-lined avenue, engaging in lively banter. Cen Xun was quite renowned at H University. When students encountered him, they would either greet him shyly or with reverence, to which he would nod in acknowledgement, his countenance displaying little emotion. Unknown to them, the seemingly aloof Cen Xun was eavesdropping on the players' thoughts. Yes, here. This is it. I'm so nervous. Will the professor notice if I don't perform well? What terrible luck. I drew the villain role. If the professor decides to be harsh again, I might be finished. No, I must run quickly if that happens. A torrent of thoughts surged forth, causing Cen Xun to raise his eyebrows slightly. He sensed that this group of players was up to their usual antics again. Surely, a spectacle was about to unfold. As he exited the campus and turned into a narrow alley according to his planned route, a cacophony of somewhat lewd laughter erupted from a nearby dead end. Hey, little beauty, where are you off to? How about playing with us? A panicked female voice followed, deliberately raising her tone. What do you want? Let go of my boyfriend. Someone help me. Cen Xun paused, his captivating eyes scanning the surroundings. Excellent, he was alone here, just as he was pondering how to approach the players discreetly. An opportunity presented itself. With a slight smile, he feigned interest and turned his steps toward the dead end. What are you doing? A cold, stern male voice echoed. All eyes in the alley turned toward the suddenly appearing man. In the liminal space between light and shadow, half of Cen Xun's face was illuminated by sunlight, while his body remained cloaked in darkness, lending his otherwise angelic visage an unsettling aura, almost otherworldly, startling them at first glance. It was not until Cen Xun fully stepped from the light into the shadows, pressing a finger to his phone and stating, "If you don't leave, I will call the police," that the group snapped out of their stunned silence. The three players pretending to be thugs hesitated, unsure whether to continue their act. Under Cen Xun's indifferent gaze, they felt as if their pretense had been seen through, a chill creeping up their spines, prompting them to scatter despite their bluster. They were wise enough to recognize the situation. The process had unfolded adequately, and Cen Xun had no inclination to continue indulging their theatrics. Chapter 4. The room, shrouded in heavy curtains, was steeped in darkness, illuminated solely by the faint glow of the screen, casting a pallid light upon the man's face. His tall figure was ensconced within the chair, transfixed by the images unfolding in the video. The trembling camera captured a panicked crowd, a man on the brink of collapse. Staggered to his feet, crimson blood oozing from the jagged gash on his left arm. He furrowed his brow in pain, instinctively pressing a hand to the wound. His forehead dampened by cold sweat, causing his hair to fall disheveled. In an instant, he tightened his jaw and abruptly lifted his gaze towards the camera. The background behind him seemed to blur into an infinite void, leaving him isolated amidst the chaos of the world. The man raised his hand, delicately brushing over the features of the individual in the video, his concentration so intense that he failed to notice the sound of a door creaking open behind him. As the video looped for the 10th time, a hand emerged from the shadows, abruptly slamming shut the slender notebook. The sound jolted the man from his reverie, and he called out the intruder's name, his tone heavy with admonition. Observer. The observer disregarded his ire, striding purposefully to the window, yanking aside the heavy drapes to flood the dim space with sunlight. There must be limits to madness, the observer remarked, crossing his arms tightly, his brow furrowed in disapproval. For his sake, you brazenly severed the hand of Chairman Gu's son. This is excessive. The sunlight fell upon the man behind the desk, casting a small shadow across his brow. He possessed striking features, his eyes a frosted hue reminiscent of exquisite jade. Reacting to the sudden brightness, he squinted slightly, turning his head as his long hair tumbled forward. His hair bore a unique quality, interwoven black strands with wisps of feather-like white, cascading softly like the plumage of a bird. The transition from black to white was seamless, culminating in pure white at his waist, striking yet not jarringly out of place. His unusual appearance typically emanated a cold indifference, but now, the faint melancholy reflected in his jade-like eyes diminished that aloofness. Observing his desolate demeanor, the observer felt a pang of frustration and exhaled heavily, leaning against the desk. In the past, you covertly sought him in the game while they turned a blind eye. Why can't you maintain that discretion? Must you so brazenly intrude upon his domain? The man behind the desk remained silent for a long moment before speaking softly. I cannot bear it. He was injured, bleeding profusely. Not a single person came to his aid. Someone bullied him, and I merely severed that person's hand. I didn't even kill anyone. I exercised restraint. Enough. The observer interjected, exasperated. That individual retaliated and killed a player. Did he need your assistance? The observer's tone grew increasingly grave. People seldom change. If he is already capable of such ruthlessness before awakening, what might occur once he truly awakens, realizing that the man before him was not truly listening, absorbed instead in fiddling with a panda keychain? The observer fell silent. Truth be told, had it not been for this individual's extraordinary abilities, he would have likely been eliminated by the Inquisition long ago for such vet in matters of the heart. With a deep sigh, the observer abandoned further persuasion and shifted to business. There's a meeting in 20 minutes. Remember to attend. At this, Feng Jihan finally reacted, calmly tucking away the keychain and inquiring, have we discovered the cause of the second restart? The observer furrowed his brow slightly. No. Administrator 01 has reviewed the logs repeatedly, uncovering only a path bug from the code. Feng Jihan pondered for a moment. Is the sudden meeting due to new clues about the key? Uncertain. Feng Jihan nodded. I understand. The observer added, additionally, the director has instructed me to inform you to undergo a loss control index assessment tonight. Feng Jihan absently traced the contours of the keychain in his palm, non-committal. After leaving Feng Jihan's office, the observer encountered several colleagues. They exchanged glances at the closed door, whispering inquiries. How is he? Does he seem normal? The observer rolled his eyes. Same as always. His late wife's PTSD has flared up again. This elicited a chorus of sympathetic murmurs. Just a few years had passed since the incident, and among the surviving inspectors, none were unaware of Feng Jihan's plight. The observer reminisced about past events, sighed, and gestured, let us head to the conference room. The group made their way towards the conference room, inadvertently engaging in discussions about the looming topic of the nightmare world. Are there still no advancements on the key clues? Only ordinary players can enter, and we, the seasoned gamers, are barred from entry. How can there be progress? No wonder they're hastily convening a meeting. The nightmare world is on the verge of its official launch. How could the Bureau not be anxious? Alas, not only the observer, but even the astrologer and seer have foretold the worst outcomes. Given the circumstances, I fear we are powerless to intervene. Hey, old bear, don't utter such ominous words carelessly. As they approached the conference room, a profound silence enveloped them. The most talked about nightmare game appeared to be a holographic horror MMORPG on the surface. Yet only a select few were aware that it constituted a vast and eerie realm existing in an alternate dimension. Due to some obstructive force, the nightmare world had remained separated from reality, maintaining a fragile peace for an extended period. Recently, however, this force had begun to wane, and the nightmare world was stirring once more. Should it complete its internal testing and officially launch, it would unleash catastrophic repercussions upon the real world. Humanity could not withstand the ramifications of the game's release. Their only recourse was to thwart the successful internal testing of the nightmare world. The Inquisition had mobilized nearly all its foresight-oriented abilities to unveil the singular clue capable of preventing the nightmare world from launching: the destruction of the key. Yet the nature and whereabouts of this key remained a mystery. Compounding their plight was the fact that the internal testing version of the nightmare world permitted only ordinary individuals to enter. Any player possessing even a modicum of ability was barred from entry. This meant that the Inquisition could not deploy higher-level abilities to explore the game, instead relying on ordinary players to seek out clues. However, most ordinary individuals lacked experience in navigating such eerie realms. Thus, the progress regarding the key remained stagnant. Unbeknownst to them, a collective intuition began to form, a sense that the nightmare world was deliberately restricting seasoned players from entry, and this time, its launch was inevitable. 20 minutes later, the conference room was filled to capacity. Feng Jihan arrived punctually, taking his seat, though his mind appeared elsewhere, frequently glancing at the gaming forum. A casual search revealed a post detailing Cen Xun's recent activities. Just 10 minutes prior, a player had posted, "Damn, someone staged a hero-saving the damsel act and successfully hooked up with the professor." 5 attached images, all captured surreptitiously of Cen Xun, feature a man and a woman trailing behind her like small shadows in a few frames. Feng Jihan disregarded the clarity of the photographs, saving each one in turn before zooming in to scrutinize the slight elevation of Cen Xun's lips, suggesting a mischievous intent. The comments below caught his attention. "I witnessed their clumsy performance in person. Only a professor could be so easily deceived. What do you know? The professor is exceptionally responsible towards his students. When seeing a student injured, he even offers to treat them to a meal. Where else can one find such a commendable professor? The best professor in the world 10086. At this point, Feng Jihan couldn't help but smirk. If these players continued to naively trust the At.the presented by Cen Xun, they would likely find themselves utterly duped. To be fair, Professor Cen is an expert in folklore studies, which inherently involves researching the supernatural. Such a premise hardly seems ordinary in a horror game. Their reasoning is sound in pursuing clues from NPCs. However, as someone from the folklore studies field, I must say that categorizing it solely as the study of the supernatural is a stereotype. Yet, in the context of a horror game, it may indeed pertain to ghostly matters. Regardless, I too shall seek to enhance the professor's favor. Whether it works or not, only experimentation will reveal. The person above is truly bold. Aren't you afraid of provoking the professor? The professor acts only in self-defense. As long as I diligently cultivate goodwill, how could I possibly trigger his ire? Those players were merely invited to dinner by him. After all, I wager a dime that these 2 players won't last long. Ahem. Suddenly, someone nearby erupted into a fit of coughs, jolting Feng Jihan back to reality. He withdrew his gaze from the screen, turning to his colleague, whose eyes conveyed a silent inquiry. The colleague gestured towards the director. Feng Jihan, slightly delayed, turned his attention to the director, who rapped the table with a stern demeanor. "Xiao Feng, can your in-game identity participate in the operation?" Feng Jihan comprehended the director's inquiry. His ice blue eyes remained unperturbed. "Director, my avatar can only operate within designated areas and lacks any special abilities. Do you have any insights on how to search for the key?" Feng Jihan lifted his eyelids, surveying everyone present. "As you all have observed, Nightmare World has cycled numerous times since August 13th. Clearly, a significant event must have transpired on that day. Only by resolving this event can we advance Nightmare World to August 14th. Perhaps it is only on the 14th that we may uncover clues regarding the key." The director's gaze was piercing. "How can you be certain that on the 14th, what will emerge is the key, rather than the game's launch?" Feng Jihan smiled, tinged with sarcasm. "Since you doubt me, Director, why then inquire?" With that, he reclined in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, seemingly uninterested in the ongoing meeting. The exchange between them bore a sense of rivalry, thickening the atmosphere in the conference room, as everyone present observed in silence, hesitant to interject. Chapter 5 at 13:27 in the afternoon, in the Bode conference hall, Cen Xun entered the hall precisely on schedule, taking his seat and casting his gaze toward the stage. The principal had yet to arrive, but the electronic screen was already lit, displaying a red and black PowerPoint cover adorned with the university's emblem, boldly announcing H University faculty meeting in gruesome, blood-red letters. The black background and the stark crimson text caused Cen Xun to squint slightly, as the color scheme struck him as eerily familiar. Upon reflection, he realized it resembled the color palette of a Nightmare Systems interface. Before his awakening, he had never found this PowerPoint's design peculiar, but now, free from the confines of a loop, he sensed an unsettling undertone. Nothing in this world occurs by mere chance. It is all a matter of inevitability. The striking similarity in color schemes raised a troubling question. Did it signify that the insidious influence of a nightmare system had infiltrated H University? Cen Xun recalled the days when he first entered the university, when the classic color scheme for meetings was blue and white. When had this change taken place? Lost in thought, he realized that it was now 1300 hours. As the doors to the conference hall swung shut, a profound sensation washed over him. He lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings with a contemplative expression. He felt an intangible force enveloping the hall, silently separating the interior from the outside world. In previous cycles, he had never experienced such a feeling. Clearly, this newfound awareness was one of the changes brought about by his awakening. While Cen Xun pondered these revelations, an elderly man with gray hair and a gaunt visage ascended the podium. It was Principal Hong Yingtao. Appearing to be in his 50s, he defied the stereotype of a rotund leader, instead possessing a vulture-like demeanor, exuding an air of lifelessness. His sunken eyes surveyed the audience, his hoarse voice resonating through every corner of the hall. Having undergone this meeting numerous times, Cen Xun remembered every utterance and pause with crystal clarity. The meeting lacked any remarkable features. The principal began with some official platitudes, followed by the deans of various faculties taking turns to speak. Subsequently, the principal would randomly call on teachers to report on their midterm teaching progress, inquiring whether they faced any difficulties in their teaching endeavors. Cen Xun, often singled out by the principal, made it a point to prepare his remarks in advance. The mummified figure of Principal Hong continued to deliver his important address. Teachers must continually enhance their learning, elevate their teaching standards, implement new curriculum reforms, and encourage students to pursue holistic development. In our future endeavors, we will focus on the 3 grabs: improving teaching quality, enhancing faculty strength, and enforcing regular management to provide students with an optimal learning environment. To implement the 3 grabs policy, we will conduct corresponding surveys among faculty and students. I urge everyone to fill them out truthfully and ensure that all students complete them promptly. The surveys will be sent to your and the students' mobile phones shortly. At this point, Cen Xun unconsciously tapped his fingers on his hand. He had encountered the topic of surveys in previous cycles, but he had dismissed them as mere formalities, not worth his attention, let alone his honest participation. However, this time, he intended to engage with the survey. For him, the continuous loop on August 13th must have a purpose, and understanding that purpose was essential to breaking the cycle. The survey, encompassing the entire faculty and student body, might hold clues to the secrets of the loop. The lengthy meeting finally approached its final segment. His colleagues were already dozing off beside him, while Cen Xun appeared to remain in his seat, though his mind had drifted elsewhere. Suddenly, the principal called out his name, jolting him back to reality. As he prepared to respond, Cen Xun abruptly sensed something amiss. The order was wrong. In the previous cycles, he was the 4th person to be called, yet this time, he was the 1st. Despite the time and environment being unchanged, why had the principal altered the order of names? Maintaining a neutral expression, Cen Xun feigned ignorance until a male teacher seated diagonally from him stood up. According to the established protocol, this teacher should have been the first called. So even though the principal had named Cen Xun, the male teacher would still proceed as per the original order. If Cen Xun moved, it would only highlight his anomaly. There is no reason for Principal Hong to suddenly deviate from the established calling order. Could it be that he, too, was an NPC with an awakened self-awareness? Cen Xun's inaction seemed to alleviate the principal's suspicions, and the subsequent calling order returned to normal. Cen Xun stood up as expected, took the microphone, and began his report. The reporting process unfolded as it always had, yet one peculiar detail caught Cen Xun's attention. A colleague who had been dozing seemed to awaken and turn to him, casting a gaze that felt unsettling. No, it appeared there were multiple such gazes. As he read from his notes, he caught sight of dozens of dark, unblinking eyes fixated upon him. The deans and professors seated in the front row had all turned to look at him, their eyes devoid of life, glaring at him as though he were an abomination. Principal Hong, standing at the podium with his skeletal face, also stared intently at Cen Xun, creating a bizarre and unsettling atmosphere amplified by the countless pairs of lifeless eyes surrounding him. These eerie gazes felt tangible, like spotlights converging from all directions, threatening to expose him. Yet, under this strange scrutiny, Cen Xun calmly finished his report. He then politely nodded to the principal and sat back down. The attention of the entire faculty remained fixed on him, but as he had anticipated, the proceedings continued as scheduled. As the next female teacher began her report, she too kept her head turned towards Cen Xun, her dark eyes locked onto him. Cen Xun sighed softly. It seemed he had been discovered. Although he was uncertain how his exposure had occurred, the ongoing procedure still functioned normally. As long as he adhered to the established protocol, he would merely face the disapproving glares of colleagues unable to escape the program's control, which was manageable. The only source of concern was Principal Hong. His unexpected change in the calling order suggested that he might also be an NPC with awakened self-awareness. Cen Xun remained unsure whether the principal possessed any special identity or abilities, and if so, what level they might be. As the faculty meeting drew to a close under the weight of the peculiar stares, at 1500 hours, Principal Hong announced the conclusion of the meeting. Cen Xun sensed the intangible force enveloping the conference hall beginning to dissipate. What, after all, was this phenomenon? As Cen Xun pondered, the tightly shut door was suddenly thrust open, and a harsh, grating voice echoed within. Principal, during our recent patrol, we discovered several students lurking together, seemingly eavesdropping on the meeting. How shall we proceed? With that, 7 or 8 students, resembling frightened quails, were herded inside by the security personnel. Cen Xun raised an eyebrow, recalling that similar incidents had transpired in previous cycles. Players, in their quest for further clues regarding the keys, had somehow learned of the principal's intention to convene a meeting for all faculty members and had stealthily taken position outside the auditorium. Yet, without fail, they were always apprehended by the vigilant security and escorted into the hall. Lacking genuine student status at H University, the players faced dire consequences if they revealed their true identities during the principal's inquiry. They would be unceremoniously expelled. After several groups of players had been cast out, such scenes ceased to unfold. Cen Xun surmised that the players must have grown increasingly desperate, resorting to this audacious act of eavesdropping once more. On the stage, Principal Hong furrowed his brow, a sinister shadow creeping across his gaunt features. Which class are you from? And what business do you have lurking outside the auditorium? The collective gaze of the faculty turned towards the students, the eerie scrutiny causing the players to shiver, their bodies trembling. As the pressure mounted, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads under the principal's increasingly menacing interrogation. Many players had previously ventured into the auditorium, attempting to glean information from the meetings. Yet they were invariably caught by the elusive security. Thus, prior to this attempt, they had devised a plan. Initially, they intended to place a listening device directly within the auditorium. However, it appeared that the venue was equipped with a signal jamming system, rendering the device inoperative. Consequently, they had decided to drill a hole in the wall to conceal the listening device within the adjoining conference room, while they themselves hid in a separate building. The scheme was meant to be foolproof, yet fate intervened, leading to their capture. Were these security personnel truly guards, or were they akin to infernal judges? Despair gripped the players, and they attempted to wriggle free, feebly protesting, "Principal, we are not eavesdropping. We were merely studying in the classroom. Besides, why would we bother to eavesdrop on the meeting?" The principal remained unyielding, mechanically reiterating, "Every internal meeting is a matter of utmost confidentiality." Unscrupulous individuals may masquerade as students to infiltrate the school and steal secrets. To ascertain your identities, please provide your student IDs and names for verification. The players' faces paled. They possessed no student records at H University, rendering them incapable of presenting their IDs. What to do? If they failed to produce a satisfactory response, the security would expel them from the school, leading to absurdly grim fates: being struck by falling flower pots, decapitated by plummeting kitchen knives, or plunging into uncovered sewers. Being struck by a dump truck would be merciful in comparison. The most harrowing fate involved being impaled by suddenly descending rebar, suffering until the game's end at midnight before achieving release. No, this cannot be the end. They must devise a plan. Chapter 6. Upon clicking the link, the page transitioned instantaneously. Cen Xun's phone screen blacked out for a few seconds, and viscous dark red blood gradually seeped from the shadowy backdrop, forming two rows of text: Student Portal, Teacher Portal. The moment Cen Xun beheld this eerie color scheme, he felt a sense of certainty. This questionnaire was undoubtedly fraught with issues. However, the questionnaire distinctly separated the student and teacher portals. Could the questions differ between the two? Cen Xun tentatively clicked on Student Portal, and the subsequent page prompted him for his student ID and name. Exiting the student login page, he opened the teacher portal, only to find a similar login page requesting his employee ID and name. Clearly, only faculty and students possessing identity profiles at H University were eligible to participate in the survey. Considering the events that transpired in the lecture hall, Cen Xun gradually clarified his thoughts. The principal exhibited considerable vigilance towards outsiders, fearing they might jeopardize the university's safety. The basis for distinguishing outsiders was precisely the student and employee IDs of H University. Whether it was the security personnel obstructing players from eavesdropping on the meeting or the need to enter a student ID to access the questionnaire, both were measures to exclude players entirely from the survey. Thus, Cen Xun boldly surmised that this questionnaire must be intimately connected with H University's cyclical nature, perhaps even more severely. It might be significantly linked to the university's eventual descent into a dungeon. With this deduction, Cen Xun became increasingly intrigued by the content of the questionnaire. It was not the moment to hastily fill it out. Who knew what dangers lurked within? He intended to first examine the questions on the student portal, compare them with those on the teacher portal, and ascertain the principal's intentions before making a decision. Cen Xun had a group meeting at 3:30, which would be an opportune moment to enlist a few students as test subjects. In high spirits, he returned to his office, preparing to gather his USB drive and materials for the conference, only to encounter several unexpected guests at his office door. A crowd of men and women congregated outside, their gazes glinting with a predatory hunger reminiscent of starving wild dogs. As Cen Xun approached, these wild dogs rushed forward, eagerly inquiring, "Teacher Cen, is there anything we can assist you with?" Accompanying their words were a cacophony of fervent thoughts. Turns out the sycophants can indeed be plentiful. From now on, I shall be Professor Cen's dog. Why didn't this wretched game inform us earlier about boosting NPC favorability? Previously, I was unceremoniously tossed out by the principal, only to plunge into a cesspool and drown. Who can I turn to for justice regarding that suffocating experience? I'll lick, Professor, look at me. I am your most obedient dog, Cen Xun. He subtly retreated a step, only to advance again. So they were players. Casting a glance at the group, he feigned ignorance regarding their intentions and calmly stated, "There's nothing I need assistance with at the moment. Perhaps in the future." The players eagerly grasped his underlying implication, excitement coursing through them. "There's truly a quest," they exclaimed. "Indeed, vital information lies with Teacher Cen." "Hey, Teacher Cen, this is some fruit I just bought, Teacher Cen. These flowers are lovely. They suit you perfectly. Teacher Cen, may I clean the floor of your office? It seems a bit dirty." Cen Xun, citing the school's prohibition against teachers receiving gifts from students, declined the fruit and flowers but did not reject the offer to clean. The student who suggested cleaning beamed with pride, eagerly pulling out a mop to scrub the floor vigorously. Others took the cue, some wiping tables, others cleaning curtains. Cen Xun ignored them, sitting at his desk, pausing momentarily before unlocking his phone, seemingly inadvertently revealing the ominous black-red login page. The peculiar color scheme was undeniably eye-catching. The players covertly observing, Cen Xun instantly fixated on the bizarre screen. However, before they could discern the content, Cen Xun, sensing their gaze, furrowed his brow and swiftly flipped his phone, concealing the screen against the desk. Such a conspicuous action, coupled with his alert expression, undoubtedly piqued the players' curiosity, reinforcing their belief that Cen Xun harbored a significant secret. They exchanged knowing glances, hastily averting their eyes when Cen Xun turned to look, feigning nonchalance as they resumed their tasks. Cen Xun deftly baited them, then proceeded according to his original plan, gathering his belongings and preparing to head to the conference room. The players followed him out like obedient chicks, respectfully seeing him off, yet each harbored a restless inner monologue. What is that? What could it be? Could it be a key? I really want to snatch the professor's phone for a closer look, but I fear being blasted away by his gaze. Sob, sob, sob. I must report to the captain. The clue to the key is likely with Cen Xun, delaying the assassination plan. Cen Xun paused. An assassination plan? Against him? Did someone intend to kill him? Lowering his eyelids, images of various faces flickered through his mind. If he had offended any players within the game, it could only be Gu Xiao. The captain referred to in their thoughts. Could it be Gu Xiao? Cen Xun's intuition suggested otherwise. He thoughtfully rubbed the wedding ring on his ring finger, silently heightening his vigilance. Regardless of who sought his demise, he would ensure that they met with no return. At 15:30, Cen Xun convened a group meeting as he had in every previous cycle. He oversaw 5 graduate students, 2 women and 3 men, whose academic abilities varied significantly. Yet the singular commonality among them was that each presentation exuded the vitality of a corpse that had rotted for 3 days, reeking of decay. From a moment he entered, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted. As he took his seat, the tension became palpable. A bespectacled girl, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, tremulously stood up and swallowed hard. "Hello, teacher." Last week Cen Xun raised his hand, interrupting her speech. "Let us pause the meeting and complete the questionnaire first." He had already heard each of their reports numerous times during the cycles, rendering it unnecessary to listen again. Caught off guard by Cen Xun's interruption, the girl froze momentarily, akin to a program experiencing a glitch, her body rigid. Cen Xun patiently awaited her response. From his observations, the NPCs within H University exhibited a higher level of intelligence compared to those outside. For instance, vehicles on an overpass would not dodge one another, nor would they autonomously evade. They moved strictly along their designated paths. Even in the event of a collision, they would not cease moving, whereas H University students would pause to gawk at someone plummeting from height, eagerly capturing the moment on their phones. Cen Xun surmised that this was likely due to H University being designated as a closed beta dungeon, which bestowed a degree of autonomy upon the students. Thus, he resolved to engage in dialogue with the students. After what seemed like an eternity, the bespectacled girl finally responded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "Questionnaire?" Cen Xun, seated at the head of the table, his striking features partly obscured by dark hair, bore an inscrutable expression. The university aims to enhance student satisfaction and has sent out questionnaires via text to each student. I need you to ensure they are completed promptly. Time is of the essence, and the task is urgent. Oh, understood, teacher." Cen Xun's formidable presence left no room for doubt, and the bespectacled girl hastily retrieved her phone to comply. Cen Xun momentarily disregarded the other students who sat frozen in place, rising to stand behind the girl with thick glasses, observing her with unreserved curiosity. She accessed the student login page, entered her student ID and name, and clicked login. In the next instant, a facial recognition prompt appeared. Cen Xun thought, this questionnaire even includes facial recognition. If a player attempted to log in using a student's account, they would be thwarted by this system. However, considering the players could simply stand beside the student and steal a glance, or wait until the student passed the facial verification and then snatch the phone. Did the principal not foresee such scenarios? Shaking his head, Cen Xun realized that the players were oblivious to the existence of the questionnaire. His contemplations were futile. He composed himself and focused on the contents of the survey. The first question read, "Do you believe H University is your dream university?" A. Absolutely. B. Somewhat disappointing, yet acceptable. C. Greatly disappointing. It is not my dream university at all, but I believe improvements can be made. I do not wish to withdraw for the time being. D. Greatly disappointing. It is not my dream university at all. I feel it cannot be improved, and I wish to withdraw immediately. Cen Xun pondered for a moment before suggesting to the girl with thick glasses, try selecting option A. Though puzzled, she complied. Upon selecting A, the second question emerged. Please describe in detail your dream university and the aspirations you wish to fulfill at H University. Cen Xun advised, select option B. After she chose B, the subsequent question mirrored the previous one. Please detail the reasons for your disappointment and provide your valuable suggestions on how the school can rectify its shortcomings. Choose option C. Cen Xun prompted again. Upon selecting C, she faced a question identical to the previous one. This time, without needing Cen Xun's input, the girl instinctively selected D. Upon selecting D, the next question shifted. The school respects every decision made by its students. If you truly feel distressed to the point of wanting to withdraw, please complete the withdrawal application and proceed to the Academic Affairs Office to process your withdrawal. After examining the four options, Cen Xun fell into contemplation. Merely observing these questions, one could not discern any anomalies. It appeared as though the principal genuinely valued the sentiments of the students, aspiring to create a university that would satisfy all. Yet, was the situation really that straightforward? Cen Xun found it implausible. He inquired of the girl with thick glasses, "Which option do you wish to select?" She seemed as though she had been captured, timidly asking, "Am I free to choose any option?" Cen Xun began to reflect on how he was perceived by the students, responding, "Choose what you desire." The girl hesitated over option C for a moment, but ultimately selected B. After the second question appeared, she intended to type her response, but suddenly paused. Cen Xun emitted a questioning sound, prompting her to continue. The girl shyly inquired, "Teacher, can I really write anything?" Cen Xun maintained a stoic expression, replying, "You may write whatever you wish. Do not worry, I won't hold it against you." With that reassurance, the girl confidently began to type. Please detail the reasons for your disappointment and provide your valuable suggestions on how the school can rectify its shortcomings. Chapter 7 at 16:25, following his usual routine. Cen Xun arrived at the underground parking lot of H University, clutching his briefcase. He stood in his old spot, as he had in every previous cycle, awaiting Feng Jihan to pick him up, though he knew full well that this time he would not see that familiar vehicle. Cen Xun's actions were primarily a ruse, designed to obscure his true movements and prevent the players from detecting any anomalies in his trajectory. The present circumstances were markedly different. After inadvertently revealing his possession of the key, he knew the players' attention would undoubtedly be riveted upon him. Uncertain if any players were currently watching him, he deemed it prudent to maintain his previous course of action, refraining from any behavior that might raise suspicion. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted the time, 16:27. Typically, Feng Jihan would arrive at the underground garage at 16:30. Just 3 minutes remained. Cen Xun mused, if he were a player, he would seize the opportunity to capture a seemingly pivotal NPC that emerged during a stalemate in the game. Thus, while he appeared to be waiting for a car, he was, in fact, fishing for information. He needed a legitimate reason to remain on campus. He awaited the players, eager and impatient, to approach him for assistance. As he had anticipated, within mere 15 seconds, the fish he sought was hooked. A panicked shout broke through the air, its tone vaguely familiar. "Teacher Cen, don't leave yet." Turning at the sound, Cen Xun saw Wang Tianyun rushing towards him, urgency evident on his face. He feigned confusion, inquiring, "What is it, Wang?" Wang Tianyun, though lacking in acting prowess, had the audacity to perform. With exaggerated terror, he grasped Cen Xun's sleeve and exclaimed, "It's bad. Teacher, my girlfriend Pei Wei is in trouble." As a responsible educator, Cen Xun felt a surge of concern upon hearing such distressing news. He furrowed his brow and replied seriously, "Take your time and explain what happened." Wang Tianyun swallowed hard, his gaze flickering, yet his demeanor remained frantic. "She seems to be possessed." "Possessed?" Wang Tianyun glanced, nervously towards the garage entrance, wary of Cen Xun's husband arriving first. He hurriedly blurted out yes. She was acting strangely, dancing wildly, and uttering bizarre phrases. Then she fainted, and no one can wake her. Teacher Cen, can you come with me to see her? Cen Xun displayed a hesitant expression, glancing toward the garage entrance. But Wang Tianyun clasped his hands in a plea, eyes wide with desperation. Please, Teacher Cen. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Cen Xun hesitated for a moment before retrieving his phone. Wait, let me message my husband. The plan was a success. Wang Tianyun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes. At 16:29, Wang Tianyun hurriedly led Cen Xun away from the underground garage towards the infirmary by the sports field. Along the way, Cen Xun inquired about the specifics of the situation. Wang Tianyun mumbled incomprehensibly, I'm not quite sure. She just suddenly changed. Teacher Cen, do you have any insights into her condition? Cen Xun brushed a stray hair from her forehead. Her eyes darkened with contemplation. We must wait until we see her to know. Wang Tianyun grew increasingly curious about the secrets Cen Xun was withholding, peppering her with questions as they walked, but Cen Xun remained tight-lipped, steadfast in her silence. Finally, the infirmary came into view. Wang Tianyun raised his voice, signaling their arrival. Teacher Cen, it's right here. Upon entering the infirmary, Cen Xun was taken aback by the number of players crammed inside. The small room held at least a dozen people, all turning to fix their eager gazes upon her, creating an undeniably surreal atmosphere. Gu Peiwei lay on the infirmary bed, her complexion pale, murmuring phrases that hinted at fear. The players parted like the Red Sea, allowing Cen Xun to approach the bed. She scrutinized Gu Peiwei's face, deep in thought, appearing somewhat distracted. The players held their breath, anticipating new revelations from Cen Xun. However, as time passed, Cen Xun remained rooted in place, her lips pursed in contemplation, resembling a statue. The atmosphere thickened with an invisible tension, each heart racing in silence. While outwardly they appeared calm, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. The atmosphere is so serious. What is happening? Teacher Cen, please say something. Such a mysterious aura, a powerful presence. Undoubtedly, Teacher Cen must be a boss-level character. Everyone is staring so seriously at Teacher Cen. Can I discreetly scratch my backside without being noticed? It's so itchy. Speak. Teacher Cen, I command you to talk now. No riddles. Why is it so quiet around me? I'm lying here in this bed, and it feels so awkward. Hello? Does anyone even care about me, the supporting character? Cen Xun. Hearing their inner thoughts, her world spiraled into chaos. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment, revealing a hint of sorrow. This day has finally come. What is coming? What has arrived? Cen Xun refrained from elaborating further, and when she opened her eyes again, they held a newfound determination. Before the principal undertakes any more reckless actions, I must intervene. Has she completed any assignments prior to her fainting? Cen Xun turned to Wang Tianyun, her voice grave. Wang Tianyun, lost in the performance of Cen Xun, was taken aback by the sudden question. Assignments? What assignments? Cen Xun ignored his response, murmuring to herself, I must stop him before he escalates further. If this continues. At this point, Cen Xun halted her speech, shifting her tone to one of solemn assurance directed at Wang Tianyun. She will be fine. Before tomorrow arrives, I will restore everything to normal. The players gasped in astonishment. Having laid sufficient bait and subtly influenced the principal, Cen Xun withdrew, decisively exiting the infirmary while clutching her briefcase. The players, caught off guard by this turn of events, exchanged bewildered glances until one shouted, What are we waiting for? Hurry, let us chase after Teacher Cen. Awakening from their stupor, they rushed outside. Even Gu Peiwei, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sprang up, throwing off her covers and hastily descending. But by the time they reached outside, Cen Xun's figure had vanished. Oh no, we lost her. Split up. As long as we can follow Teacher Cen tonight, we will surely uncover clues. Cen Xun had exerted considerable effort to shake off the players and arrived at dormitory building 14. Indeed, she had no intention of sharing information with the players or seeking clues together. Firstly, Cen Xun possessed a slight advantage in the knowledge she held compared to the players. If she were to divulge any information, that advantage would quickly evaporate. Although the players may not be particularly skilled or intelligent, their numbers were overwhelming. Should they discover clues before her, it would be an unwise trade-off. Secondly, with players nearby, Cen Xun could not carelessly employ his unique skill, the nightmare puppet show, for should he encounter peril, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, Cen Xun resolved to seek clues alone tonight. If he discovered the need for cannon fodder, he would share the findings with the players and persuade them to charge in a battle on his behalf. Now, Cen Xun arrived at dormitory building number 14, a male dormitory, flanked by 2 other male dormitories. His interest in building number 14 stemmed solely from the peculiar significance of the number 14. Generally speaking, this dormitory was notorious for its frequent horror incidents. Cen Xun believed that within these walls, he would encounter more surprises. Entry to the dormitory required facial recognition at the turnstile, while teachers wishing to enter needed a dormitory inspection approval form stamped with the principal's seal. This was somewhat cumbersome, so Cen Xun decided to take an unconventional route. He found a secluded corner, looked up, and tossed his black and white puppet thread upwards, then tugged it to ensure it was secured. Cen Xun had a sudden inspiration. Aside from controlling, could the puppet thread serve another purpose, perhaps as a noose? The nightmare system had not elaborated on the functionalities of the puppet thread, only encouraging exploration, with no restrictions imposed. Believing this to be feasible, Cen Xun decided to give it a try. To his surprise, it worked. The puppet thread, resembling steel wire, appeared rigid. Yet Cen Xun could freely manipulate its elasticity and length. After wrapping several loops of the thread around his wrist, he concentrated, and the retracted thread swiftly propelled him upwards. With a barely perceptible sound, Cen Xun gracefully landed on the rooftop. He brushed off the dust from his sleeves and, wrapping the puppet thread around his fingertips, surveyed the desolate rooftop, feeling somewhat disappointed. There were no peculiar objects to behold, no gruesome corpses, nor grotesque aberrations. It was rather dull. Cen Xun cast aside his briefcase and approached the railing, letting the strong wind tousle his dark hair as he gazed vacantly at the distant sea, waiting for nightfall. University is adjacent to the undulating sea, and from a sufficient height, one can behold the splendor of the waves. Although building number 14 stood only 5 stories tall, its proximity to the coast and the unobstructed view afforded it a glimpse of the ocean. The sea was a dark hue, often referred to as the sorrowful sea. As dusk approached, the blood-red sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting a crimson glow that melded into the black waters, resembling aged blood. Cen Xun murmured softly, "The nightmare world, is this realm truly merely a game? If this is a game, then where lies reality? Having lived in this world for 24 years, if this existence were illusory, would that render his life a fabrication as well? His life, his emotions, his beloved, his students before entering University. They were all so vividly real. No one dares to deny their own existence. Thus, Cen Xun would not concede that this world was merely a game. He leaned more toward the notion that some unknown entity had invaded his reality, precipitating the upheaval around him. I shall slay it. Cen Xun closed his eyes, contemplating. Whoever has disrupted my life, I shall eradicate them. Chapter 8. After vanquishing all the monstrous beings that had crawled up, Cen Xun had amassed a total of 15 points. Though small in stature, even mosquitoes are a source of sustenance, and Cen Xun felt quite satisfied. The ground continued to tremble, prompting him to descend to the 5th floor in search of a student to inquire about the situation. Upon noticing that the time had turned to 2300 hours, Cen Xun harbored an ominous premonition. He was no longer within the confines of the real University. The sight of the horrific creatures further solidified his suspicion. He needed to unravel the nature of this world swiftly. Suspended by puppet threads, he gracefully leapt onto a balcony on the 5th floor, entering a dormitory only to be met with a gruesome spectacle of blood and dismembered limbs, causing him to frown slightly. Students, lacking special abilities, found it exceedingly difficult to survive against the onslaught of these monstrosities. As Cen Xun stepped into the corridor, the air was filled with the echoes of anguished screams reverberating throughout the dormitory building. The floor, walls, and even the ceiling were smeared with viscous blood. Without hesitation, He opted for the side where the screams were more pronounced, following the sound to dispatch an ant-man that was attempting to gnaw on a student's arm. The terrified young man, believing death was imminent, was surprised when the anticipated pain failed to materialize. Instead, he felt a sudden lightness. Rising to his feet, he heard a somewhat familiar low and husky voice. The student blinked, attempting to open his eyes, and instead of the grotesque visage of the ant-man, he beheld a tall figure. The figure's swift movements were obscured, but in an instant, the opposing Spider-Man had its head cleaved in half. With dark hair curling slightly at the ends, half of a cold, stunningly beautiful profile was revealed, one that seemed inexplicably familiar. Wiping his face in disbelief, the student exclaimed, "Teacher Cen." Cen Xun glanced at him and recognized the student. He was one of the 5 graduate students under his supervision. Specifically, one of the 3 male students in his first year, named Cen Xun. Cen Xun offered no further explanation and merely asked, "Can you get up?" "Follow me." I can. Cen Xun, somewhat intimidated by his mentor, clutched his injured arm, which had a chunk bitten off, and hastily stood up, retreating behind Cen Xun. Witnessing Cen Xun dispatch the creatures with ease, he instinctively flattered him. As expected of Teacher Cen, even alien beasts are no match for you. I admire you. After clearing the area of monsters, Cen Xun led the way with Cen Xun in tow and inquired, "Do you know how these creatures came to be?" Cen Xun, still in a state of shock, instinctively shook his head. "I don't know. Every time I fall asleep, I dream of these things, and before I can escape the dormitory, I'm always killed by the monsters." Cen Xun pressed, "How many times has this happened?" "What? How many times have you had this dream?" I can't remember. I just know I've had it countless times." At this, Cen Xun shivered. His eyes filled with despair and breakdown. "I've died many times, but every time I wake up, I feel muddled, unable to do anything. When night falls, I return, repeatedly meeting my demise." Cen Xun, a tall young man at 1.8 meters, was now crying like a child. He clutched at Cen Xun's clothes, his tear-filled eyes pleading, "Teacher Cen, you've come to save me, right? I promise I'll study the literature diligently and prepare excellent presentations. Please, I beg you to protect me." Cen Xun, feeling exasperated as his shirt was wrinkled from the grip, replied, "Enough, wipe your tears. Just answer my questions." Yes. Of course, teacher. You mentioned that you arrive here as soon as you fall asleep. Is this a dream world?" Cen Xun nodded. "Yes, but it feels incredibly real. It doesn't seem like a dream." Cen Xun felt a sense of clarity. His suspicions were confirmed. What corresponded with dreams was nightmares, and they were ensnared in a world birthed from these nightmares. What must one do to escape this dream world? Cen Xun appeared somewhat ashamed. "I don't know, as I die very quickly each time." Observing his bewilderment, Cen Xun nodded and said, "All right, I'll inquire with other students." Cen Xun regarded his mentor with admiration, perceiving him as a formidable player. He followed closely behind Cen Xun, and upon encountering more monsters, his fear dissipated significantly. Indeed, all fears stem from a lack of firepower. "Teacher, how did you end up here?" Cen Xun finally recalled to ask. "In all those prior dreams, you never appeared. Why suddenly this time?" Cen Xun replied, "I didn't fill out the questionnaire before. I did today." "Oh, but why did you suddenly fill it out today?" "Wait, teacher, are you suggesting this dream is related to the questionnaire?" Cen Xun, tugging at the puppet thread, severed the head of another creature, calmly stated, "It's highly likely." In quick succession, Cen Xun rescued over a dozen students. The campus was extensive, making it impractical to continue searching for others. He gathered all the rescued individuals into one room, preparing to assess the current situation. The shaken students huddled together, having witnessed Cen Xun's prowess. They readily answered every inquiry. Cen Xun dragged a chair over and sat down, scanning each student's face. "Does anyone remember how many times this dream has cycled?" The students fell into pensive silence, and after a moment, one voice trembled 10, 15 times. Cen Xun turned to the boy. "Are you certain?" The boy nodded. "Absolutely. I kept wondering if it cycled to a particular number for the dream to end, so I counted intentionally at the start of each cycle." Another student chimed in. "I counted 15 times as well." Cen Xun, fingers interlaced, asked, "Do you all remember the memories from the previous 14 cycles?" "Yes, They replied in unison. Cen Xun continued. Did the monsters appear in every cycle? Yes, they appeared each time, but initially there seemed to be fewer, just one or two. I recall there were very few at the beginning. There were hardly any monsters at first, but later there were more and more, and they grew stronger. Cen Xun nodded. Aside from the monsters, are there any other creatures in the school? Pausing, he recalled the long-haired girl's wish regarding the meteor shower, adding, or anything with considerable destructive power. At this mention, the students became animated, speaking over one another. I saw Godzilla. There was a massive thunderstorm, as if a scoundrel was facing retribution. Not to mention the blizzards that followed, the temperature plummeted, and I was frozen into tiny ice shards. Cen Xun had to interrupt them. Has anyone seen a meteor shower? The students exchanged glances. At that moment, a slightly plump young man timidly raised his hand. I haven't seen a meteor shower, but I did witness a meteorite. One time I ran out of the dormitory and got crushed by a meteorite. Cen Xun pondered for a moment. Do these disasters occur at fixed times? A bespectacled, seemingly reliable boy spoke up. I have a habit of checking the time, and I'm certain that each cycle of disasters arrives earlier than the last. Cen Xun nodded, having formed a rough understanding of this alternate space. This meant that the scale and intensity of the disasters were perpetually increasing, and their onset was continually advancing. What could these changes signify? Cen Xun temporarily suppressed his doubts and chose not to dwell on the matter, for his attention was urgently required elsewhere. According to the students, extreme weather events such as thunderstorms and blizzards were imminent, creating nearly insurmountable peril. If Cen Xun wished to continue his search for more clues in this alternate realm, he must devise a means to endure the impending natural disasters and survive. Without hesitation, he turned to Cheng Feng and inquired, I recall you mentioned in the survey that your dream is to travel to certain places? Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, pondering the sudden relevance of the topic. Cen Xun continued, Do you remember what I asked you to write in the other suggestions section? Of course. Cheng Feng responded eagerly, his head nodding vigorously. He recalled the moment vividly. He had felt dazed, and, upon hearing Cen Xun's request, it was as though a jolt of inspiration had surged through his numb mind. With anticipation, Cheng Feng asked, Teacher, does that statement I wrote in the optional section have any other significance? The bespectacled man, perplexed by their cryptic conversation, interjected with curiosity. What are you two discussing? Cheng Feng explained, It's about the survey the school sent us. The last question was an open-ended one. At the time, Teacher Cen was beside me and prompted me to write, well, something rather extraordinary. Intrigued, the bespectacled man pressed further. How extraordinary? Cheng Feng hesitated, looking at Cen Xun for approval. With a nod, Cen Xun encouraged him to proceed. Cheng Feng finally spoke, albeit with some trepidation. Well, my dream was to travel. And Teacher Cen suggested I write. Since traveling poses numerous dangers, the school should empower my mentor, Cen Xun, to ensure my safety. Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. Their expressions a complex tapestry of disbelief and astonishment as they turned their gazes toward Cen Xun. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. While Cen Xun seemed a stern and serious individual, he harbored such whimsical notions within. However, Cen Xun felt no shame. These were extraordinary circumstances, and one must discard modesty to conquer the world. The bespectacled man, quick on the uptake, directed a question at Cen Xun. Teacher, did you encourage him to write that with a specific strategy in mind? It was merely a hypothesis. Its feasibility remains to be tested, Cen Xun replied. Then turned to Cheng Feng with utmost seriousness. Cheng Feng, you are about to embark on your journey, but what if you encounter danger along the way? What abilities do you think I should possess to escort you safely to your destination? Cheng Feng was momentarily stunned. Casting a cautious glance at Cen Xun, he stammered, Teacher, what abilities do you wish to possess? The aged light bulb overhead cast a dim, yellowish glow upon Cen Xun's composed visage, creating an air of shadowy ambiguity. Do not deflect. Answer my question, he commanded, an oppressive aura emanating from him. Cheng Feng swallowed hard, a shiver akin to that of a meeting's unease coursing through him, and instinctively began to ponder Cen Xun's words. Firstly, there are extraterrestrial beings outside. To To exit safely, the teacher must possess the ability to command them. Chapter 9. The earth shatters and demons dance at present. The nightmarish version of H University is in utter chaos. Cen Xun has declared his intention to eliminate the principal. Yet he does not recklessly charge into the principal's office. Instead, he takes the time to rescue numerous students along the way. Defeating the boss is undeniably important, but early development is equally essential. The strength of Cen Xun's abilities in this alternate dimension is directly proportional to the number of students who believe in him. The greater the number, the stronger his powers become. Thus, after saving each group of students, he sends Chung Feng to introduce his abilities to them, as having empirical evidence makes his claims far more convincing. Once the number of students believing in Cen Xun's extraordinary abilities surpasses 500, his temporary identity as the father of abominations and his puppet strings ascend to the cyan level, while his control rod, wand, rises to the green level. Cen Xun is convinced that if all the students at the university come to believe in the authenticity of his wand, it may very well reach its maximum potential. Regrettably, time is running out. Cen Xun has spent a considerable amount of time piecing together clues, during which a significant portion of the student body has perished in various calamities, leaving only a scant few remaining, barely surpassing 500. The numbers are simply insufficient. In a brief respite, Cen Xun glances at the clock, 23:41. With a mere 19 minutes until midnight. What will transpire at the stroke of 12? He recalls his daily awakening at 7 o'clock. If the reset time for this endless cycle is indeed 7, that would be the most favorable scenario. The most dire possibility, however, is that the reset occurs at midnight. Should that happen, he would be forced back to 7 in the morning, and Cen Xun must brace himself for the worst. At 23:42, he decides to take a risk and head to the principal's office, hoping to gather more clues within the limited time frame. Before departing, Cen Xun sets up a protective shield in the small auditorium, gathering the more than 500 students together. He succinctly explains the current situation. I must visit the principal's office to ascertain whether this matter is connected to him. If I cannot resolve it, the next round of nightmares will likely commence. Upon hearing this, the students, who had only just begun to feel a semblance of stability, erupt in panic. The sense of security Cen Xun had instilled shatters once more. Tensions reach a breaking point, leading some to spiral into despair, shouting, "What are we to do? Will we be slaughtered again in the next round? What have I done wrong? Why must I endure this torment repeatedly? Why am I still alive? I might as well just die." The contagious wave of panic spreads through the students, leading to a cacophony of cries and madness, plunging the auditorium into chaos. Thud, thud, unfazed by the turmoil, Cen Xun's expression grows cold. He strikes the table twice, his voice steady yet firm. Silence. Though his voice is not loud, the students inexplicably fall silent, entranced by his presence. It is as if he possesses a unique power. Merely standing there evokes an overwhelming sense of security akin to a towering mountain. They gaze at him in awe, gradually quieting down. Cen Xun scans the faces of the students. I trust you have all witnessed my abilities. The cyclical nightmare is not an insurmountable predicament. If you grant me a few more rounds, it is not impossible to unravel it. You have endured so many rounds. Are you truly prepared to concede now? The students stare at him, bewildered. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Cen Xun smiles faintly, after being killed so many times. Do you not desire revenge against the hidden mastermind behind all this? It is indeed easy to succumb to death. But who among you truly wishes to remain a mere ant, trampled beneath foot? With a resounding buzz, the students erupt in fervor. Indeed, how could we allow ourselves to perish so easily, granting victory to those who have brought us such suffering? I too shall seek vengeance 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold, 1,000 cuts. Even if I must die, I will take a piece of that malevolent flesh with me. Cen Xun's few words have rekindled their spirits like never before. Chung Feng, invigorated by the rallying cry, raises his hand and asks loudly, "Cen Xun, please instruct us on our next course of action." Others nod in agreement, their eager gazes fixed upon him. Cen Xun speaks calmly. Should there be another round, I hope you will swiftly inform the other students of my existence and instill in them the belief that I possess the power to save them. One student timidly raises a hand. But what if we are killed too soon and cannot wait for your rescue? Cen Xun contemplates for a moment. I will devise a means to manipulate the questionnaire during the day, allowing you all to gain some measure of self-defense. Remember, regardless of what I instruct you to fill in the other suggestions section, you must believe it to be true. The students now regard Cen Xun with reverence. They nod vigorously at his every word. As the clock approaches 23:50, Cen Xun recognizes that he can no longer delay. After imparting his instructions, he exits the auditorium, making his way toward the principal's office. Suddenly, ominous thunder rumbles from the sky, and in a flash of purple lightning, Cen Xun's face is illuminated in stark white. His pupils dilate in realization, and he leaps into action, pointing his wand downward. Almost instantaneously, the earth beneath him erupts, revealing numerous steel spikes that collide with the destructive spell he casts, exploding into fragments. Cen Xun lands firmly on the ground, furrowing his brow as he gazes at the nearby ruins, where a familiar figure emerges before him. Director Li? The newcomer, clad in a hard hat, bears a stern expression now marred by a grayish distortion. It is indeed Director Li of the School of Architectural Environment. Clearly, within this bizarre alternate dimension, he too has undergone some form of transformation. With an air of foreboding, Cen Xun narrows his eyes, sensing the threat. Director Li apruaca slowly, raising a steel rebar to point at Cen Xun, his voice rasping like a malfunctioning machine. You, as a faculty member, have betrayed the principal. You deserve to die. With that, amidst the rumbling thunder, something appears to crash down. Cen Xun looks up, nearly doubting his own eyes. Is that a mass of bricks and steel? Cen Xun, what should be a perilous situation, instead leaves him speechless at the sight. He lightly waves his wand, conjuring a protective barrier to deflect Director Li's assault. At that moment, Cen Xun finally comprehends the connection between the director's attack and the school's curriculum. The School of Architectural Environment encompasses civil engineering, architecture, and urban planning. Aren't they all intertwined with building materials? Cen Xun muses, how intriguing, had he not prepared in advance. Elevating his skills to the green and cyan levels, he might have truly struggled against Director Li. With his wand aimed at Director Li, he declares, now is my turn. Before Director Li can react, Cen Xun unleashes a lethal curse, sending him crashing into the wall. However, the crisis does not end there. As one Director Li falls, more emerge from the shadows. You, as a faculty member, have betrayed the principal. You deserve to die. Several voices, each distinct, echo the same words as shadows encircled Cen Xun from all directions. Based on their presence, each of these directors is no less formidable than Director Li. Cen Xun calculates hastily. If engaged in a group battle, he could summon the abominations to assist him, but it would undoubtedly consume precious time. And time is the one resource he cannot afford to waste. In light of this, there remains but one course of action. Cen Xun gradually lifted his head, raised his eyelids, and cast a piercing gaze around at the surrounding shadows, his demeanor formidable as he declared, such audacity to show disrespect to the principal. If the shadows encircling him were capable of expression, their faces would undoubtedly be adorned with a multitude of question marks. Who are you? You claim to be the principal. But who is the principal, really? Noticing that the deans showed no inclination to retreat, Cen Xun found himself uncertain. Could it be that the rules of the faculty questionnaire were not applicable to the student questionnaire, and the supplementary rules of other suggestions did not pertain to the faculty themselves? Reflecting upon this, Cen Xun conceived a possible explanation. He realized that he had failed to instill in the students the belief that Teacher Cen would ascend to the role of principal, resulting in the disconcerting truth that he was the only one convinced of his status as the principal of H University. Cen Xun mused, as the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. It appears that this adage holds true even within the realm of academia. However, he reassured himself that during the questionnaire completion, he had taken precautions, even if his dreams of being principal were to dissolve into nothingness. He possessed another means of safeguarding himself. Taking a deep breath, Cen Xun addressed the surrounding shadows slowly. I have a dream. I dream of encountering workplace bullying within the university. Are you here to help realize my dream? With each mention of his dream, Cen Xun deliberately emphasized the words, as if to remind them of something significant. The alternate space represented a nightmarish realm, the antithesis of dreams, where everything unfolded in reverse. Cen Xun contemplated that should these deans choose to attack him, it would fulfill his dream of being bullied, thereby incurring the wrath of the rules. He scrutinized the shadows, vigilant for their next move, but they seemed paralyzed, glaring at him with malice, yet hesitating to act. He had bet correctly. Without hesitation, Cen Xun brandished his wand and swiftly dispatched one of the deans, breaking free from the encirclement and racing towards the principal's office. He sensed that the principal must possess crucial knowledge regarding the anomalies at H University. The principal concealed the most vital clues. A meteor, ablaze with fierce flames, streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the campus, while a blizzard assaulted him, obscuring all vision. The deans emitted primal roars, and as Cen Xun drew nearer to the principal's office, they became unshackled from the constraints of the rules, unleashing increasingly frenzied attacks. The principal's office resided at the pinnacle of H University's tallest edifice, the sun-suspended bell tower. The outer wall of the principal's office adorned a massive clock, and at the very apex of the spire, a large bronze bell resided. In the recesses of Cen Xun's memory, he recalled that this bell would toll at the end of classes, yet now, it had not chimed for an extended period. He reminisced about his first day at the institution. That day, he had walked through the grand white archway, clutching his employment application, and the principal, seated behind the desk, had smiled warmly at him, nodding with kindness as he said, "Welcome to H University. I believe you will help us create an even more splendid H University." It dawned on him that from the very beginning, the principal had expressed a desire to cultivate a better H University. Was that the principal's dream? Why had he failed to fulfill his promise? Was the current state of H University truly the embodiment of the principal's vision? Chapter 10. After a 12-second wait, the nightmare system presented the settlement results. Settlement successful. In this special scenario, you have eliminated 458 low-level nightmare creatures, totaling 458 points, 56 mid-level nightmare creatures, totaling 5,600 points, 2 high-level nightmare creatures, totaling 2,000 points, with a grand total of 8,058 points. In this special scenario, you have also defeated 4 blue-robed nightmare entities, totaling 400 points, 2 green-robed nightmare entities, totaling 2,000 points, 1 yellow-robed nightmare entity, totaling 10,000 points, yielding a total of 12,400 points. In this special scenario, you have garnered the faith of 563 students, current faith value, 563. Cen Xun couldn't help but ponder, points aside, what exactly was this faith value? It is well known that only deities require faith. The inexplicable acquisition of faith, especially in such a context, filled Cen Xun with an ominous premonition. The nightmare system's announcements continued. Total points earned in this special scenario, 20,458. Your points have met the criteria for upgrading your special identity. Would you like to elevate your special identity to that of a blue-robed folklorist? Yes, no. Cen Xun decisively selected yes. The information on the panel refreshed instantaneously. Entity name, Cen Xun. Faction, Nightmare Faction, entity level, NA. During the internal testing phase, all members of the Nightmare Faction have yet to awaken, and level assessments are not yet enabled. Unlocked special identity, folklorist, blue-robed, acquired temporary skill, mind reading, purple-robed, note 1, effective only during the internal testing phase. Upon official launch, usage conditions will be adjusted to 100 points per use. Note 2, currently, this skill is ineffective against purple-robed entities or players of F level and above. Special identity, folklorist, blue-robed, exclusive skill 1, nightmare puppet show, blue-robed, skill description, utilizing flesh and spirit as puppets, with the world as the stage. The curtain rises. Who will take the spotlight this time? Exclusive skill 2, paper to reality, blue-robed, skill description, the essence of spirits takes form. Be wary. Do not grant them eyes. Upon leveling up, he unexpectedly acquired an additional skill. Cen Xun was immensely intrigued by the new ability, paper to reality. Could it mean that the paper he folded could transform into real objects? It sounded impressive. Eager to test it, Cen Xun quickly grabbed a tissue, crumpled it into a ball, activated the skill, and watched as the paper ball transformed into a remarkably realistic egg. Cen Xun held the egg, weighing and feeling it. Its heft and texture were indistinguishable from that of a real egg. He tapped it against the bedside, breaking the shell, yet no egg white or yolk spilled forth. Curious, he probed inside, only to find a mass of paper. So, this skill merely altered the appearance of objects without changing their essence. Paper remained paper and would not become a genuine egg. Of course, it could also be due to the skill's insufficient level. Regardless, paper to reality proved sufficiently useful. Cen Xun, finding public transport cumbersome, now had a novel means of transportation. He discarded the faux egg, swiftly changed his attire, and freshened up. Grabbing his phone, he hurried downstairs, where Feng Jihan was still frying the charred egg he had prepared. Cen Xun approached him like a player completing daily tasks, swiftly interacting to expedite the dialogue, then left Feng Jihan behind to consume the bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. What was on today's agenda? Receiving no response. His husband reverted to being a parrot. What was on today's agenda? Today, there would be mischief at school, despite knowing Feng Jihan currently understood nothing of his intentions. Cen Xun earnestly answered his query. The principal was deceived by an evil deity, leading to the downfall of the entire University. Time could not be reversed. Today marked the 16th cycle, and the outcome seemed irreparable. Cen Xun mumbled to himself, organizing his thoughts. To break the cycle, the evil deity must be eliminated. Yet, it was evident that I am currently incapable of achieving that. Thus, I must choose another path. I will become the principal. If the demise of everyone at University is unavoidable, then I must be the strongest entity. Cen Xun cast his gaze down, setting aside the spoon. Feng Jihan received his answer and posed a different question. Should I still pick you up at the usual time? Cen Xun sighed, rising to stand before Feng Jihan. His slender fingers gently caressed his cheek, the silver ring on his ring finger reflecting a glimmer of light. Gazing at the familiar visage, Cen Xun's tone turned perplexed. This should not be the case. You were once someone who could escape that mountain village with me. I have regained my clarity, yet you remain ensnared by this trivial cycle. Cen Xun shook his head, lost in thought, then suddenly smiled, lowering his voice to say, when you finally awaken, I shall surely mock you. Feng Jihan, should I still pick you up at the usual time? Cen Xun found the exchange tiresome, playfully patting his face and retorting, just wait for me at home. I will return alive. His mood soured, his expression shifting as swiftly as the weather. He abruptly left Feng Jihan behind, ascending to the third floor, climbing higher until reaching the attic. Pushing open the window, Cen Xun accessed his phone's map, locating University, then retrieved a sheet of A4 cardstock, quickly folding it into a pointed paper airplane, activating the paper to reality skill to enlarge it. This paper airplane, devoid of any added attributes, was easy to transform. Cen Xun had initially intended to construct a helicopter, but given the technical skill required for folding and his inability to pilot one, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. The paper airplane lacked any safety measures. Sitting atop, it seemed perilous, yet Cen Xun relished danger and challenge. Unfazed, he mounted the enlarged paper airplane, oriented himself, and launched it directly towards University. Traveling through the air, he avoided colliding with others' paths. Perched upon the paper airplane, Cen Xun organized his thoughts. The cycle had reached its 16th round, and he sensed that time was running short. He needed to act swiftly. Currently, Cen Xun sought clarity on three pressing matters. 1. What are the motivations behind the evil deity principle in creating this nightmare cycle, and what conditions must be met for it to cease? 2. How should the principle's identity be defined, by whom, and how can it be usurped? 3. How can all students be gathered and encouraged to inscribe self-preserving regulations and other suggestions? Cen Xun brushed back his disheveled hair, his gaze descending to the vacant city below, his expression deepening. No, there was yet another question. How extensive is the range of University's anomalies? On the day the nightmare descended, University was utterly transformed into a dungeon. What of H-City? What would become of H-City? If the dungeon's boundaries continue to expand, would those residing in H-City also become lost within the nightmare? Cen Xun's fingers clenched tightly as he raised his gaze to the sun ascending in the sky, his heart gradually sinking. Ultimately, regardless of who or what it may be, even if this world were to be annihilated, what concern is it of mine? Cen Xun is willing to stake his life on a game of chance, daringly confronting perilous entities as if it were an exhilarating diversion. Even in defeat, he would merely feel a sense of catharsis. However, this time is different. If he were to lose, what would become of Feng Jihan? At present, Feng Jihan is utterly defenseless, devoid of any combat prowess, and without Cen Xun's protection, he could easily fall victim to cruelty. Cen Xun cannot accept such a dire outcome. Therefore, he must prevail. As he stood before the gates of H University, Cen Xun's mind was made up. Along the way, numerous students greeted him, but unlike before, he did not respond with a nod. Instead, he hurried past them, resolutely heading in one direction. His expression was grave, lips pressed tightly together, enveloped by an unusual aura of gloom. Cen Xun has always maintained a composed and indifferent demeanor, and few players have witnessed his countenance brimming with fury. This starkly different display quickly captured the attention of onlookers, with many players discreetly alerting others on the forums, leading to a gathering of curious spectators trailing behind Cen Xun, eager to discern his intentions. A cacophony of thoughts converged from all directions. What on earth is happening with the professor? He seems furious. Where is he headed? There can only be one truth. Something must have occurred after the professor left alone last night, prompting this change in his behavior. Good heavens, after more than half a month, the main storyline has finally emerged. Is the professor heading towards the administrative building? What could possibly compel him to go there? Cen Xun paid no heed to the players following him. Indeed, the current situation was precisely what he desired. He paused at the entrance of the administrative building, confirming from a number of voices that an adequate audience had gathered before he resolutely ascended the steps. With the spectators assembled, it was time for him to take center stage. Approaching the reception desk, he addressed the clerk, who was organizing documents. With a firm voice, "Is the principal in his office? I must see him." The principal of H University is not readily accessible. An appointment is required, confirmed by the administrative secretary, before one may take the exclusive elevator to the top floor of the administrative building. Cen Xun had flown up there using magic the previous night, which constituted a special circumstance. In his urgency, Cen Xun asked again, but the clerk, maintaining her pleasant demeanor, sweetly inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" Cen Xun hesitated, furrowing his brow as he replied, "No, but I have an urgent matter and must see the principal immediately." The clerk's smile persisted. "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot proceed." "I have an urgent matter. I must see him," Cen Xun insisted. Ignoring the clerk's objections, he turned towards the staircase of the administrative building. Just as he reached for the emergency exit door, several security personnel appeared out of nowhere, forcibly escorting him away. The glass doors of the administrative building closed before him, their pristine surface reflecting his expressionless face. Cen Xun did not budge, stubbornly standing at the entrance for a moment, until soon a player, unable to contain their curiosity, boldly approached to initiate a dialogue. "Professor, it's almost class time. Why are you standing here?" Cen Xun snapped back to reality, turning to see a concerned stranger. Realizing something, he wearily waved his hand. "I was so anxious that I forgot to request a leave of absence. Could you please inform the students in room 410 of Mu Ji building that class is canceled?" The player nodded repeatedly, but did not move away. Feigning concern as they inquired, "Professor, have you encountered some difficulties? I noticed you were in a hurry to find the principal. Did something happen last night?" Chapter 11. The dawn of a new day. The forum for Nightmare World has seen a meteoric rise in activity, with new posts springing up with every refresh. Many of these new threads are littered with meaningless exclamations and question marks, leaving newcomers to the forum bewildered, almost questioning whether there is a glitch in the system. Upon delving into the most popular thread, the gravity of the situation in the game becomes apparent. The original poster succinctly lays down a bombshell. Good news. As of today, at 8:21 a.m., the main storyline of the Lost Campus Beta dungeon in Nightmare World has finally surfaced. 1L. Original poster. To be frank, I have been somewhat disappointed with Lost Campus until the main storyline was revealed. As a large-scale holographic horror game beta dungeon, Lost Campus felt overly safe. Players exploring within faced almost no danger. For a horror game, this is akin to a congenital deformity, its most fatal flaw. Rather than being a horror game, it would be more aptly described as a love game, role-playing game, or even a real-life crime simulation. However, with the emergence of the main storyline today, my prior sentiments have been completely overturned. It is not that it lacks horror or thrill. Rather, the information we players unearthed was merely superficial, barely scratching the surface of the dungeon's true essence. Indeed, we players toiled for over half a month without even uncovering the storyline within the dungeon. Words cannot express the shock I felt upon discovering the truth. It turns out, the novice was none other than myself. Now, the plot of the dungeon is becoming increasingly clear. The false principal has usurped the position for personal gain, creating the nightmare known as University, while the true principal, Professor Cen, has been stripped of his identity and memories, powerless to rescue the students from the false principal's clutches. Our task is to thwart the false principal's plans to destroy the school and assist the true principal in reclaiming University. This dungeon appears to be quite challenging, and we must act swiftly. Professor Cen has also stated that our time is running short. For those interested, let's gather today to explore the true dungeon together. Besides 6, I am at a loss for words. Third brother, please take over. 3L. As one of the players present, I would like to add a clue. According to Professor Cen, to enter Nightmare University, one requires a special pass, the questionnaire. This questionnaire is only sent to the mobile phones of students and faculty, meaning players must obtain one of these identities. However, how to acquire such an identity remains a significant challenge. 4L. Wow. I woke up to find University has changed entirely. The current principal Hong is a false principal. Professor Cen is the true principal. I'm utterly confused. Can someone explain what Nightmare University is all about to a novice like me? 5L. In simple terms, University is divided into an outer world and an inner world, with the inner world being the actual dungeon. To enter this inner world, one must use the questionnaire as a medium. 6L. The reason players have been unable to obtain any clues about the inner world is because the false principal has tightly guarded all information regarding the questionnaire, employing various restrictions to prevent players from accessing the inner world. This clearly indicates that Principal Hong is the antagonist. 7L. So, what Professor Cen said is true. He really is the principal of University? 8L. What nonsense. No matter how beautiful Professor Cen is or how eloquent his words, he is still an NPC in the dungeon. Can we truly trust everything he says? 9L. Agreed. While Professor Cen exhibits traits of a guiding NPC, the information available to players is severely limited. His motives and intentions remain unclear, and whether or not to trust him will ultimately depend on our exploration in the inner world. 10L. I don't care. I have already unilaterally chosen to trust Professor Cen. My wife is so beautiful and speaks so sincerely. Could he possibly deceive me? Enough said. Nightmare World, activate. I shall assist you in reclaiming University, my love. 11L. I am utterly exasperated by these beauty fans. It's as if beauty is justice. If Professor Cen turns out to be malevolent, that will be quite amusing. I can't wait to see the expressions of these beauty fans when their dreams shatter, pure malice. 12L. The femme fatale is even more alluring now, drooling. 13L. Get lost. Both beauty fans and infatuated fans should leave. Let's engage in serious analysis instead. Go lick beauty in the adjacent thread. As the popularity of the thread surged, numerous players engaged in lively discussions about the new clues. And the comment section quickly filled with towering responses. Players not bound by work logged into the game immediately, while those at work clandestinely snuck in comments, attempting to satiate their burgeoning gaming cravings. Time slipped by, and a new comment in the section left everyone astounded. 223L. Breaking news. At 10 a.m., we will head to the administration building to find a way to forcibly input our information into the student records at University. We have already convinced Professor Cen to assist us. Interested parties, please ensure you arrive on time. This revelation sent ripples through the forum. It was not until the 256th post that someone noted this useful piece of information amid the chaos of insults and analyses. 256L. Wow. They are actually going to the administration building to input student records. Whose brilliant idea was this? Amazing. 257L. I want to go. Hee hee. I will skip my second class. Gaming is far more interesting than attending lectures. 258L. Haha. I will just quit my job. My foolish boss berated me as an inferior today. I'm done serving him. Let's see how his pathetic company operates without my technical expertise. 259L. The immersion is too strong. Touch to the above. Some so-called superior beings think they are above everyone else simply because they possess a bit of extraordinary ability. It's truly disgusting. 260L. Did Nightmare World not promise players a chance to change their lives during its promotion? Perhaps. 261L. Sure. Don't speak of that. Rumor has it that since the emergence of Nightmare World, higher authorities have been suppressing it. What could possibly warrant such suppression of a mere holographic online game? Can you guess why? 262L. Haha, why else? Because it threatens the interests of certain elite individuals. They are panicking, truly panicking. 263L. The more they try to suppress it, the more suspicious it becomes. I am determined to test it out and see how Nightmare World can alter my life. With a fierce determination, Rong Tianchong hammered out a message on his keyboard and clicked send, leaning back in his chair and exhaling heavily. He was one of the 10,000 players selected for the beta testing of Nightmare World. In this world of extraordinary abilities, ordinary individuals without powers are treated as less than cattle, mere vermin. Society is stratified based on the strength of one's abilities, with the pinnacle being the elite possessing the highest powers, while ordinary people are trampled into the mire beneath them. On that fateful day, he vividly remembers receiving a notification on his phone that captured his full attention, urging him to read further. Do you wish to change your life? Do you aspire to become a top-tier ability user, to rise above others? Welcome to the world of nightmares. On the day the nightmare descends, you shall be granted an opportunity that could transform your life. Although the promotional language may seem far-fetched, Rong Tianchong inexplicably found himself signing up for a spot in the closed beta test. Perhaps it was due to the dismal state of his reality that he clung to a glimmer of unrealistic hope, despite the absurdity of it all. To his astonishment, he actually received an invitation for the beta test. While the advertisement may have been somewhat exaggerated, the production company behind Nightmares was undeniably affluent. On the very day Rong Tianchong provided his delivery address, a holographic helmet arrived at his doorstep. Thus began a rejuvenation of his stagnant existence. As he donned the helmet, it felt as though he had stepped into an alternate reality, one devoid of inequality and oppression, where players could act freely towards NPCs without constraint. The intoxicating sense of unbridled freedom ensnared him, and he finally grasped why those endowed with extraordinary powers could dismiss ordinary people as mere insects. When one possesses absolute power, their morality and humanity may well approach infinitesimal levels. Reclining in his gaming chair, Rong Tianchong gradually calmed his racing heart. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of his dimly lit, cramped room. In this small space of mere dozens of square meters, he could see every corner from his chair. The walls, plagued by dampness, were overrun with clusters of mold, which he futilely attempted to conceal with cheap wallpaper, yet the pervasive mustiness remained unmasked. To save money, he had rented a north-facing room, rendering his bedding perpetually damp and the clothes hanging on the windowsill forever deprived of sunlight. His employer, an extraordinary being, had once wrinkled his nose in disgust at the odor emanating from him. Upon learning the cause, the employer had mockingly nodded, saying, "Inferior beings belong with the rats, dwelling in the shadows of sunlight." Damn it! After diligently working for him for several years, was he not even worthy of a room with sunlight? Rong Tianchong seethed with resentment, yet the fear of losing his job kept him from expressing his anger, leading him to grovel before his employer. Despite his efforts, he was nonetheless dismissed. Just 2 days prior, An F-level extraordinary being had taken his position, simply because the employer deemed those with abilities to possess superior vitality less prone to sudden demise. Rong Tianchong lifted a cup of instant noodles and took a savage bite of the cold meal, as if gnawing on his employer's head. He glanced at the time, 9:16. He tossed the noodle cup onto the table and reached for the holographic helmet, resolute. He would seize that life-altering opportunity. With a blink of an eye, he plunged into the game. Upon logging in, players were randomly assigned to various corners of the expansive H University. This time, fortune favored Rong Tianchong as he was teleported near the administration building. He had perused messages on the forum and made his way directly to the library auditorium, where players were gathering to discuss their forthcoming strategies. Along the way, he encountered numerous fellow players headed in the same direction, and while he anticipated a considerable turnout, he was astounded by the sheer number. Upon entering the auditorium, he was met with a sea of faces. Rong Tianchong was taken aback. This was during working hours. Had all the players lost their jobs? Were they all so idle? The auditorium, which could accommodate 2,000 individuals, was filled to capacity, with the collective murmur of conversation rising into a deafening hum. Rong Tianchong stood in a daze, searching for an empty spot, even as more players continued to flood in. Chapter 12. The speaker on stage, Cen Xun, hails from the prestigious Shun family of City A, surrounded by the scions of the city's elite clans. The highborn disdain mingling with the lowborn, forming a tight-knit circle that forcefully seized the discourse of this meeting. Naturally, some players found this intolerable, but what could they do? Could they confront them directly? If they were to be remembered by these young lords and ladies, they might face unimaginable consequences upon returning to the real world. Hence, the vast majority of players chose to swallow their grievances. Silence, please, Cen Xun said, furrowing his brow as he grasped the microphone. The cacophony below irritated him, infusing his tone with impatience. Before we commence the first player meeting, I expect everyone to adhere to the following basic rules. Cen Xun surveyed the players below with a condescending gaze, his tone dismissive. First, refrain from whispering while someone is speaking on stage. This is a hall, not a marketplace. Second, maintain silence. If you have questions, please voice them in an orderly manner. Third, obey commands and do not act independently, lest you jeopardize the entire team. Given that we have all undergone compulsory education, I trust these points do not require reiteration. His haughty and discourteous remarks incited widespread indignation, prompting someone to finally shout in protest. Why must we listen to you? Then you can leave at once, Cen Xun retorted, a mocking smile curling his lips. If it weren't for the team needing members, someone of your caliber wouldn't even be considered, even if you begged. The individual's face flushed with humiliation, frozen in place under the gaze of the crowd. Cen Xun, visibly displeased, commanded, "Leave now. My team has no need for insubordinate rabble. Anyone else unwilling to comply should also take their leave." The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to a frost-bitten silence. After a moment's pause, only the player who had spoken out departed with a grim expression. Humans are inherently social creatures. When confronted with unknown dangers, they naturally gravitate towards collective action. Thus, despite the simmering discontent among many players regarding Cen Xun's arrogant demeanor, the majority chose to endure for the sake of advancing the game. As one player exited, a vacant seat emerged 3 positions away from the corridor. To occupy it, one would need to navigate past 3 individuals. While others hesitated, one person elegantly made his way forward. Amid a series of muted curses, he clumsily trod on the shoes of unsuspecting players, resembling someone intoxicated. Upon reaching the vacant spot, he extended his hand multiple times before successfully unfolding the folding chair and turning to sit down. The player in the floral shirt, who had been stepped on, initially intended to glare at him, but, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but ask with a complex expression, "Brother, did you perhaps drink some cheap liquor before entering the game?" The man beside him tilted his head thoughtfully. "I crouched for too long. My legs are numb." Though it was merely a normal head tilt, it emanated an oddly stiff and inhuman aura from this individual. The floral shirt player rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, still pondering the source of his discomfort, when the man suddenly inquired, "Who is that person on stage?" and why must we heed his words? The floral shirt player paused, glancing at the stage in disbelief. You mean to say you've never heard of the Xun family? The man replied innocently, never heard of it. Is it impressive? Of course. It's impressive. The floral shirt player became animated at the mention. Lowering his voice, he shared, the one with the microphone is Cen Xun, the third young master of the Xun family. The Xun family is a renowned superfamily in City A. They control crucial medical resources with a mere stamp of their foot. The entire blue star trembles. Although this Xun young master lacks supernatural abilities, the power behind him commands respect, and nobody dares to offend him. The man responded with an "oh," his tone laden with profound implications, and asked, in such a perilous game, how could the Xun family allow him to come here and face death? The floral shirt player shrugged. It's not exactly sending him to his death. He has plenty of bodyguard around him. Besides, danger aside, there are genuine opportunities. The game's promotional tagline is so alluring. Who wouldn't want to gamble for a chance to change their life? The man chuckled, seemingly with a double meaning. Indeed, it is a life-changing opportunity. The floral shirt player scrutinized the individual beside him. Though his appearance was unremarkable, an inexplicable aura suggested he was anything but ordinary. Having noticed this person was alone, the floral shirt player thought it prudent to invite him along for companionship. I'm Guan Hung Kai, also here alone. Would you care to join me? The man did not decline, nodding slightly as he introduced himself. Rong Tianchong. Rong Tianchong, of course, was none other than Cen Xun, manipulating the puppet. As this was an internal meeting for players, Cen Xun could not participate in his NPC identity. Thus, he adopted a different approach, controlling a player to infiltrate the gathering, gleaning their plans while simultaneously seeking information about the real world. Since discovering the existence of the real world, Cen Xun had been pondering a question. If players could descend into the nightmare world, could the horrors of that realm also breach into reality? Logically, such permeation should be bidirectional. Why should players freely traverse between the game and the real world while the horrors could not? Cen Xun harbored immense curiosity about the real world and wished to explore it if given the opportunity. However, practical execution might present some challenges. The only method Cen Xun could conceive was to utilize puppet threads. By converting players into his puppets, once they logged out of the game, his consciousness attached to the puppet threads would be transported out with them. That would be the optimal outcome. Cen Xun's sole uncertainty lay in whether his puppet threads could successfully traverse the dimensional barrier and maintain a connection with players in another world. Yes, this required practical experimentation at the right opportunity. Thus, Cen Xun selected Rong Tianchong, whose willpower was feeble and burdened with negative emotions. Puppet threads could easily dominate lower-level players with weak will and significant malice. After seizing control of Rong Tianchong, Cen Xun effortlessly perused his memories, revealing a life marked by hardship, from a tormented childhood to ongoing workplace bullying in adulthood. Apart from suffering, there was little of note in Rong Tianchong's existence. Through Rong Tianchong's eyes and ears, Cen Xun gleaned insights into the social conditions of the real world, a grotesquely stratified society. The emergence of supernatural beings had exacerbated societal inequality, delineating humanity into distinct tiers. Supernatural beings enjoyed privileges far superior to those of ordinary individuals. Although the Supernatural Regulatory Bureau imposed constraints on their actions, the commonplace populace inevitably faced oppression in various aspects of life. However, the number of individuals who genuinely awakened supernatural abilities was limited, constituting only a small fraction of the population. Lower-tier individuals fared relatively well, yet higher-tier ones invariably ascended to leadership positions across various fields, wielding control over politics, healthcare, entertainment, technology, and military affairs. Cen Xun believed the timing of the Nightmare World's emergence was exceptionally well chosen. In the midst of this desperate struggle, where ordinary individuals find themselves powerless, a depth charge was unexpectedly cast, forcefully shattering the undercurrents of this stagnant society. At this moment, the clock pointed to 10. The tardy player was firmly shut outside the auditorium, and Cen Xun's voice drew Cen Xun's thoughts back. Propping his chin, he listened quietly for a while, grasping their plan. The administrative building was a necessary destination, and student records must be entered. However, with so many players in the auditorium, manually inputting each record would result in exceedingly low efficiency. Thus, Cen Xun proposed a solution. First, to collate the information of all present players, uniformly inputting it into the plugin they had created, and then utilizing the plugin to expedite the entry for all. This approach garnered the players' approval, leading them to cooperate in completing the personal information survey. Yet, they were entirely unprepared for the shameless stipulation that emerged at the end of the questionnaire. Players participating in the plan must surrender 80 of their earned game points to the organizers. 80%? How audacious could they be? One individual, enraged, exclaimed, only to receive a disdainful glance from a young master beside Cen Xun. If you don't accept it, then leave. Do you think we are doing charity here, offering free passage? The discussions within the auditorium erupted in an uproar. Guan Hengkai's face was a portrait of conflict and dissatisfaction as he held his breath, inquiring of Rong Tianchong beside him. Their greed is appalling. What should we do? Should we agree? Cen Xun casually clicked to agree. Why not? Perhaps we might face total annihilation today. Consider an experience. Guan Hengkai replied, What? Are you joking? You think too highly of them. Cen Xun's tone remained flat. Which delicate pillow among them instilled such confidence in you, making you believe they could lead you to safety? His words were incisive, and Guan Hengkai instantly felt enlightened, clicking to agree. You've convinced me in an instant. Uncertain about the nature of the dungeon, Guan Hengkai excitedly fantasized. Finally, I can witness a true horror dungeon. Brother, I'm not exaggerating. No haunted house has ever scared me. How terrifying can a mere dungeon be? Cen Xun ignored him. Half an hour later, the information of all players present had been collected, revealing a total of 365 players, while the number of beta players should have been 10,000. This indicated that, despite the forum's heated discussions, when the first opportunity to enter the dungeon presented itself, the vast majority of players chose to remain cautious. After deliberations among the upper echelons on stage, the details of the operation were swiftly determined. A forceful breach of the administrative building would inevitably attract the security of H University, necessitating that some players be dispatched to intercept them. Additionally, there were a certain number of teachers inside the administrative building, so a portion of the players would also need to impede the faculty. As Cen Xun spoke eloquently on stage, Guan Hengkai quietly confided to Cen Xun that Shinfellow truly regards us ordinary players as cannon fodder. Are our lives not valuable? What if we are really expelled by security? We would be doomed. Cen Xun's attention lay elsewhere. What lies beyond H University? Guan Hengkai, puzzled by his apparent ignorance of such common knowledge, casually explained, Beyond H University is an undeveloped area that has yet to be opened. It is said that once the game officially launches, the maps of the dungeons in Nightmare World will gradually be illuminated. Currently, venturing into the undeveloped area is essentially a death sentence. Chapter 13. After a prolonged silence, the young man pressed the gun in his hand against Cen Xun's waist, urging him to speak. Leaning against the wall, with no retreat available, Cen Xun furrowed his brow and suddenly reached out to grasp the young man's fingers, which held the gun. The long, powerful fingers stiffened visibly as Cen Xun lifted his eyelids, locking his gaze onto the young man's stunned face in a provocative manner. With the young man's fingers, he pulled the trigger. A click echoed, yet no gunshot followed. The weapon was devoid of bullets. The young man froze completely, while Cen Xun broke into a meaningful smile. Your security equipment is rather inadequate, Cen Xun remarked, seizing the gun and playfully handling it before leisurely tapping it against the young man's face. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he indulged his darker instincts. To intimidate someone, one must at least wield a genuine weapon. The young man, taller by half a head, felt a flush of embarrassment on his cheek from the taps, yet did not immediately stop Cen Xun's actions. Instead, he lowered his head, quietly observing him, the emotions in his glassy eyes inscrutable. What thoughts occupied his mind? For the first time, Cen Xun found himself curious about the inner musings of a player, but alas, the puppet lacked the ability to read minds, and his true self was too far removed from this place, only able to perceive the cacophony of thoughts from over 2,000 individuals. It was exceedingly difficult to distinguish one person's thoughts from the tumult. Forget it, Cen Xun tossed the gun back to him, adding, next time, refrain from meddling. He prepared to circumvent the young man and exit. After taking a few steps, he sensed something amiss and turned to find the scruffy young man trailing closely behind him, his gaze fixed unwaveringly. It appeared he had not relinquished his suspicions. Cen Xun frowned. Do you intend to follow me indefinitely? The young man replied with a nonchalant lowering his gaze to tuck the gun back into his waistband, the disheveled tips of his white hair standing on end. Eventually, you'll slip up. Being under constant surveillance was hardly ideal. Cen Xun mused, contemplating luring the young man to a secluded place to eliminate him once and for all. He entertained this notion and acted upon it, pivoting to head outside the hall. The young man indeed followed closely, inquiring, where to? Cen Xun dismissed him, the restroom. The young man immediately challenged, players don't need to use the restroom. Cen Xun smirked slightly, his eyes devoid of mirth. Testing me? The young man showed no signs of guilt and continued to question, how many cities are there in Huagua? Cen Xun, coldly fixated on the restroom sign in the distance, thought to himself that excessive chatter could lead to demise. The expendable often perish from verbosity. However, as Cen Xun stepped into the restroom, the young man, who had been closely following, halted. Cen Xun turned. Why aren't you coming? The restroom was a deserted enclave. Should he lure Cen Xun deeper and then silence him, there would be no escape. This individual was the most astute player Cen Xun had encountered thus far. The assassination plan had failed. Cen Xun would have to seek other opportunities. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent, after Cen Xun exited the restroom, the young man wisely ceased his inquiries of trivial knowledge. Shifting the conversation to introduce himself, my name is Zhang San. Cen Xun replied with indifference, a rather careless pseudonym, much like your hairstyle. The young man explained in a hushed tone, it's a requirement in our line of work. One must adopt a stage name before a mission. A stage name, indeed. One unacquainted might mistake him for a courtesan. Cen Xun had no interest in the precepts of a bodyguard-esque profession and quickened his pace. Upon returning to the hall, the players had already decided to set out. When Shun Wenxiao saw the two enter, his expression soured, his demeanor perpetually grim. Compared to the wealthy heir-esque bodyguard, Zhang San now appeared more like Cen Xun's protector, standing behind him before suddenly whispering, if you wish to navigate the administrative building unscathed, aside from applying for withdrawal, there's another way. Cen Xun, while observing the elite circle, casually replied, I am all ears. Every faculty member at H University is entitled to a lunch break. During that time, the teachers in the administrative building will be away for meals, and there won't be anyone around. Cen Xun silently scoffed. You seem to know quite a bit. Why not suggest they take lunch during that time? The young man paused. It feels like the matter isn't so simple. Cen Xun did not respond. In fact, Zhang San had surmised correctly. The administrative building would close during lunchtime, and it was riddled with surveillance. Unless one could evade the cameras, forcibly breaking in would lead to capture. Rather than sneaking in, it was better to enter with justification. The players had gone to seek Professor Cen for the withdrawal application, and Cen Xun would need to engage with the players using his true self. He temporarily needed to hang back, but the bothersome Zhang San clung to him like a stubborn gum, preventing Cen Xun from switching characters at will. Reluctantly, Cen Xun concocted another excuse to visit the restroom, seizing the chance to halt the puppet-esque body within a stall. Once the puppet strings were withdrawn, the puppet's consciousness would revert to normal, retaining memories from its time under control. However, if Cen Xun did not manipulate the strings and left them in the puppet's body, it would enter a standby state, akin to a game character that remains motionless when not controlled, retaining the player's control indefinitely. Cen Xun left a sliver of perception with Rong Tianchong, in case Zhang San attempted a surprise attack. As consciousness returned, Cen Xun arrived at the predetermined location, awaiting the player's arrival. The proceedings unfolded smoothly. The withdrawal application forms were readily available among the faculty group, and after downloading and forwarding them to the players, Cen Xun concentrated, controlling the puppet in the restroom, to exit. Zhang San stood guard at the door, his glassy eyes scrutinizing him. Did you really need that long for the restroom? Cen Xun brushed past him coldly. You're meddling too much. This was becoming quite a nuisance. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate him swiftly. Cen Xun guided the puppet to the location where the withdrawal applications were being distributed, collected a form, and had just completed filling it out when Shan Wenxiao urged him to lead the way into the administrative building. Cen Xun remained silent. On the contrary, being the first to enter suited him perfectly. He approached the front desk and stated directly, "I wish to withdraw." The receptionist maintained her smiling demeanor. "Student, you wish to process a withdrawal?" Cen Xun replied, "I wish to withdraw." "Are you certain about this? University is an exceptional institution, and since its establishment..." Cen Xun interjected, "I wish to withdraw." "Are you certain? University boasts a distinguished faculty." Cen Xun reiterated, "I wish to withdraw." No matter how the receptionist implored, Cen Xun repeated his phrase, unwavering. Finally, after the fifth repetition, the receptionist stood up with a smile. "Very well. The school respects every decision made by its students. Please follow me." Cen Xun followed the receptionist deeper into the administrative building. Observing that this method was indeed effective, the other players could no longer remain seated and surged into the administrative building en masse, turning the first floor into a sea of bodies. "We all wish to withdraw." Another receptionist struggled to maintain her smile. "The Academic Affairs Office is located on the third floor, room 309. The receptionist led Cen Xun up the stairs. But as they reached the third floor landing, Cen Xun did not follow her inside. Instead, he pivoted and continued upward to the fourth floor. Cen Xun assists the players not out of a sudden surge of benevolence. Silently ascending to the fourth floor, as Cen Xun stood at the staircase landing, he heard the faint call from the front desk below. "Classmate, where have you gone? A good student ought not to roam about the administrative building. Classmate, where have you gone?" The footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell, gradually making their way upward. However, soon a loud commotion erupted from downstairs, abruptly halting the front desk's pursuit. The footsteps hesitated for a moment and then retreated downwards. Cen Xun couldn't help but commend the players in his mind. Yes, that is how to serve as bait. With the front desk's obstruction removed, Cen Xun confidently entered the fourth floor. Every door on this level stood firmly closed. He refrained from recklessly pushing one open and instead sought out an empty conference room, pulling a chair to sit and wait. Moments later, chaos indeed ensued below. On the third floor, the director of the Academic Affairs Office slammed a withdrawal application onto the table, glaring at the students in a room with bloodshot eyes. "You are not students of University. Who are you?" Shan Wenxiao exchanged glances with the players. 5 or 6 of them immediately surged forward, subduing the director. The director struggled, tilting his head back to emit a piercing scream. "You are outsiders. Help! Help!" SECU. The players hastily muffled the director's mouth, yet they were a moment too late. Almost as soon as his mouth was covered, a multitude of footsteps converged towards them, shaking the very ground beneath their feet as if an earthquake had struck. The overwhelming noise stunned the players. How many security personnel were coming? The players stationed in the lobby braced themselves for the first wave of security's assault, while those outside shouted up to the upper floors. "Hurry up! You won't last much longer. Damn it, don't rush me." Shan Wenxiao muttered through gritted teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly inserted a specially crafted USB device into the Academic Affairs Director's computer, anxiously staring at the extinguished screen. 5 seconds later, the darkened screen flickered back to life, automatically logging into the student registration system and beginning to input the records of over 2,000 students. The progress bar slowly ticked to 1. "Why is it so slow? Hurry up!" Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from above, causing the floor to tremble ominously. Shan Wenxiao felt a chill run down his spine. The teachers from upstairs were actually descending. Goodness! Although Shan Wenxiao was in the safest core area, with layers of players providing backup outside, an inexplicable sense of urgency gripped his heart, filling him with unease. His palms began to sweat as he fixed his gaze on the progress bar. In this tense moment, someone suddenly asked, "By the way, where has Rong Tianchong gone?" Wasn't he the first to come in? Zhang San, who had been quietly watching the progress bar, abruptly raised his eyes. Indeed, it dawned on Shan Wenxiao, furrowing his brow, and said, "Where has Rong Tianchong run off to?" Unbeknownst to them, Rong Tianchong, was currently walking above their heads, leisurely turning into the Office of Human Resources. Chapter 14, the clamor and chaos from downstairs seemed to have no effect on the tranquility of the fourth floor. Cen Xun sat boldly in the position of the personnel director, clicking the mouse repeatedly. After a period of exploration, he successfully accessed the back end of a human resources management system. Time was of the essence, and Cen Xun skimmed through the functionalities of various modules. Selecting the file management section, he summoned the files of several department heads in one breath, opening them one by one to swiftly peruse the information on the screen. After a while, his expression became devoid of emotion. He suddenly recalled a critical point. Faculty and staff must obtain the principal's approval to resign. In other words, as long as the principal disagreed, the resignation process could not be completed. His fingers fumbled aimlessly on the mouse, and Cen Xun felt a twinge of irritation. Ultimately, he was at a disadvantage due to not being the principal. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively abandoned further actions, closing the personnel system. Recklessly submitting the resignation paperwork would only provoke the principal, yielding more harm than good. Since directly processing the resignation was unfeasible, he resolved to adhere to the original plan and head to the archive room to retrieve the labor contract. The archive room was adjacent to the personnel office, its door secured by a large lock. Cen Xun inserted a puppet thread into the keyhole, manipulating it by instinct, and the lock clicked open with a resounding thud as it fell to the ground. It was not his superior lock-picking skills that opened the lock, but rather the sharp puppet thread that sliced it open. The puppet thread was now a blue-grade prop, easily severing an ordinary lock, rendering Cen Xun's action superfluous. Staring at the broken lock, Cen Xun fell into silence. How would he restore it later? Never mind. He pushed open the tightly shut door of the archive room and strode inside, immediately beginning to search for faculty files. In the nightmare scenario he had experienced the previous night, Cen Xun had encountered altered faculty members. The only entities capable of contending with him were those ranked at the level of vice dean or higher. Professors, associate professors, lecturers, teaching assistants, and counselors posed no significant threat to him. Thus, he focused on locating the files of faculty members with titles of vice dean and above. The search proceeded smoothly. With each file he discovered, Cen Xun took out a blank slip of paper, employing a paper-to-reality technique to replicate the corresponding documents, before placing the forged files back on the shelf in their original state. Meanwhile, the noise from downstairs grew increasingly intense, the din transforming into alternating screams and curses. Cen Xun could surmise what was occurring. As a professor at H University, he was well aware that the security there was not inept. Upon discovering that they could not subdue the players barehanded, the security personnel would undoubtedly resort to retrieving their defensive equipment. Telescopic batons, high-intensity flashlights, extendable rods, spike clubs, and stun batons. Though these items were not lethally dangerous, they were sufficient to inflict considerable hardship on the players. Cen Xun remained unaffected, continuing his swift search. In addition to the files of vice deans and deans, he did not forget to retrieve his own file. Holding his labor contract in his hands felt far more reassuring. Opening the folder marked with his name, he pulled out the enclosed materials. The first page was his employment application from years ago, adorned with a small photograph of himself. In that image, the young man bore a stern expression, his amber eyes piercing the lens with a chilling intensity akin to a blade unsheathed. The day he had that photo taken, he was in a rather foul mood. Prior to the photo session, an incident had occurred between him and Feng Jihan, leading to several days of arguments. More precisely, it was Cen Xun who had unilaterally inflicted emotional coldness upon Feng Jihan. The reason was straightforward. Feng Jihan had inexplicably insisted on relocating his company to H City. If it were merely a matter of relocation, it could be tolerated, but what truly irked Cen Xun was the drastic alteration in Feng Jihan's working hours. According to Feng Jihan, once the company moved to H City, the business would expand, resulting in an increased workload that would keep him at the office throughout the day and potentially even into the night during busy periods. At that time, Cen Xun could not comprehend why they needed to move when they were not lacking in finances. Feng Jihan insisted that it was absolutely necessary. Yet, whenever Cen Xun pressed for the reasons behind this necessity, Feng Jihan could not provide a satisfactory answer, only stating it was for the company's development. Cen Xun was convinced that Feng Jihan was hiding something from him. Having been together for many years, Cen Xun knew well that Feng Jihan would not endure long separations merely for the sake of profit. What began as a difference in perspectives transformed into an issue of trust, leading to their quarrel. Cen Xun recognized himself as inherently flawed before meeting Feng Jihan. He had lured those with ill intentions into junkyards to be buried alive, and had personally thrown human traffickers into snake pits. The greatest mistake that fate had made was allowing him to survive that village and accompany Feng Jihan out into the world. For a long time afterward, Cen Xun had roamed freely in an orphanage until Feng Jihan came to take him away, keeping a close watch over him and strictly regulating his behavior. Only then did Cen Xun manage to suppress his true nature, donning a veneer of gentleness, refraining from indulging in his violent tendencies in the city. However, when Feng Jihan provoked him, the constraints he imposed would significantly weaken. Cen Xun had always preferred to simplify complex issues. Since he could not bear to confront the person causing the problems, he aimed to eliminate the root of the issue directly. Thus, on the evening of their second day of Cold War, unable to contain his destructive urges, Cen Xun went to Feng Jihan's company building, intending to set ablaze. Yet, he had not anticipated that, just as he doused the structure with gasoline and prepared to ignite it, Feng Jihan, like a diligent officer on patrol, appeared unexpectedly behind him and coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" Caught in the act of preparing mischief, Cen Xun's hand trembled, yet he persisted in his reckless intentions, which infuriated Feng Jihan. That night, Cen Xun was taken back home, where he received a rigorous education on the importance of fire safety through certain methods. That time, Cen Xun had truly clashed with Feng Jihan. After being reprimanded, he remained undeterred and planned to attempt his scheme again the following day. Feng Jihan had a unique approach to restraining Cen Xun. Witnessing his obstinacy, he decided to take decisive action, locking Cen Xun inside the house. It was not until they moved to H City, with matters finally settled, that Cen Xun reluctantly relented, primarily due to having been educated for so many consecutive days, which had become quite unbearable. On the day the photographer arrived for the shoot, Cen Xun had already spent a week in the bedroom of their new home, enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere of desire. This time, Feng Jihan did not assist him in cleansing himself. Instead, he casually grabbed a tool to block the way and personally helped him into his clothes, whispering half in a threat and half in seduction, "Be good, and I'll let you out tomorrow." The photograph was completed under these circumstances. That day, Cen Xun was genuinely displeased. Very displeased. Cen Xun was not keen on revisiting this past, staring expressionlessly at the small photograph for a moment. Just as he was about to return it to the folder, a voice suddenly echoed at the entrance, causing his fingers to twitch reflexively. "What are you doing?" The voice was different, yet the tone remained chillingly familiar. It was as if he had been caught in the act of wrongdoing once again, sending a shiver down Cen Xun's spine, causing him to stiffen instinctively. However, he quickly realized that the person capable of appearing at any moment was not likely to be here now. Slowly, Cen Xun lifted his gaze toward the door. The disheveled youth stood there, his figure silhouetted against the light streaming through the door, rendering his features and expressions somewhat indistinct. He took a step inside, fully entering the dimly lit archive room. "What brings you here alone? What are you searching for?" It was the same person again. Cen Xun lowered his gaze, the inexplicable feeling of trepidation dissipating quickly, replaced by a surge of intense hostility. "It's none of your business," Cen Xun replied coldly, unwilling to feign politeness. He verified the accuracy of the documents in the file, returned the meticulously forged records to their rightful place, pocketed the other files, and strode purposefully towards the exit. He confronted the obstructive youth with a chilling command, "Step aside." The youth remained unmoved, his tall figure imposing before Cen Xun, with a slight furrow of his brow. Cen Xun looked up to meet the youth's gaze. "What do you mean?" The youth replied, "I mean to share information." Cen Xun smiled, but the mirth did not reach his eyes. His unwillingness was evident. "Why should I?" The youth pondered for a moment before responding, "Simply because. I saved you in the auditorium." "Is that truly saving?" "I could have handled them without your help." Cen Xun thought it unnecessary to waste time with this individual. He raised his leg, intending to strike low. To his surprise, the youth seemed to anticipate his move, instinctively blocking him just as he lifted his leg. It was as if he was all too familiar with Cen Xun's tactics. Cen Xun, burdened by the file, opted for a more direct approach and charged forward. This time, the youth was caught off guard by Cen Xun's sudden assault, stumbling back as he reached for the doorframe. In that brief moment, the youth slipped past him like an eel. Reactively, Cen Xun reached out, managing to grasp the fabric of the youth's shirt. Just as he pulled, he heard a tearing sound. The old t-shirt, once dismissed by Cen Xun as rags, was indeed reduced to tatters. A chill ran down Cen Xun's spine as he processed the turn of events, turning to see the youth staring blankly at the torn fabric, equally stunned. "I didn't mean to," he finally muttered. Cen Xun remained silent, still grappling with the situation when the youth executed a swift maneuver, pinning him down expertly. The youth held him firmly, disregarding Cen Xun's struggles, and deftly bound his hands behind his back with a belt. As he tightened the grip, he remarked, "Now it seems intentional." "Damn it," Cen Xun thought, noting the youth's erratic and unsettling demeanor, which was decidedly overbearing. He struggled a couple of times before ceasing his attempts. This was Cen Xun's first time controlling a puppet. Initially, he had struggled to even walk straight, let alone engage in combat with his bodyguard. A feat he knew was impossible. Since Zhang San's appearance, a singular thought had been swirling in Cen Xun's mind. With no one around, it was evidently the perfect moment to eliminate Zhang San. Excellent. Now is the time to strike. Cen Xun lowered his eyelids, appearing compliant under the youth's grip while a slender black and white puppet thread stealthily emerged from his fingertips. "Don't move." The youth, completely oblivious, leaned down to retrieve the file that had fallen to the ground. Chapter 15, the players successfully completed the first step of the plan, striding out of the administrative building with an air of confidence. Cen Xun was equally invigorated. He tossed a USB drive in the air a few times before casually pocketing it, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Zhang San, who had mysteriously appeared, irritation bubbling within him. "Did you really take that long in the restroom?" As he focused on the computer's progress bar, Zhang San suddenly complained of a stomach ache and promptly climbed out the window. At that moment, Cen Xun was too preoccupied to pursue the matter. Now, observing the family-appointed bodyguard meant to protect him, he found everything about him utterly displeasing. It was perplexing why his father had such high hopes for him. Moreover, as a bodyguard, shouldn't the foremost duty be to safeguard the employer? Yet, this Zhang San, with a mere excuse of stomachache, had the audacity to leave, returning only after Cen Xun had finished. Did he even regard his employer's safety as a priority? Truly incompetent. Cen Xun lifted his chin, suppressing his anger as he coldly declared, "You need not return next time. You are dismissed effective immediately." Zhang San, initially appearing distracted, finally reacted, slowly raising his gaze to meet Cen Xun's. Perhaps he feared for his position. Cen Xun envisioned the scene of the man groveling before him, his lips curving into a sinister smirk. But to his astonishment, Zhang San merely nodded, offering no further words, and turned to leave, his back exuding an air of relief and ease akin to a worker clocking out early. "Very well, then I shall take my leave." Cen Xun. "Wait, you're actually leaving." His expression soured, and he contemplated calling Zhang San back to berate him, seeking to salvage a shred of dignity. Unfortunately, Zhang San moved too swiftly, departing without a backward glance, as if he had resolved to sever ties, disappearing into the throng in an instant. Cen Xun had never encountered such a person. His previously buoyant mood plummeted, and just then, an obsequious lackey approached, oblivious to the tension, and ingratiatingly inquired, "Young Master Cen, what should we do next?" Irritated by the foolish question, Cen Xun's tone turned harsh. "Can't you think for yourself? All we need to do next is fill out a questionnaire, which means we should log off and return later." The lackey, taken aback by the sudden reprimand, struggled to maintain his ingratiating smile. Pardon me, I was so flustered that I couldn't think straight." "You remain remarkably composed under pressure, young Master Cen," Cen Xun scoffed. He had grown weary of such flattery. Dismissing the lackey, he opened the system panel to prepare for logging off. Others evidently shared his intent, as the questionnaire would not be distributed until after the afternoon faculty meeting. Only a fool would linger. Most players planned to log back in post 3 o'clock. Cen Xun's mind wandered to thoughts of lunch when suddenly, a scream nearby jolted him back to reality. What on earth? Cen Xun glared at the lackey, his voice laden with impending storm. This time, the lackey did not immediately apologize. Instead, he stared at the system panel, seemingly witnessing something unfathomably terrifying. His fingers anxiously jabbing at the screen, his complexion gradually draining of color. Are you seeing ghosts? What are you panicking about? Why, young Master Cen? The lackey turned pale, his face contorted in distress. My exit button seems to have vanished. What? Cen Xun's eyes widened in disbelief, retorting without a second thought. Impossible. You must be mistaken. Indeed, the lackey insisted urgently. I distinctly remember the exit button was in the bottom right corner, red in color. How could I be wrong? It has truly disappeared. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, the lackey looked expectantly at Cen Xun. Young Master Cen, check your system panel. Perhaps my system updated. And the exit button has been relocated? Their commotion quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Upon hearing the lackey's claim, many dismissed it. For this was a game. How could there possibly be no exit key? Cen Xun shared the same sentiment. Thus he disdainfully kicked the lackey aside, muttering in contempt. I thought it was something serious. It's just a minor bug. Is it really worth your fuss? He opened his own system panel, surrounded by thoughtless individuals. He could no longer tolerate it. With a dismissive tap, he anticipated the familiar dizzying sensation, but it never came. Cen Xun opened his eyes to find himself still amidst the familiar University scenery. Cen Xun stared in disbelief at his system panel. On the black main page, the blood-red exit button had inexplicably vanished. How could this be? Cen Xun froze momentarily, his eyes wide as he frantically searched the system panel. Yet no matter how he looked, the exit key was nowhere to be found. Initially, others had laughed. But as they noticed Cen Xun's unusual expression, their laughter faded, replaced by a dawning sense of unease. Cen Xun of the Qin family stepped forward. Frowning as he quietly inquired, Xun, what is happening? Cen Xun abruptly lifted his gaze, gripping Cen Xun's arm tightly, urgently imploring, quickly check your system panel. See if your exit key is still there. Realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone hastily summoned their panels. To their shock, they discovered that every single one of them had lost their exit keys. Impossible, this must be a bug. I'll contact customer service. Calm down, it's just a minor issue. Perhaps too many users logged in at once, causing the server to crash. What a terrible game. How could it allow such a bug? I will certainly lodge a complaint once we exit. While they cursed the game, their hearts remained optimistic, believing they could not truly be trapped inside. Until players found themselves unable to contact customer service, and even the forums were inaccessible. This optimism began to crumble. What the hell is going on? Are we really stuck? Who saw the panel earlier? Does anyone know when the exit key disappeared? I glanced at it while arguing with the security guard, and it was still there then. What is happening? I just want to log off and go home. In the immersive world of the game Nightmare World, players are granted only 3 opportunities to log off each day. If one enters the game 4 times in a single day, they must wait until midnight within the game to log off on the 4th attempt. Even then, the exit button merely grays out rather than vanishing entirely. What could possibly be wrong? Cen Xun bit his lip, his expression shifting between uncertainty and alarm. As his fingers brushed against the USB drive in his pocket, a thought struck him. Someone had mentioned that the exit key was still present during the altercation with the security guard. Yet it mysteriously vanished after they exited the administrative building. What transpired in between? They had forcibly recorded their student profiles in the administrative system of University. Damn it! Suddenly exclaimed, raising his voice in a commanding tone. Silence, everyone. I believe I have discerned the issue. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, casting either doubtful or expectant glances towards him. With a pallid complexion, disregarded the reactions of those around him and strode purposefully in a particular direction. Let's seek out Professor Cen. Upon hearing this, the others were bewildered. The affluent youths were at a loss, instinctively trailing behind him. while Cen Xun furrowed his brow and voiced the collective confusion. Why do we need to find Professor Cen? Could the disappearance of the exit key be linked to him? Pressed his lips together tightly, responding, I am uncertain. I merely wish to verify a hypothesis with him. Some astute players, upon hearing this, gradually began to grasp the underlying implications, surmising that the vanishing exit key might be associated with their academic records. The absent exit key loomed over the players like a dark cloud, extinguishing their jovial spirits, and they fell in line behind, each harboring a foreboding sense of dread. On the shaded avenue, a throng of individuals marched vehemently towards the School of Humanities, causing students in their path to instinctively retreat. As this group passed, the onlookers paused and turned back, their blank expressions momentarily ignited with curiosity. The innate desire for intrigue is embedded in the human spirit, and even the increasingly autonomous NPC students could not evade it. Observing the multitude heading towards the humanities building, several students, succumbing to the bandwagon effect, subconsciously followed suit, eager to uncover the unfolding events. As the players forcefully entered, Professor Cen was in his office meticulously organizing the list of newly enrolled students. Scrolling down the lengthy roster, it seemed to stretch infinitely. The 365 players, having been recorded at H University, had officially become its students. As a member of academia, how could one not choose a favored major? Acting out of a personal inclination, Professor Cen sincerely suggested that the players enroll in the folklore studies program. Under his deliberate guidance, the players became ensnared in his web of persuasion, believing the rumors he disseminated, and ultimately resolved to study folklore. Thus, in a single day, Professor Cen's class saw an influx of 365 new students. The Academic Affairs Office delivered this list into his hands, allowing him to effortlessly acquire all pertinent information regarding these players. His inorganic amber eyes reflected the flickering names on the screen, their lowered lashes accentuating an air of cold detachment, impervious to the commotion of the players bursting through the door. The sound of furious footsteps echoed from the entrance. Yet Professor Cen merely lifted his gaze momentarily, maintaining his composed demeanor as he swiftly exited the roster page. Is there something amiss? Professor Cen, we have a question for you. Approached the desk with an unfriendly expression, slamming his palm onto the surface, barely suppressing his fury. Why is it that we cannot return home since our enrollment? Is this related to the principal? Maintaining an upright posture, Professor Cen interlocked his fingers and surveyed the room filled to capacity with players, then turned his gaze to the irate, tilting his head slightly as a hint of confusion graced his features. The semester has yet to conclude. Why the urgency to return home? Chapter 16. Cen Xun surveyed the room, yet he could not locate the player whose heart voice was so uniquely distinctive. Who could it be? Why was only his heart voice so different? Cen Xun listened intently for a moment, but heard no further trace of that peculiar heart voice. He paused, picked up the pen that had fallen on the table, and tightened his grip, holding it firmly in his palm. Fortunately, the players ensnared in their anxious discussions remained oblivious to his fleeting moment of unease. After a brief discussion in the office, they concluded that the space was too cramped and decided to move elsewhere. Cen Xun arranged the next meeting time and place with the players, watching as they noisily filed out of his office. The players, lacking the virtue of closing the door behind them, prompted Cen Xun to sigh softly. He rose and walked over, reaching out to close the door. With a click, the office door shut completely, and with it came a 3D surround sound hard voice. Finally, they are gone. They don't even know how to close the door. So impolite. And there was again that voice. Cen Xun turned around, scanning the empty office, squinting slightly. Since the players had left, from where was this voice emanating? His gaze finally landed on the ajar window. He sauntered over, raised his hand as if to close the window, but halfway through, he feigned emotion and instead pushed a potted plant off the sill. The anticipated sound of shattering pottery did not occur. Instead, the heart voice erupted once more in Cen Xun's ear. Who throws objects from height? Such a lack of manners. The fallen pot was caught by a hand and carefully placed back on the windowsill. Cen Xun, expressionless, crossed his arms and watched as a disheveled head peeked over the edge of the windowsill. Their eyes met, and silence lingered between them. Oh, it's just teacher Cen. That is all right then. His manners have always been lacking, the youth remarked. Cen Xun. He tugged at the corner of his lips, his eyelids drooping as he fixed a humorless stare on the young man, his tone grave. Young man, are you lurking outside the teacher's window with ill intentions? No, I didn't mean anything, the youth replied, gazing up with his glass-like eyes at Cen Xun. Teacher Cen, you misunderstand. I didn't intend to hide outside the window. So it was intentional? The youth surprisingly admitted it and earnestly explained his motives. You see, I have a penchant for beauty. Long ago, I was captivated by teacher Cen's charm, and to admire you up close, I resorted to this tactic. Cen Xun chuckled, leaning against the windowsill, looking down at him. You are quite bold, my dear student. I admire your courage. However, I regret to inform you that I am already married. With that, he casually twirled the silver ring on his ring finger, nonchalantly adding, moreover, I do not engage in teacher-student romances. The youth's throat bobbed, momentarily speechless, staring intently at him. His gaze first slipped over the silver ring encircling Cen Xun's finger, then traveled upward, revealing the elegant lines of his forearm as his shirt sleeve rolled up. The blue veins visible beneath the fair skin, reminiscent of delicate petal veins, strikingly alluring. Cen Xun was undeniably handsome, a dangerously captivating beauty. His dark hair curled slightly at the ends, his striking brows and eyes partially obscured by stray locks. His porcelain skin and crimson lips creating a vivid contrast that accentuated his chiseled features. At that moment, those exquisitely shaped eyes were focused intently on the youth. Their amber hue, typically warm, transformed into a chilling frost as sunlight caught them. An icy beauty, with a heart as cold as a serpent's fawn. Though the atmosphere appeared tranquil, the youth was acutely aware that Cen Xun had already harbored murderous intent towards him. If he did not quickly prove his worth, he might soon face a brutal blow. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the youth swiftly shifted tactics, stating earnestly, All right, I was just joking. In truth, I came to tell you something. Teacher Cen Xun restrained the puppet strings poised at his fingertips, intrigued. Oh, what is it? I heard that teacher Cen wishes to reclaim the principal's position, the youth said, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face. I might have a way to assist you. Cen Xun scrutinized him with skepticism. Just you? Indeed, just me, the youth affirmed. But it won't hurt to listen. There is no loss in hearing me out. Cen Xun pondered for a moment, ultimately pushing the window open fully, stating coolly, Come up. The youth nimbly climbed onto the windowsill, but as he landed, a sudden gust of force struck him, and pain exploded across his face. He was caught off guard and toppled to the ground. Dazed and struggling to rise, he felt a powerful force from behind, followed by something tightening around his neck, inducing a fierce sensation of suffocation. Forced to tilt his head back, he grasped the tie wrapped around his neck with both hands. Gasping for air, Student Zhang, Cen Xun's chilling voice came from behind him. Before you assist me, can you first explain why your name does not appear on the enrollment list? The youth's pupils constricted, fingers tightening around the tie as he struggled to speak. The principal made a pact with the evil god. You wish to replace the principal, unless... While he did not immediately clarify the enrollment list matter, he struck a more sensitive chord with Cen Xun. Cen Xun perched atop his back, narrowing his eyes. Finally relenting and easing his grip, continue. The youth gasped for breath for a moment before continuing in a raspy voice. If what you say is true, and the principal has been tempted by the evil god, choosing to transform H University into a sacrificial altar as a price for a wish to the evil god, then there must be some form of contract between them. Cen Xun, still holding the tie around his neck, questioned with an ambiguous expression. Contract? Yes, a contract. The youth coughed, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. Without rules, there can be no order. Without systems, there can be no structure. This principle applies to humans as well as to the bizarre. Even the evil god must adhere to rules, completing transactions in the form of contracts. Cen Xun pressed. So what are you trying to say? The contract will specify the trading parties involved with the evil god, the youth sighed. If you wish to replace the principal, you must change the trading party on the contract to yourself. Otherwise, even killing the principal will be futile. Cen Xun tightened the tie around his neck, lowering his voice dangerously. Is that so? But how do you know so much about the trading process? Because the youth chuckled softly, his voice nearly a whisper. I have also made a transaction with a deity. Cen Xun asked coolly, is that so? What transaction? I cannot disclose that. The youth replied helplessly. Teacher Cen, I have experience. I can lead you to the contract. Just spare me. Cen Xun replied cryptically, but you are not trustworthy at all. How do I know you won't turn against me? I wouldn't dare. His tone was pitiful, prompting Cen Xun to scoff, releasing his grip on the tie, standing to look down at him. You had better truly not dare. The youth sat up, rubbing his bruised neck, letting out a soft hiss. So fierce. Cen Xun, unfazed by his pained heart voice, resumed his seat with an impassive expression, stating indifferently, come here. The young man promptly approached his desk, lowering his head to gaze at him, his tousled hair becoming increasingly unkempt. Cen Xun relaxed against the back of his chair, closing his eyes as he inquired, where is the contract located, and how can it be amended? The young man replied candidly, the contracts are divided into pre-transaction and post-transaction agreements. You can modify the post-transaction contract, which will appear at the conclusion of the deal. To amend it, one must exploit the loopholes in the transaction regulations. Cen Xun questioned, why can't we change the pre-transaction contract? The pre-transaction contract essentially outlines the obligations agreed upon by both parties. It stipulates what actions must be taken by humans in exchange for the benefits bestowed by the malevolent deity. The young man casually elaborated, his gaze wandering across the desk. It's akin to playing a game. Before you start, you agree to the game's terms and sign your name. The game promises that upon completion, you will receive a reward, perhaps a principal position. As you diligently play, nearing the finish line, an unscrupulous individual suddenly appears, striking you down and seizing your control. When you finally complete the game, the reward is presented, but it requires a signature, which is the post-transaction agreement. Generally, few would contest the right to sign, yet fortune has not favored you, as that scoundrel has usurped your signature, altering your name. Consequently, he revels in your place, becoming the new principal. Cen Xun stared at him, his eyes narrowing. Are you mocking me? The young man swiftly denied, I am not. He was fortunate that Cen Xun, at that moment, lacked the inclination to reprimand him. So, the malevolent deity only concerns itself with the reward, indifferent to who fulfills its demands. The young man nodded. To the deity, the identity of the transaction party is inconsequential. What matters is whether the offering is genuinely received. Therefore, Cen Xun, ponder carefully, where would the principal conduct the sacrificial rites? Seemingly casually, the young man rested his hand upon the table. Moreover, it would be prudent to locate the pre-transaction agreement as well. Understanding the rules is a prerequisite for exploiting their loopholes. Cen Xun suddenly reached out, gripping his mug firmly, his gaze icy. What are you attempting to do? Having spoken too much and feeling a bit parched, the young man appeared to suddenly grasp something, apologizing. I forgot you have a husband. If I drink from your cup, he won't be angry, will he? Cen Xun replied slowly and deliberately. Do you wish to die? The young man, eager to avoid confrontation, quickly withdrew his hand. I suddenly have no thirst. Cen Xun found himself laughing in exasperation. He realized that this individual, named Zhang San, was quite adept at taking liberties. Submissive when threatened, he would strike back once he deemed himself safe. If you cannot control your hands and tongue, I shall assist you in severing them, understand? The young man nodded obediently, appearing quite compliant. Yet, Cen Xun discerned the thoughts lingering in his mind, so fierce. I like it. Cen Xun felt a murderous impulse. He was not naive enough to wholly trust Zhang San. This fellow was clearly a sly character, well-versed in the rules of the malevolent deity's transactions. Although this beta test dungeon strictly limited the entry of those with extraordinary abilities, Cen Xun remained suspicious that Zhang San was a high-level ability user. Chapter 17, Cen Xun pressed his fingers against his forehead, still lost in thought when he suddenly heard Zhang San speaking from across the table. By the way, Teacher Cen, could you elaborate on the dream world for me? Zhang San's interruption broke Cen Xun's train of thought. He returned to reality, lowering his gaze and fiddling with the food in his bowl. Is it really that important? Of course it is, Zhang San replied, barely swallowing a piece of carrot. Since I have to enter the dream world tonight, I definitely need to understand situation first. What if I die as soon as I step in? Cen Xun responded calmly. Then you would die. How heartless, teacher. Zhang San sighed for what seemed like the umpteenth time. I have done some research on the eerie domains. If I could understand the circumstances within, I might be able to deduce more clues. Cen Xun finally showed a flicker of interest. What exactly is an eerie domain? It's a realm created by high-level eerie creatures. Supported internally by various rules, Zhang San elaborated. Most of those rules are lethal. Cen Xun rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Why are they all lethal rules? He quickly deduced the reason. Is it to maintain the operation of the eerie domain? Exactly. Zhang San praised him with a glance. Only by continuously capturing humans and feeding on their malice and flesh can eerie creatures gather enough energy to evolve. This dream world of H University should be an undeveloped eerie domain. I only know that the dream world has undergone 15 cycles, and today marks the 16th. Zhang San continued. Since the dreams filled out in the students' questionnaires will transform into corresponding nightmares in the inner world, teacher Cen. Did you try to contradict yourself in the questionnaire during the last cycle? Cen Xun tugged at the corner of his mouth, gazing thoughtfully at him. You seem to know me a bit too well. Under his scrutiny, Zhang San put down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly. I believe this is the telepathy between strong individuals. Cen Xun was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, I did try, but the conditions for success are quite stringent. Stringent in what way? It requires a certain level of credibility and the ability to convince others, Cen Xun explained slowly, wiping his lips with a napkin. The more people believe, the better. Zhang San suddenly seemed to grasp something, implying, no wonder. The reason you deceive others into believing you are the principal is precisely this. Once you enter the dream world, over 2,000 new students will believe you are the true principal. He clapped for Cen Xun. Then you could take on the identity of the principal and stand against the real one. Cen Xun smiled slightly. You're quite clever, but those who are too clever usually don't live long. Zhang San shook his head. That won't do. I want to live a little longer. Cen Xun replied coldly. Then think less and act more. Zhang San nodded obediently, then shifted the topic. Teacher, is there anything you don't understand? You can ask me. Cen Xun retorted. Are you the teacher, or am I? After a moment of silence, Cen Xun inquired, why must there be so many cycles? If the goal is to extract fear and flesh from the students, one cycle should suffice. Zhang San chuckled. Because the energy generated from one cycle is far from enough to satisfy the appetite of the evil god. He continued, it repeats until the last bit of remaining value from students is drained. Zhang San commented, this evil god is quite greedy. It's clearly a bad evil god. Can evil gods be good? There are some, Zhang San said leisurely while peeling shrimp. I've seen one. Cen Xun fell silent, sinking into thought. He finally understood the reason behind the evil god's creation of cycles. If the purpose of creating nightmares is to acquire more power, then those nightmares that can be converted into points might be the embodiment of that power. In other words, his act of vanquishing nightmare creatures is essentially a competition for energy against the evil god, given that accumulating those points would indeed elevate his unique status. Well, that seems reasonable, but then a question arose. If Cen Xun were to seize all the power, even if he ultimately did not acquire the principal's identity, wouldn't he still surpass the principal? Cen Xun posed this question to Zhang San, who pondered seriously before offering an answer. Theoretically, yes. You might possess power comparable to the principal's, but this eerie domain may not necessarily fall into your hands. How so? This involves the issue of inheritance. Zhang San explained earnestly. This eerie domain was created by the evil god, and the primary right of inheritance belongs to the principal. If you do not alter the contract, even if the principal becomes a weakling, the right of inheritance for the eerie domain remains with them. As an outsider, you will be forcibly rejected by the eerie domain. At that point, you could create your own eerie domain. Zhang San placed the peeled shrimp into Cen Xun's plate. But if you can take advantage of it, then you should. A splendid eerie domain should not be missed. So in the end, it still comes back to that question, how to alter the contract. Cen Xun picked up an unused soup spoon and casually pushed the shrimp meat out of his plate, saying softly, I understand now. Zhang San, Watching the shrimp he had pushed away, instinctively remarked, "If it were your husband." The unfinished words were abruptly cut off when Zhang San saw Cen Xun pick up a pair of chopsticks. Both harbored their own thoughts, and the rest of the meal concluded in silence. After finishing their meal, the time was 1:08 p.m. The Academic Affairs Office began work at 1 o'clock, and Cen Xun escorted Zhang San there under the pretense of helping a student withdraw. Upon arriving at the office, he directly used puppet strings to control the head of the Academic Affairs Office, forcibly enrolling Zhang San in the school records. Exiting the Academic Affairs Office, Zhang San sighed softly. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. "Teacher Cen, you have shown me what it means to be outdone by others." Cen Xun found him annoying. "Be quiet." Zhang San suddenly halted his steps. "Teacher Cen, don't you have a meeting at 1:30 this afternoon?" Cen Xun shot him a cold glance, curious about what he was up to. "Yes, why?" Zhang San replied sincerely, "Based on my experience, disrupting the rules of the eerie domain will not end well. I suggest you attend." "And you?" Cen Xun asked. "The principal is having a meeting. I just happened to take this opportunity to search for clues in the principal's office." Cen Xun did not hesitate to refuse. "You're not allowed to go. You wait for me outside the auditorium." It was absurd. Zhang San clearly had ulterior motives. What if Zhang San found clues before him and didn't he share them? If one were to go, they should go together. Cen Xun's suspicious nature did not allow him to place his trust in someone he had known for less than a day. Cen Xun directly locked Zhang San in a small room near the auditorium and secured the door. Through the door, Zhang San's tone was filled with resignation. "Is there really a need to go this far? Teacher Cen? There should be more trust between people." Cen Xun kicked the door. "If I come back and find you gone, you're finished." Inside, Zhang San responded dully, seemingly amused. "All right." Cen Xun then confidently proceeded to attend the 16th faculty meeting. The content of this meeting mirrored that of the previous 15, the sole distinction being that from the moment he entered, all eyes in attendance were fixated upon Cen Xun, glaring at him with the same ferocity as before. Countless peculiar gazes encircled Cen Xun, remaining unbroken until the conclusion of the meeting. Yet, since mere glances cannot inflict harm, Cen Xun was indifferent to this shift, ostensibly listening to the proceedings while his mind wandered to another matter. Last night, in the realm of dreams, Cen Xun had assured his students that he would find a way to secure some means of survival for them. Yet the question of how to accomplish this loomed large. The promise was not born of altruism, but rather from the students' swift demise, which hindered Cen Xun's progression in the dream world due to insufficient numbers. Cen Xun stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should gather all the students and instruct them to fill out survival regulations in the other suggestions section. No, that would be too time-consuming and demanding. It was improbable that every student would comply. Was there a simpler approach? Ideally, one that could directly reach each student. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Cen Xun's mind. Indeed, if the school's survey information could be sent directly to each student's mobile phone, he could simply alter the survey data, thus addressing the issue at its root. Which department disseminated the survey? His gaze shifted to the director of the administrative office. Found it. The director felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, momentarily stilled by Cen Xun's fierce stare. After the meeting adjourned, Cen Xun trailed behind the director as he leisurely exited the auditorium. Passing by the principal, Cen Xun noticed that the principal appeared even more gaunt, his suit now ill-fitting. And perhaps it was merely Cen Xun's imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the principal's black suit seemed tinged with a hint of dark crimson. The principal, with eyes as sharp and cold as a hawk, scrutinized Cen Xun. Yet, perhaps bound by the constraints of protocol, he refrained from taking action. As Cen Xun walked away from the auditorium, an unsettling chill coursed through him. Although the principal had not acted, Cen Xun sensed that this restraint would not last indefinitely. The principal's inaction was merely a matter of timing. "I must grow stronger swiftly," Cen Xun resolved impassively. On the way back to the administrative office, Cen Xun used puppet threads to control the director, compelling him to add a few additional lines to the survey information. Once the series of tasks was complete, Cen Xun leisurely made his way back, releasing Zhang San from the small dark room. He checked the marks he had previously left, confirming that Zhang Cen had not fled, and felt satisfied. Zhang San remarked, "If we miss this opportunity, the principal will return to his office. How will we find clues then?" Cen Xun retrieved his phone, accessed the player group established just that noon, tapped a few times on the screen, and replied calmly, "ISNT, their ready-made labor available?" He edited the message and clicked send. With a command, assistance arrived from all directions. Zhang San responded, "What is this? How the players become your personal minions, to be summoned at your whim?" Cen Xun instructed the players to obstruct the principal's path while he and Zhang San proceeded to the sundial tower, where the principal's office was located. Chapter 18. The reason was simple. The principal's office was drenched in blood. A glance revealed a sea of crimson, where coagulated blood intertwined to form sinister lines, crafting an indescribable, ineffable pattern. The vivid scarlet sprawled across the entire floor area, creeping up the walls and reaching the ceiling. In the dim light, the entire scene appeared as a writhing cavity, dazzling and disorienting. It was all too eerie, too revolting, inciting a splitting headache at a mere glance. Prolonged exposure induced a disorienting haze of consciousness. Cen Xun struggled to avert his gaze. What was that? Zhang San, evidently also affected by the unknown malevolence, covered one eye and murmured, "It's a ritual to summon a dark deity, requiring special totems to be drawn in blood, with flesh offered as sacrifice." At that moment, Cen Xun finally comprehended why Principal Hong had dwindled to such a skeletal figure. The principal was indeed using his own blood and flesh to nourish the dark god. Confronting the bizarre for the first time, Cen Xun's head throbbed, his rationality nearly slipping away. Yet, Zhang San seemed to accept the situation with remarkable composure, quickly regaining his bearings and analyzing their predicament with clarity. This was evidently the principal's summoning ground. Zhang San, producing a pack of tissues from somewhere, wiped his face and remarked seriously, "The contract for the transaction should be here." Cen Xun's temples throbbed. He pressed his hand against them. "Are we going to proceed directly?" "No. The contamination here is too severe. Diving in headfirst will lead to mental pollution." Zhang San crumpled the blood-stained tissue and casually stuffed it back into his pocket, then retrieved a pair of sunglasses from somewhere. Smirking, "I have just one item to resist pollution. Wait for me here. I will go down and search for the contract." Cen Xun remained non-committal, watching as Zhang San descended the final step. He then expressionlessly pulled a notepad from his pocket, folded it a few times, and transformed it into a pair of sunglasses using his paper manipulation skill. Attempting to get ahead in the search for clues? Dream on. Who among them lacked props? As Zhang San rummaged through the principal's desk, Cen Xun caught sight of a pair of snow-white hands out of the corner of his eye. Even with the special sunglasses obscuring his vision, the stark whiteness was too conspicuous. His eyelid twitched, and he turned to see Cen Xun wearing the same sunglasses, unceremoniously pouring the contents of a document bag onto the floor. Zhang San sighed lightly, his tone tinged with either resignation or mockery. "Teacher Cen, has anyone ever mentioned that your competitive spirit is quite strong?" Cen Xun did not even raise an eyelid. "Those who have said so are dead." Zhang San fell silent, focusing intently on his search. After thoroughly searching the desk and its drawers, they found only ordinary documents and some frenzied notebooks filled with the word kill inscribed in blood. Realizing there were no other clues within the desk, they turned to search elsewhere. Zhang San lifted the carpet, knocking on the floorboards and listening intently for hollow spots. Cen Xun perused the entire collection on the bookshelves, leaving no wall-hung banners untouched. At that moment, Cen Xun's phone began to vibrate violently in his pocket. Frowning slightly, he quickly retrieved it, illuminating the screen to find the player group flooded with messages. "Ah, the principal has suddenly gone berserk. It seems he has headed to the principal's office. Teacher Cen, are you still in there? Get out now. What the hell did you do, Teacher Cen? Why has the principal turned into a monster? Images, we can't stop him. He looks emaciated, but with one hand, he can overturn a dozen people. Teacher Cen, run. He is coming straight for you. Oh my God." The principal is on all fours, sprinting like a rabid dog towards the office. Is the principal still human? Has he transformed into a monster? Teacher Cen, did you see the messages? Urgent. The principal is already at the Mutsong building. Run, run. The scent of blood in the air grew more pungent, and Cen Xun realized the gravity of the situation. He decisively pulled Zhang San and dashed towards the clock tower. "Let us go." Zhang San obediently followed, and they sprinted up the spiral staircase leading to the attic. Just as they reached the final step, a tremendous sound of a door being smashed echoed from below, followed by a beast-like roar of fury. The spiral staircase trembled violently, as if someone were racing up with furious strides. The principal's speed was alarmingly fast. As they leapt from the top floor, Cen Xun caught sight of the principal, contorted and snarling, lunging towards them at the doorway. There was no time left. Cen Xun quickly realized this fact. The principal's office was on the 18th floor, meaning that even in free fall, they would need a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds was ample time for the principal to catch up to them along the rope or sever it, sending them plummeting to their demise. Before Cen Xun could utter a word, he felt a tightening around his waist as Zhang San's cool voice came from above. "Hold tight." Without waiting for a response, Zhang San kicked off the wall, swinging outward, and with the force of their descent, shattered a window on the 6th floor. With a shattering of glass, they tumbled to the ground, accompanied by a segment of severed rope. Zhang San quickly rolled to his feet, disregarding the glass shards on his body, and turned to check on Cen Xun. Cen Xun's expression was equally grave. He inhaled deeply, detecting that the metallic stench had not dissipated but intensified. He swiftly deduced the unfolding events and said gravely, "Yes, coming down." Zhang San succinctly replied, "Hide." The 6th floor primarily housed conference rooms. At this hour, there were no meetings and the publicity department was eerily silent. The corridor was dimly lit, familiar with the administrative building. Cen Xun hesitated little and chose a small conference room to conceal themselves. "Why here?" Zhang San pressed against the door, whispering. Cen Xun did not respond, instead focusing intently on the sounds outside. Crash, creak, indistinct noises echoed from beyond the door, akin to someone shattering the remaining glass and then crushing the shards underfoot. An unknown creature was approaching their small room, its voice resonating in the hollow corridor. A dissonant blend of cries and laughter, hoarse as if countless souls were lamenting, twisted like the screams of hellish fiends, rendering its true voice nearly unrecognizable. "Intruder. I will. Kill. The intruder. Kill. Kill, kill, kill." The source of the voice drew closer to their room. Zhang San braced against the door, silently asking Cen Xun what to do. Cen Xun cast him a glance, calm and composed, showing no signs of action. Zhang San felt urgency surge within him, daringly poking Cen Xun's waist and abdomen, frantically signaling with his eyes. Cen Xun's expression grew cold. He closed his eyes and grasped Zhang San's prodding finger, bending it backward. A sharp crack echoed, and Zhang San winced in compliance. Meanwhile, the murderous presence outside continued to close in. With the creature's approach, an intangible sense of oppression enveloped the two, intensifying with each step it took closer. The very air within the room seemed to be suffocated, rendering their breaths increasingly labored, and beads of sweat formed upon both their foreheads. Shadows seeped through the crack beneath the door, morphing into slender, sinuous tendrils that surged forth like a tide. They had found the intruder. The creature stood outside their door, proclaiming its presence. Zhang San instinctively pulled Cen Xun behind him, oblivious to the peculiar gaze Cen Xun cast upon him, fixated on the precarious door panel. The black, sinuous tendrils, reeking of a foul odor, invaded the crevice of the door, inching toward Zhang San's toes on the verge of contact, when suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared. The tendrils reaching for Zhang San faltered momentarily, then rapidly receded. "Intruder." The furious voice swiftly retreated, taking with it the oppressive force that had filled the air. The atmosphere in the dimly lit conference room began to circulate once more, and Zhang San leaned against the door panel, listening intently for a moment before exhaling in relief. "It's gone." Cen Xun remained silent, staring at his fingertips. A puppet thread was retracting rapidly through the window's gap, quietly disappearing into the pad of his index finger. At this moment, Zhang San turned to him abruptly and asked, "How did you know the alarm would sound?" Cen Xun stepped outside, responding, "Just lucky." "If that's the case, then our luck is rather extraordinary." Zhang San followed him out, kicking a shard of glass on the ground, his words laden with meaning. A second later, and we would have perished together. Cen Xun silently scoffed. It was certainly not mere luck. In fact, the reason Cen Xun chose to hide in this conference room was precisely because its window faced the third-floor office below, which housed the security department of H University. The window was small, providing only ventilation, allowing no escape for a person, yet the puppet thread could slip through. Just before the principal entered, Cen Xun had activated the alarm at the security department using the puppet thread. This alarm was only triggered during emergencies at the school. One must consider which was of greater importance to the principal: two intruders or a crisis affecting the entire institution. As Cen Xun had anticipated, the alarm diverted the principal, who chose to temporarily overlook them in favor of addressing the more pressing crisis at hand. The two of them made their way from the dim corridor to a sunlit window, finally able to discern the wounds upon each other's bodies. In the heat of the moment, they had paid little heed to their injuries, but the fall into the glass shards had left its mark. The shards were indiscriminate, inflicting varying degrees of cuts upon both. Zhang San fared better. His combat suit was made of a special material, leaving only shallow scratches on his exposed face and neck, with the most significant injury being a wound on his palm. Cen Xun, however, fared worse. Lacking Zhang San's experience, he had sustained considerable injuries despite Zhang San's protection, his improper landing contributing to his plight. Zhang San scrutinized Cen Xun, hesitating as he contemplated lifting his shirt for a closer examination, wary of provoking a reaction. Ultimately, he maintained a composed demeanor, brow furrowed, and said, "Let us get out of here first." They swiftly exited the administrative building, proceeding to H University's infirmary. Upon entering the infirmary, Zhang San adeptly searched for tweezers, hydrogen peroxide, and other supplies. When he returned with a tray, he discovered Cen Xun seated on the examination bed, biting the corner of his shirt while pouring hydrogen peroxide directly onto the wound on his abdomen, his expression unwavering, seemingly impervious to pain. Chapter 19. At this very moment, all students of H University, including the players, received the same message from the administration office. Administration office, dear students, to collaboratively foster a beautiful campus, implement the 3 grabs policy, enhance faculty strength, and elevate student satisfaction, we sincerely invite you to complete the survey. We eagerly await your participation. Up to this point, everything seemed quite normal. However, the following statements were anything but typical to fulfill upper-level requirements. Students must include the following content in the survey under the Other Suggestions section. 1. Students of H University are exceptionally talented individuals, capable of turning dreams into reality. No matter the adversity faced, they shall navigate through challenges, drawing strength from their courage to combat nightmares. 2. Teachers bear the responsibility of assisting students. If a student encounters danger, teachers must promptly extend their aid. Outstanding teachers should have a distinct advantage during evaluations, while negligent teachers ought to be dismissed. 3. The school must provide a stable learning environment for students. Should a student be harmed on campus, it is deemed a fault of the institution, and the principal should bear joint responsibility, experiencing penalties equivalent to those suffered by the student. 4. Please remember, the aforementioned regulations may indeed be true. 5. Do not trust the principal. Do not trust the principal. Do not trust the principal. Note, this survey is real name-based. Failure to comply with the requirements will result in personal accountability and a deduction of 10 academic credits as punishment. After reading this message, all students were left in stunned silence. All players were equally perplexed, questioning whether the administration had lost its mind to openly threaten students with academic credits via text message. And what are these additional clauses? What were they thinking? Players were utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Someone in the group asked Cen Xun, who had been uncharacteristically silent, and to everyone's surprise, Cen Xun quickly replied, "Yes, I suggested that the administration add this content. The nightmare world is exceedingly perilous, and these added provisions serve to safeguard student safety." Instantly, the group chat buzzed with activity. An arrogant voice chimed in. "How can these regulations protect students, teacher? I don't understand." Professor Cen replied, "It's difficult to explain clearly now. Once you enter the nightmare world, you will comprehend." Another student asked, "Teacher, I am about to fill out the survey. How should I complete the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions?" Yet another queried, "Teacher, I noticed there is an option to withdraw from school. If I select that, can I go home?" Professor Cen cautioned, "I advise you to be careful in your selections. I cannot guarantee that students who withdraw will return home safely." One student exclaimed, "Professor Cen, please don't tell ghost stories. I'm frightened." Professor Cen replied, "Aside from the withdrawal option, you may select any choice for the multiple choice questions. As for the fill in the blank, I suggest you write down dreams that are less likely to lead to misfortune." A voice inquired, "Teacher, what constitutes a dream that is unlikely to encounter mishaps?" In the infirmary, Cen Xun sat on the hospital bed, massaging his temples as he responded, "I know a student whose dream at University is to watch a meteor shower with him again." And then, suddenly, a hand reached out from beside him, its heat brushing against Cen Xun's exposed lower back. Startled, Cen Xun's hand trembled, causing the unfinished message to be sent. The group chat erupted with a flurry of question marks and exclamations as players began to brainstorm. "Professor Cen, what happened next? Did she turn into a meteor shower herself? Did she really watch the meteor shower with a friend?" Cen Xun whirled around, gripping Zhang San's wrist with such force it nearly crushed his bone. "What are you doing?" Zhang San feigned innocence. "I saw blood there and thought there might be glass, so I wanted to check." Cen Xun's demeanor was icy, his tone as sharp as a winter gust. "Did I permit you to touch?" Okay, I was wrong." Zhang San raised his other hand in surrender, softening his tone. "Please loosen your grip, teacher. It hurts." Cen Xun released his hand, momentarily suppressing his ire, and returned to typing. To Cen Xun's surprise, instead of retreating, Zhang San inched closer, leaning over to whisper in his ear, "However, Teacher Cen, is there something peculiar about your body? Just a touch, and you tremble. How can you be so sensitive?" Cen Xun halted his typing, turning to regard Zhang San with an unreadable expression, refraining from immediate anger. Seizing the moment, Zhang San, emboldened, continued to provoke. "Have you been touched too many times by your husband, causing you to become this way?" Cen Xun maintained his stoic gaze, emotions obscured in his eyes. Zhang San, emboldened, grinned, pushing further. "What are you looking at? Does Teacher Cen wish to be touched again?" This time, Cen Xun finally reacted. Tilting his head, his dark, curly hair cascading over his shoulder, he suddenly smiled. Not the smile of anger, but one of knowing arrogance. Zhang San, momentarily entranced by this smile, became dazed. Before he could regain his composure, Cen Xun spoke slowly. "Are you attempting to provoke me, seeking a chance to escape?" Zhang San was momentarily speechless. "Unfortunately for you, I shall not grant you this opportunity." Cen Xun stood, looking down at Zhang San on the hospital bed, his expression inscrutable. "Since you are so disobedient, I will teach you a lesson." Zhang San swallowed hard, pulling a pillow from the bed to shield himself. "Teacher, let us talk this over, before demanding respect from others. Consider your own behavior." Cen Xun retrieved a slender iron chain from his suit pants, lowering his gaze to Zhang San, his tone dark. "Have you spoken respectfully to your teacher?" "Wait, Zhang San collapsed onto the bed, tightly gripping the chain around his neck, watching helplessly as Cen Xun clicked the lock shut, securing the other end to the foot of the bed. Cen Xun delivered a swift kick to Zhang San, causing the pillow shielding his abdomen to slip away, revealing the change below. Casting a glance at that area, Cen Xun smirked, half mocking, "Student Zhang, your preferences are quite unique." Zhang San adjusted the chain around his neck, barely managing to create a space to breathe, sitting up on the bed without a hint of embarrassment. "Teacher, do you know why I chose the name Zhang San?" Cen Xun sat on another hospital bed, not lifting his head, coldly retorting, "Be silent." Zhang San casually rested his hand on his knee, smiling at Cen Xun. "In our circles, Zhang San is a notorious outlaw, having committed every imaginable crime." Cen Xun replied, "And so, I came to University to commit some unlawful acts myself." Zhang San tugged at the chain binding him, his gaze roaming over Cen Xun, his smile now tinged with an unnameable danger. "Teacher Cen, you should be cautious. Do not let me escape." Cen Xun sent the completed message, remaining indifferent. "Is that so? Then let us await the outcome." Professor Cen. Then a meteor shower truly fell, and at precisely midnight, H University met its demise amidst a grand meteor shower. At 5 in the evening, as the weary employees began to leave work, discussions within the Nightmare Forum intensified. Currently, the most frequently asked question among players was why the batch of players who entered the game earlier had yet to emerge and share their experiences. Does anyone know what's happening inside H University? I just got off work, and I thought I would find someone sharing strategies as soon as I opened the forum. Instead, the forum is filled with those waiting for guides. We're the players who entered the game. Not a single one has come out. 1L, original poster, seriously. Does anyone have specific information? 2L, I don't know. I'm waiting too, but there's not a soul. Is it possible that everyone is being so discreet? If they found something valuable, why not share it? 3L, you might be onto something. Perhaps they've discovered a crucial clue and plan to keep it to themselves, banding together to hoard it. 4L, ugh, stop it. I truly regret not taking a day off to play the game. After over 100 exchanges of grievances, a new message arrived. 125L. What the hell? Did you see any other threads? Someone mentioned that it's currently impossible to log into the game, and they're reporting it to the officials. 126L. Could it be that Nightmare World has a bug? That's inconceivable. 127L. Everyone, I suddenly have a dreadful thought. If players outside can't log in, does that mean those inside can't exit? 128L. I admit that this ghost story has frightened me. No way. Absolutely impossible. This would be a serious safety incident. Nightmare World shouldn't make such an error. 129L. Maybe the network in that area is simply terrible? I'll go try logging in. Approximately an hour later, an informed player returned to the thread. 201L. Everyone. The officials just responded. Nightmare World stated that this isn't a bug. Rather, the game has reached a critical turning point, and players inside must unlock new plot lines. Thus, the H University dungeon has been forcibly locked, preventing any further logins. 202L. What? It can be like this? What about the other players? Is Nightmare World disregarding the gaming experience of others? 203L. I just want to go to work. What have I done wrong? Why must I be left behind by the affluent when it comes to gaming? The players who missed the initiation of the new plot were incensed and began bombarding the officials with complaints. The officials quickly provided a new response. Dear players, following tonight, the Lost Campus Dungeon will introduce a brand new storyline. Missing the plot initiation will not affect the overall gaming experience. We kindly ask all players to remain calm and patiently await the lifting of the dungeon's lock. This explanation left the players speechless. It essentially meant that the dungeon was irrevocably locked for today, right? This was infuriating. They had never encountered a situation where the game was simply locked, preventing other players from participating. Throughout that night, the disputes on the Nightmare Forum did not cease. Simultaneously, on that same night, the Heresy Monitoring Bureau remained equally restless. The commander had yet to return, still absent. Hadn't they agreed during the planning that they would not delve deeply into the enigmatic realms of H University? Who could know? The man fixated on the monitoring screen diverted his gaze to the translucent oval pod by the floor-to-ceiling window, where a tall, slender figure flickered in and out of view. Perhaps an unforeseen incident had occurred. Chapter 20. Xun, are we really not staying with Professor Cen? A group of individuals traversed the winding paths of the campus, led by Xun Xiao, who was guiding over 1,600 players towards the administrative building. Upon hearing a player voice their unease with a question, his face contorted with disdain. Why must we follow him? Did he not state that in the dream world, believing in one's own abilities is the key to possessing them? I can protect myself just fine without the aid of an NPC. Thank you very much. He scoffed. Look at him. All he has is a pretty face. He might very well need protection himself. The player who had spoken forced a smile, regretting their decision to flatter Xun. This was their inaugural journey into the dream world, and with the situation still unclear, it would have been prudent to follow Cen Xun's lead. Yet Xun was recklessly embarking on his own path without any preparation, exhibiting a foolish arrogance. Though he thought this, he dared not voice it in Xun Wenxiao's presence. He quietly drifted to the back of the group, gazing up at the encroaching night, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Ahead, Xun Wenxiao appeared self-assured, conversing with friends from the wealthy elite. Once we enter the dream world and gain our abilities, We should head straight to the principal's office for a monster hunt. The first kill will surely yield special rewards. Cen Xun frowned slightly, skeptical. Go directly? Shouldn't we level up first? The principal is undoubtedly the most formidable boss. Shen Wenxiao patted his shoulder dismissively. Come on, this is clearly a monster hunting quest. With over 1,000 of us, one kick from each should be enough to take down the principal. What is there to fear? The sooner we deal with him, the sooner we can exit the game, don't you think? Cen Xun's tone turned grave. I don't believe it's that simple. Cen, you tend to overcomplicate straightforward matters. Yu Yimo chimed in, quickening his pace to match theirs. Being overly cautious can lead to missed opportunities. Isn't your second brother's indecision the reason he lost power to your third brother? A living example. Mentioning this struck a chord with Cen Xun, his gaze darkening. Well, one must possess abilities to compete for family power, Mo Xiao interjected self-deprecatingly. For those of us without awakened powers, no matter how favored, we are ineligible for the heir selection and lose at the starting line. In a world that revered the gifted, a sigh escaped from one of the young masters. Without abilities, we will forever be excluded from the family's power center. I believe everyone here enrolled in this game with hopes of defying fate. Shen Wenxiao's expression soured as he recalled the condescending faces of those who mocked him, his clenched nails nearly piercing his palm. Yes, he was filled with resentment and hatred, which drove him to defy his family's opposition and sign up for this game. His mother was a powerful adept, and it was presumed that her child would inherit such gifts. However, as Shun grew older without awakening any abilities, he became the laughingstock of elite circles. Were it not for his formidable mother, he would have become utterly dispensable within the Shun family, even while maintaining a fade of glamour. Shen Wenxiao knew all too well that without awakened powers, as an ordinary person, he would never inherit any family assets nor gain entry into their inner circle. He would be systematically ostracized by his siblings, and perhaps one day he would meet a tragic end. Shen Wenxiao was determined to prevent such a fate. He yearned to defy destiny, seize control of his life, and become the true authority within the Shun family. This urgency to eliminate the principal stemmed from his desperate desire for the game's rewards, hoping they would lead him to the abilities he so fervently desired. Letting out a deep breath, he steadied himself, murmuring whether to convince others or himself it must succeed. It must. They took a shortcut to reach the administrative building, requiring passage through a wooded area. Strangely, as they entered the grove, the light around them seemed to diminish abruptly. However, the darkening sky rendered the dimming of the woods unsurprising. A sudden, sinister wind swept through, rustling the leaves and bending the branches into chaotic shapes. Above, a heavy black cloud obscured the sky, and ominous crows flew overhead, heralding an ill omen. The unsettling feeling in Cen Xun's heart intensified, prompting him to quicken his pace. Hurry up, he urged. Shen Wenxiao, irritated, replied, What's the rush? There's nothing. Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the rear of the group, abruptly cutting off. What happened? What was that? Shen Wenxiao frowned deeply, pushing through the throng to the back. The beam of a flashlight illuminated the ground, revealing a winding trail of drag marks. Blood flowed along the traces, disappearing into the darkness of the underbrush. What is going on? Someone asked, trembling. No one responded. A chilling sound, akin to crunching brittle bones, emanated from the thicket. Multiple flashlight beams trembled as they directed towards the brush, gradually revealing a massive shadow. It bore the form of a dog, yet was tenfold its size, its skin not covered in soft fur, but in thorn-like spikes. Its gaping maw dripped with putrid saliva, filled with rows of jagged teeth, glistening with fresh flesh. It feasted upon a corpse. The bloodied head, dangling from a neck barely held together by a thin layer of skin, its bulging eyes wide with terror, staring unblinking in their direction. The group of players fell into a stunned silence before erupting into frantic screams. Another wave of nightmare-induced slaughter had silently descended upon the university. Notification. The 16th round of the Special Scenario Nightmare Campus has commenced. On the rooftop of Dormitory 14, Cen Xun withdrew his gaze from the distance, focusing instead on his system panel. Entity name, Cen Xun, Faction, Nightmare Faction, Entity level, none. Internal testing phase. Level assessment, not available for all members of the Nightmare faction. Points acquired, 20,458. Special identity unlocked. Folklorist, blue tier. Temporary skill acquired. Telepathy, purple tier. Note 1. Valid only during the internal testing phase. Conditions for use will change to 100 points second after the game officially launches. Note 2. Currently, this skill is ineffective against purple tier entities or F-level players and above. Special identity, folklorist, blue tier. Exclusive ability 1. Nightmare Puppet Show, blue tier. Ability description, utilizing flesh and soul as puppets, with the world as the stage. The curtain rises. Who will take the spotlight this time? The exclusive skill of this identity, turning paper into reality, blue attire level, skill description. The essence of spirit takes form, creating myriad beings from paper. Beware. Do not give them eyes. Temporary identity, father of aliens, green attire level. Exclusive skill of this identity, commanding the alien skill description, an upgradable skill. Usable only in the current scene. Current level for commanding aliens. 256, temporary identity. Magician, green attire level. Exclusive skill of this identity, casting magic skill description, an upgradable skill. Usable only in the current scene. Within this scene, the Nightmare puppet strings have been enhanced to the green attire level, and the Nightmare manipulation rod has been elevated to the green attire level. Cen Xun finished reading and smiled faintly. Excellent. His temporary identity had not dissipated, and the puppet strings and manipulation rod retained their upgraded progress from the previous round. This was also thanks to the students retaining their memories from the last round. Those who believed in Cen Xun's unique abilities would undoubtedly continue to do so this time. Thus, matters became considerably simpler. Cen Xun retrieved the makeshift wand that served as the manipulation rod and unleashed a fireball, striking down the monster that was climbing onto the rooftop. At that moment, the dog leash in his other hand suddenly slackened. Cen Xun furrowed his brow and glanced sideways, where a disheveled young man had somehow freed himself from the chain's restraint, now perched confidently on the railing, grinning at him. With this gesture, his well-defined abdominal muscles, constrained by the combat suit, formed a striking arc as he balanced on the slender railing, his posture light and poised like an eagle. Cen Xun narrowed his eyes dangerously, aiming the manipulation rod at him. Dare to run? Though he yearned to accompany teacher Cen in battling monsters, the young man sighed. I must fulfill the KPI assigned by the organization. I have no choice. So, as the fireball hurtled towards him, the young man effortlessly flipped backward, leaving behind one last smiling remark. See you tomorrow, Teacher Cen. The burning paper drifted softly into Cen Xun's palm. He seemed impervious to the heat as he gazed down, clutching the now charred paper tightly, his expression inscrutable. The dog leash around Zhang San's neck was crafted from paper by Cen Xun, unless he himself dispelled the paper's transformation. The leash would not revert to paper even if damaged. What then was Zhang San's unique skill? Cen Xun did not dwell on this question for long, nor did he pursue Zhang San. He understood perfectly why Zhang San chose to leave at that moment. While searching for clues in the principal's office, Zhang San must have uncovered some critical information, hastily departing to validate his suspicions. Cen Xun felt no urgency, for he too had discovered a pivotal clue, and he was confident that without the item in his possession, no matter how hard Zhang San searched, he would ultimately find nothing. You'll see who outplays whom, Cen Xun thought, expressionless as he grasped the manipulation rod and leaped down from the rooftop. In this round, Cen Xun had only two objectives. First, to save as many students as possible and ensure that more students believed in him as the principal. Second, to eliminate as many nightmare creatures as he could, ideally claiming all the points for this round. After all, strength is the ultimate truth. When competing against the principal in the future, one's solid capabilities are indispensable. Chapter 21. Congratulations to the enigmatic Cen Xun for successfully defeating Nightmare Entity X1. Points 100. Congratulations to the enigmatic Cen Xun for successfully defeating Nightmare Entity X2. Points 200. Congratulations. Cen Xun traversed through the dormitory building, slaying monsters along the way, with the destination being the administrative building. Just as in the previous round, Cheng Feng struggled to keep pace behind his elusive mentor, and as the surroundings began to feel increasingly familiar, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Teacher, doesn't this direction lead to the administrative building? Cen Xun acknowledged, indeed, we are going to find the principal. What do we need to find the principal for? Hasn't the principal become the ultimate boss? Can we even defeat him? We're going to challenge the principal and seize his position. Huh? Cheng Feng was utterly bewildered. What do you mean by seizing? Cen Xun replied, I mean I will be the principal. Do you believe me? Cheng Feng responded, if I say I don't believe you, will you deduct my credits? You must believe. Cen Xun dispatched a faceless monster that lunged at him with a casual wave and remarked, not just you, but the other students must believe as well. Rather than being ruled by a deranged principal, it is preferable to be ruled by me, is it not? Cheng Feng stood in stunned silence, seemingly struggling to accept the reality. What has the principal become now? You'll understand once you see. On the way to the administrative building, Cen Xun glanced at the time, 23:43. He had little time left. Cen Xun opened the system panel. The nightmare system indicated that his puppet thread had been upgraded to the green garment level, while the control rod, wand, had ascended to the yellow garment level. His faith value had surged from 563 to 3665. Cen Xun calculated that there were 563 students who had survived the previous round. And with the addition of 2,365 new players in this round, the initial faith value should have been only 2,928. However, the faith value had reached 3,665, indicating that the additional 737 points represented the 737 newly saved students, who either had been rescued or had devised a means of self-rescue upon reading Cen Xun's new regulations in the questionnaire. In any case, they had developed a profound trust in Cen Xun. He felt gratified but still insufficient. With over 10,000 students at H University, it meant the principal possessed at least 10,000 faith points. His 3665 was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the principal's 10,000. If only more players would join, Cen Xun mused, letting out a regretful sigh. Teacher, there seems to be living people over there. Cheng Feng suddenly shouted, pointing in a direction. Following his gaze, Cen Xun saw a dozen people stumbling towards him, each bearing injuries to varying degrees. Their dirt-streaked faces alight with the joy of salvation. Cen Xun raised an eyebrow. Were these not familiar faces? Cheng Feng kindly assisted those beleaguered classmates by dispatching the monsters pursuing them, only to be met not with gratitude, but with a rude collision from the leader of the group. That hurts. Cheng Feng nearly stumbled, clutching his shoulder in pain. Just as he steadied himself, he heard someone yell at his mentor, Why are you only arriving now? Do you know we almost got killed by monsters just now? Cheng Feng was taken aback. How could anyone audaciously demand rescue from others as if they were entitled? It was not as if Cen Xun was their servant. He would save whom he chose. Fortunately, his mentor remained the formidable figure he was, showing no remorse in his response, even countering. It was you who insisted on acting alone. I wonder, why didn't you stick close to me? Where are the others? Cen Xun surveyed the area and, not unexpectedly, spotted scattered corpses. He sighed, an expression of deep sympathy on his face, as he addressed the furious Shan Wenxiao. I recall that it was your responsibility to ensure their safety. They perished because of you. This incident is irreversible. Next time, Shun, do not act so recklessly. Shan Wenxiao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he faced the disdainful glares of the remaining players, his expression crumbling. No, it's not like this. Cen Xun was already beckoning the remaining players. Come over here. This forest is perilous. I will lead you out. The dozen individuals, seeing him as a savior, unhesitatingly abandoned Shan Wenxiao and clustered around Cen Xun, leaving the previously aggressive Shun in a state of despair. Cheng Feng, witnessing the entire ordeal, thought, as expected of teacher Cen. With just a few words, he turned the tide of public opinion and shifted all blame back. With Cen Xun's protection, this group of weary players finally had a moment to catch their breath. Having witnessed Cen Xun's strength firsthand, the remaining players lamented their earlier decision to heed Shan Wenxiao's misguided counsel instead of following Cen Xun, resulting in a near-total loss of their group. They had been over 1,000 players, and within less than 10 minutes, most had perished. Just recalling that hellish scene made their legs tremble. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. We don't want to play anymore. We want to go home. Teacher Cen, what must we do to escape? I don't want to play anymore. Is it not enough that my hand was bitten off? It hurts so much. What is happening? Wah. I want to leave. I want to go out. Teacher Cen, is there truly no way for you to lead us out? Cen Xun leisurely provided the solitary solution. The only way to escape is to kill the principal. Then let us do it. Teacher Cen, tell us how to kill him. We will definitely assist you. Cheng Feng, overhearing the classmates' frantic utterances, was filled with confusion. Was this their first time in the dream world? How could they be so frightened? As he pondered this, he suddenly heard his mentor's sharp command. Get down. Cheng Feng jolted, instinctively dropping to the ground, while the others, lacking his level of understanding, were a beat too slow, resulting in a steel rod piercing their abdomens from an unknown origin. The terrified screams of the players echoed through the air. Cheng Feng slowly released his tightly clasped arms around his head, trembling as he raised his gaze to the surroundings. Upon recognizing the figures engaged in combat with Cen Xun, his eyes widened in shock. Those individuals, if he wasn't too mistaken, seemed to be the deans of other faculties. Wait, his mentor was merely a professor. In terms of title, he could not possibly compete with the dean, and perhaps even in power, before Cheng Feng could worry about his mentor. The 5 deans besieging Cen Xun were sent flying. You have all grown weaker, Cen Xun remarked nonchalantly as he approached the vengeful Dean Li, the control rod aimed directly at the center of Li's brow. It appears you have not adequately protected your students. Supplementary Rule 2. Teachers have a duty to assist students. If students encounter danger, teachers should promptly offer aid. Outstanding teachers should receive greater advantages in title evaluations, while negligent teachers should face dismissal. This rule was evidently resonating with the student body, leading to the weakened state of the unhelpful deans. While the deans faltered, Cen Xun grew stronger. Even in a one versus many scenario, he displayed no signs of struggle. With a lethal curse, Cen Xun sent Dean Li to the afterlife, swiftly dealing with the other deans. Retrieving the bloodied puppet strings, he calmly wiped the grime off the control stick and addressed Cheng Feng and the players. No other monsters will approach for now. Stay here. I shall confront the principal. Upon hearing that Cen Xun intended to leave them behind, the players became agitated, and Cheng Feng anxiously grasped Cen Xun's garment, asking, Teacher, can you defeat the principal? Cen Xun replied coolly, One must try. The odds are against me. The principal's level was at least that of a red robe, while Cen Xun's highest was the yellow robe, a full 2 levels apart. He was not oblivious to the challenge he faced. Attempting to confront the principal across 2 tiers seemed improbable. Yet, why venture into this battle? Cen Xun did not engage in futile endeavors. His primary motivation to challenge the principal was to validate a hypothesis. First, killing nightmare monsters yields points. Second, the principal, being a monster of the highest rank, equated to points. Thus, Cen Xun pondered whether inflicting even a slight wound upon the principal might yield points. Although the notion bore risks, the potential rewards were enticing. High-risk investments often yield greater returns. Even in failure, he could resurrect in the next round, merely gaining insight into his opponent's strength. Cen Xun once more pushed open the white arched door to the principal's office. The blood-red figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, silently observing the happenings on campus. Just as before, this time, without uttering a word, he unleashed a fireball directly at the figure's back. The explosion engulfed the principal's office in a torrent of flames, shattering the 8 floor-to-ceiling windows with a deafening roar. Shards of glass cascaded down from the top floor, creating a cacophony of breaking glass, prompting those below to hastily evade and retreat, only to look up in shock. Is the battle commencing already? So swiftly, under the tensed gazes of the onlookers, a figure leaped from the blazing upper floor. The darkness obscured their view, but they caught a glimpse of another massive shadow flowing from the fiery office. Chasing after the first figure, it transformed into a viscous substance, ensnaring the falling youth before crashing to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. The players, like startled birds, were frightened nearly to flight, while Cheng Feng, gathering his courage, approached the deep pit to discern the situation. Nestled within the pit was a blood-red orb. Writhing as if alive, its surface coarse and composed of a tangled mass of tissue resembling muscle fibers. Eerily grotesque. "What is this?" Chung Feng stammered. "Teacher Cen, are you in there?" The orb suddenly writhed violently, as if something within was struggling to escape, causing its surface to become uneven. Chung Feng cursed under his breath, trembling as he retrieved his chopsticks and cautiously approached the bizarre orb. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he closed his eyes, directing the chopsticks toward the orb and casting a thunderbolt spell with fervor. An anguished shriek pierced Chung Feng's eardrums, and as he clamped his hands over his ears, he opened his eyes to witness the writhing orb splitting open, finally expelling its trapped prey, the blinding crimson hue causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Chapter 22. What do you think Mr. Cen suddenly called us to the playground for? Don't ask. Mr. Cen surely has his reasons, so we should just comply. A legion of 10,000 players surged towards the main road of H University and its myriad pathways, resembling a tidal wave. The students who were originally walking along the road had no choice but to retreat to the verdant areas, staring in astonishment as this noisy throng passed by. The newly arrived cohort of over 7,000 players remained blissfully unaware of the horrors of the game, desperately trying to extract more information from the seasoned players. Observing the new players' mixture of fear and eager anticipation, the veterans couldn't help but recall their own naivety just a day prior. What was the outcome? They were ruthlessly taught a lesson in the dungeons. With this thought, some veterans secretly began to look forward to the moment when these oblivious newcomers would step into the dungeon, their expressions of dismay sure to be quite entertaining. Both new and old players harbored their own thoughts as they headed towards the playground, following the news circulating in their group, all curious about what Mr. Cen would announce next. As the saying goes, ignoring the teacher's advice leads to immediate repercussions. After the harrowing experience of being mercilessly slaughtered by monstrous creatures the previous night, the veterans had become as docile as quails. They would no longer dare to defy Mr. Cen's directions. This cruel game was exceedingly unfriendly to players. The principle was a mere illusion, the monsters overwhelmingly powerful, and the player's mortality was alarmingly high, with no option to exit the game. In this severely imbalanced conflict, players found themselves in an extreme disadvantage, leading them to choose to support the solitary positive NPC, Professor Cen, trapped within the game. Only Cen had given them hope of returning home. They had no alternative path. As the 10,000 players arrived at the playground in dribs and drabs, without any organization, small groups scattered across the field. After waiting a moment, Mr. Cen assessed that enough players had gathered and took to the microphone, ascending the steps to the podium. Halfway up, a cold voice suddenly called from behind. "Are you really going to do this?" Mr. Cen paused momentarily, his back turned, an expression indifferent, responding simply, "Yes." "Is it absolutely necessary?" "Absolutely necessary." "What if I insist on stopping you?" It seemed to him that this was a rather amusing proposition. Mr. Cen chuckled lightly, finally turning slightly to gaze down at the youth, his feigned gentleness dissipating, revealing an assertive and malicious glint in his dark, cascading hair. "Then I will step over your corpse." His amber eyes radiated a chilling, inorganic coldness, reminiscent of an unfathomable frozen pond. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." Without further regard for the youth's expression, Mr. Cen resolutely continued to the stage. How ruthless! Must it come to this conclusion? Thousands of thoughts surged towards Mr. Cen, yet no matter how unique that voice might be, it was easily drowned in the overwhelming tide. Mr. Cen lowered his eyelashes, concealing the emotions in his eyes. After a brief moment, he lifted the microphone, his tone returning to calm neutrality. "Everyone, please be quiet." Mr. Cen had two reasons for gathering the players in the playground. First, the expansive area could accommodate all 10,000 players at once. Second, the new players, having not experienced the hellish night before, were less compliant than the veterans. Only by allowing them to witness the heaps of corpses on the playground would they be more inclined to follow his orders. Time was of the essence. As the new and old players assembled, Mr. Cen wasted no words and got straight to the point, announcing the grim discovery of the bodies beneath the playground. After the players had seen them for themselves, the sound of retching echoed throughout the area. Mr. Cen did not allow them a moment to recover. He succinctly explained the rules of the dream world and then assign them a task before entering the dream world. They must inform all students that the current principal had been replaced by an evil deity, and that the true principal was Mr. Cen, the only one capable of restoring normalcy to the school. Having just witnessed the multitude of corpses, the players were too rattled to question him. Moreover, Mr. Cen merely asked them to disseminate information, a task that seemed straightforward enough. Fearing that their own fate might resemble the corpses, the players complied obediently at Mr. Cen's command. They immediately dispersed to carry out his orders. When Mr. Cen descended from the podium, Zhang San was no longer there. He proceeded to the broadcasting station behind the podium, staring blankly at the empty stage before forcefully tossing the microphone back. Glancing at his wrist, he noted that the clock's hands pointed to 14:50. Time was accelerating, leaving only an hour and a half until evening at 1800 hours. Mr. Cen had not attended the faculty meeting that day, but he had already clashed with the principal the night before. Missing one meeting was hardly a significant issue. The faculty meeting was scheduled to conclude at 3 o'clock, and assuming the director of the administrative office had yet to emerge from the lecture hall, Mr. Cen pulled out a chair and sat down, resting his elbows on the control panel, fingers tapping thoughtfully against his temples. The interface of the nightmare system appeared before him, refreshed after the events of the previous night. In this round's special scenario, you have killed 1168 low-level nightmare aberrations, earning a total of 1168 points. 235 intermediate-level nightmare aberrations, earning a total of 23,500 points. 12 high-level nightmare aberrations, earning a total of 12,000 points. Total points, 36668. In this round's special scenario, you have killed 12 blue-clad nightmare monsters, earning a total of 1,200 points. 6 green-clad nightmare monsters, earning a total of 6,000 points. 7 green-clad nightmare monsters, earning a total of 70,000 points. Total points, 77,200. In this round's special scenario, you inflicted approximately 4 damage on the red-clad nightmare monster, earning 4 million points. Mr. Cen's fingers abruptly halted their rhythmic tapping against his temple as he leaned closer to scrutinize the screen, counting the zeros. How many zeros were there? After several counts, he confirmed the number. 4 million. A full 4 million. Was the principal's score somehow special, rendering it worthless? Furthermore, he had fought valiantly against the principal last night, yet had only managed to inflict 4 damage? Mr. Cen rubbed his temples in exasperation. If 4 damage equated to 4 million, then the principal must possess at least 100 million points. Where on earth had he amassed such an incredible fortune? It didn't take long for Mr. Cen to deduce the source: students. He could only have obtained it from the students. With over 10,000 students at H University, assuming each student's fear generated 1,000 points, then with each cycle, the principal could amass 10 million points. And this accursed cycle had persisted for 16 rounds. This meant the principal could very well possess over 100 million points. Mr. Cen mused, I'm starting to develop a resentment towards the wealthy. In light of this, his reckless gamble against the principal the previous night had indeed proven to be a prudent move. The principal was, unsurprisingly, the individual with the highest score in the entire school. In this round's special scenario, you have gained the faith of 3,720 students. Current faith value, 3720. In this round's special scenario, total points earned, 4113868. Your points have reached the conditions for upgrading your special identity. Would you like to upgrade your special identity? Folklorist to yellow-clad level? Cen Xun, with a heart full of complexities, selected yes. The system page refreshed in an instant, revealing new peculiar information. Entity name, Cen Xun. Faction, Nightmare Faction. Entity level, none. In the beta stage, all members of the Nightmare Faction have yet to awaken, and level assessment is currently unavailable. Points acquired, 113. 868. Unlocked special identity, Folklorist, yellow robe level. Temporary skill acquired. Mind reading, purple robe level. Note 1. Only effective during the beta stage. Upon official launch, usage conditions will change to 100 points per minute. Note 2. Currently, this skill is ineffective against entities of purple robe level or players of F grade and above. Special identity, Folklorist, yellow robe level. Exclusive Special Skill 1. Nightmare Puppet Show, Yellow Robe Level. Skill Description: utilizing flesh and souls as puppets. With the world as the stage, the curtain rises. This time, who will take the spotlight? Exclusive Special Skill 2. Paper to Reality, Green Robe Level. Skill Description: the essence of spirits transformed. Paper figures of all things. Be cautious, do not give them eyes. The folklorist's special identity advanced directly from blue robe level to yellow robe level, yet the number of exclusive special skills did not increase. The skill Paper to Reality also saw only a minor enhancement, merely progressing from blue robe level to green robe level. Cen Xun speculated that the degree of skill enhancement might correlate with the number of monsters slain. The Nightmare Puppet Show was Cen Xun's commonly employed skill. Slaying more monsters undoubtedly yielded higher experience points, while Paper to Reality was seldom utilized, resulting in limited level advancement. Cen Xun pondered that perhaps, in the future, he could conjure a living panda from paper. After the settlement concluded, Cen Xun firmly determined his next course of action. He intended to follow the same strategy as the previous night. First clear the minor monsters, then challenge the boss to accumulate points, for million today, for million tomorrow. Ascending beyond the red robe level to the orange robe level was certainly within reach. Having resolved his thoughts, Cen Xun glanced at the time and proceeded to the administrative office, once more manipulating the office director to alter the questionnaire information. He then made his way to the dormitory building, planning to await the arrival of night. However, on the path to the dormitory, Cen Xun felt an unsettling sensation of being followed. Initially, he suspected it was Zhang San, but upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely. Zhang San's skills were evidently honed through professional training, and such clumsy tracking techniques were beneath him. Thus, Cen Xun abruptly altered his course and entered a public restroom nearby. After waiting for a brief moment in the stall, the individual predictably entered, the faint sound of footsteps drawing nearer, the cautiousness amplifying an air of guilt. With a soft click, Cen Xun heard the restroom door being gently locked. Who besides Zhang San would intentionally target him? Curiosity piqued. Cen Xun refrained from immediately employing his puppet strings and instead pushed open the stall door, feigning ignorance as he stepped outside. The person outside was taken aback by his sudden emergence, their expression transforming to one of seething anger, their eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred. Cen Xun's gaze swept past the closed door and settled on the youth clad in a hooded garment, whose eyes glared with venomous resentment. Strangely, Cen Xun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the unfamiliar face. Where had he encountered this person before? Disinterested in pondering further, Cen Xun bluntly inquired, "Who are you? And what do you want? Have you forgotten me, you wretch?" The youth glared fiercely at Cen Xun, his eyes nearly spewing fury, his tone laced with malice. "You caused me to fall from a height and lose a hand. I demand your life in return." Chapter 23. The melody of For Alice once again echoed. Yet this time the music seemed particularly distant. The sensation beneath him was damp and sticky, akin to some sort of minced, putrid flesh. Cen Xun's fingers curled slightly as he struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids, only to be met with a near-black crimson. What is this? Cen Xun felt a wave of drowsiness. Yet this fatigue was still bearable. He braced his palm against the oddly textured ground, attempting to sit up. With this movement, his numbed senses returned, and Cen Xun suddenly realized that something heavy was pressing down on him. A thick stench hung in the stagnant air, reminiscent of a scent he had encountered before. Everything around him felt wrong, compelling him to exert more effort to rise and shift the obscured object atop him. At that moment, a vague voice called out, faintly but unmistakably, his name. Cen Xun halted his movements, straining to listen, and discerned that the voice was drawing closer. Moments later, he felt a release of pressure as fresh air rushed in, accompanied by an exasperated voice. "Are you so fond of being buried among corpses that you can't even muster a sound while awake?" Cen Xun's brow twitched, and before he could reply, a powerful arm encircled his waist, yanking him out of the pile of bodies with sheer force. The world turned upside down, and when Cen Xun regained his bearings, he found himself hoisted over Zhang San's shoulder like a sack. Cen Xun's eyes slowly shifted. Zhang San bounded nimbly through the mountain of corpses while brusquely admonishing, Be quiet. To his surprise, Cen Xun found it somewhat amusing. It had always been he who told Zhang San to hush, yet here they were, with Zhang San demanding silence. The inverted position easily induced dizziness, and the pressure against his abdomen was uncomfortable. After a brief period of endurance, Cen Xun decided he could no longer tolerate it, patting Zhang San's back and coolly stating, "Put me down." Zhang San tightened his grip around Cen Xun's legs, his tone low and firm. "Stay still." If Cen Xun could remain still, he would not beat Cen Xun. He began to struggle against Zhang San's hold until an unexpected slap froze him in place. Zhang San momentarily stiffened, his fingers clenching and then relaxing, displaying a hint of confusion at the sudden turn of events. Damn it, he thought, having grown accustomed to such encounters. How could he have lost control? The slap had rendered Cen Xun motionless, and he fell unusually silent, which only heightened Zhang San's unease. Finally escaping the confines of the corpse pile, Zhang San cautiously set Cen Xun down on a clean patch of ground, stealing glances at his expression. Cen Xun appeared relatively calm, as if nothing had transpired, and even inquired with a composed tone, "What is the situation now?" However, upon speaking, he realized his voice was somewhat hoarse. Zhang San cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. "It's just as you see. The Domain Lord's collection of offerings is nearing completion, and the altar is about to be opened." Cen Xun's gaze shifted toward the earlier heap of bodies, where the corpses buried beneath the playground had resurfaced, their severed limbs piled together, some appearing as though they were alive, writhing. Upon closer inspection, he noticed players struggling to claw their way out from under the remains. Among the pile, Cen Xun also spotted many students, fully intact, their faces serene as they lay atop the corpses, seemingly asleep. He recognized one familiar figure and climbed the mountain of bodies, nudging that person's shoulder, Changfeng. Changfeng's body swayed with emotion, yet he did not awaken. Cen Xun furrowed his brow. What happened to him? Zhang San looked down at the student, his glassy eyes void of emotion. Human emotions are finite, whether joy or fear. They are not inexhaustible. Once drained, they are gone. After so many cycles, they're like sesame seeds pressed to the point of bursting, unable to endure any longer. Zhang San sighed. However, they will awaken once more. Cen Xun turned to him. Zhang San's expression revealed no particular emotion. Once the eerie domain is fully formed, they will rise again as the Domain Lord's thralls, awakening as lowly specters. Cen Xun pursed his lips. "So, does that mean they're dead now?" Zhang San remained silent for a moment before finally responding. "They died long ago." The weight of his words was profound, and Cen Xun stared at him, rendered speechless. "And what about me?" Cen Xun asked calmly. "When did I die?" Beside him, Zhang San swallowed hard, avoiding his gaze, and feigned indifference with a crooked smile. "If you promise not to become the principal, I'll tell you." Cen Xun's expression turned blank. "I actually didn't care to know. Regardless of whether I am alive or dead, I will acquire whatever I desire." Cen Xun shot Zhang San a sidelong glance before leaping down from the pile of corpses. Zhang San could say nothing, managing only a helpless smile as he too jumped down, intending to head in another direction when he suddenly heard a cool voice inquire, "Where are you going?" Zhang San turned back to find Cen Xun glaring at him, unable to suppress his annoyance. "Did you not say you didn't want me to manage you? Is it not permissible for me to leave?" "No," Cen Xun replied without hesitation. "Who knows what you might do behind my back? You're not going anywhere today." Zhang San laughed in exasperation. "Cen Xun, how can you be like this? You can set fires, but I am forbidden from wandering? You better have truly been wandering during the last 2 rounds." Cen Xun stepped beside Zhang San, producing a strand of puppet silk for him to see. "Do you see this?" Zhang San's gaze fell, his eyes drifting. "What do you want me to see?" "Clearly, there's nothing. Stop pretending. You can see it, can't you?" Cen Xun casually pierced through his false act. "The day you bent down to pick up the file, someone downstairs shouted, and you immediately rushed to the window to look. Just to avoid it, right?" Zhang San was drenched in sweat. "When my employer is in danger, can I not take a glance?" Cen Xun smiled slightly. "If you truly care so much for those people, how could you abandon them at the most dangerous moment to run to the archive room for files? Moreover, I remember you telling me that you were ostensibly here to be a bodyguard, yet you did not care for the rich boy's life at all. You came here solely to achieve your own objectives. Zhang San, which of your words should I believe? Zhang San was rendered speechless, unable to reply. He too had lost his patience, retorting, "Speaking of which, I also want to ask, how does Cen Xun know so much about what transpired in the archive room? As if he witnessed it firsthand. If I recall correctly, only I and Rome were present at that time." Cen Xun remained unperturbed. "Of course, Rome told me." Zhang San forced a laugh. "Oh really?" Cen Xun was uninterested in further banter, swiftly wrapping the puppet silk around Zhang San's neck and leaving him with a threat. "Step back 3 paces and blood will spill 3 feet. Zhang San, a ruthless man, speaks little. His familiar sinister style is indeed fitting. Can I at least wash my hands at a faucet?" Zhang San spread his soiled hands, tossing back a thread of his own. "Or else, I might touch you with these hands." Seeing his hands, Cen Xun fell into silence for reasons unknown. He slowly turned his head and cast a glance downward. On his black suit trousers, the smudged fingerprints, though not conspicuous, undeniably existed, awkwardly positioned, revealing to the discerning eye what had transpired. "Cen Xun. Zhang San. Zhang San, how about you take them off and wash them?" Cen Xun, silence. Ultimately, they both proceeded to the restroom to address the matter. Zhang San's fingernails were stained with blood. It took a considerable amount of time to cleanse them, and Cen Xun knew these marks were remnants from when Zhang San had dug through the heap of corpses. This realization somewhat alleviated the frustration that simmered within him. Once Zhang San had washed his hands thoroughly, Cen Xun ushered him out and took it upon himself to deal with the soiled trousers. Zhang San stood outside with his arms crossed, occasionally glancing inside. Will he manage to wash them? I hope he doesn't tea-soak the entire pair. When the time comes, he will have to plead with me to bring him another pair. Inside, Cen Xun inhaled deeply, a cold smile playing on his lips as he tossed the trousers onto the sink. Outside, Zhang San's imagination ran wild, emboldened by the belief that no one could overhear his thoughts. Though Teacher Chen's words are sharp and his heart is wicked, the sensation there is, and he still wishes to touch. Such a bouncy feel. Why isn't he out yet? I don't hear any water running. There wouldn't be an incident, would there? I just want to see. Surely he hasn't perished. Before Zhang San could act on his thoughts, Cen Xun preemptively opened the door and stepped out. Zhang San instinctively glanced at his lower half, then nonchalantly diverted his gaze, adopting a demeanor of utmost propriety as he asked, "All done?" Cen Xun regarded him with indifference. "Would you like a glimpse?" Zhang San nearly choked, then resolutely and ethically declined. "No, you are a married man. That would be inappropriate." Cen Xun. Divinity. Together, they walked along the main path of the campus, where the usual throngs were conspicuously absent. Despite it being the sunniest part of the day, the weather was overcast, casting a somber pall over the campus, enveloped in an eerie stillness. A gust of wind swept through, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the air. This cycle commenced at 1400 hours, the time for the first class of the afternoon. Cen Xun speculated that the next cycle would likely begin at the time of the first evening class, 1840. The principal was steadily driving the prey toward a dead end. Cen Xun narrowed his eyes at the familiar yet foreign campus, feeling no trepidation regarding the uncertain future. Zhang San, idly trailing beside him, inquired, "What shall we do next?" Wait for what?" Cen Xun gazed into the distance at the suspended clock tower. Wait for everything to conclude. At this juncture in the game, Cen Xun had completed all necessary tasks. He had gathered all the clues. Now, he merely needed to await the arrival of the sacrificial day. The only uncertainty lingered. Cen Xun scrutinized Zhang San by his side, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. "Are you truly not concealing anything from me?" Zhang San returned the smile, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, exuding an air of confidence. "What do you think?" Cen Xun withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, choosing not to engage in further banter. He shifted his focus and selected a direction, making his way toward the faculty dining hall. Chapter 24, Awakening once more to the melody of At.the. Cen Xun found his mood unexpectedly serene. He even had the leisure to ponder why the principal had chosen this particular piece as the starting node for the cycle. For Cen Xun, At.the. held a special significance. not merely because it often graced his ears before class commenced. Prior to becoming a professor during his student days, Feng Jihan had once played this piece for him. At that time, he had inquired why Feng Jihan chose to perform it, to which Feng Jihan had replied that it was rumored to be composed for a beloved. Eventually, Cen Xun learned to play it himself and set it as his alarm tone. However, after attending University, the incessant ringing of the class bell had dulled his appreciation for the piece. As his unfettered thoughts came to an end, Cen Xun pushed aside the lifeless body that lay atop him and crawled out from the heap. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, shrouding the campus in darkness. The streetlights stood motionless, and a chilling wind howled, echoing like the cries of the lost. He opened his phone to check the time, 1840. The principal was convening an assembly of all faculty and students on the playground. By now, the ground was littered with corpses, players lying in a heap, yet to awaken from the cycle's influence. This was likely the final round. The flow of time seemed to have returned to normal. University was enveloped in an unprecedented stillness. As midnight approached, everyone would be entranced in slumber, awaiting a grand meteor shower, only to be obliterated in its descent. Cen Xun departed the playground, traversing the deserted campus, and gazed skyward. The heavy clouds stretched endlessly, appearing to gather not only over University, but also extending beyond its borders. A sudden jolt coursed through his heart. He sprinted towards the rooftop of a tall building, looking towards the city. The fierce wind whipped through his slightly long black curls, and as he comprehended the vastness of the cloud cover that enveloped not just University, but the entirety of City, his expression faltered. This indicated that the meteor's fall was not merely a calamity for one university. It could very well herald disaster for the entire city. How could this be? Cen Xun shut his eyes, steadying his thoughts. Yes, this world was a game world. If it were indeed a game, how could there be only one instance activated? The expanse of City was vast. Could it be possible that only University was affected? Just as University, born from the meteor shower, was a realm of the uncanny, Cen Xun believed that this meteor shower would similarly serve as the catalyst for the awakening of other realms in City. Cen Xun rested his hands on the railing, fingers interlaced against his forehead, the frigid wind sweeping through his waist and lifting the hem of his shirt. He stood motionless for a moment, finally conceding that, amid his myriad thoughts, it was not the city's destruction that concerned him most, but rather Feng Jihan, who remained at home. If Zhangxing were not him, if he were merely an ordinary person, if he too were enveloped in slumber, soon to be reduced to ashes by the meteors descending at midnight, his heart was in turmoil. Cen Xun lowered his gaze, half smiling in self-mockery. He was so rational, having 99% certainty that it was indeed him, yet at this moment, he hesitated to gamble on that one possibility. In truth, he harbored a glimmer of hope, hoping that the person was not him, yearning to avoid the divergence of paths. Just a glimpse. Cen Xun licked his parched lips and made his decision. Whether it be true or not, Cen Xun never engaged in inner turmoil. He preferred to cut through chaos with a swift blade. If Feng Jihan were not involved, all the better. He would first ensure Feng Jihan's safety before confronting the principal. If Feng Jihan was indeed entangled, then that too would suffice. To see with his own eyes might spare him from concocting excuses on his behalf. Cen Xun turned away from the rooftop. For the first time in many days, Cen Xun departed University at dusk. The city's traffic had come to a complete standstill. People in their cars had slumped over the steering wheels in sleep, and the streets were strewn with fallen pedestrians. The sound of car alarms blared from vehicles that had been struck, the sole sound echoing in this world. City's power grid had collapsed significantly. As Cen Xun soared down in a paper airplane, he observed only scattered points of light below. He cast his gaze downwards, his emotions inscrutable. Upon descending in his familiar neighborhood, darkness enveloped him once more. Following the path etched in his memory, he made his way home. The villas along the route were shrouded in shadow, resembling slumbering behemoths lying in wait to consume their prey. Alone, Cen Xun ventured into this abyss, heading towards an uncertain future. Suddenly, he halted. Amidst the inky blackness, the one villa that radiated light stood out starkly, its gentle glow spilling through the windows, exuding warmth. Cen Xun found himself at the entrance of this illuminated abode, staring at the nameplate, repeatedly verifying the house number to confirm that this was indeed his home. Had he not turned off the lights before leaving? As this thought crossed his mind, Cen Xun couldn't help but chuckle at his own foolishness. He had departed during the day and had no need for illumination. So why was the light on? For a moment, he hesitated to open the door, as if it were the mythical Pandora's box, threatening to unleash horrors upon being opened. Just as Cen Xun stood in silence, the door suddenly swung open, and a figure rushed out. Upon spotting Cen Xun, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a smile. "You're back. I was just about to go to school to fetch you," Feng Jihan exclaimed good-naturedly. Cen Xun silently appraised the man before him. Feng Jihan was clad in a black trench coat, evidently prepared to go out. The coat fit him perfectly, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, complementing his striking features, which remained captivating and impossible to look away from. Most importantly, there was no inner voice. After a pause, Cen Xun smiled. "I've returned. Aren't you happy? What sort of nonsense is that?" "Of course, I'm happy," Feng Jihan replied with mock annoyance, stepping aside to allow Cen Xun to enter. "Are you hungry? I'll go make dinner." Cen Xun stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the living room. Aside from the sudden return of his usual companion, everything appeared unchanged since his departure. Feng Jihan moved past him towards the kitchen, opening the refrigerator as he asked, "Would you like steak?" "There's no need to cook. Something's happened outside. We need to leave here first." Cen Xun stood at the kitchen entrance, observing him for a moment. Still, there was no inner voice. Upon hearing Cen Xun's words, Feng Jihan paused, closing the refrigerator door. Without further inquiry, he sighed, "Then we should at least pack a few things. Wait for me. I'll gather some clothes." Without a second thought, Cen Xun replied, "I'll pack. You stay here and wait for me." "All right." Feng Jihan nodded, watching Cen Xun ascend the stairs, his gaze deepening. Cen Xun rushed upstairs, entering the cloakroom, pulling out a suitcase and carelessly stuffing clothes into it. As he was tucking in a stray sleeve, a familiar voice struck his ears like thunder, sending ripples through his being. "Since Administrator 01 cannot rectify the game's flaws, I shall undertake the task myself." Cen Xun's movements froze. The timing of his awakening is too fortuitous. Something feels amiss. What bug could have caused him to awaken prematurely? Cen Xun swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the disheveled clothes within the box, feeling as though the very air around him had been siphoned away, rendering him breathless. He should have felt a surge of anger, a desire to obliterate everything that had ever existed, yet, strangely, anger did not manifest on his face. Instead, he let out a low, muffled laugh, a bitter irony born from the depths of his disappointment. How could he deceive him? How dared he do so? After more than a decade of companionship, the roads traversed together, the moments shared, the tender whispers, the love cloaked in control. Was it all merely a meticulously orchestrated ruse from the very beginning? What did he consider him to be? A mere electronic pet nurtured within a game? Every cherished memory had been irrevocably upended, shrouded in a pall of darkness. Cen Xun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet his expression gradually returned to an unsettling calm. He had anticipated an uncontrollable fury, but in reality, he walked with remarkable composure out of the cloakroom, approaching the staircase. Calling to Feng Jihan in the kitchen, "Jihan, I've misplaced something. Could you come upstairs to help me find it?" Feng Jihan soon emerged from the kitchen, looking up at him with a hint of confusion. "What have you lost?" Cen Xun did not respond, but merely smiled softly, the corners of his lips curving upward. He stood tall and elegant upon the ornately decorated spiral staircase, the warm glow of the crystal chandelier casting a halo around him, as if even the light itself were particularly enamored with him. The hazy illumination enveloped him, bestowing upon him a divine radiance. Feng Jihan gazed up at him, momentarily entranced by this ethereal beauty. However, it was At.the, and in the next heartbeat, the gentle mask shattered, revealing a torrent of murderous intent that locked onto Feng Jihan below. Feng Jihan snapped back to reality, and in a flash, he rolled away, just as Cen Xun lunged into the kitchen. The very spot where he had stood was pierced by several strands of puppeteering silk, infused with rage. Cen Xun descended the spiral staircase slowly, vibrant threads of silk swirling around him as if animated by their own will, extending toward the kitchen. A hint of bloodlust tinged his smile as he called softly, "Darling, where have you gone? Don't hide. I still need your help in finding something." A shadow darted past from behind the half-open island counter, and with a flick of his finger, Cen Xun's strands of silk twisted into blades, piercing the innocent refrigerator. "You have greatly disappointed me," he declared, standing in the center of the living room, his fingers toying with the strings of silk, his smile turning frigid. "Could you enlighten me as to what purpose you had when you appeared in that small mountain village over a decade ago?" Feng Jihan's voice echoed from a hidden corner. "Pleading, wife, please calm down. Whatever it is, let us sit and discuss it. I can explain everything." The moment the words left his lips, Cen Xun's strands of silk tore through the corner from which the voice emanated, shattering the glass wall that separated them into a cacophony of shards. Stepping onto the broken glass, Cen Xun darkly intoned, "But I have no desire to hear your explanations." His keen hearing easily detected Feng Jihan's hurried footsteps amidst the sound of shattering glass. "Was it amusing to toy with me for over a decade?" Cen Xun chakel darkly, sending out a sweeping motion with his puppeteering silk, which shattered the circular floor-to-ceiling windows, even splitting the enormous television screen in two. Chapter 25. Have you not yet contacted Teacherson? No. Where on earth has Teacherson gone? It's terrifying, Mom. I want to go home. They awoke far too late, opening their eyes to the dreadful realization that it was already 11 p.m. What does such a feeling entail? The sensation of impending doom. Even more alarming was their inability to escape the playground littered with heaps of corpses. The awakened players huddled together, standing atop the decaying bodies with no sanctuary in sight, only able to advance toward the sole area devoid of corpses, the podium. Yet, that podium had been brazenly seized by a clique of wealthy young men, leaving only a scant few players with the opportunity to secure a place upon it. The reason for this exclusion was merely the disdain of the young masters for the crowding, leading them to unceremoniously shove the majority of players off the stage. What is there to be afraid of? Shen Wenxiao mocked. After all, we've already stepped on them. What is the harm in stepping again? Wouldn't you agree? The crowd beneath the podium glared at him in silent fury. Shen Wenxiao stood atop the platform, a smirk playing on his lips as he contemptuously muttered a derogatory term. At that moment, Cen Xun approached him, his brow furrowed. "Wenxiao, let us leave the podium for now. Something feels amiss." Shen Wenxiao turned, disbelief etched across his face. "What feels amiss? Do you want me to trample on those disgusting corpses below?" "Xiwan, don't you find it repulsive?" In response to Shen Wenxiao's inquiry, Cen Xun maintained his stance. "Wenxiao, think carefully. The entire playground is filled with corpses. Even the audience stands are overflowing. Why is it that only the podium remains devoid of bodies? The podium is where the school leaders speak." He pressed his dry lips together, his taut muscles betraying his anxiety. "Perhaps someone will deliver a speech here soon, which is why there's a clean area on the podium." Shen Wenxiao scoffed. "Xiwan, have you lost your wits? At a time like this, who would give a speech? Or do you think those monsters will take to the stage to speak?" Cen Xun recognized the futility of persuading Shen Wenxiao. Having spent ample time together, he was acutely aware of Shen Wenxiao's foolishness. He refrained from further arguments and turned to the other wealthy young men. "Who among you will join me in descending?" The young masters exchanged glances, their faces revealing a reluctant disdain as they surveyed the mountain of corpses below. They were all young gentlemen of considerable wealth, adorned in luxurious attire and brand-name shoes, and the thought of soiling their shoes in the putrid filth below was unthinkable. Cen Xun nodded, choosing silence as he braced himself and leaped from the podium. The remaining young masters crossed their arms, watching him depart, unmoved, even mocking his fanciful notions. At that moment, a low rumble resonated from the ground. Initially, no one perceived the gravity of the situation until the tremors intensified, drawing nearer. As realization dawned, they turned in horror toward the entrance of the playground. There, a monstrous creature of flesh and blood loomed, brandishing thousands of thorn-like tentacles as it slithered toward the podium. With each few meters it advanced, the corpses in its wake were gruesomely shredded and consumed by its tentacles. "It's the principal," The principal has arrived. Panic erupted in frantic cries, and the young masters atop the podium finally snapped to attention, hastily attempting to jump down, but it was too late. The creature's tentacles suddenly elongated, darting like arrows toward the young masters on the stage, and more than half of them were impaled on the ground with horrified screams. Cen Xun was completely paralyzed with fear, his body reacting solely on instinct as he scrambled away from the tentacles, leaping toward the ground. Yet, the jump was evidently too late. The principal's multitude of compound eyes simultaneously turned to fixate on this fleeing prey. A single tentacle shot toward Cen Xun with a menacing whoosh. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a frantic struggle to climb over the mound of corpses. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with whether the blood would stain his clothes or shoes. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: escape. Just as the tentacle was about to penetrate his back, a flash of crimson struck the tentacle, deflecting it slightly. Thus, the sharp tip narrowly grazed Cen Xun's arm, leaving a deep wound. Ah! He cried out in agony, clutching his arm as he collapsed onto the heap of corpses, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He gazed in terror at the creature wielding the tentacles as it lunged toward him, shouting for help, but with the other players preoccupied with their own survival, and filled with animosity towards him, who had come to his aid. In despair, Cen Xun squeezed his eyes shut, anticipating the pain that never came. Instead, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Trembling, he opened his eyes to behold a tall figure standing before him. Cen Xun had blocked the creature's advance. The other players, taken aback by Cen Xun's timely appearance, exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Cen." Cen Xun slightly turned his head, addressing Cen Xun behind him, "Step back." Cen Xun wiped away the tears smeared across his face, wanting to question Cen Xun about his late arrival. However, recognizing that this was not the time for a tantrum, he swallowed his grievances and hastily crawled away in anger. Cen Xun, seeing him retreat, finally focused his attention on the principal. Having clashed with the principal multiple times, Cen Xun was well aware of the animosity that had built up. Yet, this time, the principal did not charge at him as before. Instead, he opened his enormous maw and emitted a peculiar, piercing sonic wave. Cen Xun initially failed to grasp its significance until he spotted a stream of faculty members emerging at the playground entrance, and realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the principal had become clever, now seeking assistance for a joint assault. 13 deans gathered on the playground, accompanied by an innumerable throng of subordinate professors, lecturers, and counselors. In a one-versus-many scenario, it appeared that Cen Xun was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. The players, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts sink. "Wah, my teacher Cen is so frail. How can he possibly contend against so many? That old principal is using numbers to overpower him, utterly lacking in martial virtue. Teacher Cen is too kind-hearted, too compassionate. Even someone like Cen Xun, he seeks to save. Teacher Cen, wake up. Cen Xun is unworthy. He has nothing but trash. What are we to do? Teacher Cen is going to lose. Wah, how will I survive without Teacher Cen? I've got it. I, Zenin, am willing to sacrifice a decade of bachelorhood for the sake of Teacher Cen's safe return. Cen Xun, that is quite unnecessary. Stealing his resolve. Cen Xun tuned out the cacophony of bizarre thoughts and concentrated on the army of faculty surrounding him. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. What is Teacher Cen doing? Surely he isn't giving up and surrendering? Ignoring the shrill cries of the players, Cen Xun, facing imminent encirclement, calmly retrieved a stack of documents and cleared his throat. Now, in the capacity of principal, I hereby declare, he directed the control stick toward the surrounding faculty, sneering, "You're all dismissed." With a swift motion, he hurled the documents into the air, unleashing a flurry of puppet strings that shredded them into snowflake-like fragments, scattering gracefully upon the wind. The vast playground lay in utter silence. Not only were the players left dumbfounded, but even the principal's tentacles in the distance seemed to momentarily stiffen. This was due to the shocking proclamation made by Cen Xun. The players pondered, what kind of audacious maneuver is this? Did not Teacher Cen claim that his position as principal had been usurped by a false principal? And now, he has reclaimed it? The principal inquired, "If you're the principal, then who am I?" Most strikingly, the throng of teachers encircling Cen Xun remained inexplicably still. Moments. As if powered down, they began to topple one by one. The players gasped in disbelief. "He truly is the principal." Amidst the players' awestruck admiration, Cen Xun stepped over his colleagues' bodies, advancing slowly towards the principal. "And you," he declared, retrieving a blood-stained document from his pocket and raising his arm to present it to the principal. "You two are dismissed, Principal Hong." The principal's myriad eyes rotated, focusing on the document contents, and suddenly froze. The document in Cen Xun's hand was none other than the elusive principal appointment letter sought by Feng Jihan. For the principal, this letter held profound significance. Upon seeing it, a flicker of sanity returned to him as he muttered incoherently, "How did you find this?" Cen Xun smiled faintly. "Principal Hong, keeping a diary is hardly a commendable habit." He produced a tattered diary page from his pocket. Not the one detailing his entombment of honors and past glories beneath the school's history museum, but another. On that fateful day, Cen Xun had concealed not only the key to the safe, but also this diary fragment. "I felt anguish and despair." He softly recited from the page, "I am unworthy of being the principal of H University. I can neither protect the teachers nor safeguard my students. I am ashamed before everyone. Forgive my cowardice. I am powerless to do anything for my university. The only thing left for me may be to atone with my death." As he folded the diary page, he addressed the silent principal. "I have long pondered where you might choose to end your life, and where you were seduced by the malevolent deity." Cen Xun turned the principal appointment letter over, gazing at its contents, and spoke slowly. "I attempted to reconstruct the events. The diary must have been penned in your office. Following its completion, you would have proceeded to take your own life. And on the 18th floor, seeking to end it all, what could be swifter than a leap from the heights? Thus, I deduced that you ascended the bell tower that day, intending to jump from the pinnacle of H University. But then," Cen Xun lowered his lashes, his voice grave, "the malevolent deity descended, proclaiming that he could fulfill your desires. Principal Hong, you are not one to fear death. In that moment, you surely thought, could it possibly get any worse? Hence, you agreed to barter with the malevolent deity, forsaking suicide, and returned to your office. You visited only 2 places during your pact with the deity, the office and the bell tower. Since this pre-contract is not in your office, it must reside within the bell tower." Cen Xun concluded, "And so, I discovered it beneath the great bronze bell." Chapter 26. In the World of Nightmares. City H is still engulfed in flames. Concurrently, in the realm of reality, countless individuals lying in bed, engrossed in their smartphones, received the same notification. Curiously, they opened the push notification, only to discover it was a promotional video for a holographic horror game. The cover, drenched in black and red, was chillingly terrifying yet inexplicably alluring. They pondered, feeling a sense of boredom. Why not take a look? As the video commenced, a soothing and delicate piano melody filled the air. Suddenly, the pitch-black screen illuminated brilliantly, flashing through several scenes. Vibrant university students, a pristine and orderly campus, a harmonious classroom. Before the audience could fully comprehend, a deep, resonant sound struck their hearts. The once gentle melody took a sharp turn, transforming into something sinister. Blood splattered across the screen as male and female students collapsed, while a mournful violin piece wove through the chaos, rendering the gruesome spectacle tragically beautiful. At that moment, a heavy, aged voice interjected, "I was powerless to protect my teachers, nor could I safeguard my students. All I can do now is to atone with my life." The camera swooped down from an overhead view, penetrating the administrative building until a gigantic white archway thunderously swung open, revealing a silent copper bell atop a spiral staircase. "But I made a grave mistake," the voice lamented. "I made a pact with the dark god." With another heavy emphasis, the screen abruptly darkened, the drum beats echoing like approaching footsteps. The image flickered briefly before sinking into darkness, just long enough for the audience to discern several corpses turned away from them. "I know that everything is beyond redemption now. Scenes of countless players engaged in bloody battles against monsters unfolded, accompanied by an intense, pulsating rhythm that stirred the blood. Yet soon, flames consumed the players' figures, and amidst the frenzied, eerie piano music, a silver ring glimmering with a cold light hovered in the air before plunging into the inferno. A new nightmare was upon them. Would you be the one to escape from this nightmare? As the flames turned to ash, a black-red fragment emerged from the embers. The scene shifted, embedding that fragment into a black curtain, which erupted into flames. From the ashes, 6 ominous words soaked in blood materialized, the day of the nightmare's arrival. After watching, the audience remained entranced by the impact for an extended period. It was somewhat terrifying, yet it seemed undeniably exhilarating and fun. Upon further inspection of the game introduction, they discovered it was an upcoming public beta for a holographic horror game. What? Free holographic helmets for game pre-orders? What kind of game company is this bold? The allure of a free holographic helmet was irresistible, leading even those indifferent to horror games to enroll, merely to obtain the headgear. Those seeking thrills were enticed by the game's promise of an experience closely mirroring reality, eagerly planning to dive in themselves. The number of game pre-registrations surged exponentially, as people noted that the public beta of Nightmare World would officially launch in a week. Damn, why must it be a week away? The prospective players were growing increasingly impatient, unaware that chaos had already erupted within the Heresy Monitoring Bureau due to this game. Administrator 01, has the promotional video been intercepted? Failed, utterly failed. This is a direct release from Nightmare World, orchestrated by Nightmare World itself. I cannot intercept it. It was over. Merely 10 minutes had passed, and over 1 million individuals had registered for the public beta. At that moment, someone entered the room and approached one of the anxious individuals at the computer, pushing them aside to take their place. In a Heresy Monitoring Bureau, there was only Feng Jihan, aside from the others who had black and white hair. Feng Jihan opened the promotional video, scrolled to the end, and skillfully captured a screenshot of the black-red fragment, restoring its quality and enlarging it. Others gathered around, frowning at the irregularly shaped fragment. What is this? Feng Jihan pointed at the screen. This should be the key mentioned in the prophecy. The blood-red lines. I have seen them before. Administrator 01 swiveled in his chair to face Feng Jihan. Sir, what do you think this key signifies? Honestly, I'm unsure, Feng Jihan mused, enlarging the fragment again. But since it is a piece, there must be other fragments. If we gather them all, perhaps we could summon a cataclysmic dark god? The others were momentarily taken aback by his chilling jest. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Sir, besides this, I believe there's something else peculiar. Feng Jihan snapped back to attention. What is it? The individual rewound the video, pausing the frame on the falling silver ring, their gaze resolute, voice unwavering. This. It must also be some sort of item. Feng Jihan glanced at the screen, and his composure momentarily faltered. Item? That is my wife's wedding ring. The others remained oblivious to Feng Jihan's distress at the sight of the ring, with one even foolishly asking, by the way, how did you fail your mission? Feng Jihan's expression darkened further. I was killed. Really? Was the principal that formidable? You couldn't defeat them even with 1/3 of your power? Feng Jihan took a deep breath. It was my oversight. Nightmare World only allowed ordinary individuals during the internal testing phase, showing extreme aversion to high-level abilities. The Heresy Bureau had to deploy several special abilities to facilitate a covert operation, allowing me to assume the identity of a player and barely infiltrate the game. However, it was merely a diminutive avatar, possessing no capabilities beyond passive skills and unable to endure much of the original's power. While Cen Xun wreaked havoc within the dream realm, Feng Jihan was not idle. He utilized Zhang San's body to inscribe runes at H University. Once Zhang San logged off, he would access the avatar at home. After all, that one was sturdier and more resilient. With the rune array in place, the larger avatar could sneak into H University and harness 1/3 of the original strength. Feng Jihan initially intended to resolve the principal issue with the larger avatar, thwarting the official launch of Nightmare World. Yet he had not anticipated Cen Xun would expedite his exit. Feng Jihan felt an immense sense of frustration, his thoughts drifting to Cen Xun's uncertain fate within Nightmare World, further deepening his gloom. What about the 10,000 players? Feng Jihan attempted to shift his focus. Have they returned? The others exchanged glances, lips pressed together, and replied, not yet. They had tracked the players, discovering they remained in a deep sleep, vital signs intact. Yet they had not awakened. Where then had their consciousness gone? Only Cen Xun held the answer. In the dimly lit principal's office. Cen Xun sat elegantly behind his desk with crossed legs, casting a sweeping glance over the players on the floor. In response to their astonished and fearful gazes, he offered them a faint smile. We meet again. At that moment, only 6 individuals were gathered in the principal's office. The 5 core members of the affluent youth clique, particularly Rong Tianchong, who had previously fallen under Cen Xun's control, found themselves at the mercy of the situation. Shun Wenxiao, the first to voice his concerns, exclaimed with fervor, "What do you intend to do with us?" Observing Cen Xun's calm demeanor, Shun Wenxiao's agitation intensified. In his mind, Cen Xun was akin to a benevolent figure, someone who would never retaliate no matter the provocation, and Shun Wenxiao thrived on exploiting the weak. Dare you remain silent? Are you deaf? Meanwhile, Rong Tianchong, who had witnessed Cen Xun's terrifying capabilities, knelt low, his heart racing at Shun Wenxiao's audacious remarks. How could this young master, with his influential background, dare to speak to Cen Xun in such a manner? He was doomed. The other wealthy youths, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, wisely chose to remain silent, leaving Shun Wenxiao to rant alone. As he continued his tirade, Shun Wenxiao eventually noticed the surrounding stillness and hesitated, his voice trailing off. A series of claps resonated from behind the desk as Cen Xun remarked, "Well done, quite lively. Witnessing your spiritedness lifts my spirits as well." Shun Wenxiao's expression darkened. "Do not play games. I've heard you enjoy having others lick your shoes." Cen Xun interrupted, feigning curiosity as he leaned forward slightly. "I've never seen it myself. Might I trouble you, young Master Shun, to demonstrate by licking someone else's shoes for me?" Shun Wenxiao's face froze, his incredulity evident. What? Cen Xun snapped his fingers, surveying the room until his gaze landed on Rong Tianchong. "Clean his shoes." Both Shun Wenxiao and Rong Tianchong were taken aback. Rong Tianchong looked up, astonished at Cen Xun, who nodded at him. "Please stand up, Rong." Compelled, Rong Tianchong rose to his feet, while Shun Wenxiao erupted in outrage. "You've lost your mind. I am the 3rd young master of the Shun family. Do you realize the consequences of crossing me?" However, as he spoke, a wave of terror silenced him. He suddenly realized he could no longer control his own body. His form moved rigidly toward Rong Tianchong, kneeling without hesitation, his head bowing down. "And no, please," Shun Wenxiao shouted in fear, yet his head continued to lower with relentless submission. Rong Tianchong stared at Cen Xun, bewildered. "Teacher, Cien." "No, Principal Cien. What is the meaning of this?" Cen Xun clasped his hands, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "From your memories, I see that you, Rong, are an exceptionally talented technical professional. Yet your employer disregards your dignity and overlooks your contributions." With a sigh, he expressed sympathy. "It is truly a pity, Rong. You deserve a brighter future." Feeling his heart race, Rong Tianchong stammered, "Principal, I don't quite understand your intent." Cen Xun, unfazed, dropped a bombshell. "I plan to establish a company of my own outside of the gaming realm." Chapter 27. The phone continued to ring incessantly, and Cen Xun held the device to his ear, idly awaiting a response amidst the howling winds on the rooftop. After a prolonged silence, the call was automatically disconnected. He dialed again, and after 3 attempts, to his surprise, someone finally answered. Upon picking up the phone, a muddled and indistinct mumble emanated from the receiver. Cen Xun experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, but the sharp reminder of a nightmare quickly jolted him back to clarity. "Speak clearly," he said calmly into the phone. After a brief pause, a garbled voice responded, saying, "Guh." Cen Xun replied, "Are you alive?" There was a rustling sound on the other end, followed by a return to muffled speech. Cen Xun inhaled deeply, gripping the phone tightly, and declared, "I announce that anyone who converses with me after this call connects will remain in absolute clarity." At last, the voice became somewhat clearer, albeit weak. "I said I'm dead. Do you believe me?" Cen Xun squinted against the wind, a smile creeping onto his face. I do fry too, am half alive. More rustling ensued before Tong Ming slowly inquired. Go. What prompted you to call me today? Did you see the meteor shower last night? Cen Xun chuckled. Didn't it damage the television station? The station is intact, Tong Ming sighed, his tone filled with mock sorrow. But my colleagues, in their frantic pursuit of headlines, scrambled to the rooftop to capture the meteor shower. Tragically, they all fell to their deaths. It's truly lamentable. How could such a tragedy occur? Cen Xun expressed, his voice laced with sympathy, as if sharing in the grief. I experienced significant casualties as well. The principal insisted on convening an assembly of all faculty and students late at night, and when the meteor struck, both my colleagues and students perished. Ah, is that true? Light a candle for them, Tong Ming replied. I have already observed a moment of silence, Cen Xun stated. A serene silence enveloped both ends of the call for a few seconds, before they both suddenly burst into laughter. Casting aside their feigned sorrow, Tong Ming cheerfully asked, What level are you at now? Cen Xun smiled as he replied, Red robe. Impressive. See go. Even after all these years, you remain as formidable as ever. Tong Ming praised, then jested. You didn't call just for nostalgia, did you? I must warn you, my level is not high enough even to assist you with a small task. Cen Xun responded leisurely. What do you mean by that? We are brothers. Even if I were to starve, I could never bring myself to harm you. Tong Ming feigned a smile. Your sudden politeness frightens me. Quickly, reveal your intentions. After all these years, do I not know your character? Rest assured, I have no intentions of consuming you. Cen Xun shifted the phone to his other hand. I am here to extend an invitation. Go on, Tong Ming urged. Cen Xun lowered his voice. Everything began with my unexpected ascension to the position of principal last night. Tong Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, You actually became the principal? How many followers do you command? How will you manage them all? Cen Xun was surprisingly unperturbed. Thus, I have devised an IP plan for my nightmare university. What plan? Tong Ming inquired, intrigued. Cen Xun elaborated patiently. In the future, the nightmare world will gradually unveil instances for players to engage in. Your television station, along with my nightmare university, should be among those instances. The question is, how can we stand out in other instances to attract more players and accumulate points? My vision is to transform Nightmare University into a large-scale IP, enhancing its visibility to ensure its sustainable operation. Tong Ming was left dumbfounded, quickly retorting, Wait, what do you mean by players, instances, and the nightmare world? Are we even in the same realm? I don't comprehend any of this. Cen Xun was surprised to discover that Tong Ming was unfamiliar with concepts related to players and gaming. He provided a brief overview of the relevant concepts, and Tong Ming grasped them quickly, realization dawning upon him. So that's why there are always people causing trouble at the television station. There are players treating my station as a game instance. After processing this astonishing information, Tong Ming pondered Cen Xun's words, musing. Are you suggesting that you want me to join your nightmare university to help you manage it? Cen Xun confirmed and asked, So, would you like to become my dean? Tong Ming hesitated, gently declining. It's that, after becoming a peculiar entity, I find it challenging to maintain my sanity. My thoughts are consumed with the desire for fresh flesh. I don't know how you manage to remain clear-headed, but I might lose control. And what if I end up consuming your students? You need not worry about that, Cen Xun reassured him. My abilities can keep your mind clear. The fact that you can articulate coherently with me now is due to this skill. After a moment's hesitation, Tong Ming confessed, As a longtime brother, I must speak candidly. Siga, your level far surpasses mine. If I were to ally with you, I cannot guarantee my own safety, nor can I secure my followers. Furthermore, Tong Ming sighed, I cherish my television station. You know me. I have always relished the thrill of prying into others' secrets. Without the domain of the television station, I would lose that exhilaration. The mere thought of relinquishing it pains me. I do not wish for you to abandon it. Cen Xun interjected slowly. I have no intention of absorbing your domain. My proposal is that you continue to manage your television station, which will remain independent of Nightmare University. Tong Ming expressed surprise. Oh, Cen Xun continued, I am merely offering you the position of dean at Nightmare University, a legitimate appointment, with a salary and a contract to establish our respective rights and obligations. The previous principal set strict rules prohibiting harm to faculty and students. So you need not worry for your safety. Tong Ming could hardly believe his ears. Is this for real? It sounds too good to be true. Cen Xun further elaborated on the benefits. Moreover, Nightmare University has a larger population, allowing you to pry into more secrets. Does it not? Tong Ming surprisingly began to waver. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Sigu, I need to think this through carefully. Could you grant me some time?" Cen Xun's lips curled into a smile. "Of course, but I advise you to keep this call connected. The rules I have established rely entirely on the signal. Now that I have shared my terms of employment, it's your turn to disclose your strengths," Cen Xun stated, intrigued by Tong Ming's abilities. "Since this is a recruitment, it must be a mutual selection. There's nothing to hide," Tong Ming readily admitted. "My special skill is omniscience. My eyes can perceive certain things, but currently, I can only see events that have already transpired. The higher my level, the more I can observe. Omniscient abilities?" Cen Xun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What are the requirements for leveling up? In addition to the upgrades associated with the special identity, individual skills can also be enhanced upon meeting certain conditions. For instance, the newly acquired skill symbol of misfortune by Cen Xun requires him to draw 100 misfortune symbols and use them to bring misfortune to 100 individuals. Although Tong Ming's skill is not an offensive type, Cen Xun perceives its considerable potential, even if he can currently only observe past events. What if his skill were to be upgraded to its maximum level? Could he then foresee future occurrences? Tong Ming promptly provided an answer. The more people that see the disseminated information, the broader its reach, and thus the quicker the upgrade process. Cen Xun smiled. "Then you should definitely join my team. Aside from my Nightmare University, where else could you find followers to spread information across such an array of strange domains? Moreover," Cen Xun stated calmly, "I'm not trying to be harsh, but consider this. Your skill isn't offensive, and upgrades require time. What will you do if you encounter higher-level output players before you have matured?" Tong Ming fell silent. Cen Xun confidently remarked, "It's wise to seek shelter under a large tree, Tong Ming. Joining Nightmare University is your best option at present." After a brief silence on the other end, Tong Ming seemed to have made a decision and said to Cen Xun, "Let us discuss it in person. I need to confirm the efficacy of the contract." Cen Xun descended from the clock tower, navigating the spiral staircase into the principal's office. Conversing as he walked. "How shall we meet? The streets are impassable, shrouded in black mist. There's no way to reach your television station through normal routes. Is there?" After a moment of rustling on Tong Ming's side, he responded, "Brother, I will send you an interview invitation to your phone shortly. Once you accept, I will dispatch a reporter to your location. You can then return with the interview vehicle." Cen Xun felt curious. Such a ceremonious affair? "Not a ceremony," Tong Ming explained with a chuckle, "but one of the rules I have discerned. Between strange domains, unless the domain master extends an invitation, it is exceedingly difficult for unrelated individuals to locate the entrance to a strange domain. This invitation also constitutes a type of contract." Cen Xun settled into the swivel chair behind the desk, activated the speakerphone, and began to thoughtfully stroke his chin. This concealed rule, unbeknownst to him until Tong Ming mentioned it, might require several attempts to fully grasp. It certainly proves to be quite useful. Tong Ming added with a smile, "Brother, I have already sent a vehicle your way. Remember to open the strange domain to my followers." Cen Xun acknowledged with a sound and proceeded alone, not bringing anyone else along. He harbored no fears about Tong Ming's intentions, nor did he suspect Tong Ming would deceive him regarding skill levels. The former principal sacrificed the entire school's faculty and students, going through a complete cycle of 19 rounds to become the Red Garb's anomaly, while Tong Ming occupied only a single television station, thus limiting his upgrade potential. Furthermore, Cen Xun had the support of a deep star-level item. In truth, it was Tong Ming who should be wary. The choice to meet at the television station was also considerate of Tong Ming's feelings. After all, meeting another anomaly on his own turf would afford Tong Ming a greater sense of security as the weaker party. The two foxes understood each other well, subtly engaging in a battle of wits beneath the guise of seemingly gentle conversation. Cen Xun graciously overlooked Tong Ming's probing. 10 minutes later, Cen Xun encountered the interview vehicle dispatched by Tong Ming at the school gate. The reporter inside was an elegant and knowledgeable woman, appearing quite lifelike. However, as Cen Xun approached, he discerned that she was, in fact, a blue garb-level anomaly. Chapter 28, they did not linger long in the exhibition corridor, but swiftly passed through the photography area and interview rooms to arrive at the director's office. The two settled on the sofa and commenced their serious discussion. Cen Xun retrieved a contract of employment from Nightmare University, placing it on the coffee table and pushing it towards Tong Ming. I came in a hurry, and some clauses remain unamended. We can discuss them in detail later. For now, please verify the authenticity of the contract. Tong Ming picked up the contract, feigning a thorough examination, although he truly needed no scrutiny. The moment he grasped the document, his omniscient intuition conveyed the truth. It was genuine. The contract indeed held mutual binding power. Signing this contract did not imply that Qianmu Television would be entirely subservient to Nightmare University. Rather, Qianmu Television retained a degree of independent autonomy. Moreover, Tong Ming need not fear being consumed by Cen Xun, as the contract explicitly stipulated that unless the dean breached any terms, the president held no authority over the dean and could not unilaterally terminate the contract. Tong Ming perused the contract multiple times, ultimately concluding that it was indeed a fair agreement for both parties involved. He found it hard to believe. He understood well the nature of Cen Xun. Even without an advantage, Cen Xun would find ways to create conditions favorable to himself, especially given that he was currently in a far superior position. As the dominant party, Cen Xun had no necessity to offer such generous terms. He could effortlessly compel Tong Ming to concede through sheer force. Yet here he was genuinely negotiating a collaboration, leaving Tong Ming perplexed. What had prompted this sudden change in his brother's demeanor? Had the aftermath of severing ties with his ex-husband truly affected him so profoundly? Noticing the complexity in Tong Ming's gaze, as if it contained a multitude of unspoken words, Cen Xun raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it? Are you dissatisfied?" "Not at all. I am quite satisfied, even a bit taken aback." Tong Ming replied bashfully, "But your unexpected normalcy makes me feel somewhat uneasy." Cen Xun maintained an impassive expression. "Have I always seemed abnormal to you?" Tong Ming chuckled awkwardly, using the contract to fan himself. "The contract is fine, but I have a question for you, brother." "Ask away," Cen Xun replied. Tong Ming posed, "Brother, you will surely need to recruit other deans in the future. Will this standard contract be exclusive to me, or will it apply to other deans as well?" "To all," Cen Xun replied coolly. "I have a deal with the former president that includes treating the faculty and staff well." Tong Ming suddenly understood, yet felt a tinge of melancholia. "Ah, everyone will have it. I thought you were favoring me due to our profound brotherly bond." Cen Xun responded with a slight shudder at the overly sentimental remark. "Are you even going to take this deanship seriously?" "Of course. Absolutely." Tong Ming quickly reassured, smiling at Cen Xun. "Can I visit your Nightmare University right now? If it seems suitable, we could sign the contract today." Cen Xun nodded in satisfaction, rising to say, "Let us go now." Tong Ming had taught Cen Xun how to pave the way to his eerie realm. With Cen Xun as the domain lord present, Tong Ming was comfortably seated in the same vehicle, arriving smoothly at Nightmare University. Upon disembarking, it was Tong Ming's turn to be astonished. "What a vast domain!" he exclaimed. "This At.the needs some adjustments," Tong Ming mused, having automatically assumed the role of dean, gesturing toward the school gate. "It should be made more terrifying, ideally incorporating elements unique to our institution, to provide players with a visual shock before they even enter." Cen Xun summoned a sightseeing vehicle, leading Tong Ming aboard, and remarked nonchalantly, "The university was just established last night, and the faculty and staff were only recently recruited. There hasn't been time for modifications." The blood-splattered sightseeing vehicle slowly began its journey along the main road deeper into the campus. Lowly students, resembling eerie creatures, swayed as they walked, their pale faces turning towards the sightseeing vehicle like sunflowers. Tong Ming rested his arm on the armrest, observing the students. "Are they all of the purple robe level?" That's a bit troublesome, as they lack much awareness and can only follow simple commands. They want to be able to participate in the main storyline tasks for the players. Cen Xun, his long legs curled in the narrow seat, pressed his fingers against his temple. I too am pondering how to design the quests. The entire school is too vast, with departments and majors being exceedingly complex. Whether it's rule-based horror or task-oriented, the workload for design will be immense. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Ming posed another question. Fourth brother, how many students can your eerie domain accommodate at once? Cen Xun estimated, responding, around 40,000. Subtracting the over 10,000 current students, it can hold about 30,000 players. Tong Ming stroked his chin. Brother, your domain is too expansive. To sustain the followers, the energy required will be astronomical. This implies that for many years to come, you will need to continuously profit from the players. Thus, if you wish to operate this domain, you must adopt a long-term perspective. Cen Xun inquired, what do you mean? Tong Ming, now animated, responded, first and foremost, we are in the initial stages and must lay a solid foundation, finding ways to promote our reputation and retain players. Therefore, in the first phase, our quest difficulty cannot be too high, nor can we eliminate too many players at once. We must ensure that players feel the thrill without being frightened away. Cen Xun nodded slightly. Continue. Encouraged by his affirmation, Tong Ming excitedly elaborated, as the saying goes, in the bustling world, all seek profit. In the thronging crowd, all pursue gain. If we wish to stand out among other quests, how should we proceed? An effective strategy is to offer players benefits that other quests lack, showcasing the advantages of our university. A hint of a smile graced Cen Xun's face as he generously praised him. Very well articulated. It is highly relevant to our reality. Surprised by the rare compliment from the usually aloof Cen Xun, Tong Ming felt a surge of elation, his spirits soaring. The sightseeing vehicle came to a stop in front of the School of Media. Cen Xun introduced, this is the School of Media. Your skills require the dissemination of information to upgrade, correct? I have already thought it through. Once you join, I will establish an editorial department within the School of Media, with you serving as the chief editor of the Nightmare University campus newspaper, fully responsible for its editing and publication. Tong Ming was left speechless, unable to believe it. Tugging at Cen Xun's sleeve in excitement. Really, brother? You genuinely want to entrust the editorial department to me? Cen Xun smiled. You are my dear brother. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? Tong Ming, enchanted by his brother's sweet words, shook Cen Xun's arm vigorously. Oh, my dear brother. What other surprises do you have in store for me? Cen Xun smiled faintly. Coincidentally, I do have another surprise to show you. The sightseeing vehicle transported them to the administrative building, where Cen Xun led Tong Ming to the president's office on the top floor. As they exited the elevator, they encountered 4 anxious young men waiting at the door. Upon seeing Cen Xun accompany an unfamiliar youth, the wealthy young men were momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, they approached, respectfully presenting their self-recommendation letters to Cen Xun. President, here are our self-recommendation letters for your consideration. Cen Xun accepted the 4 letters, nodding coldly before instructing them to return and await notification, then led Tong Ming into the office. As soon as they entered, Tong Ming eagerly inquired, brother, who were those people just now? Why were they giving you their self-recommendation letters? This is the new surprise I wish to share with you. Cen Xun presented his self-recommendation letter to Tong Ming, reclining leisurely in his swivel chair. I plan to establish a media company in the real world. Those individuals just now are affluent investors interested in supporting me. If Tong Ming were still in a state of alienation, his myriad eyes would tremble at this moment. What? You intend to open a media company in the real world? Cen Xun pointed at him with a finger. Tong Ming, it's not just Nightmare University. I can facilitate your news, transcending the barriers of the nightmare realm and reaching the real world. Tong Ming's fingers trembled, causing the self-recommendation letter to flutter to the ground. No one knew the magnitude of the impact on his heart. This was the real world, such a vast realm, filled with so many living beings. Tong Ming had thought that establishing Nightmare University would be sufficient to satiate his ambitions. Yet Cen Xun claimed to possess a channel to convey messages to the real world. If everyone in the real world could witness the news he disseminated, Tong Ming dared not imagine, could not fathom, how powerful he could become. With a sudden thud, Tong Ming knelt before Cen Xun, clinging to his legs and weeping profusely. Brother, once a brother, Always a father, from now on. You are my true father. Cen Xun's expression darkened. Let go. Tong Ming clung to the leg of his suit, refusing to release his grip, fully aware of what was unfolding. Brother, how wicked you are. Clearly, you have everything planned, yet you pretend to be oblivious, deliberately seeking my opinion. Cen Xun lifted his panda-patterned teacup and took a sip. I do not require a headmaster lacking knowledge. A foolish ally is more perilous than a formidable opponent. I must first assess whether Tong Ming's intellect is functional. Setting down the teacup, he helped Tong Ming to his feet and led him up the bell tower. Gazing down upon the entirety of H City from above, his lips curling into a confident smile. Tong Ming, do you believe that in the future, the whole of H City and even the entire nightmare realm will be ours? As they stood tall and surveyed the horizon, it felt as if the entire world lay beneath their feet. Tong Ming was exhilarated, completely intoxicated by the moment. He slapped the railing and declared passionately, I believe, we shall conquer the world. Brother, I will assume the role of headmaster. Excellent. Cen Xun smiled, having successfully lured Tong Ming into his scheme. Now, let us proceed to sign the contract, and you will be able to publish the first issue of the campus newspaper as a trial. Tong Ming could hardly contain his eagerness. Let us go, right now. After hastily signing the contract, Tong Ming officially became the new headmaster of the School of Media. As the saying goes, a new official brings 3 fires. Tong Ming resolved to showcase his omniscience to his brother. Before launching the campus newspaper, he confidently promised Cen Xun, Brother, rest assured, my abilities will not disappoint you. Cen Xun patted his shoulder, smiling. I believe in you, go ahead. After bidding farewell to Tong Ming, Cen Xun returned to his desk, took a sip of water to soothe his slightly parched lips, feeling a sense of relief. With just a few flattering words, he had secured a new headmaster endowed with omniscience, which could be likened to a zero-cost acquisition. Despite Cen Xun's outward promises of numerous benefits, providing a school newspaper and connections to the real world, the editorial department would require Tong Ming's direct oversight, and he would need to write for the newspaper daily. To disseminate news into the real world, Tong Ming would have to devise ways to expand and strengthen the company. Chapter 29. As Tong Ming stepped into the conference room, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The overhead chandelier cast a pallid light, and the deans were seated around an oval table, the silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Upon his entrance, several pairs of eyes swiftly turned towards him, landing squarely upon his figure. My apologies, the editorial department had some matters to attend to, which caused my tardiness. Tong Ming said, still blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that loomed over him, his sense of urgency completely absent. With a resounding thud, the door behind him swung shut, locking him in. A shiver ran down his spine as he met Cen Xun's icy gaze, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Tong Dean. Cen Xun's somber voice resonated from the head of the table. Could you kindly elucidate why such content has appeared in our campus newspaper? A newspaper was tossed at Tong Ming's feet, its bold, crimson headline glaringly attention-grabbing. Yet to Tong Ming, it felt akin to a death warrant. The principal's fury was palpable, and the other deans, under the weight of his wrath, fell silent, wishing they could evaporate into thin air. Each of Tong Ming's senses was on high alert. Beads of sweat formed as he slowly bent down, cautiously picking up the newspaper with 2 fingers, submissively bowing his head as if acknowledging a fault, and weakly imploring, Brother, please allow me to explain, address me as principal. The air crackled with tension as cracks spiderwebbed across the granite floor beneath Tong Ming's feet. He instinctively recognized that Cen Xun was reaching a boiling point and fervently defended himself. Principal, I merely wish to demonstrate my capabilities and, well, our Nightmare University has only been established for less than a day. It truly is challenging to find captivating news. Hence, I took a bold approach in selecting the most engaging material. Cen Xun's lips curled into a humorless smirk. So fond of gossip, why not include your own? Having known Cen Xun for many years, Tong Ming was acutely aware of his grudges. A transgression of this magnitude would surely lead to repercussions, and thus, before provoking Cen Xun further, he preemptively self-flagellated. You are absolutely correct, Principal. As the dean of the School of Media and the editor-in-chief of the campus newspaper, I should lead by example. When there are no newsworthy events, I shall be the first to contribute my own gossip. His voice boomed with a sense of righteousness. Rest assured, tomorrow, the tale of my unfortunate encounter while spying on a couple's mundane life, only to be chased by a dog into a sewer, will spread throughout the campus. The deans collectively stared in disbelief, while Rong Tianchong, seated at the far end, could only blink in shock, wishing to bury his head beneath the table. Who was he? Where was he? And why had he stumbled into this bizarre gathering? Could he truly endure such scandalous tales? Would he be silenced come morning? After a tense silence, he finally heard the principal's voice soften slightly. Take a seat. Seemingly having escaped disaster, Tong Ming exhaled in relief, gingerly taking his place beside Cen Xun, too frightened to utter another sound. Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it slide this time, Cen Xun said, flipping through the meeting agenda without raising his gaze. But should there be a next time, I shall have your eyes removed and hung at the entrance as welcoming lanterns. The vivid imagery sent a chill through Tong Ming, causing him to feel phantom pains in his eyes. He obediently responded, understood, principal. Cen Xun's anger began to dissipate, and the atmosphere relaxed somewhat. Today, I have summoned you all for two primary matters, Cen Xun continued, his tone regaining composure. Firstly, you should now be aware that I have appointed a new dean for Nightmare University, namely, Dean Tong. Dean Tong is the director of Chimu Television and will henceforth serve as the dean of the School of Media and the editor-in-chief of the campus newspaper. I believe his addition will invigorate our institution. The dean spontaneously applauded, welcoming him warmly, while Rong Tianchong mechanically joined in, though he felt as if he were already drifting away. He understood the principal's decision to recruit a new dean. But where had this director of Chimu Television come from? It had only been a night since Cen Xun's confrontation with the former principal. Surely it hadn't been a week? Tong Ming stood, smiling and politely nodding to those around him. He appeared gentle and unassuming, hardly resembling a formidable character. Rong Tianchong found himself pondering what qualities Cen Xun saw in Tong Ming. Hadn't he just heard Tong Ming refer to Cen Xun as brother? Was Tong Ming perhaps a favored candidate? As the applause subsided, Cen Xun proceeded. The second matter, which is the main purpose of today's meeting, is that just a few hours ago, I received official notification that the next open day will occur in 7 days, during which a new batch of students will enroll. Cen Xun pointed to the notebook on the table. This means that within the next 7 days, we must complete the foundational construction of Nightmare University, establish practical regulations, and maximize our benefits, extracting as many points from the students as possible. His gaze swept across the deans, who wore expressions of surprise, and he calmly remarked, I already have a preliminary idea regarding operations. Following the traditional university model, Nightmare University might also implement a credit system. A credit system? Tong Ming's eyes brightened as he quickly grasped Cen Xun's line of thought. You mean to introduce open-ended tasks that, while not mandatory, would incentivize students to engage through points? Cen Xun nodded. Precisely. I intend to categorize tasks by difficulty, allowing students to choose their challenges. Tasks of varying difficulty will yield differing points, to ensure a baseline of points earned, while simultaneously igniting a sense of urgency among the students. I plan to introduce a system of elimination for those with low credits. Students with higher credits will be rewarded. Cen Xun smiled slightly, his stunning visage glowing with a radiance akin to that of a deity, causing Rong Tianchong, seated at the end, to feel a chill run down his spine. Unlike the increasingly animated deans, Rong Tianchong, as a player, found the situation genuinely terrifying. A group of eerie figures was deliberating on how to extract every ounce of fear and flesh from the players, maximizing their points. And he, the traitor among players, was sitting amidst these eerie beings, witnessing the creation of a murderous domain. Oh, how frightening. Mommy, I want to go home. Yet Rong Tianchong suddenly realized, wait, he was the traitor among players. What was there to fear? He felt a surge of understanding and relief, no longer frightened by the principal's ominous declarations. Instead, he experienced a strange thrill. Yes, That's the way to play. Let us play them to their demise. Cen Xun's proposition was indeed feasible, prompting the deans to lean forward, eagerly questioning him. Dean Lee from the School of Architectural Environment inquired, "Principal, how shall we manage the new students? And how will we assign their majors? Should we allow them to choose freely?" Cen Xun maliciously curved his lips, "Simply assign them majors. If they wish to change, let them trade credits for the privilege." Having just offended him, Tong Ming immediately began to flatter the principal excessively, proclaiming, "When it comes to trickery, you are the master, principal." Cen Xun disregarded him, lowering his head to peruse his notebook. Excluding the attrition rate of students during task execution, we must also delineate a range for the elimination rate in the classroom. The ability to answer questions correctly after roll call, as well as adherence to classroom regulations, can serve as criteria for student elimination. The deans began to diligently take notes. At that moment, Dean Chung of the law school spoke up. "What role should our original students play in this scenario?" Cen Xun pondered for a moment. They could serve as the atmosphere creators and NPCs for survival games to ensure the safety of our students. The weaker ones can act as atmosphere creators, faking their deaths to frighten the players, while the stronger ones can take on the role of NPCs, permanently inhabiting the chase battlefield. Rong Tianchong was thoroughly impressed by this principle. "Well, that constitutes my preliminary concept. Do any of the deans have additional input?" Cen Xun inquired calmly of his deans. Tong Ming raised his hand. "Principal, I have a question. If students with higher credits are to be rewarded, what kind of reward should we offer? Our nightmare university is currently impoverished and seems to lack anything of value to present." "Good question," Cen Xun replied, closing his notebook with a gentle demeanor. "Dean Tong, I would like you to provide me with a feasible plan for empty-handed wolf skinning by tomorrow." Tong Ming retorted, "What the hell is a feasible plan for empty-handed wolf skinning? It seems you are still holding a grudge." Cen Xun then turned to the other deans. "All deans are also required to submit an operational plan for their respective departments by tomorrow, with no less than 20 graded tasks detailed, including participants and specific task lines, along with the corresponding reward credits clearly stated." The pressure suddenly mounted on the other deans, who reluctantly accepted this daunting task. "Yes, principal." Additionally, Cen Xun pointed to two deans, Dean Shi from the art school and Dean Lee from the architectural environment school. "Please stay behind to discuss the design of the school emblem, admission letters, and the architectural layout of the school." He also gestured to Rong Tianchong. "Rong, you stay as well. I have a few matters to consult you on." Suddenly being singled out, Rong Tianchong was caught off guard and nodded dazedly. The other deans hurriedly departed, leaving only Tong Ming, Rong Tianchong, and the two deans. Cen Xun glanced at Tong Ming. "Aren't you going to work on your plan?" Tong Ming smiled with narrowed eyes. "Principal, I have something else I wish to inquire about." Cen Xun did not rush him, simply saying, "Let me finish my tasks first." After stating this, Cen Xun turned to Rong Tianchong. "Rong, the reason I retained you is to ask for your perspective as a player. Do you find my proposal feasible?" Rong Tianchong felt a sudden pang of fear, akin to being called upon by a teacher, and instinctively provided a generic answer to appease. "Ah, me? I think it's wonderful." Cen Xun responded leisurely. "What makes it wonderful? Please elaborate." "Well," Rong Tianchong scratched his head, feeling troubled. "Principal, your ideas are already quite advanced. I have nothing substantial to add. I can merely share a few thoughts I just gathered." Chapter 30. Barely having stepped out of the school gates, a dense black fog swiftly enveloped the entire vehicle. However, due to the formidable presence of Cen Xun emanating from within, the fog dared not encroach upon them lightly. The black mist posed no hindrance to Tong Ming's vision. Under the omniscient gaze of his thousand eyes, everything within sight was laid bare. As Tong Ming prepared to offer his counsel, Cen Xun dismissed him, steering the conversation in another direction. "Can you discern what that black fog outside is?" Tong Ming, predictably diverted, replied, "Ah, that's pollution. If humans encounter it, they might descend into madness. If fortune favors them, they might mutate into grotesques. If not, they could end up as mere carrion. While grotesques that absorb this pollution don't experience much change, they do become more bloodthirsty. Tell me, where do you think this pollution originates?" Tong Ming shrugged. "That's beyond my sight. As the wheels rolled over the uneven street, no lowly grotesque dared to approach, for Cen Xun's presence within the vehicle commanded respect. After surveying the area and finding no trace of any grotesque, Tong Ming remarked, "Brother, this won't do. Grotesques can scent your red-cloaked aura from miles away. What lowly creature would dare to serve itself up to us?" Cen Xun agreed, reverting the purple cloak skill of symbol of life and earth to its default setting. The fiery red aura diminished, transforming into a feeble purple hue, and the effect was remarkable. Their striking combination of blue and purple soon attracted the attention of grotesques. As they ascended the overpass, the encompassing black fog suddenly dissipated. Cen Xun experienced a subtle sensation, squinting to gaze outside, only to discover that the overpass beneath the sunlight was unusually pristine and immaculate. Realization dawned upon Cen Xun as he raised an eyebrow, surveying the familiar structure. Is this also a grotesque domain? Tong Ming glanced around. The domain master is quite audacious, opting not to employ the invitation method. Anyone can enter as long as they drive. Does he not realize that those driving in include high-level grotesques as well? He might truly be unaware. Cen Xun straightened up, intrigued. Is he intending to prey upon us? Most likely, Tong Ming exclaimed with excitement. He's coming. Before them, a large truck appeared out of nowhere, barreling towards them in the wrong lane. Tong Ming swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel to narrowly avoid it, only to confront another dump truck head-on. This time, the dump truck nearly collided with them, leaving no chance to evade. Both Cen Xun and Tong Ming made the split-second decision to leap from the vehicle. With a resounding crash, the bus was sent flying by the dump truck, and Cen Xun and Tong Ming tumbled onto opposite sides of the road. Despite Tong Ming's omniscience, his combat prowess and defense were alarmingly low, rendering him quite vulnerable. If not protected, he risked being obliterated by the domain master of this grotesque realm. Thus, before the next dump truck could bear down on them, Cen Xun deftly pulled him back with puppet threads. Before they could regain their footing, Tong Ming quickly divulged the key to breaking this grotesque domain. The domain master is hidden within one of the green dump trucks. If we eliminate him, this domain will vanish. Cen Xun felt as though he had just entered a game and been spoiled with the plot. You deciphered the rules that swiftly? Tong Ming, somewhat smug, replied, "Isn't a bargain?" Before Cen Xun could respond, a red van came hurtling towards them. Without hesitation, Cen Xun grasped Tong Ming by the collar, opting not to dodge, but to confront the vehicle head-on. With a flick of his puppet threads, he deftly clambered atop the van. The van, as if aware of Cen Xun's presence above, swerved violently, attempting to shake him and Tong Ming off amidst the screeching brakes. Cen Xun, finding Tong Ming cumbersome, asked, "Old Six, can you transform into a smaller eyeball?" The weight of the powerless Tong Ming was hindering his performance. Feeling aggrieved, Tong Ming complied, morphing into a small eyeball and slipping into Cen Xun's pocket. Just before the van sped off the overpass, Cen Xun leapt onto another truck. Surveying the scene, he observed a river of vehicles of various colors and models converging towards him, yet the green dump truck Tong Ming mentioned was still conspicuously absent. The domain master was quite cautious. He would reveal himself without capturing his prey. Cen Xun spread his hands. "Lend me an eye. I'll lure him out." Tong Ming retorted, "Will you return it? Just say you want to borrow." A multitude of eyeballs in the pocket bounced in anger. Cen Xun chuckled, suddenly finding Tong Ming's eyeball far more agreeable. Just kidding. With that, he produced a control stick and pointed downwards, invoking Nightmare Puppet Show. Shadows from beneath the vehicles surged upwards, pinning the dense traffic in place, as if the world had hit pause amidst the stillness. The green dump truck careening in the opposite direction stood out starkly. It had evidently realized it had hit a wall and wisely opted to flee. Accelerating furiously, the dump truck distanced itself from Cen Xun, separated by the flow of vehicles. Under normal circumstances, it would be challenging for Cen Xun to catch up. But fortunately, Cen Xun was anything but normal. Allowing the domain master to speed away in the dump truck, he retrieved a sheet of notepaper from his pocket, tearing it to fashion a paper airplane. Can a four-wheel dump truck outrun a flying airplane? Soaring on his oversized paper airplane, Cen Xun easily caught up to the green dump truck. With a thud, Cen Xun flipped off the paper airplane, landing nimbly on the truck's hood. His puppet threads slithered toward the driver's seat, but before he could lock onto his target, something protruded from the driver's side window. A gaping maw howled and lunged at him. Startled, Cen Xun's fingers curled, and the puppet threads surged forth, severing the elongated neck of the grotesque. Simultaneously, the dump truck veered erratically, as if the driver had lost control of the steering wheel. However, the dump truck soon became more frantic, crashing wildly, attempting to dislodge Cen Xun from its roof. Is it still alive without its head? Cen Xun pondered while securing himself atop the truck, scrutinizing the gruesome head before him. Beneath, it was a neck the width of a finger, resembling a plant's root. Blood oozed from the severed neck, staining the disheveled, long hair of the head. This raised a pressing question. How many such heads were connected to the domain master of this overpass? After a moment's contemplation, Cen Xun decisively abandoned his thoughts. Regardless of how many heads the opponent possessed, the solution was simple. Just sever them. Turning towards the passenger's side, he shattered the window and nimbly vaulted inside, disregarding whatever was lunging at him. The puppet threads, shimmering like silver, wove a net that enveloped the grotesque entirely, then tightened viciously. The razor-sharp threads penetrated the flesh without resistance. The grotesque, unable to emit even a cry of anguish, succumbed. With a sickening squelch, the corpse tumbled from the net, and the dump truck lost control, careening left and right. Cen Xun casually shoved the corpse aside and seized the steering wheel. With the situation firmly in hand, Tong Ming momentarily relaxed his vigilance. Eyeballs began to spill from his pocket, preparing to coalesce into a human form, when the dump truck suddenly lurched violently, crashing hard into the adjacent greenery. Influenced by inertia, the eyeballs were unable to remain steady in their seats, all flying out with a splat against the windshield, then sliding down in a flattened state. The slick, viscous residue left on the glass was strikingly clear, reminiscent of a tear yearning to be expressed yet held back. Amidst the multitude of resentful glares from the disembodied eyes, Cen Xun slowly withdrew his foot from the accelerator, nonchalantly stating, "I have mentioned before, I cannot drive." Tong Ming exclaimed in frustration, "Brother, this is not acceptable. What if you need to go out alone in the future and encounter a situation that requires driving in another bizarre realm?" Cen Xun pondered for a few moments, replying, "Then I simply won't go out alone." Tong Ming nearly choked on his own blood. The domain lord of the elevated bridge, like Tong Ming, was also a figure of the azure robe level. For such entities, aside from deriving fear and flesh from humans to enhance themselves, devouring their own kind's power could also expedite their ascension. Cen Xun chose not to disturb the corpse of the elevated bridge lord at his level. The energy from an azure robe was negligible for his advancement. Thus, he allowed Tong Ming to consume the shattered remains of the domain lord. The original bus had been wrecked, prompting Tong Ming to find another operational vehicle, and they set off anew with Cen Xun aboard. As they witnessed the once pristine elevated bridge being engulfed by the encroaching black mist, Cen Xun recalled something and turned to Tong Ming, inquiring, "Did you not inherit this bizarre realm?" With a smile, Tong Ming replied, "Brother, do you think inheriting a bizarre realm is that simple? Firstly, the domain lord typically has a unique connection with the realm. When a lord dies, the realm likely collapses. Secondly, the bizarre beings are not benevolent. If someone intends to kill you, would you kindly leave your realm for your enemy? Most would adopt a mindset of not allowing others to benefit from their demise, often deliberately dismantling the realm before their death. This elevated bridge lord belonged to the former category." Tong Ming rested his fingers on the steering wheel, casually remarking, "He possessed 52 heads, only one of which was his. The other 51 belonged to the victims he had crashed into. That night, this inebriated driver, a little green figure, overturned 19 vehicles in a spree, and just as he jubilantly met his own demise in the greenery, a meteor fell." Tong Ming became increasingly animated as he spoke. The resentment and hatred bound those 51 victims to the driver, forming a bizarre realm wherein they loathed each other, yet had to cooperate in hunting for sustenance. Ah, how tragic indeed. Cen Xun, disinterested in Tong Ming's feigned lamentations, tugged at his clothes, furrowing his brow at the indeterminate, pus-green stains that had somehow marred his attire, urgently murmuring, Drive faster. I need to go home and change. With an eye roll, Tong Ming pressed the accelerator. They made no further stops along the way and drove straight to the villa district where Cen Xun had previously resided. The area had not succumbed to a bizarre realm, but resembled a landscape ravaged by war, reduced to charred remnants. Tong Ming had initially worried that Cen Xun's villa would also be reduced to ruins, but upon entering and glimpsing through the debris, he spotted a singular, intact villa standing tall amidst the wreckage. Realizing he had overthought the situation, Cen Xun was no ordinary person, and damn it, neither was his husband. Their purchased villa had remarkably remained unscathed beneath the meteor's fall. Chapter 31. The chime of the bell at the entrance signaled the arrival of new guests. The attendant behind the counter hastily set aside her tasks and approached with a warm smile, slightly bowing. "Welcome. May I inquire what beverages you would like?" As she spoke, she discreetly observed the two patrons before her. The one on the left wore a simple, crisp white t-shirt, exuding the charm of a cheerful young man. In contrast, his companion possessed striking features, tall and elegant, with amber eyes that radiated an icy aloofness, exuding a remarkable aura, albeit marred by an ostentatious floral shirt that undermined his mystique. The attendant felt an inexplicable urge to look away, as if witnessing a formidable CEO with a bedspread adorned in garish patterns. The cheerful young man's voice brought the attendant back to attention. "I'd like an iced Americano, and he'll have a milk tea with an excessive amount of sugar." The attendant replied with a smile, "Certainly, sir." The two patrons soon settled at a table, flipping through the menu and engaging in casual conversation, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarities of the establishment. Returning to the counter, the attendant retrieved 2 cups. Simultaneously, 2 slender black tubes stealthily emerged from her sleeves. One tube plunged into the left cup, pouring in a dark amber, iced Americano, while the other filled the right cup with a milky tea. "Your order has arrived," she said gently, placing the 2 beverages on the table between guests. The sunny young man clinked his cup and frowned, questioning. "I ordered an iced Americano. Why is this hot?" The attendant smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but our ice machine is currently out of order." The floral shirt gentleman stirred his milk tea with a spoon, retrieving a gruesome eyeball, and calmly remarked, "And I could easily fall in here. Your hygiene standards are appalling. Bring your manager. I wish to file a complaint." The attendant maintained her smile. "Sir, you are mistaken. That is not an eye, but a pearl fashioned to resemble one, entirely edible. Would you care to taste it?" The floral shirt gentleman drawled. "What if I choose not to?" To which the attendant replied, licking her lips and locking eyes with Cen Xun. "Our establishment does not entertain negative reviews. If you refuse to eat, I'm afraid we may have to resort to consuming our guests." Cen Xun's lips moved to respond, but before he could speak, Tong Ming suddenly erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at the attendant with authority. "How dare you disrespect the principal?" The familiar words caused Cen Xun's eyelids to twitch. The attendant, bewildered for a moment, mused to herself, "Principal? Should I know her?" Tong Ming, with fierce determination, declared, "This gentleman is the esteemed principal of Nightmare University. Have you lost your wits to confront the principal? Go, fetch your manager and inform him that the principal of Nightmare University is here." The attendant, momentarily intimidated, hesitantly ventured to find the manager. Once she disappeared into the back, Cen Xun cast a deadpan gaze towards Tong Ming. Tong Ming, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked, "Did I do well just now?" Cen Xun, his expression unchanged, replied, "Well done. You are now appointed as principal." He could not afford to lose face. Moments later, the manager, entangled in a multitude of tubes of varying colors, emerged from behind the kitchen curtain. "The principal of Nightmare University? Who is it?" Cen Xun pointed at Tong Ming without hesitation. "Him." Tong Ming, taken aback, exclaimed, "Me?" The attendant, perplexed, recalled that the cheerful young man had indicated the floral shirt gentleman was the principal. In the ensuing silence, the manager's gaze swept over Tong Ming before landing on Cen Xun. Suddenly, a black tube was lifted, swiftly aimed at Cen Xun. Unfazed, Cen Xun raised a finger, revealing a multitude of puppet strings that effortlessly severed the attacking tube into several segments. Unexpectedly, The manager had a backup plan, and a few drops of liquid sprayed from the tube, splattering onto Cen Xun's sleeve. This liquid, reminiscent of cola, emitted corrosive bubbles, resulting in unfortunate damage to Cen Xun's cherished floral shirt. Tong Ming's eyes sparkled with delight, his immediate reaction being, "Hooray! Manager, you've done a great service." In stark contrast to Tong Ming's elation, Cen Xun's expression turned frigid. He slowly rose, his aura escalating to an intimidating level. "I will have your life." Ding! The two patrons exited the beverage shop unscathed, prompting the lurking entities to retreat into their own establishments. Once the pair departed in their vehicle, the entities cautiously emerged, emboldened to approach the beverage shop. The terrifying presence of the previous crimson-clad entity lingered in their minds, instilling a profound sense of trepidation despite not having faced it directly. With the formidable entity now gone, their curiosity piqued. They contemplated a daring venture into the beverage shop, perhaps hoping for a taste of flesh. Upon arriving at the entrance, one of the entities noticed a notice affixed to the door, featuring bold red text on a black background. Recruitment notice for Nightmare University. Attention! This recruitment notice has been personally issued by the principal of Nightmare University. All entities that read this notice will regain their ability to comprehend language and normal cognition. Nightmare University is about to launch multiple mission lines and urgently requires extras for its narratives. To meet the needs of the school's development, we are publicly recruiting talents from H City. We welcome aspiring entities to join us in creating a bright future. Positions available and requirements. Position: Junior to Senior Task Mini-Boss Requirements. Purple tier or above. Abilities unrestrained. Those with a terrifying appearance will be given priority. Must possess strong self-management skills and teamwork awareness. Position: Cafeteria Server Requirements. Blue tier or below. Abilities unrestrained. Those with shaky hands will be given priority. Must have strong negotiation skills with students and resilience to physical confrontations. Position: Compensation and benefits. 1. Our institution offers competitive salary and benefits packages, including base salary, performance bonuses, and year-end bonuses. 2. We provide a safe working environment and development opportunities, promising not to consume or mistreat our employees. 3. We offer professional training and career development planning, providing ample growth and advancement opportunities. 4. Our stable student population ensures a consistent customer base for our employees. Application process. If interested, please tear off a note from the bottom of this recruitment notice and bring it to room 306 of the administrative building at Nightmare University to register. A dedicated representative will assist you. Additionally, Nightmare University is publicly inviting bids for the operation of campus dining facilities and retail outlets. We invite qualified suppliers to participate in the bidding process. Bidding details include student cafeteria, supermarket, and commercial premises, along with operational machinery. Bidding documents can be obtained at room 306 of the administrative building at Nightmare University. Upon reading this recruitment notice, all the entities were left with a question mark hovering above their heads. Wait, what is this Nightmare University recruiting for? Extras? Investment? Is the president of Nightmare University insane? No, that cannot be true. It must be a trap set by Nightmare University. If one were to fall for it, they would indeed be the real fools. Yet, a few audacious creatures, undeterred by fear, discreetly tore off a note from the announcement and tucked it away. Their minds were quick. After all, they were dealing with a red-clothed specter, which would hardly covet their meager offerings. If it truly intended to devour them, it could have done so in an instant without such elaborate schemes. They thought, why not give it a try? After all, if they continued to lack patrons, whether or not they were consumed by the specter, they would inevitably starve to death. As the vehicle exited the street, Tong Ming gave Cen Xun a thumbs up. Brother, how did you come up with such a brilliant recruitment idea? Cen Xun replied coolly, his brow furrowed as he examined his tattered floral shirt. If every creature were as reckless as that shopkeeper, it would undoubtedly provide players with a richer experience. Nightmare University requires such wild entities. Tong Ming cleared his throat, stopping the car to rummage through the trunk for a splendid wine-red shirt. Brother, I can't find a box with your clothes, so you'll have to make do with this for now. To Tong Ming's surprise, Cen Xun did not protest. accepting the shirt and changing into it. Tong Ming was astonished. He was no longer wearing unattractive garments. Sensing Tong Ming's delight, Cen Xun replied coldly, "I merely believe it inappropriate to wear favored clothing while on a mission. One might inadvertently ruin it, just as a farmer dons old, useless attire for labor." So too did Cen Xun adopt a similar rationale. Tong Ming closed his eyes. "All right, it seems I was premature in my joy." The two creatures patrolled the vicinity of Nightmare University, capturing several creatures of the green-robed tier, though they found no higher-level entities. Tong Ming speculated. The meteor shower just fell last night. The creature's leveling speed cannot be so swift. Cen Xun gazed out the car window. As they gradually evolve, there may soon be large-scale conflicts among the creatures. Consumption and devouring were instincts inscribed within their very beings. Before higher-tier entities emerged and other advanced domains sought to engulf Nightmare University, Cen Xun must fortify the institution into an impregnable fortress, rendering it impervious to any incursion. A promotional card was whisked through the car window by the wind. Tong Ming grasped it, chuckling as he handed it to Cen Xun. "It seems that what is spoken comes to pass. Brother, I believe this is quite suitable for you." Cen Xun took it, glancing at the glaring red text on the yellow card that caught the eye. "Into driving school is now enrolling. One-on-one driving practice. No additional fees. Trial lessons available before registration. Free retakes if you fail thrice." Tong Ming teased. "I would expect him to teach you manual driving. At least you could learn automatic driving and distinguish between the accelerator and the brake." Cen Xun accepted the advertisement, resting his chin on his hand while gazing out the window. "I will consider it." After completing a circuit outside the campus and returning to Nightmare University, night had fallen. The first thing Cen Xun did upon returning was summon the dean of the medical school, instructing him to take away the suitcase containing the potions, to analyze one of the vials while storing the remaining two in the cold storage for preservation. Chapter 32. The Nightmarish University commenced a grand reform. The emblem was finally settled upon, a pair of eyes embedded beneath the wings of a butterfly. The butterfly was not a singular entity. Upon closer inspection, it was composed of countless densely woven threads, which grew more solid as they neared the center, while toward the tips of the wings, the threads became more dispersed, ultimately intertwining with the eyes in a black and white tapestry. These threads delineated the shape of the eyes, both entwining and supporting them, appearing to coexist while subtly exerting control. From a distance, it resembled a pair of living eyes sprouting from the butterfly's wings. On the day the new emblem was affixed to the new entrance, Cen Xun and Tong Ming were present to witness the event. The old sign of H City University was removed and replaced with the new emblem of Nightmarish University. This transition marked not only the change of two presidents, but also the dawn of a new era. That day, Cen Xun convened the second meeting of all deans. The primary agenda was to discuss the proposed planning schemes for various departments, as Cen Xun decided to initiate a trial run. Upon hearing this, the deans erupted in astonishment, with Dean Sure exclaiming, "But the new students haven't arrived yet. How can we conduct a trial run?" Cen Xun smiled gently. "There is no need for new students. We still have around 10,000 students who have yet to be released." The 10,000 students referred to, of course, were the players. After becoming the new domain lord that night, Cen Xun sensed that retaining these players would be advantageous, so he kept them at Nightmarish University, where they remained asleep on the playground until Cen Xun chose to awaken them. Rong Tianchong and others were specifically awakened players whom Cen Xun deemed useful. Dean Li hesitated. "But some tasks are fatal. If we let them undertake those, wouldn't the casualty rate be excessively high?" Cen Xun, however, replied with a smile, "It's all right. I will have them participate in the trial run within the dream world, inheriting the wisdom of the former president, allowing them to cycle through it a dozen times or so, thus rendering the casualty rate negligible." Upon hearing this, all the deans fell silent. One audacious notion to inherit the wisdom of the former president. Was the president feeling particularly malevolent today? Indeed, he was. Moreover, a little extraction of points wouldn't hurt, Cen Xun mused, gently stroking his lower lip. This will conveniently fill a fiscal gap. Even the most cunning of administrators must face a financial deficit with empty stares. So be it. At 6 o'clock tonight, we shall commence the first trial run. Cen Xun announced, surveying the seated deans. If the outcomes do not meet expectations, or if any task encounters a glitch, please remember to document and rectify it promptly. The deans nodded solemnly in agreement. As the meeting concluded, the deans hesitated to leave before Cen Xun, so he exited the conference hall amidst their company. To his surprise, he found the director of the investment office anxiously waiting outside. Cen Xun inquired, "What is the matter?" The director rubbed his hands together. "President, 3 peculiar entities have come for interviews." I briefly explained the job benefits, and now they are waiting in the reception room. It appeared the recruitment notice had indeed drawn the attention of the intrepid. Cen Xun felt a surge of interest. "Let us go take a look." "I want to go too," Tong Ming exclaimed, unwilling to miss such excitement, and eagerly followed Cen Xun towards the reception room. Inside the reception room, several entities of varying levels awaited the president's arrival with trepidation. Some resembled heaps of trash, adorned with various refuse. Others presented as a large white bear figurine, seemingly clean but wielding a blood-soaked cleaver, while one was merely a puddle of green slime, occasionally bubbling up. Cen Xun had previously established a rule for Nightmarish University. All applicants would regain normal cognitive function. Thus, these bizarre entities were capable of rational thought. As the first batch of brave applicants, they began to regret their decision upon entering Nightmarish University. It was an expanse far greater than they had imagined. Even the lower-tier minions under the red-clad entity were countless, let alone the higher-ranking professors and deans. If the recruitment notice were merely a trap, their entry into Nightmarish University would be akin to delivering themselves as prey. However, it was too late for regrets. As they stood trembling in place, despairing at the unknown future, they were met not with brutal slaughter, but with the considerate reception of the director of the investment office. Now they waited together in the reception room, still feeling that everything they had experienced that day was surreal. Was it true? The president of Nightmarish University really only wanted to recruit new employees? This was somewhat unexpected. The red-clad entity remained inscrutable. Not long after they entered the reception room, the director informed them that the president was in a meeting with the deans and asked them to wait for a moment. They were amused. How could they dare voice objections? In the world of the peculiar, might makes right, and even if the president made them wait 10 days, they would obediently comply. They lost track of time, but it felt like only a short while before the director returned, bending slightly at the waist, respectfully opening the door for the presence behind him, his face radiating a sycophantic smile that revealed the identity of the newcomer. The peculiar entities immediately straightened up, striving to present themselves in the best possible manner before the president. As they gazed upon the figure in reverence, the door swung open, and a silhouette composed of black mist entered. The overwhelming aura of the red-clad figure quickly filled the modest reception room, causing the entities to tremble, instinctively wanting to prostrate themselves. Luckily, after a brief moment, the president retracted the overwhelming presence, allowing them to breathe easier and lift their heads once more. It was then they noticed, alongside the president, a casually dressed young man with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unaffected by the red-clad aura. The president settled comfortably into the foremost seat, his figure obscured by black mist, his voice devoid of distinguishing features. "You are the peculiar entities here for interviews? Please introduce your abilities and desired positions, starting with whoever is ready." There was no display of power, nor any convoluted pleasantries. The president of Nightmarish University cut straight to the point, devoid of superfluous dialogue. After a brief moment of shock, the heap of trash entity was the first to respond, slowly stating, "Hello, President. My ability is garbage spraying." The Nightmarish president inquired, "Is it an unconditional trigger, or does it have specific conditions?" The garbage heap entity replied, "Typically, it indiscriminately attacks innocent bystanders, targeting those who throw trash at me without sorting it with frenzied aggression." The Nightmarish president continued, "May I ask why? This might assist you in securing a more suitable position." Akin rolled off the garbage heap entity, as if lost in recollection. "I once was a homeless person. One day, while searching for food in a trash heap, someone suddenly dropped a barbell on my head. I passed out, and when I awoke, The garbage heap entity spoke with a hint of resentment. I saw my body being crushed by a garbage shredder. I fused entirely with the trash. And from that moment on, I harbored a deep hatred for those who do not sort their waste. The nightmarish principal sighed. What a pitiable creature you are. I believe the trash bins beneath the student dormitories would be quite suitable for you. If you encounter those unruly students who do not sort their waste, you could devour them. Once you arrive at our nightmarish university, you need never worry about hunger again. The garbage monster, elated, exclaimed, Really? Is it true, principal? Can I truly reside in the trash bins of nightmarish university? The nightmarish principal chuckled. Indeed, you shall take charge of the 100 trash bins beneath the various dormitory buildings. You may choose whichever bin you wish to inhabit, and no one shall disturb you. 100 bins at my disposal. The garbage monster was so thrilled that it nearly fainted. Oh my, what would it feel like to live in all 100 bins at once? I can hardly fathom it. The nightmarish principal added, If you perform well, I shall entrust you with the trash bins located throughout the school as well. The garbage monster, overwhelmed with joy, could hardly express its gratitude, continually dropping refuse. Thank you. Thank you so much. The nightmarish principal then turned to the next candidate. The blood-edge polar bear monster. What abilities do you possess? The blood-edge polar bear sinisterly brandished its cleaver. When I encounter passers-by who refuse my flyers, I shall slice them with my blade. The nightmarish principal inquired, May I ask why? The blood-edge polar bear replied, I was once a mascot distributing flyers in a shopping mall, but one day I discovered that I could not remove the costume from my body. How could this be? How could it not come off? The polar bear murmured in a trance, so I procured a knife and began to cut myself, hoping to strip away the costume. But I cannot do it. I cannot. Thus, I resorted to cutting others to see if their skin could be removed as well. Dear applicant, please calm yourself. The nightmarish principal interjected, interrupting the increasingly deranged polar bear. You present me with quite a dilemma. Tell me, do you wish to continue distributing flyers, or would you prefer to focus on your skinning endeavor? The blood-edge polar bear promptly declared, Flyers. I want to distribute flyers. I love distributing flyers. Excellent, the nightmarish principal replied. From now on, you shall distribute 100 copies of the nightmarish campus report to the students each day. If the students refuse, you may slice them. Dean Tong, standing quietly nearby, remarked, Principal, I believe it is unlikely anyone would refuse a complimentary nightmarish campus report. The nightmarish principal responded, A free item is often the most costly. We could arrange it so that upon receiving this complimentary nightmarish campus report, students must provide the polar bear with a piece of human skin. Oh, and if one wishes to avoid being forcibly handed a flyer by the polar bear, they could simply purchase a copy of that day's nightmarish campus report in advance. Thus, the sales of the nightmarish campus report would be artificially boosted. Dean Tong could say nothing in reply and silently gave the principal a thumbs up, as expected of you. After assigning the polar bear's position, Cen Xun turned to the final applicant, contemplating the green slime pooled on the ground, pondering whether it could indeed communicate. The green slime bubbled and gurgled, and the polar bear took the initiative to translate. This fellow came with me. It possesses no remarkable abilities, merely a sticky nature. We have formed a partnership. It helps me ensnare my prey while I handle the skinning. Principal, what position can you offer it? Chapter 33. After successfully completing the enrollment process and enduring a series of perilous tasks, including dormitory assignments, Su finally settled into his own room. Upon turning on the faucet, a mass of dark hair, mixed with a grotesque fluid, gushed forth. With a resigned sigh, Su tightened the faucet. Feeling an unsettling calm wash over him, it appeared that the water quality at Nightmare University was equally deplorable. The other 3 roommates rushed over at his exclamation, their faces paling at the sight of the hair. They instinctively pulled Su away, exclaiming, Get away from that hair. No sooner had the words left their lips than the yellowed hair in the sink suddenly sprang up, launching towards Su's head like a bolt from a crossbow, unfurling in midair with menacing ferocity. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his well-meaning roommate, along with Su's instinctive duck, he would have likely found himself entangled like a victim of a face-hugging creature, suffocated by the ghastly mass. With the initial strike thwarted, the hair continued to writhe ominously on the floor, threatening to leap again. Su's heart raced. and in a moment of panic, he ducked behind his 3 roommates, pleading, "Help me." The absurdity of his cry broke the tension. One roommate retorted dryly, "Could you not be so spineless?" Another chimed in, "Just burn it with a lighter. It's afraid of fire." Indeed, as the flame approached, the sinister mass began to retract, and soon it was engulfed entirely, reduced to ashes. With a sigh of relief, Baisu curiously inquired, "We're all freshmen. How do you know so much about this?" "It's a long story, learned through human trials," one roommate sighed. "I occupy bed 1. Beds 2 and 3 had different occupants, both of whom fell victim to that hair. After much experimentation, I finally discovered its aversion to fire. The current occupants of beds 2 and 3 are replacements." The occupant of bed 1 added, "Looks like we'll be roommates from now on. I hope you last longer." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Baisu, still shaken, replied, "I'll do my best." In perilous environments, individuals often band together, and at school, students easily form small groups based on their dormitories. There was a chance they might have to venture into dungeons together in the future. So understanding the basics about his roommates became essential. Soon, the 4 were seated on their respective beds, engaging in a round of introductions like typical freshmen. The occupant of bed 1, appearing jaded, introduced himself. "I'm Han Xinjia, a major in animation at the School of Media. In the real world, I'm just a corporate slave with an 8 to 9 grind." The slender young man of bed 2 adjusted his glasses, speaking softly, "I'm Wubai, majoring in folklore at the School of Humanities. In reality, I'm a lab rat." The robust occupant of bed 3 spoke in a booming voice, "I'm Lu Hao, a martial arts major at the School of Sports. In the real world, I'm a fitness coach." Amongst these weary workers, Baisu radiated vitality. "So, Lu, your major aligns well with your profession. You're already working, huh?" "I'm studying chemical engineering at a university, and for reasons I cannot fathom, I ended up selecting a college dungeon, and now here I am, assigned to the School of Medicine as pharmacological engineering. How amusing. Another pitfall of a major, haha." Baisu's laughter fell flat, plunging the room into an awkward silence. Clearing his throat, he posed a question, "But typically, aren't students from the same major assigned to the same dorm? Why are our majors so different?" Han Xinjia pondered briefly, his eyelids drooping. "I believe it's to prevent students from sharing strategies. Each major likely follows a different narrative. If students from the same major were housed together, sharing experiences would significantly diminish the task's difficulty." "By surprise, Han, you're quite astute." Wu Bai coughed lightly. "Your majors seem manageable, but mine, folklore, sounds perilously ominous." Lu Hao chuckled. "Do you really think Nightmare University would be so considerate as to differentiate difficulty based on majors? Every major's narrative is fraught with danger." As they continued to vent their frustrations about the bizarre plot options at Nightmare University, camaraderie blossomed among them. "Have you all received your class schedules?" Baisu asked. "Are you all attending the 8 a.m. class tomorrow?" Han Xinjia confirmed. "I have to." Lu Hao declared, "Same here." Baisu added, "Me too." Wu Bai hesitated, glancing at his schedule with confusion. Why are all my folklore classes in the second period of the morning and the first period of the afternoon?" Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Isn't the reason obvious?" Baisu inquired, "What reason?" "Because disasters tend to strike in the morning and evening," Lu Hao replied ominously. "Thus classes are scheduled for midday." Wu Bai muttered, "What a chilling joke. It sends shivers down my spine." At that moment, the world-weary Han Xinjia interjected. "For those of us attending the 8 a.m. class tomorrow, let us stick together. Wu Bai, if you're scared, you can stay in the dorm. We still don't fully grasp the rules of Nightmare University. Who knows what dangers lurk on campus?" Wu Bai nodded, understood. After a brief exchange, the lights above suddenly extinguished. Checking the time, they realized it was already 11 p.m. Bist du gemacht? Why would university in a horror game turn off the lights? Lu Hao shrugged. "Let us just sleep. Perhaps we'll wake to find ourselves dead." What a hellish joke. Fortunately, that night passed without any gruesome monster incidents, and Baisu slept soundly until dawn. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be the excessive air conditioning in the dormitory, which left his neck feeling uncomfortably chilled. The following morning, as the trio preparing for the 8 a.m. class rose, Wu Bai surprisingly joined them. Baisu inquired curiously, "Wu Bai, aren't you exempt from the 8 a.m. class?" Wu Bai paused. "I prefer to stay in bed. But doesn't anyone else feel hungry?" As if triggered by his words, a symphony of growling stomachs erupted among the others. Han Xinjia contemplated, stroking his stomach. "As a corporate slave, I usually can endure hunger, but to feel this ravenous after one night is unusual," Lu Hao boldly declared. "Looks like we have no choice but to eat." Wu Bai sighed. "Let us head to the dining hall." They cautiously exited the dormitory, encountering several other players also in search of food. A shared glance confirmed their mutual destination, the dining hall. Clearly, this seemingly essential dining hall harbored its own lurking dangers within the narrative. Bai Su thought to himself, hoping that the scenario wouldn't involve reciting embarrassing lines while dining. Such a scene was too horrifying to contemplate. Lost in thought, Bai Su was suddenly jolted by an urgent shout from nearby. "Quick, duck!" Before he could fully process the warning, his body instinctively reacted, attempting to evade danger. However, this time he failed to dodge in time, as something struck him sharply on the head, then rolled away with a clatter. "You have been attacked by a garbage monster. The foul odor increases by 1. Bai Su, what did you say?" The cola can on the ground continued to roll. Bai Su looked up just in time to see one of the 5 trash bins beneath the dormitory abruptly close its lid. Rubbing his forehead, Bai Su was left speechless. "Oh, so your nightmarish university even has monsters in the trash bins, huh? If there are monsters, why am I the only one being targeted?" As Bai Su pondered this, all 5 trash bin lids suddenly burst open, and a torrent of assorted refuse erupted from the bins, indiscriminately showering all the unsuspecting students passing by. A cacophony of curses ensued. Strangely, Bai Su felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he soon realized that the indiscriminate garbage monster was merely one of the peculiar creatures at Nightmarish University. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, yet another bizarre creature made its appearance. It was the lunch lady at the fast food counter, possessing a kind human face, yet below the neck, her form was composed of red tentacles. Bai Su swallowed hard and pointed at the least error-prone dish, the spicy and sour shredded potatoes. The lady slowly used one of her tentacles to curl around the serving spoon, scooping a generous portion of potatoes. Then, that tentacle began to tremble violently, as if it were being struck by a percussion gun, causing the potatoes to cascade down, leaving only a single strand remaining. Bai Su stared in disbelief as the lady flipped the spoon, brazenly placing the last strand onto his plate, raising her chin to regard him with a disdainful expression, as if to say, "What can you do about my trembling hands?" Bai Su, good grief. The lunch lady at Nightmarish University has shaky hands too, and to shake so badly that only one strand of potato remains? Is there any justice in this? Throughout his life, he had never encountered a lunch lady with such tremors, yet this tentacled lady dared to do so. As if sensing Bai Su's overflowing resentment, a pop-up appeared before him once more. Faced with the lunch lady's deliberate withholding, your angry self made one of the following decisions. If you can't win, cling to the strong, kneel before the lunch lady and say, "Auntie, I heard you have no children. If you don't mind, I would like to adopt you as my godmother. I shall be eternally filial to you. Godmother, please show me kindness. B. Suffer in silence." Finish that single strand of potato, then find a rope to hang yourself at the principal's office door. C. Explode in silence. Give the lunch lady a good beating. Then step on her tentacles and proudly declare, "This time, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine." D. Take matters into your own hands, seize the food, and run, leaving the lunch lady regretting her actions. E. Bring ruin upon us both, spit into the food, and if I don't get enough to eat, I'll ensure you face unemployment. F. Publicly beg, kneeling before the lunch lady, saying, "Please, Auntie, I really need this meal. Just let me have a bite." G. Do nothing. Silently take the tray and leave. Bisu. Damn it. Why does every option seem so insane except the last one? Undoubtedly, the safest choice is option G, doing nothing. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that Bai Su cannot swallow this humiliation. That spoonful of shredded potatoes cost him half a credit. Credits are hard-earned. Why should he only receive one strand when he is entitled to a full scoop? Chapter 34. When Bai Su awoke, he found himself reclining on a hospital bed. His mother, who had been anxiously waiting by his side, was overjoyed to see him conscious and hurriedly called for a doctor, leaving Baisu in a state of bewilderment. Why was he lying in a hospital bed? Wasn't he just about to concoct poison? No. What was he actually intending to do? A vague sense of urgency and a profound feeling of loss overwhelmed him. He longed to return to that crucial task. But where was he supposed to go back to? Baisu glanced around the sterile hospital room, imbued with the scent of antiseptics, and felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. At that moment, his mother rushed in with a doctor, who briefly examined Baisu and assured his mother that he was fine and could be discharged immediately, though she could choose to keep him for observation if she wished. Confused, Baisu inquired, "Mom, what happened to me?" Upon hearing the doctor's reassurances, his mother exhaled deeply, her eyes red with emotion as she turned to Baisu. "Little Su, 8 days ago you suddenly collapsed at school and couldn't be awakened. The doctor said you were fine, but you just wouldn't come to. Your father and I nearly thought you had an incurable illness. We were beside ourselves with worry." Baisu was stunned. "What? I was unconscious for 8 days?" His mother urgently pressed. "Think back. Did you hit your head anywhere 8 days ago? How else could you have suddenly fainted at school?" Following her prompt, Baisu began to recall the events leading up to his unconsciousness. As fragments of memory gradually coalesced, clarity emerged, and he finally remembered. 8 days prior, he had inexplicably been pulled into the nightmare world. Strangely, he hadn't even been wearing a holographic headset at the time. If he hadn't donned the headset, how had he accessed the nightmare world? He dared not dwell on it. The more he thought, the more fear enveloped him. There was no way to explain this to his mother. Baisu was eager to consult a forum for answers, but he couldn't find his phone. Desperately, he asked his mother, "Mom, where's my phone?" Once he retrieved it, he immediately logged onto the forum. The screen was awash with new posts from players who had returned to reality. "I'm back. I finally made it. But why has 8 days passed in the real world? After waking up, I feel like I've forgotten something crucial. Does anyone else feel this way?" Li Tao. In the final showdown between Professor Cen and the principal, who has the upper hand? After being unconscious for 8 days, I got fired by my boss. How do I cope with this awful mood? Baisu's eyes caught some keywords, and profound memories surged forth, vivid as if they had occurred just yesterday. Amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, the figure resolutely stepping into the meat wall was so steadfast and composed, as if embarking on a journey not to a dead end, but to a final confrontation. Baisu seldom felt genuine emotions for game characters. Yet that night, when he witnessed Professor Cen stride into the meat wall to confront the principal, he nearly shed tears. The character of Professor Cen, along with his backstory, was beautifully tragic. He was undeniably Baisu's white moonlight. Anyone who saw him sacrifice himself to save his students would feel heartache. Light a candle for the world's best, Professor Cen, seeing this post infuriated Baisu. How could they be lighting candles already? Professor Cen might not even be dead. As he scrolled further, he inadvertently refreshed the page, and a new post appeared. "Everyone, please update the Nightmare app. There's a new feature." The Nightmare app, launched by the Nightmare World, was in its beta testing phase. Until now, it had only contained a forum for players, but now it seemed a new feature was added. Intrigued, Baisu updated the Nightmare app. Once the update was complete, he noticed a new feature in the navigation bar. From left to right, they were Home, Live Broadcast, Forum, Personal Center. Baisu clicked on Home, where a promotional video played at the top, followed by an announcement from the game's official account regarding the upcoming open day. Glancing at the date, Baisu exclaimed in disbelief, "Isn't that tomorrow?" The promotional video was well-edited and invigorating. Was it entertaining? It came at the cost of the lives of the beta players. Baisu recalled how many had perished during that time. He wondered if those lost souls could return to the real world. Baisu could no longer ignore the unsettling nature of the nightmare world. If possible, he wished never to engage with this game again. However, upon viewing the system notification in his personal center, despair washed over him. Reminder: you have 6 days, 23 hours, 52 minutes, and 3 seconds until your next game entry. Baisu felt a wave of hopelessness. Would he be forcibly drawn back into the game like last time when the countdown ended? Other games implement measures to prevent excessive immersion. Why was this one compelling players to engage? Tears stinging his eyes, he opened the live broadcast, but instead of relevant content, a message popped up. Not yet available. Time until opening. 10 hours, 23 minutes, and 6 seconds. Clearly, this module would only be fully accessible on the open day. Frustration mounting. Su returned to the forum, ready to vent his feelings, only to discover a new section labeled Area 2. Curious, he wondered how a forum could possibly have subdivision. What distinguished Area 1 from Area 2? As he attempted to enter, a pop-up appeared stating he lacked access permission. Confused, he returned to Area 1, where he found many players questioning the existence of the new Area 2, engaging in discussions that yielded no concrete answers. However, one player's hypothesis garnered considerable agreement. Could it be that Area 2 is designated for players in the public beta? No way. What about us beta players? Is the official team intentionally sidelining us, just to be discarded once they're done? Let us analyze this rationally. The inability for Areas 1 and 2 to communicate suggests the game developers wish to prevent old and new players from interacting. From the official standpoint, we beta players have a certain understanding of the game as horror level. If I were in their position, I would certainly worry that beta players might warn public players about issues with the game, hence the segregation to silence us. Agreed, the reasoning is sound. If there were no division, beta players would undoubtedly share information about the game as coercive elements, driving public players away. I can already imagine the naivety of those public players, blissfully unaware. Sigh, all we can do is wish them luck. Speaking of which, in 7 days, we'll be compelled to enter the game again. Have any of you thought about which dungeon to tackle? I just checked the personal center and discovered that we can now select dungeons. There are so many it's overwhelming. Is there a dungeon related to our university? If I must enter a dungeon, I want to go to the one with Professor Cen in it. However, it's possible, perhaps likely, that Professor Cen has also become an anomaly. I will not allow you to curse him. The copy does not contain only one called Nightmare University. Strange. That name seems somewhat familiar. I too. Baisu scratched his head, unable to recall where he had encountered this name before. Just as he fell into contemplation, the doctor unexpectedly returned, this time accompanied by 2 unfamiliar individuals. The mother, who was sharing the good news with her husband, appeared equally perplexed by the situation and stood up, questioning the doctor. What is this for? It was only then that Baisu noticed that the 2 strangers were holding peculiar objects. One resembled a handheld detection device used by security personnel at a high-speed rail station, while the other was a heavy black suitcase. The doctor smiled and explained to the mother, "Do not worry. It is merely a minor examination, just a simple scan." The mother, visibly confused, inquired, "Is there a fee for this procedure? What exactly is being examined?" The doctor reassured her, "Rest assured, this procedure is free of charge and pertains to a specific type of illness." The mother, somewhat skeptical, accepted the explanation, but still anxiously asked, "There is no radiation involved, is there?" The doctor replied with a smile, "Of course not. You can rest easy." Baisu sat on the hospital bed, curiously observing as the individual with the black suitcase opened it, while his companion aimed the scanner at Baisu from a distance. With a beep, the screen inside the suitcase displayed a numerical value, 26, a safe value. The person gazing at the screen stated this aloud. Shortly thereafter, the 2 collected their instruments, nodded politely at them, and exited the room. Their arrival was sudden, and their departure was equally swift. The mother, bewildered, asked the doctor, "Does this mean everything is all right?" The doctor nodded. "Yes, all is well. Your son can be discharged." Baisu gazed at the departing figures, sensing that the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. Meanwhile, in a cramped, damp rental room, Rong Tianchong awoke at his computer desk, rubbing his aching shoulders when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found 2 strangers in police uniforms standing at the threshold. Rong Tianchong, standing in the doorway of his modest abode, furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" "We are police officers." The 2 strangers displayed their badges, and just as Rong Tianchong contemplated the possibility of a scam, one of them suddenly brandished a handheld detection device and swept it over him. "Beep!" Rong Tianchong reacted. "What are you?" 36, safe value, the other officer reported, before suddenly exclaiming, "Detecting ability fluctuations, ability level, F." Rong Tianchong's unfinished sentence lodged in his throat, transforming into a stunned, "What? I have abilities now?" The officer with the detection device glanced at him calmly and handed him a card. Register your ability information at the Ability Management Bureau within 2 days to receive financial assistance. A wave of uncontainable joy spread across Rong Tianchong's face as he dazedly accepted the card, as though still processing the news. Thank you? Once the 2 officers departed and he closed the door, the astonishment and elation on his face faded entirely. Chapter 35. Gossip is human nature. Su Qingji, completely engrossed, hastily perused every section of the campus newspaper, neglecting even the audience. He recalled the excited shouts of the beta testers in the bullet comments. Show me. Show me. I want to see the article on killing husbands for enlightenment. Ah, so dramatic. Why is Dean Lee being exploited by the principal? Why? I need to see the list of the 10 most dangerous, mysterious realms. It's crucial. I'm entering the game in a few days. What if I step into a trap? After finishing, Su Qingji, still unsatisfied, turned towards the live stream panel, displaying the newspaper. Look. This required a human skin to obtain. Don't ever say your brother G doesn't cherish his fans. However, the bullet comments erupted with exclamations and questions. Why can't I see it? Besides the main title, the text is all a blur. Me too. Why can't we see it? Streamer, check if you've enabled any privacy settings. Su Chengvi, puzzled, inspected the live stream panel and confirmed, I haven't activated any privacy mode. Then can you summarize it? He attempted to narrate the article about killing husbands for enlightenment. I'm breaking down. All I hear is beeping. Why is there a sound mute? Nightmare University, are you unable to handle it? Looks like we have to go to the school to see the full content of the campus newspaper. A marketing tactic. I won't fall for it. At that moment, Su Qingji realized his live stream audience had inexplicably surged to 369 viewers, and the numbers continued to rise. Wow. His brother G truly had a knack for live streaming games. What exactly does that article on killing husbands for enlightenment contain? Streamer, you can't reveal it, but at least drop a hint. Su Qingji noticed, but feigned ignorance. Those of them in the streaming business thrived on traffic. They couldn't simply show the audience everything they desired. There had to be some suspense and flair, otherwise, the viewers would leave. Thus, Su Qingji continued forward, sidestepping the main topic. This nightmare campus newspaper is quite intriguing. It's fascinating that even the bizarre entities at school submit articles. I wonder who that poorly dressed professor is. I'd love to see how. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a figure, and his words halted abruptly. Wow. Su Qingji couldn't suppress his exclamation. His eyes were glued to the person. Is that also an NPC? The modeling is stunningly beautiful. Is it really that beautiful? I don't believe it unless I see it. Don't change the subject. I want to hear about killing husbands for enlightenment. Indeed, Su Qingji manually shifted the camera, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. You all take a look. As he turned the camera, the individual he referred to soon appeared on screen. At that moment, the sunlight streamed through the trees, casting dappled shadows upon him. His dark, slightly curled hair swayed as he walked through the hazy light. Half of his profile and exposed neck glowed like alabaster. From the camera's angle, the figure was tall and slender, the understated sheen of his dark red shirt exuding elegance. His arms bore cuffs, and the black waistcoat accentuated the graceful lines of his waist and shoulders, highlighting his broad shoulders and long legs. Just from that silhouette, one found it difficult to look away. Some individuals possess an innate allure that radiates desire merely by their presence. After a while, the bullet comments resumed. Though I haven't seen his face, I would wager my future happiness that this is an unparalleled beauty. So dreamlike. Is this heaven? I think I've glimpsed a deity of beauty. Streamer, what are you waiting for? Go after him. Am I the only one who thinks this silhouette looks somewhat familiar? To be honest, I do too. But it can't be. This university is Nightmare University, not H University. Su Qingji, puzzled by those comments, wondered what they were hinting at. What SH University? Do you know this NPC? Upon hearing this, the beta testers flooded the comments, passionately recommending the world's most exceptional professor by Yue Guang. Su Qingji was taken aback. He wasn't a beta tester and hadn't experienced such profound loss. So aside from feeling regret, he felt nothing else. Yet he speculated, maybe it really is that Professor Cen you mentioned. H University could easily be renamed Nightmare University. Shall I go take a look for you? Remember to give me a thumbs up. The live streaming system currently did not allow for tipping, so all he could do was ask for likes. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the likes in his live stream skyrocketing at an alarming rate, startling him. Checking the real-time viewer count, it had already soared to 2,306. He had no idea where these beta testers were coming from. It seemed the beta testers truly adored Professor Cen Xun mused this internally. Then, urged by the comments, he took off running to catch up with the silhouette. "Excuse me, hello." Xun timidly greeted, and the person actually paused and turned to look at him. Only then did Xun see his face clearly. The overwhelming beauty in that instant consumed Xun's entire vision. It was true that humans could feel breathless upon encountering such exquisite beauty. For a moment, he found himself speechless, fixated on the other person, until that individual calmly inquired, "Which department are you from?" Xun snapped back to reality and instinctively replied, I'm a student from the Humanities College, majoring in linguistics." Wow, such a pleasant voice. It was intoxicating. Who wouldn't he be enchanted? The individual possessed amber eyes that initially gave off a cold, ruthless impression, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed merely an illusion. With such beauty and a gentle voice, how could he possibly be harmful? Xun heard him softly say, linguistics also includes courses related to folklore. You should have my class tomorrow afternoon. Remember not to be late. Such a normal interaction momentarily disoriented Xun, evoking a surreal sense of being in a real campus. And he replied absently, Oh, okay. Are you a professor of folklore? The individual nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips. My surname is Cen. As he smiled, Xun, a straightforward person, felt an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. Warmth radiated from his face. Professor Cen, thank you for the reminder. I will attend class on time. Professor Cen's gaze swept over him, seemingly recognizing his embarrassment. He raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, walking away with an air of indifference. This time, Xun did not follow. He watched Professor Cen's retreating figure, his expression complex. Having conversed for less than 2 minutes, he felt as if his mind had turned to mush. If he attended Professor Cen's class tomorrow, would he truly be able to absorb any knowledge? After rubbing his face to regain some semblance of clarity, Xun murmured to his companions, My friends, it's not that I lack ambition. If only you were here in person, you would understand the true impact of Professor Cen. I dare say, no celebrity in the entire entertainment industry could rival his breathtaking appearance. As he spoke, he suddenly realized the absurdity of his own words. What was his surname again? And what subject did he teach? Glancing at the barrage of comments, he saw a flood of exclamation points illuminating the screen. In truth, the moment Professor Cen's face graced the camera, the entire comment section succumbed to astonishment. Goodness, my deceased wife has truly returned. My wife, my wife, my wife. Sob, 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 let out a monkey-like screech, swinging from a tree, reborn, and my wife remains as stunning as ever. I can die in peace now. After an overwhelming surge of meaningless comments, some viewers began to regain their composure. Wait, why is Professor Cen appearing at Nightmare University? Has H University really changed its name? Am I the only one noticing the brilliance here? Professor Cen is still a professor. What does that imply? It suggests he ultimately did not triumph over the principal. He has lost. You must not say that Professor Cen has lost. It is merely that the principal is too formidable, and we are too inept to have aided him. Enough. I'm heading straight into Nightmare University. I wonder if my wife still remembers me, damn it. So Professor Cen has also become a monster, right? Curse this wretched game. Why must it treat him so cruelly? Surely he doesn't remember anymore. Professor Cen once labored tirelessly to protect his students. Yet now he must become a monster himself. The Dragon Slayer has become the evil dragon. It's truly heartbreaking. Xun read through all the comments, linking them to the recently departed Professor Cen, and an overwhelming sense of melancholy surged within him. Upon first learning of Professor Cen's exploits, he felt nothing. But upon witnessing the professor in person, the rumored beauty and strength he represented suddenly became tangible. Even the sight of Professor Cen's departing figure left Su Qingji with an inexplicable taste of solitude and desolation. Alas, this is too with a sigh. Su Qingji sought to comfort the beta testers in the live stream. Many beta testers expressed their desire to enter the Nightmare University dungeon to find Cen Xun. After all, regardless of whether they entered or not, they would be forcibly drawn into the game in 7 days. They might as well choose a dungeon they were somewhat familiar with. Moreover, the Nightmare University dungeon itself appeared intriguing. Most importantly, it seemed to pose minimal danger, with some beta testers finding the live stream entertaining enough to want to experience it for themselves. Of course, there were not many bold players. The majority had been frightened by the beta test dungeons and preferred a more cautious approach, thus refraining from rashly entering Nightmare University. Yet, this segment of players still wished to see Cen Xun. What could they do? They could only click like and implore the streamer to attend Cen Xun's class. Su Qingji hesitated. He actually preferred to explore the dormitory building first, and continuously streaming the class might prove monotonous, risking a loss of audience. Therefore, he pretended to declare that he would only proceed after amassing 5,000 likes. To his surprise, this group of beta testers genuinely delivered the 5,000 likes. Noticing the live stream system notify him that his channel had ascended to the 9th position on the popularity chart, Su Qingji felt a sense of satisfaction and honored his promise, embarking on the path to the classroom. Chapter 36, as if stung by those words. Feng Jihan's pupils suddenly constricted, his glassy eyes staring at him in disbelief, his throat constricting painfully. "You do not recognize me?" It seemed that they were not leaving anytime soon. So Cen Xun leaned against the railing, propping his elbow up, slightly raising his chin as he leisurely scanned him up and down, his amber eyes naturally exuding an air of disdain. "Who are you?" Although his attitude was ambiguous, Feng Jihan, having spent years with Cen Xun, could discern that this statement was less a question and more a mockery filled with amusement. He was deliberately pretending not to know him. Feng Jihan tightened his jaw, gritting his teeth. "Your husband." At these words, Cen Xun appeared to find it amusing, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. "How come I don't remember having a husband?" He lowered his gaze, casually stroking the pale ring mark on his ring finger. "Even if I did, he would be my ex-husband. You must specify that you're my ex-husband for me to recall someone like you." Feng Jihan's expression darkened further. A gust of wind swept by, gently tousling Cen Xun's hair. Noticing Feng Jihan's demeanor, his gaze flickered slightly as he stepped forward, a semblance of pity in his eyes, reaching out to caress Feng Jihan's heart. Yet his tone was laced with malice. "I thought I made myself clear last time. Did you not understand?" Cen Xun leaned closer to his ear, a hint of cruelty in his laughter. "Once wasn't enough? You dare to come back?" Feng Jihan suddenly raised his hand, gripping Cen Xun's wrist, which rested on his chest, his eyes a swirl of complex emotions, fleeting loneliness replaced by determination. "I simply felt that last time was too rushed, and there were many things I failed to explain clearly." Cen Xun did not withdraw his hand, his interest waning. "But I believe many things do not require explanation. Facts are facts, aren't they?" Feng Jihan's lips moved slightly, but Cen Xun interrupted him, locking his gaze onto Feng Jihan's eyes. "Was someone forcing you to come to the small mountain village over a decade ago?" Feng Jihan paused for a moment, uttering 2 words, "No." Cen Xun pressed on. "Did someone force you to come to the orphanage to find me and take me away?" Feng Jihan pressed his lips tightly together, still replying, "No." Cen Xun seemed to grow weary, closing his eyes briefly. "Did someone force you to marry me and keep watch over me?" Feng Jihan's voice was now somewhat hoarse. "No." Cen Xun opened his eyes again, lifting his eyelids, staring directly at him. "Was someone forcing you to conceal my true identity, your own true identity, and the truth of this world, allowing me to unknowingly play house with you?" After a long pause, Feng Jihan finally uttered a strained response. "No." "Then what is there left to explain?" Cen Xun mocked with a smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Feng Jihan, what else do you wish to explain?" He lifted his other hand, his fingers entwining around the silvery strands of Feng Jihan's hair, then suddenly yanked it down sharply, forcing him to bend forward, aligning their gazes, rather than quibble. "You might as well admit it. Perhaps feeling pain, Feng Jihan's eyes began to glisten with a hint of red. Admit what? Admit your despicable and shameful desires. Cen Xun's smile turned icy, his crimson lips revealing words like sharp blades, dissecting the truth mercilessly. You claim to uphold the balance between two worlds, thus restraining me. If you feared my awakening so much, why did you not simply let me be killed in the small mountain village? Later, after we married, while you reveled in the sweetness of our love, you worried about losing control over me, so you chose to conceal the truth. You desire both me and a semblance of world peace. Feng Jihan, are you aware of your insatiable greed? This statement was almost whispered close to Feng Jihan's ear, intimately, yet surrounded by a chilling atmosphere. Cen Xun slightly turned his face, noticing the black wedding ring on Feng Jihan's hand, and coldly remarked, "Why are you still wearing it?" Feng Jihan commanded him, "Take it off now." Surprisingly, Feng Jihan's immediate reaction was to curl his fingers. Yet it was futile, as in the next moment, the sharp strings of the puppet severed the wedding ring, forcibly stripping it from his finger. Feng Jihan, somewhat flustered, reached out to grasp it, but Cen Xun quickly clenched the broken black ring in his palm, stepping back with a smile. "I have discarded mine. You should discard yours too." Feng Jihan stood still before Cen Xun, his eyes fixated on the broken ring in Cen Xun's hand, his breath quickening. "Return it to me." Cen Xun's lips curled into a cold smile. "When we married, I told you I cannot tolerate sand in my eyes. If you dare betray me, I will kill you." Cen Xun raised the broken ring. "Do you deserve to wear it?" Without blinking, Cen Xun casually tossed it away, discarding it like refuse, causing Feng Jihan's eyes to turn crimson, his gaze closely following the ring, and without hesitation, he attempted to leap over the railing to chase it. Cen Xun had anticipated this, seizing his arm and dragging him back, forcefully pushing him against the wall. Feng Jihan's back collided with the wall, his elbows propping him up as he attempted to straighten himself. Yet Cen Xun had already leaned forward, pinning him against the wall, firmly grasping his chin and lifting it. "I will give you one more chance. Choose me, or choose those inconsequential humans. You can only pick one." Feng Jihan's pale chin reddened under the pressure, compelled to lift his face, his dark hair slightly disheveled at the forehead, the silvery strands cascading back. He gasped for breath, closing his eyes, unable to speak. "What's the matter? Is it difficult to choose?" Cen Xun's gaze drifted over his flushed skin, trailing down into his collar, his lifted fingertips teasingly brushing against his cheek. "Oh, I forgot you are a greedy person. How could you decide so quickly? Of course you want all." Yet Feng Jihan suddenly turned his face away, avoiding Cen Xun's fingers, the silvery lashes quivering as he hoarsely replied, "You are right." Cen Xun halted his actions. Yes, I am indeed a despicable and selfish person." Feng Jihan's chest rose and fell, silver lashes raised, his glassy eyes clear in the light, yet hollow and desolate. "I cannot let go of you, nor can I let go of the world that raised me. I should have firmly stood on the side of humanity and slain you when you forgot everything, yet I inexplicably developed feelings for you." His glassy eyes glistened with moisture, as if they might shatter into fragments at any moment. "What is justice? How should justice be exercised? I thought I had long integrated them into my very bones, but it turns out that as long as one is human, one will inevitably harbor uncontrollable desires. Lying, deceiving, concealing. I have never committed such despicable acts. Even I find this self of mine quite alien." Feng Jihan chuckled softly, crystalline droplets cascading from his chin. "But I do not regret this treatment toward you. After all," he closed his eyes, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. "I have long known that those who deceive the divine will ultimately be forsaken by the divine." Knowing full well the consequences, yet still proceeding, since he was unwilling to be a saint for a lifetime, he would bravely bear the repercussions of not being a saint. He painstakingly crafted this ephemeral dream for himself, yet the day of awakening would inevitably arrive. What a lack of regret! Cen Xun chuckled, indeed. If you were to lament your past decisions, it would render the thought of exacting revenge utterly mundane. As he spoke, his eyes, filled with a playful smile, roamed over the young man. Feng Jihan, already possessing striking features, appeared even more captivating, resembling a figure sculpted from snow, with every contour and line crafted by an artist's hand. Feng Jihan was capable of tears. During their first encounter in the mountain village, he had wept, and since then, Cen Xun had developed a peculiar fondness for witnessing his sorrow, a sensation that inspired a desire to shatter him further. Thus, Cen Xun tempered his expression, softening his demeanor. He leaned in, his lips brushing against the young man's tear-streaked face, tenderly licking away the fallen tears as if enveloped in an intimate embrace. His voice, laced with an enigmatic gentleness, inquired, "Does my little bird hurt?" He whispered, coaxingly, "Surely, the outside world is too dreadful. Return to my side. Remain in the cage I have crafted for you, and your pain shall cease." It seemed that Feng Jihan had finally extricated himself from his anguish. He inhaled deeply, gently pushing Cen Xun away to stand upright, wiping his face. He slowly raised his gaze to meet Cen Xun's eyes, resolutely declaring no. The expression on Cen Xun's face gradually faded, and he stepped back, creating distance between them. Suddenly, the sunlight was obscured by dark clouds, casting a somber shadow over the scene, with Cen Xun's features becoming indistinct in the gloom. What a pity. Nonetheless, I find your visage quite appealing. Cen Xun's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of malevolence in his eyes. Since you refuse to be my pet, I shall shatter your mind and transform you into my puppet. With a thunderous crash, the blinding lightning illuminated their faces. Feng Jihan sprang into action, evading the onslaught of puppet threads that converged upon him. The threads, relentless as a swarm, pursued him, and he struggled like a bird ensnared in a web of constraints, ultimately finding himself trapped within an ever-tightening circle of puppet strings. Perhaps it was Cen Xun's twisted sense of humor that the tightly wound threads around Feng Jihan formed the shape of a birdcage, making him appear as a rare bird caught in captivity. Cen Xun approached the cage, grinning at Feng Jihan through the puppet strings. "Ah, I have captured a beautiful little bird. Alas, the bird does not wish to return home." Inside the cage, Feng Jihan had repressed all emotions. Aside from his slightly reddened eyes, his expression had returned to its usual calmness. Cen Xun's curiosity piqued. "Do you truly adore your world, even as it decays?" As raindrops were swept into the corridor by a fierce wind, Feng Jihan's long hair became slightly damp, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Yes, it is decaying, but many innocent souls also inhabit that world. They do not deserve to perish. As long as innocent beings exist, I shall dedicate myself to fighting for humanity." "Then let us await the outcome," Cen Xun replied, his gaze deepening, a haughty smile gracing his lips. "One day, you and your world shall become my spoils." Chapter 37. Under the endless night in the midst of the bustling daylight, Nightmare University fell into a profound silence as the witching hour approached. The first day of the Open Day event was drawing to a close. Within the belfry of the suspended sun, Cen Xun sat in the principal's office, pulling up the system panel. The Nightmare system conducted a daily settlement for all participating instances, ranking them based on metrics such as popularity and total points earned in a single day. After a week or a month, weekly and monthly rankings would follow. As the countdown to settlement commenced, Cen Xun absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the desk, mentally estimating Nightmare University's ranking. As a large anomaly realm, Nightmare University could accommodate a greater number of players than smaller realms, yet it had its drawbacks. Firstly, to ensure enrollment rates and long-term playability, the player mortality rate in Nightmare University was relatively low. Thus, the points harvested from a single player could not compete with the points garnered from direct player eliminations in other realms. In essence, Nightmare University would need to rely on its player base to surpass its competitors in terms of points. Secondly, due to the task-oriented survival mechanism of Nightmare University's instances, if players could endure, they would occupy slots indefinitely, preventing new students from entering and severely impacting the flow of players. In contrast, smaller realms offered the advantage of simpler instances with short cycles, allowing for a quick turnover of fresh players ready for slaughter. Considering these factors, Cen Xun rationally speculated that Nightmare University's ranking for the day would not be particularly high. as today was merely the first day of the open event. With player numbers still low and the university not relying on player slaughters for points, it was destined to fall behind those instances that had already engaged in widespread carnage. However, Cen Xun firmly believed that the current disadvantage of Nightmare University was merely temporary, given that the system did not compel players to select specific instances. The innate human tendency to seek safety would undoubtedly drive players away from high-risk instances and towards more engaging, low-risk ones. At this stage, Cen Xun's task was to cultivate a reputation among players and broadly promote the advantages of Nightmare University. As he pondered, the countdown reached 0, and the system smoothly refreshed the page. The daily rankings were now available. Cen Xun did not immediately check Nightmare University's ranking, but instead glanced at the names of the top 10 anomaly realms. The highest daily points were claimed by 9 layers of heaven, with a staggering mortality rate of 100. Cen Xun raised an eyebrow. Every player who ventured into this instance had met their demise. With a name like Heaven, it attracted players, yet it was perilously dangerous. No wonder it topped the charts. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door, drawing Cen Xun's gaze away from the panel. "Come in," he called. Tong Ming entered, files in hand, firmly closing the door with his foot before placing the stack on Cen Xun's desk and giving it a pat. "Everything I just found is recorded here." Cen Xun nodded slightly, indicating he would review it later. Tong Ming, not in a rush to discuss business, leaned closer to Cen Xun to peer at the panel, eagerly asking, "So, has the daily ranking come out? Where does Nightmare University stand?" Cen Xun replied coolly, "I haven't looked yet." Tong Ming was astonished. "Are you a ninja? How can you resist the urge to check?" Cen Xun remarked, "I have a clear understanding of my realm's standing, so there's little to see." He gestured to the panel, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What matters is how our competitors are faring." At this point, Tong Ming also noticed the name and mortality rate of the top anomaly realm and exclaimed, "Wow, this realm lord is ruthless." Cen Xun inquired, "Has your 1,000 eyes observed anything about this realm?" After a moment's contemplation, Tong Ming replied, 9 layers of heaven? I only know it's located in City B and qualifies as an orange grade realm. The realm lord is surrounded by unknown interference, so I can't see their past for now. However, I have a vague understanding of why this realm has a 100 mortality rate." Cen Xun pressed, "Why is that?" Tong Ming stroked his chin. "It relates to the instance's mechanics. One of its rules is find happiness. It is unlikely for anyone to have everything go their way. And perhaps those players chose to stay in pursuit of a certain happiness." Happiness. Cen Xun pondered. Indeed, it makes for a compelling lure. After a brief understanding of the top realm, Cen Xun's gaze moved on to the second, Arc of the Enlightenment, which also boasted a 100 mortality rate. I know about this one." Before Cen Xun could inquire, Tong Ming excitedly shared information about this realm. It's located on an island in the sea, definitely a disaster instance. Players face earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, acid rain, tsunamis, and only by successfully building the ark can they escape that sea area. Just imagine, after such a series of calamities, if an ordinary player survives, it would be sheer luck. Clearly, this realm lord is no joke. Cen Xun remarked, "Why do you know so much about this realm?" Tong Ming crossed his arms. "The first one is special. There is something blocking my 1,000 eyes from observing it. The second one is different. Firstly, its strength is inferior to the first, and secondly, it lacks any special shielding abilities." He pointed to his eyes, boasting, "As long as they're not too high level or possess special skills or items to obstruct, generally, nothing can escape my observation." Ignoring Tong Ming's self-praise, Cen Xun maintained a stoic expression. The second realm's specialty seems to be disaster-related. Nightmare University is conveniently located by the sea. If this realm lord were to launch an attack from the ocean, it would pose a significant threat to us. Tong Ming paused, contemplating this possibility, then frowned slightly. "That is indeed a concern. Speaking of which, I find it strange that this realm lord appears to have their power divided into 3 parts, as I observed 3 distinct energy sources during my examination." Cen Xun narrowed his eyes. 3 types of energy. Intriguing. The third realm was Name Time Photography Studio, with a mortality rate of 100. Tong Ming expressed his regret that the realm lord was also shrouded in interference. allowing him to grasp only the faintest details of its core mechanism related to time. The fourth realm, Mad Mechanical City, also had a 100 mortality rate. Tong Ming expressed disdain for this instance. This is purely a survival instance where players must gather various metal elements to assemble firearms to combat the mechanical monsters within the city. What's worse, teammates can't be trusted because killing others can yield treasure chests. It's far too bloody. This realm lord clearly lacks an understanding of the aesthetics of killing. The fifth realm had a rather absurd name, 4148 minigames, with a mortality rate of only 80. When discussing this instance, Tong Ming hesitated. This realm is peculiar. It can flit about, so I can only observe bits and pieces of its content each time. Cen Xun rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. 4,148 minigames? It sounds like a virtual realm hidden within the internet. Indeed, Tong Ming affirmed, exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. Can you believe it? The method they use to send out invitations is by pushing lewd advertisements to users, cleverly placing a deceptive red cross in the top right corner. When users click on the cross, they are unwittingly thrust into the game. It's quite the trap. Cen Xun replied, that is indeed insidiously unpredictable. He continued thoughtfully, logically, one would expect more players to choose it, considering its ominous title resembles that of a casual game, yet it only ranks 5th. Tong Ming, raising a finger, spoke with feigned seriousness. You might not realize, but this game has specific requirements for computer configurations. If the specs are insufficient, the game's simply 1T run, leaving players with no choice but to painfully abandon their targets. Among the remaining 20 of players, many survived solely because their computer configurations were inadequate, causing overloads that forcibly ejected them from the game. Cen Xun was rendered speechless. Even a cooked duck could fly. This domain master appeared rather dim-witted. Subsequently, Cen Xun swiftly perused the remaining leaderboard. Rank 6, Six Paths Go City, mortality rate 100. Rank 7, Heaven and Earth Travel Agency, mortality rate 100. Rank 8, Love Town, mortality rate 99. Rank 9, Mountain Delicacies Feast, mortality rate 100. Rank 10, Fairy Tale Amusement Park, mortality rate 100. After reading, Tong Ming remarked, truly, they eliminated every player on the very first day. The domain master of Love Town is rather generous, leaving a 1 survival rate. Quite commendable. Cen Xun replied nonchalantly. Perhaps it was never their intention to leave even one behind. Tong Ming scoffed. How audacious. With mortality rates all at 100, what would compel other players to partake? After a moment's contemplation, Cen Xun pondered, is it possible that all players who ventured into these dungeons perished, thus rendering them incapable of leaving negative reviews? Tong Ming laughed heartily. What a hellish joke. Besides, didn't those players have the chance to resurrect after being killed? Yet Cen Xun countered, not necessarily. How so? Cen Xun, deep in thought, mused, whether players can resurrect may depend on whether the domain master has completely devoured them. Tong Ming, puzzled, inquired, brother, do you mean consuming their entire body? No, Cen Xun clarified, for the sake of argument, let's refer to that entity as the player's soul. He tapped his fingers on the table. As you know, my puppet threads can manipulate players, hence I possess a vague understanding of this. Tong Ming comprehended. So, players essentially enter the nightmare realm in the form of their souls. Being killed ordinarily results in mere soul damage, allowing them to return. However, if they are entirely consumed by the domain master, it equates to the complete annihilation of their souls, leading to the death of their bodies as well. Cen Xun nodded. Precisely. If those domain masters devour players entirely, then the deceased players have no chance of returning to reality to warn others. Tong Ming remarked, well, that makes sense, but brother, how is it that you are so well-versed in the concept of warning others? Cen Xun chose not to engage with that comment, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Although they are unable to issue warnings, we might assist them in that regard. Tong Ming was taken aback. How will we help? Isn't it simple? Cen Xun revealed a mischievous smile. Secretly hire players to post warnings on forums, inciting fear among players and ultimately lowering the rankings of these high-mortality dungeons. Chapter 38. A New Day Begins. At.the driving school welcomed a fresh batch of students eager to learn how to drive, while the school prepared to engage with the new arrivals. Its domain lord remained oblivious to the presence of an unexpected visitor. Tong Ming halted the car at the entrance of the driving school, hesitating as he glanced at the passenger seat. "Brother, do you really not want me to accompany you for your driving lessons?" "No need, I'm not a child." Cen Xun coldly adjusted his sunglasses. "Just manage Nightmare University well. Call me if anything comes up." Tong Ming covered his face. "No, I'm worried you might crash the driving school on your first day." "Brother, promise me you'll focus on learning to drive these next few days. No matter what the instructor says, please do not resort to violence immediately, all right? Let's first master how to drive. That's the most important thing." "You're so chatty." Cen Xun exited the car, shutting the door behind him, and shot a haughty glance at Tong Ming from behind his sunglasses. "Get lost." Tong Ming sighed. "Fine. Call me when you're done, and I'll come pick you up." As he turned the car around towards Nightmare University, Tong Ming's gaze lingered on Cen Xun's figure in the rearview mirror, and he couldn't help but let out another sigh. Cen Xun had always been quite reliable, so why was he feeling so anxious? Perhaps it was due to his brother's knack for causing trouble, coupled with his bad temper. Tong Ming feared that the instructor might not understand the situation and recklessly provoke Cen Xun, resulting in disastrous consequences. Tong Ming hoped that the peculiarities of At.the driving school would be astute enough to provide proper instruction without resorting to chaos. His brother's patience was limited, and if provoked, the entire school might face dire consequences. On the other hand, Cen Xun stood at the entrance of At.the driving school, pulling out an advertisement card. At.the driving school is actively enrolling. One-on-one driving lessons. No additional fees. Try the course and enroll only if satisfied. Free retakes if you fail 3 times. Cen Xun muttered to himself, "Not bad, I do enjoy free things." With that, he clutched the card and stepped through the weathered, rusted red gate of the driving school. As a domain lord, Cen Xun technically shouldn't be able to enter the domains of other lords without restriction, even with an invitation. His aura would be immediately detected upon entry. However, Cen Xun was unique. He was one of the rare, semi-awakened domain lords. Even though he was undergoing internal changes, he still maintained a human form. Only when the transformation reached its climax and his corporeal form shattered would he be considered fully awakened. Thus, Cen Xun could easily disguise himself as a human and infiltrate another's domain. However, to avoid immediate detection by the domain lord, he needed to suppress his own aura. Cen Xun entered the driving school, alone and deliberately concealing his rank, leisurely donning sunglasses, which made him appear like an oblivious novice player. Almost immediately, he drew the attention of the instructors. Such ignorant, vacation-like players had already been seen in abundance the previous day. So, when Cen Xun walked in, the instructor's first reaction was to assume another one here to be fed. The instructors, lying in wait for their prey, hurriedly surrounded Cen Xun, enthusiastically welcoming him. Upon learning he was there to learn to drive, they immediately began to promote themselves. Cen Xun calmly stated, "I need a patient instructor who can withstand a bit of punishment." The instructors merely laughed off his request, not taking it seriously. How amusing. A novice actually making demands. Does he think this is a proper driving school? They exchanged glances, incredulous. And withstand punishment? Surely, he doesn't believe his slender limbs could inflict any harm on us? Soon, a one-eyed instructor, eager to claim the opportunity, rushed forward and quickly led Cen Xun to the office to register for lessons. The registration was merely a formality. He had not yet officially become a student, as the advertisement promised a trial period before enrollment. The self-appointed instructor, let us call him One-Eye, casually asked Cen Xun as he filled out the registration form whether he was indeed capable of withstanding punishment. One-Eye initially dismissed this with a nonchalant response, but once he saw the name signed, his demeanor shifted drastically. He growled menacingly, "Why are you asking so many questions? Let me tell you, if you can't learn to drive, I'll have you for dinner." Cen Xun remained expressionless. One-Eye, mistaking his silence for fear, grew increasingly arrogant. "This is a driving school, not your home. Listen to your instructor, follow the rules, and don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't learn properly, it could cost you your life." With that, One-Eye flashed a greedy grin, hoping to witness the new student's fear. However, He was taken aback to find Cen Xun had already walked away, his demeanor tinged with impatience. Wait, he just walked away? One Eye chuckled in disbelief. What an arrogant student. Today, I will teach him a lesson about respect. Thus, One Eye chose not to call out to Cen Xun, but instead followed him, eagerly anticipating a display of chaos. As Cen Xun opened the car door, a pool of blood and flesh immediately spilled out from the driver's seat, soaking his trousers and shoes in a grotesque mixture of gore and viscous fluid. Cen Xun inhaled deeply, calmly closing his eyes before addressing the one-eyed instructor with a cold voice. Clean this up? One Eye, leaning against the side, snickered. This is just the standard here. You'll have to deal with it. Our school teaches driving, not a holiday for young masters. Cen Xun turned to him, his sunglasses obscuring half his face, revealing only his crimson lips, which curled into a cold smirk. In an instant, One Eye found himself seized by the throat, forcefully pushed face first into the blood-soaked driver's seat. Ugh! Huh! One Eye's face was smeared with filth as he frantically beat his hands against the dirty seat, struggling to rise. Yet the hand gripping his neck was cold and powerful, pinning him down with an unyielding force that rendered him helpless. Then you'll clean it up? Cen Xun chuckled maliciously. We will begin driving lessons only once it is spotless. One Eye was bewildered. Who is truly the monster here? Why does he seem more villainous than I? Though One Eye resisted, he struggled in vain for quite some time and eventually had no choice but to comply, begrudgingly licking the seat clean. The remnants of flesh were remnants of yesterday's players, intended to intimidate newcomers. And now, with the arrival of Cen Xun, they had encountered an unfortunate fate. One Eye, now acutely aware of Cen Xun's formidable nature, stood warily to the side after cleaning the seat, glancing at Cen Xun with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, assessing his capabilities. Yet Cen Xun remained still, covering his mouth and nose, and commanded, "Go fetch a bucket of water and clean it again." One Eye was left speechless. The one-eyed instructor, unable to endure any longer, warned, "You little rascal. I advise you not to push your luck." Cen Xun's patience was rapidly depleting as he drew the control stick, pointing it ominously at the instructor's brow. "If you don't go, you'll meet your demise here." In that fleeting moment, an aura of sheer terror seemed to envelop the control stick. The one-eyed instructor trembled, nearly rolling and crawling to fetch water, vigorously wiping the driver's seat multiple times. Only then did Cen Xun, with great reluctance, settle into the seat, yet his brows remained furrowed beneath his sunglasses, betraying his evident displeasure. The one-eyed instructor, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, contemplated a stealthy escape to report this peculiar student to the driving school principal. However, he was abruptly halted by Cen Xun's voice. "Where do you think you're going? Get in the car." The one-eyed instructor internally lamented but dared not flee. He cautiously entered from the opposite side, gingerly lifting and lowering himself into the passenger seat. Rigid with anxiety and afraid to utter a sound, Cen Xun gripped the steering wheel, his tone laden with impending storm. "How do you drive?" The one-eyed instructor stammered, "Just don't cross the lines. Don't hit the markers." Cen Xun interjected coolly, "I'm asking you how to start the car." The one-eyed instructor, taken aback. "At.the? Just twist the key to ignite it." Cen Xun reached for the ignition key, twisting it without effect. "Twist it a bit longer," the instructor advised cautiously. Cen Xun complied, twisting it longer until the car lurched forward suddenly and then stalled. "What's going on?" Cen Xun furrowed his brow. The one-eyed instructor, feeling a sense of suffocation, succumbed to his instructor instincts and admonished, "You didn't put it in neutral. You started in gear. What do you expect?" Cen Xun, fixated on the road ahead, pressed the tip of the control stick against the instructor's neck, coldly stating, "My mood is quite poor right now, and I cannot tolerate any defiance. If you prefer I change instructors, you'd better behave. Do you understand?" Regret washed over the one-eyed instructor as he realized the folly of his earlier bravado in accepting the role of this formidable student instructor. "Understood," he replied meekly. Cen Xun retracted the control stick and coldly inquired, "Which one is neutral?" It dawned on the one-eyed instructor that this individual truly intended to learn driving at their school. What a calamity! With so many peculiar realms, why did fate choose to land upon our At.the driving school? Resigned to his fate, The one-eyed instructor began to elucidate the intricacies of gears, the clutch, the brake and accelerator, the handbrake, as well as the workings of the lights and wipers. Gently lift the clutch, don't release it all at once. When you feel a slight tremor in the car, then gradually release the brake. Cen Xun retorted. Isn't your car already shaking? Not that kind of shake, it's a more specific tremor. Cen Xun pressed, do not indulge in abstraction. What exactly do you mean by that? The one-eyed instructor felt the urge to gasp for air. After considerable effort, as they struggled to get the car moving, he glanced down to discover that the handbrake was still engaged. How can it move like this? Releasing the handbrake, Cen Xun gradually found a sense for the vehicle. And finally, the car began to inch forward. The one-eyed instructor nearly wept with joy. Good. Now, let us proceed to the reversing area. Drive forward and apply some gas. Chapter 39, as Cen Xun received a congratulatory call from Tong Ming. He was struggling with a hill start. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he answered the call, his foot firmly pressing the clutch, his voice muffled beneath his mask. What is it? Tong Ming, brimming with excitement on the other end, exclaimed, Brother, your tactics are working. We have an influx of new players today, almost 10,000 at a glance. It's hilarious. All the players are coming to us. Those domain masters must be dumbfounded now. Cen Xun, feeling the strain in his foot, replied coolly, got it. Keep an eye on things and don't let anything go awry. Goodbye. Tong Ming hurriedly urged, wait. Have your instructor hold the phone for you. Cen Xun declined. No, my instructor's hand is broken. Tong Ming was puzzled. How could your instructor's hand suddenly be broken? It wasn't you, was it? Of course not, Cen Xun retorted. He did it to himself, claiming he didn't want me to tire from learning to drive. So he filled my stomach. I confiscated it. Tong Ming, brother, what on earth have you done to that driving school? Clearing his throat, Tong Ming continued to inquire about Cen Xun's progress. Brother, how's your driving going? Cen Xun switched the phone to speaker mode, placing it aside as he cautiously eased off the clutch, still on the hill start. Tong Ming exclaimed in surprise, is it really that difficult? No way. Can it really stump you? Cen Xun calmly reminded him, my body is damaged by 29. Sometimes, I can't accurately maneuver my body for delicate actions. Tong Ming paused, realizing the implication. Oh right, I almost forgot. Didn't you learn automatic transmission? That is simple. Cen Xun replied, this driving school doesn't offer automatic. Just then, Cen Xun released the brake with his right foot, causing the car to lurch violently before stalling. He took a restrained, deep breath, a wry smile forming. The one-eyed, one-armed instructor beside him dared not utter a word, fearing that any misstep might offend this formidable student. After Cen Xun's departure yesterday, he had nervously relayed Cen Xun's final remarks to the domain master. He had expected the domain master to ban Cen Xun from the school today, but to his astonishment, the domain master seemed genuinely intimidated. Not only did they not reject Cen Xun, but they even devised a special driving route for him. Absurd. The most unfortunate part was that no one dared to teach Cen Xun, leaving him to shoulder the responsibility now. The one-eyed instructor truly wished for assistance. Was there anyone who could rescue him? He simply could not teach this student. The bitterness remained buried within him, unknown to all. Cautiously, the instructor pointed out Cen Xun's minor mistake. You release the clutch too quickly. When you ease off the brake, you need to maintain control of the clutch. Cen Xun paused for a moment, asking Tong Ming on the phone, are you certain there's a driving assassination segment in the business district? Tong Ming replied earnestly, absolutely. I swear I saw the steering wheel. Cen Xun inquired, it must be a solo mission? Tong Ming affirmed, exactly, because only one person could fit in the car. Cen Xun fell silent, expressionless, shifting into neutral and turning the key to restart the engine. After a morning of driving practice, Cen Xun had lost all desire to learn. As he passed the waiting area, players who had been observing him hesitantly called out, excuse me, are you Teacher Cen? The players hesitated to recognize Cen Xun, as he had wrapped himself up tightly today, disliking the instructor's dirty car. His entire face was obscured by a mask and sunglasses, and he wore a pair of ice silk arm sleeves, an unmistakable look of a driving learner, so down-to-earth that they felt unworthy to acknowledge him. Upon hearing their voices, Cen Xun turned his face, removed his sunglasses, and asked, are you students from Nightmare University? Upon seeing his striking eyes, the players could finally confirm his identity. One player shyly replied, No, we aren't yet, but we plan to enroll tomorrow. Cen Xun seemed satisfied, pulling out several misfortune talismans and distributing them like flyers. Nodding at them, I hope to see you at Nightmare University tomorrow. The players, astonished to receive F-grade items, were taken aback. Players in the forum had not lied. The professors at Nightmare University would indeed distribute items. They watched in shock as Cen Xun's figure receded into the distance, unable to regain their composure. Outside the driving school, Cen Xun climbed into Tong Ming's car, removing his ice sleeves while listening to Tong Ming report on the situation at school. Today, we welcomed a total of 86 new players. The first batch of open beta players was 100,000, which means 1/10 of them are now at Nightmare University. Tong Ming laughed. It's still unclear how many players have perished, but it's foreseeable that once these 10,000 players return to reality, they will undoubtedly bring us even greater publicity. Cen Xun casually tossed the ice sleeves out the window, contemplating. Nightmare University can accommodate at most around 30,000 players, meaning we can only accept 2,000 new players before reaching capacity. Removing his sunglasses, he rested his head against the window, squinting slightly. However, I do not wish for the remaining players to be taken by other domain masters. Tong Ming, intrigued, asked, Wow, do you have a way to absorb all the remaining players? Cen Xun smirked. Not all of them, that's unrealistic. But there's indeed a method to allow us to accommodate a small batch more. Looking at Tong Ming, he continued, Do you remember when you proposed adding an Easter egg segment to the Media College mission line? As soon as he mentioned it, Tong Ming recalled. Of course. It was about including clues related to Chimu TV in the Media College mission. What's that got to do with your idea? It's relevant. Your Easter egg is coming into play now, Cen Xun said leisurely. I plan to open a new subline, an internship line. Media College students can use the Easter egg clues to intern at Chimu TV. Successful internships will earn them credits, while failures will convert them into points. Though Tong Ming had always known Cen Xun's ideas were ahead of their time, he never expected them to be this groundbreaking, exclaiming in astonishment. Huh? Cen Xun seemed oblivious to the wickedness of his suggestion. Crossing his arms thoughtfully, the death rate at Nightmare University must remain sufficiently low to stand out among a myriad of instances. However, if students perish at your Chimu TV, what does it have to do with Nightmare University? Tong Ming found himself at a loss for words to counter. How infuriating! Despite fully understanding Cen Xun's cunning nature, why did he still feel a chill down his spine every time Cen Xun proposed a nefarious idea? In such moments, Tong Ming felt fortunate for having made the wise choice to ally with Cen Xun, unifying their cause rather than becoming his adversary. Otherwise, he might not even realize how he was outmaneuvered. Tong Ming took a deep breath, struggling to regain his train of thought. I understand now. You mean to divert players to Chimu TV, leveraging it to attract a small batch of new players? Cen Xun nodded. Chimu TV and Nightmare University are two independent realms, so you could appropriately increase the mortality rate on your end, thus eliminating a portion of players while simultaneously boosting your point earnings, allowing for new players to enter. Tong Ming followed his line of thought, beginning to ponder. If we initiate an internship side quest, Chimu TV would need to add a new task line. Let me think. Giving them the roles of tourists and official employees seems inappropriate, so let's assign them the status of interns instead. Tong Ming snapped his fingers. Let us turn it into a competitive task. Interns can be immune to the attacks of the supernatural entities, but their main objective will be to eliminate the tourists and take down the official employees. Cen Xun highly praised this idea. Excellent. Pitting players against each other to continuously test their humanity and conscience, leading them gradually into the abyss of darkness, aligns perfectly with the aesthetics of murder. Tong Ming responded with playful flattery. Ha, naturally, but it still pales in comparison to your cunning and ruthlessness, fourth brother. Cen Xun's expression grew increasingly stoic. I shall take that as a compliment. Not good. It seemed he had fumbled with his flattery. Tong Ming felt a wave of embarrassment. To shift the topic, he casually inquired, By the way, brother, did you get any darker from the sun today? Cen Xun glanced at his arm and hand, which bore the marks of sun exposure, and replied nonchalantly, It seems to have improved. The sunlight at the driving school was indeed intense. Cen Xun only remembered to wear sunglasses, only to discover later that his skin had darkened. It was during such moments that Cen Xun recalled that he was still inhabiting a human body, which of course tans in the sun. He said nothing, but when he returned to the driving school the next day, he covered himself entirely. Tongming found this somewhat perplexing. Brother, you're going to discard this human body anyway. Being a bit darker doesn't matter, right? Our supernatural entities aren't beholden to beauty standards based on skin tone. Cen Xun replied, then don't make me change clothes. Tongming groaned. Oh, my dear brother, that has nothing to do with skin tone. Ugly clothes are still ugly, even if worn by a supernatural entity. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think, Cen Xun said, allowing him to continue while he focused on typing on his phone. Tongming caught a fleeting glimpse of a black and white image on his phone's lock screen, so quick that he couldn't make out what it was. What could that be, so closely guarded? He sensed a hint of gossip. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity to delve deeper, as they had already returned to Nightmare University. Upon entering the campus, it was immediately apparent that Nightmare University was markedly different from before. The student population had evidently increased, transforming the previously quiet university into a bustling environment. If one were to overlook the occasional bloody incidents, it resembled an ordinary university. Cen Xun rested his head on one hand, squinting as he gazed out the car window. Perhaps we should design a special emblem to distinguish students from each department. Tongming laughed. I agree. It is indeed necessary to provide students with some form of identification. Distinguishing departments is secondary. The primary concern is that we can swiftly identify other supernatural domains followers, preventing enemies from infiltrating. Cen Xun turned to him. Can followers really infiltrate other supernatural domains? Yes, Tongming shrugged. You could think of these followers as undercover agents, spies, or operatives. They are capable of many actions, such as stealing secrets from other domains, sabotaging their cores, assassinating followers from other realms. Through these methods, they assist their domain lords in conquering supernatural domains. Chapter 40. A new day dawned. The number of players in various eerie realms has significantly diminished. In stark contrast, the player count at Nightmare University has surged. With an influx of people, chaos is inevitable. After managing several unexpected incidents, Cen Xun found himself arriving late to driving school today. In truth, Cen Xun harbored a strong aversion to practicing driving, an aversion so profound that he felt it a waste of time that could be better spent elsewhere. Tongming practically dragged Cen Xun toward the car, earnestly imploring, "Come on, brother, you must learn to drive. Do you intend to run on foot past four wheels?" Cen Xun dragged his feet. "I can fly using my skills." Tongming opened the passenger door. "Even if you can soar over the business district, what about other dungeons? What if skills are prohibited there?" With a stoic expression, Cen Xun slid into the car. Once Tongming took the driver's seat, Cen Xun calmly remarked, "But it's really quite dull." Indeed, for Cen Xun, practicing driving was excruciatingly mundane compared to his usual scheming. Tongming, feeling a deep sympathy, patiently encouraged his brother. "Just put in the effort and you'll graduate soon." With that, he mercilessly started the car and drove off campus. Upon arriving outside the driving school, fully equipped, Cen Xun disembarked, his steps heavy as he approached the entrance. Tongming leaned out the window. "Brother, make sure to study hard. You can do it." It was amusing, akin to sending a temperamental child off to preschool. Tongming watched Cen Xun enter before whistling and driving back. On the other side, as Cen Xun entered the driving school, to his surprise, the one-eyed instructor was not waiting by the training car today. Unfazed, Cen Xun opened the door and settled into the seat, lowering his head to adjust his ice sleeves when suddenly the passenger door swung open. A tall figure crouched to enter. A rush of air carrying a familiar scent brushed against Cen Xun's face. The car shook slightly as Cen Xun paused, turning his head toward the passenger seat. Sensing his gaze, the individual there greeted him nonchalantly. "Good morning, student." Cen Xun slid his sunglasses down slightly, revealing his cold amber eyes, which scrutinized the newcomer for a moment before he pushed his sunglasses back up, adjusting them. "Who are you?" "Your new instructor," replied the newcomer with black and white hair. Cen Xun smirked from beneath his mask. "What? Now you're not a lackey for someone else, but have come here to be a driving instructor?" "Alas, life is hard. One must sell their skills," the new instructor said, running a hand through his hair. Isn't Professor Cen doing the same? Learning to drive. Are you planning to become the principal's driver? Actually, Cen Xun replied, coolly, I'm doing this for you. Feng Jihan's interest peaked for me. After all we've been through, should you perish, I could drive your hearse to your final resting place. Cen Xun appeared to lose interest in the conversation, glancing at his watch. I've wasted 2 minutes on idle chatter, which has cost me precious driving practice time. How do you intend to compensate for this? Cen Xun posed the question, but offered no time for Feng Jihan to respond. Almost instantaneously, puppet threads shot forth, aimed directly at Feng Jihan's heart. Feng Jihan seemed to anticipate Cen Xun's attack, neither dodging nor evading, but rather, he raised his hand and grasped the dozens of puppet threads tightly. The once invisible threads shimmered in captivating black and white hues in Feng Jihan's grip. Clad in black gloves, his hands, made of some unknown material, could not be cut by even the sharpest of puppet threads. Beneath his sunglasses, Cen Xun raised an eyebrow. You're quite familiar with my skills and tactics. Have we crossed paths often in the past? Feng Jihan feigned contemplation. Not frequently, let me think, once a week? Or perhaps every 2 days. I forget. Cen Xun realized he could not retract the puppet threads held captive by Feng Jihan, and a sense of wariness crept in. Maintaining a mocking tone, he continued, You've managed to oppose me for so long and still remain unscathed. Was I truly that weak? Or is your vitality as tenacious as a cockroach? Feng Jihan, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, swiftly snatched another ambushing puppet thread, breaking into a smile. Not only have I persevered, but I could also marry you. Cen Xun chuckled in disbelief, removing his obstructive mask and sunglasses, his gaze icy. Since you have come here seeking death, I shall oblige. Puppet threads lurking in the shadows lunged at Feng Jihan from all directions. With only 2 hands, he could not possibly capture them all. As the threads threatened to pierce him, they suddenly halted just shy of his skin, as though blocked by an unseen barrier. Cen Xun narrowed his eyes, realizing why Feng Jihan dared to come alone. He relied on this extraordinary ability. Was it a personal skill or a special item? Regardless, Feng Jihan's capacity to negate the puppet threads rendered Cen Xun uneasy. Though the threads could not breach Feng Jihan's defense, they still managed to restrain his limbs. Cen Xun secured Feng Jihan in the passenger's seat, mounting him, unhesitatingly delivering a powerful punch to his face. Feng Jihan turned his head from the blow, gasping for breath yet laughing. He wiped the blood from his lips, glancing at Cen Xun, and said hoarsely, You've broken the rules. Cen Xun frowned, suddenly hearing a mechanical voice from within the car. Physical assault on the instructor results in a deduction of 10 points. What is this? It wasn't here yesterday. Feng Jihan, noting Cen Xun's frosty demeanor, surmised he was unaware of the situation and kindly explained, You didn't know? Today, the domain lord has specifically opened a new quest line, and the objective is for you to pass your driving test. However, the domain lord isn't that benevolent. Rather than teaching you to drive, it seeks to expel you from driving school. Clearing his throat, Feng Jihan continued, Killing the instructor incurs a deduction of 100 points, resulting in an automatic failure. Cen Xun smirked, So that is why you dared to approach me. You have your backing. He lightly patted Feng Jihan's right cheek, having struck without mercy. The once handsome face was now a tapestry of bruises. Cen Xun maliciously pressed down on the wound. Now, tell me, you didn't come here just to receive a beating, did you? Feng Jihan winced slightly, managing to say, I heard you've been at driving school for a few days, so I wanted to see if you were up to any mischief. Oh, so you've come to spy on me. Quite commendable. You've learned to be honest this time. Cen Xun's fingers glided down, resting at Feng Jihan's lip corner, absent-mindedly wiping away a speck of blood. Seeing me truly just practicing driving, are you disappointed? Feng Jihan's lips moved as if to speak, but he quickly turned his gaze to Cen Xun, who brought his fingertip to his lips, leisurely tasting the blood. The words left unspoken faded away. Your blood is quite sweet, Cen Xun smiled, the earlier anger seeming to dissipate. He leaned slightly closer, whispering against Feng Jihan's neck. I'm a bit thirsty. May I drink your blood? Feng Jihan's throat tightened, his refusal dry, no. But denial was futile. Cen Xun was ever the willful one. Feng Jihan could distinctly feel the sharpness of the fangs piercing into his neck, an acute pain coursing through him, and he could almost envision the impending events. As blood ebbed away, dizziness would ensue, followed by a haze of illusions and an interminable descent. This sensation was familiar to him, for he had once nourished Cen Xun in this very manner for an extended period. Just as Feng Jihan's thoughts began to slow, a mechanical voice abruptly pulled him back from the brink of unconsciousness. Engaging in lewd behavior in the vehicle results in a 10-point deduction. The soft warmth on his neck suddenly withdrew, revealing Cen Xun's lips stained with vivid blood, his entire being resembling a flower in full bloom. Exquisite yet perilous. Yet his expression was frigid, tinged with irritation at the interruption of his feast. I truly bestowed upon it an undeserved honor. Feng Jihan felt the weight upon him dissipate, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered Cen Xun had returned to the driver's seat. Feng Jihan, still bewildered, thought, "Aren't you intent on draining me dry?" With a dark tone, Cen Xun pushed the car door open. "Feeding is on hold. I must first eliminate the domain lord here." Feng Jihan exclaimed, "Huh?" As Cen Xun coldly ordered, "Stay put," the door slammed shut behind him. Alone in the vehicle, Feng Jihan heard the mechanical voice once more, leaving the driver's seat during the examination results in a 10-point deduction. He sighed, "Less chatter, please. Why provoke anyone at all?" The puppet threads remained tightly wound around him. After much contemplation on whether to untangle them, he ultimately chose to abandon the thought. Time passed, and suddenly the ground of the driving school began to tremble subtly, accompanied by distant, piercing howls. Moments later, the vibration subsided. Soon, Cen Xun re-entered, clad in a sun-protective outfit. Feng Jihan expressed his astonishment. "You weren't killed?" Cen Xun replied, "I still need to pass the third subject." "So, you reluctantly left the domain lord alive," Feng Jihan observed as Cen Xun buckled his seatbelt and ignited the engine. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "And what about me?" Donning his sunglasses again, Cen Xun smiled. "No need to rush. There will be plenty of time to feast upon you, my reserve supply." Feng Jihan, feeling a tumult of emotions, inquired, "Is this how you casually consume players at Nightmare University?" Cen Xun answered, "Indeed, I typically consume 10 at a meal." "Is that true?" Feng Jihan's confusion deepened, and before he could ask more, Cen Xun abruptly slammed on the brakes. Feng Jihan, caught off guard, lurched forward, struggling to regain his balance as Cen Xun resumed driving. The erratic starts and stops, requiring 3 nods to commence, left Feng Jihan feeling as if his head would spin off. In desperation, he asked Cen Xun what his intentions were. Cen Xun responded, "I feared you might grow bored, so I treated you to a complimentary ride on the little bird shake machine. No need to thank me." Truly, Cen Xun was remarkable. Given a moment, he could devise 100 ways to torment someone. By the time Cen Xun concluded his driving practice, Feng Jihan's complexion had turned pale, overwhelmed by motion sickness. Cen Xun unbuckled his seatbelt and climbed back onto him, looking down with a playful pat on his face. "Is this not tolerable?" Feng Jihan, now pale, still attempted to assert himself. "I not capable? Do you not know?" Chapter 41. Cen Xun was momentarily speechless, resigned to continue reading. Dear guests, to present a better program for the audience, please be sure to familiarize yourself with the following content. 1. The staff within the business district, including those at Hongmao International Center, Shengyao Group, Fugua Grand Hotel, and Jinwan Central Park, will provide guests with comprehensive top-tier service. Please enjoy to your heart's content. 2. To enhance the variety show experience, the Jingdu Business District has undergone a comprehensive upgrade of its equipment and has provided special training for its employees. If you encounter anything peculiar during filming, there is no need to be alarmed. It is merely the effect of our 3D projection technology. If you encounter any employees exhibiting unusual behavior, do not be afraid. They have been specially trained as NPCs to heighten the tension of the show. 3. The director's commands are absolute, regardless of the guest's status. Obedience to the director's orders is mandatory. 4. Guests are advised to steer clear of mirrors within the Jingdu Business District. Mirrors can be perilous. They may cause you to lose your way. Should you fail to return to the filming site in a timely manner, you will lose your status as a guest and be unable to continue enjoying the services within the Jingdu Business District. 5. There are no small animals within the Jingdu Business District. No small animals. No small animals. If you see any small animals, please immediately distance yourself and inform the staff of their location. They will promptly escort them away. 6. The staff in the Jingdu Business District are divided into two categories: special employees dedicated to serving guests and ordinary employees who do not participate in filming. During the variety show, guests must not disturb ordinary employees at work. Their working hours are precious. Any violations will require guests to compensate the disturbed employees for their lost wages. Thank you for joining the Make Money, guests. Program team, the Jingdu Business District welcomes you. The invitation letter from the Jingdu Business District concluded here. Cen Xun read through it thoughtfully. The preliminary rules of the Jingdu Business District comprised 6 points, 3 of which highlighted significant dangers at face value. Firstly, the inherent dangers of the Jingdu Business District itself, whether it be the so-called 3D projection equipment or the specially trained staff, their presence was undoubtedly abnormal. And the Jingdu Business District offered no solutions to address these issues. Secondly, the director. The director's authority to command guests to perform any action indicated a daunting power dynamic. Thirdly, mirrors and small animals. Mirrors could lead guests astray, preventing their return to the filming location, while the danger posed by small animals remained uncertain. However, the Jingdu Business District did provide a method for addressing this, namely notifying the staff to drive them away. In addition to these, the 6th rule regarding compensation for lost wages alerted Cen Xun, prompting thoughts of some hidden danger. If a guest mistakenly identified an employee and disrupted the work of an ordinary staff member, they would be mandated to pay for the lost wages. Thus, from where would the guests procure such funds? Furthermore, regarding the purported top-tier services in the Jingdu Business District, were they genuinely complimentary? Did they not require additional payment? Cen Xun recalled Tong Ming's previous statement about the domain lord of the Jingdu Business District being connected to money, and that all players entering the district were invariably focused on accumulating wealth. Should these top-tier services incur costs, it would elucidate the phenomenon of players obsessively seeking profit. Additionally, the mention of small animals in the 5th rule raised further questions. Why did the domain lord repeatedly assert that there were no small animals within the business district? Cen Xun possessed a keen associative mind. Upon encountering the term small animals, he instantly recalled the veterinary examination report Tong Ming had shown him. Could the small animals referenced in the rules pertain to the long-haired cow-cat? With the scant information available, Cen Xun found himself at a loss. He raised a hand to press against his temple, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a resplendent designer watch adorning his wrist, and several eccentric rings gracing his fingers. As he touched his neck, he felt a choker embellished with jewels. What was this? It was all rather extravagant. Cen Xun was unaware of the fashion of contemporary celebrities, but he was certain one could not resemble a Christmas tree. To evoke an air of nobility befitting a top-tier celebrity, the domain lord of the Jingdu Business District had piled upon him an array of ostentatious accessories, while visually appealing. The overall effect was rather jarring. Just as Cen Xun contemplated removing the excess rings, a hand emerged from the shadows, holding a comb. "Teacher Cen, it's time for your styling." Cen Xun paused and turned to his side, where a figure had appeared, obscured in shadow, rendering their features indistinguishable. Only a decayed hand holding the comb was deliberately exposed to the celebrity's view. Typically, a normal individual might be startled by the sudden appearance of a voice and a ghostly hand, leading to irrational reactions such as screaming, attacking, or attempting to escape the vehicle. However, today a celebrity seemed far from ordinary. With a hint of disdain, he merely cast a glance at the rotting hand, then closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, imperiously issuing commands. "Put on gloves, otherwise do not touch my hair." He executed the role of a high-profile star with such ease that it seemed he was born to be adored by throngs, causing the stylist to momentarily freeze before complying and donning gloves. "Teacher Cen, would a micro-butterfly perm suit you? It would complement your outfit beautifully." Cen Xun replied nonchalantly, "Whatever." At that moment, another hand reached over, brandishing a powder puff. "Teacher Cen, your makeup is a bit worn. May I touch it up? The puff was stained a vivid red, resembling blood. As Cen Xun watched the makeup artist press this onto his face, his brow furrowed deeply. He grasped the artist's wrist, his tone darkening. How much do you earn? The makeup artist stammered, taken aback. $10,000. Cen Xun then turned to the stylist. And you? The stylist replied. Also 10,000. Cen Xun coldly stated. I am your employer, correct? Yes. Realizing they still acknowledged his status as their employer, Cen Xun's voice brimmed with displeasure. I pay you to treat me like this? One stylist was handling hair without washing their hands or wearing gloves, while the other was using a dirty puff to apply makeup to his face. If I end up with a ruined complexion, can you afford the damages? His tone icy. Cen Xun continued. Since you are so careless in your work, you need not continue. If you cannot perform adequately, there are plenty of others who can. The stylist and makeup artist quickly caught on to his meaning, panic setting in. The Jingdu business district was a place where money reigned supreme. Their intimidation tactics were merely an attempt to extract some funds from Cen Xun. However, they failed to understand why this particular celebrity, unlike others who would immediately pay up when threatened, dared to turn the tables and reprimand them, even threatening to dismiss them. If they were truly dismissed, they would lose their source of income and be subjected to mistreatment upon entering the Jingdu business district. Realizing this, the stylist hurriedly exclaimed, Teacher Cen, it was my fault. I momentarily forgot to wear gloves. Please forgive me. I promise it won't happen again. Cen Xun did not lift her eyelids, unwavering, as if her mind was resolutely made up. After the first time, who could tell if there would be a second? I am not lacking in money. Why should I continue to employ a stylist with a dubious past? The makeup artist, sensing the dire situation, gritted her teeth and divulged more information. Cen, you cannot dismiss us. Without our styling, your image will not meet the director's standards, and you will face his ire. Cen Xun smirked mockingly, unperturbed by the threat. Let the director scold me. I am a top-tier star. Even if he berates me, I will not lose my job. However, should you lose your positions, life will indeed become quite difficult. Cen Xun was no saint. She relished the persona of a villain. Intimidation and threats effortlessly made the stylist and makeup artist plead for mercy. Once Cen Xun had heard enough of their supplications, she graciously spoke. Very well. You have a heart too. I'll consider your plight. Before the stylist and makeup artist could express their relief, Cen Xun leisurely continued. However, you have offended me. Should you make amends? The two were momentarily taken aback. After a pause, the stylist hesitantly inquired, Cen, what kind of amends do you seek? If you wish to appease me, sincerity is essential, Cen Xun teased. How about offering me your wages for this month as an apology? The two were left aghast. What? What could they possibly offer as an apology? Of course, I am not a completely unreasonable villain. Cen Xun remarked coolly. I will allow you to keep just enough for your meals and lodging. Sensing their stiffness, Cen Xun turned her face, a semblance of a smile playing on her lips, yet her tone was devoid of compassion. What is the matter? Unwilling? Then you need not continue. Get off the vehicle this instant. What else could the two say? They had initially intended to pressure the star with the importance of their styling. But little did they know that Cen Xun was entirely indifferent to potential punishment from the director. Their leverage had lost its effectiveness. The power dynamic shifted abruptly. Now, they were the ones at her mercy. They had no choice but to bow to Cen Xun. Upon entering the scene, Cen Xun extorted a substantial sum of 20,000, and her spirits remained relatively high, though she had an inkling that such an amount would scarcely suffice in the bustling business district. Pondering, she tapped a stack of cash in her palm, while still managing to pooh the two. This is how it should be. Aside from me, who else would hire you without holding past grievances against you? One must learn to be grateful. After all, such a high-paying job is not something everyone can attain. The stylist, cautiously attending to her, was on the verge of tears. Damn it, why had you been assigned to this vehicle today? The makeup artist's sponge was filthy and unusable, and the lipstick tube was filled with rancid remnants, compelling Cen Xun to decline makeup application. The makeup artist dared not oppose her, fearing that this ancestor might take away their remaining funds in a fit of rage. As the stylist curled Cen Xun's bangs, she closed her eyes and raised a hand to inquire, How much is the gemstone ring on my index finger? The makeup artist paused, glancing at the ruby ring, contemplating that there was likely nothing untoward in answering. After all, when Cen Xun eventually fell into poverty and was forced to sell her adornments, she would still know the value of this ring. It was merely a question of timing. Chapter 42. When faced with an unanswerable question, the most effective strategy is to pivot to another topic. Before Tong Ming could further pry into the gossip, Cen Xun decisively interjected, "You haven't clarified what you mean by teacher." Tong Ming momentarily faltered, but after a second of uncertainty, he retorted with conviction, "Who says an acting teacher isn't a teacher?" Deciding to leave that subject aside, Cen Xun subtly redirected the conversation to more serious matters. "How many people have arrived on Feng Jihan's side?" Just as Tong Ming was about to respond, an abrupt announcement from a loudspeaker interrupted him. "All right, all guests have now gathered. Let us officially commence today's recording." The two exchanged glances, momentarily pausing their discussion. Cen Xun inquired, "Where are our university students?" Tong Ming pointed in a direction. "They're gathered over there." In order to secure appropriately designated invitation letters, Tong Ming had bribed 5 players to choose the Mirror City Business District, ultimately acquiring only 2 invitation letters, with the remaining 3 players naturally following them into the district. Given that they were fellow students from their university and held different identity cards, Cen Xun felt it necessary to ally with them. The 3 players had anticipated that Professor Cen and Dean Tong would form their own team, but to their astonishment, they witnessed Dean Tong approaching them alongside Professor Cen, prompting a mix of surprise. Dean Tong patted one of the players on the shoulder and whispered, "This realm is quite perilous. We should act together." The player, taken aback, was mirrored in the astonishment of the other 2. "Wait, the boss from Nightmare University is actually leading players through a dungeon? Is this for real?" Tong Ming had no time to elaborate, as the director had commenced explaining the rules. This group of guests comprised 12 individuals, 6 ordinary participants, 2 die-hard fans, 2 celebrities, and 2 journalists. Aside from the celebrities, the identities of the other participants remained undisclosed. As our production team's name suggests, the core task for the guests is to amass wealth. The director stood at the forefront, addressing the guests with fervor. "Money is the finest thing in the world. Money can buy power. Money can procure superior treatment. Money can acquire everything you desire. In the Mirror City Business District, money is the sole passport." With a cryptic smile, the director continued, "Our production team will rank each guest based on their total wealth, refreshing the wealth leaderboard daily at midnight. The guest who ranks first will be awarded a pass card. Those in possession of a pass card may luxuriate in the comfort of a room with a stunning night view, while those without a pass card will be subjected to punitive tasks. Given the backdrop of this strange realm, the so-called punitive tasks are bound to deviate from a norm." Lastly, he proclaimed, "We are a civilized production team. Mutual harm among guests is strictly prohibited. Any violations will immediately result in punitive tasks." Upon hearing this rule, Cen Xun subtly raised an eyebrow. No killing among guests? Could one kill the director instead? Unbeknownst to the director, who was oblivious to the sinister thoughts swirling in the mind of the top-tier celebrity, he glanced at the time and permitted the guests to rest in the Mirror City Business District for a brief period before commencing the tasks in 2 hours. Once the director departed, the players instinctively clustered together. Cen Xun observed that 2 individuals had gathered near Feng Jihan, a young woman dressed in athletic wear and a boy clad in a hoodie. Cen Xun diverted his gaze, leading the 3 Nightmare University players towards the towering buildings. The Mirror City Business District was undoubtedly fraught with danger, yet the guests were soon to enter and earn money, necessitating exploration. The plaza where they had stood belonged to the Cash Bay Central Park area. Proceeding forward, they encountered modern skyscrapers, their icy facade imposing a significant visual pressure. Continuing straight ahead towards the plaza, they first entered the Hungmao International Center. Upon stepping through the glass doors, a staff member warmly greeted them, bowing slightly. "Professor Cen, the VIP lounge is this way, please." Cen Xun narrowed his eyes and posed a question to the staff member. "Can individuals with identities other than celebrities access the VIP lounge?" The staff member chuckled. "Of course not. They are too impoverished to deserve entry into the VIP lounge. They can only access the regular lounge, unless, of course, you invite them. Cen Xun inquired further. Is the VIP lounge complimentary for me? The staff member assured him, rest assured. Everything is complimentary. Only beverages and food require additional payment. Cen Xun nodded thoughtfully and stated, let us proceed. As they walked, Cen Xun paid particular attention to the interior of the International Center. The Hongmao International Center was essentially an integrated shopping mall, boasting an impressive 5 floors above, each level exceedingly spacious. Cen Xun estimated that the Hongmao International Mall alone could potentially accommodate thousands of players, not to mention the Shengyao Group, the wealthy Grand Hotel, and the Golden Bay Central Park, all of which contributed to the area's vastness. Tong Ming, unable to contain his thoughts, whispered to Cen Xun, brother, this domain master appears to be incredibly wealthy. Not only was the area expansive, but the architecture also exuded sophistication, all evidently crafted from wealth, an unmistakable display of affluence. While Dean Tong was captivated, he could not ascertain if the principal shared his sentiments. Cen Xun, however, refrained from expressing his thoughts as he was intently searching for mirrors. Indeed, mirrors. After receiving the invitation letter, Cen Xun was puzzled. The Mirror City Business District, by its very name, should logically be closely associated with mirrors. Yet, it explicitly warned players to stay away from them, which seemed contradictory. If the mirrors were the creation of the Mirror City Business District, one would expect them to revel in players becoming lost within them, rather than outright revoking their guest status. Following the director's recitation of the rules only deepened Cen Xun's confusion. Logically, earning money should be the primary means for the domain master to ensnare players. Thus, the presence of mirrors seemed superfluous, more akin to an interference that would not only be futile for the domain master's sustenance, but would also disrupt it. Overall, it was quite peculiar. Cen Xun's gaze roamed, but he found no mirrors anywhere in the mall. They arrived at the VIP lounge. Cen Xun entered the elegantly decorated lounge with composure, seating himself before gesturing for the 3 players who had been peeking around to take a seat. The players, somewhat tense, settled down, casting furtive glances at Dean Tong and Professor Cen across from them. Cen Xun said unhurriedly, please introduce yourselves and your abilities briefly. Though his tone was not commanding, the players instinctively straightened up and complied with his inquiries. The player with slightly long hair spoke first. My name is Songgu. My ability is eavesdropping. Next, the burly player boomed. I'm Yi Chue. My ability is X-ray vision. Lastly, the slender player, appearing frail, spoke weakly. I'm Chai Dong. My ability is God's perspective. Dean Tong added, they're all students from a school of media. No wonder their abilities all seemed related to spying. Cen Xun's interest was piqued by the player with the God's perspective ability, prompting him to ask Chai Dong, what is the specific effect of your ability? Chai Dong, in a weakened tone, remarked, I can separate my soul from my body. During this period, I can drift about, but the duration is limited to 10 minutes. Once the time is up, my soul will forcibly return to my physical form. Cen Xun nodded thoughtfully. Please share the details of your identity cards. Are there any detractors among you? Songgu shook his head. The other 2 and I are ordinary individuals without any detractors. This situation appeared rather grim. Among the 12 guests, 2 bore the mark of detractors, either within Feng Jihan's trio or among the remaining quartet of wild players. Cen Xun pondered. Detractors should be capable of exerting negative influence on the stars, yet I am uncertain of the role the journalists play in this. At this juncture, Tong Ming interjected. I believe I have some insight. This phone was distributed to me by the production team while I was on the bus. It contains an app for selling news, suggesting that I can exchange explosive stories for monetary gain. After speaking, Tong Ming retrieved his phone and opened the relevant page for Cen Xun to inspect. Understanding dawned upon Cen Xun. Thus, detractors must possess some form of money-making identity card task. But how can ordinary individuals profit, compared to the stars, who are inherently valuable? Journalists and detractors seem to wield considerable advantages, leaving ordinary individuals at a distinct disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Songgu conferred briefly with the other 2 players before raising his hand. Teacher, our phones only have a voting app. What does the voting entail? Cen Xun inquired. Songgu shook his head. It was not specified. Resting his chin on one hand and tapping the table with a finger, Cen Xun mused, this is intriguing. Having conducted a preliminary analysis of the connections between the identity cards, Cen Xun wished to discuss a separate matter with Tong Ming. He requested the three players to step away momentarily. Once the vicinity was clear, Cen Xun leaned in to ask Tong Ming quietly, "Have you located the fissure?" They were not merely pursuing a successful completion. Their purpose for venturing into the Jingdu business district was to uncover the fissure that linked to reality. It was evident that Feng Jihan was also seeking the fissure, and if Tong Ming could pinpoint its location, they need not waste any further time. Regrettably, Tong Ming shook his head in frustration. The position of the fissure is constantly shifting, indicating that the domain lord is guarding against others attempting to seize it. To find a fissure, we would likely first need to locate the domain lord and subdue him thoroughly. Cen Xun inquired calmly, "And where is the domain lord?" Tong Ming gestured upward at the top floor of the Shengyao group. Cen Xun nodded and rose. "Excellent. I shall confront him forthwith." "Wait, sit down." Tong Ming urgently pulled Cen Xun back into his seat. "I have yet to finish. There's a very practical concern. Forcibly breaching the Shengyao group will trigger an alarm." Cen Xun frowned, and then the entire Jingdu business district will enter emergency mode. Leaning against the leather chair, Tong Ming exhaled, pointing to his own eyes. "As for what occurs during emergency mode, I am uncertain. I only witnessed someone break in, triggering the emergency mode, and that individual suddenly descended into madness. Quite a formidable ability user, presumably from the Heretical Monitoring Bureau, at least to the yellow robe level. And just like that, they went mad. Thus, I believe we ought to exercise caution." Cen Xun remained silent for a moment before responding. "Are you suggesting that we need to devise a way to circumvent the defenses of the Shengyao group and infiltrate the top floor without alerting the domain lord?" Chapter 43. On the other side, the ordinary lounge. The trio of Feng Jihan sat on the chipped chairs, deliberating over their mission. Administrator 01, with a grave expression, lowered his head as he fiddled with his phone. "It's no use. The port coordinates keep shifting, making it impossible to pinpoint." Feng Jihan, with downcast lashes, retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, wiping the bloodstains off the table as he inquired, "Is there a pattern to the movement?" "Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't." Administrator 01 replied, furrowing his brow. "I developed a monitoring software in the background. If there is a pattern, the software will calculate it automatically." The hooded youth braced himself on the ground, struggling to stabilize the chair, missing a leg, and remarked with a tense expression, "What if we directly attack the domain master?" Although the last attempt with the shield bearer failed. "If it were you, Captain, you should be completely immune to the illusions of the Jingdu business district's domain master." The paper towel, soaked in blood, was beyond recognition. Feng Jihan tossed it aside, sighing, "We can attack, but do not forget that the domain master controls the rift. The fear is if we push it too hard, it might escape into the real world. The domain master of the Jingdu business district is a yellow robe-level anomaly, and if it crosses the rift into reality, it would undoubtedly cause massive casualties." The air conditioning in the ordinary lounge was ineffective, and Lian Zhan, feeling the sweat trickle down, had to lower the hood of his sweatshirt. A player complained, "Why is it suddenly so hot? Can we lower the air conditioning?" The lounge staff appeared like phantoms, smiling. "Dear guests, do you wish to adjust the air conditioning temperature? The lower the temperature, the more electricity costs. So you need to pay 100 yuan. Are you sure you want to adjust it?" The player cursed, "Forget it, no need." Administrator 01 lamented, "These vile capitalists, charging for adjusting the air conditioning." Lian Zhan fanned himself with his shirt. "So, we have to stay in this eerie domain for some time? Do we need to earn money?" "I have none, do you?" Administrator 01 shrugged, "Neither do I. My identity is that of a journalist. I only have 10,000 yuan left. It seems I'll have to rely on collecting news to make money." "What about you, Captain?" Feng Jihan hesitated. "I only have 10,000 yuan left too. My identity is... What is it?" Both Administrator 01 and Lian Zhan looked at Feng Jihan with curiosity. He calmly stated, "A black fan." Lian Zhan silently gave a thumbs up. "Not bad. Love can turn to hate. After turning from a fan to a black fan, it suits your current emotional state, Captain." Feng Jihan's expression darkened. "What are you saying?" Administrator 01 quickly kicked Lian Zhan under the table, nearly disrupting his precarious balance. Kid, some things are best kept to yourself. Why say them aloud? Cen Xun steadied himself. Sister Shuriwe, you taught me to be honest. Feng Jihan's face grew even darker. Can we talk about something serious, teammates? Administrator 01 cleared his throat. Captain, does your phone mention how black fans can earn money? Yes, Feng Jihan replied as black fans. We will need to capture scandalous material on celebrities. And after acquiring that material, sell it to journalists for money. Feng Jihan tapped his phone screen. I have contact information for 2 journalists. Administrator 01 raised an eyebrow. One journalist is me. Who is the other? Cen Xun's curiosity was piqued. So, Captain, are you planning to capture scandalous material on another celebrity for money, or on your ex-husband? Feng Jihan shot him a sidelong glance. No one said black fans must rely solely on scandals for income, right? All right, to summarize, black fans sell celebrity scandals to journalists, who then sell the news to production teams, while the ordinary people have voting rights. Although we still don't know what they're voting on, it feels ominous. Feng Jihan continued. Because Cen Xun just took 3 players. If all 3 are ordinary people, it means he directly controls 3 out of 6 votes. At this moment, Administrator 01 raised her hand. Actually, journalists don't necessarily have to sell scandals to production teams. They can directly blackmail the celebrities with the material. Feng Jihan. Black fans can also blackmail celebrities. Cen Xun stroked his chin. If ordinary people possess celebrity scandals, can't they also blackmail the celebrities? Wait, the premise for blackmailing celebrities with scandals is that the material must negatively impact them. Administrator 01 quickly interjected. Following this chain of exploitation, celebrities are controlled by journalists. Black fans and ordinary people. Journalists can bargain and purchase scandals from black fans at a low price. The income of black fans is directly linked to whether or not celebrities generate scandals. The only party seemingly detached from this is the ordinary people, who should also have ways to exert pressure on the other 3 identities to obtain money. After Administrator 01's analysis, Cen Xun spoke up. It seems that the advantage of ordinary people should relate to the voting content. At this point, Cen Xun suddenly felt parched, and his stomach growled. The series of rumbling sound around him confirmed it was not just his issue, but a problem with the lounge. However, that unbearable thirst and hunger dissipated swiftly. Administrator 01 and Cen Xun turned their gaze to Feng Jihan, who calmly stated, spend wisely where needed. Prioritize frugality. Cen Xun bluntly said, Captain, wake up. You no longer bear the pressure of providing for a family. Feng Jihan. This time, Administrator 01 did not interject. She seemed to recall something and pondered. By the way, Captain, do you know the young man next to Cen Xun? He should also be an anomaly, right? I know him. His name is Tong Ming. Feng Jihan paused. He is also one of the 9 candidates. Administrator 01's gaze deepened, her thoughts multiplying. Why is he walking alongside Cen Xun? Shouldn't they be rivals? And why, despite being an anomaly, can he think normally? Could he be a semi-awakened entity? Feng Jihan smirked slightly. I too wish to know when my ex-husband recruited him. What existence could he be? Administrator 01's frown deepened. First, let's rule out fate and natural disaster. Could he be Wanderer? Oh no. I hope he isn't that unfortunate catastrophe thing. Feng Jihan spoke in a low voice. If I remember correctly, he should be omniscient. Omniscient? Hearing this answer, Administrator 01 surprisingly sighed in relief. Cen Xun, a newcomer who joined later, was not well versed in past events. He listened quietly for a while and curiously asked, what about omniscient? Is it troublesome? Not particularly troublesome. The combat ability of omniscient is weak. The real trouble lies in his omniscience ability. Once he fully expands his omniscient vision, all personnel skills, actions, levels, even their past, will be laid bare. Administrator 01 chuckled. Of course, that's only achievable when he is at his peak, right now. His omniscience capacity should not have reached that extent. Cen Xun lowered his voice again. And what about Cen Xun? His combat ability should be quite formidable, right? Feng Jihan shook his head. His individual combat ability ranks only 4th. In terms of combat prowess, fate, time, and natural disaster far surpass him. Cen Xun expressed his confusion. But I recall that Cen Xun's danger level seems to be the highest. although his individual combat ability cannot compare with the three titans. He can manipulate puppet threads. Feng Jihan raised his hand to smooth his hair, as if recalling some painful past, and sighed. In his prime, he could simultaneously control hundreds of abilities. On his own, he indeed cannot defeat the three titans, but with the army of ability users under his control, it becomes quite effortless. Cen Xun was utterly stunned. Is his ability that terrifying? Administrator 01 appeared to be lost in a memory, bitterly smiling. If you inadvertently find yourself alone and encounter Cen Xun, do not engage him. You must flee immediately. Little Xun, aside from the captain's skills, we currently have no other means to prevent the implantation of puppet threads. You may find yourself unknowingly under his control, entirely unaware of it. Cen Xun fell into a deep gloom for a moment, glanced at Feng Jihan, and whispered, "Captain, has your XP always been this peculiar?" Feng Jihan tapped him on the back of the head, ignoring Cen Xun's cry of pain, and calmly stated, "The strange is not to be feared. What is alarming is when the strange possesses intellect. He was cunning before, and now that he has a brain, he will undoubtedly be even more difficult to deal with. We must remain utterly vigilant." Administrator 01 sighed. The most pressing task at hand is to destroy the portal. However, to survive here for a day or two, we must first gather some funds. Cen Xun turned to ask, "Captain, do you have any leads?" "Let me think." Feng Jihan pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "What is the quickest way to make money?" Cen Xun thought hard for a moment. "It should be written in the penal code. Just now, as we passed by, I vaguely saw many gold and jewelry stores upstairs." Feng Jihan tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Alas, my former superstar husband is likely to become an outlaw." Cen Xun set down his spoon and remarked casually, "I sense someone is speaking ill of me." Tong Ming took a sip of cassia seed flower tea, looking up in bewilderment. Never mind, perhaps it's just a vague intuition brought on by the yin-yang six-line skill. Cen Xun stood up and said, "I need to visit the restroom for a moment." Tong Ming raised an eyebrow knowingly. "Why would you suddenly need to go to the restroom?" Cen Xun, deep in thought, replied, "I wish to confirm something. I'm going alone to test my luck." Tong Ming vaguely guessed Cen Xun's intentions and did not follow. Pointing to the clock on the wall, "Remember to return within 5 minutes." In the VIP lounge, even the restroom's decor was extravagantly luxurious. The black marble floor tiles were spotless, and the sound of Cen Xun's footsteps resonated clearly in the spacious restroom. The sink area was equally immaculate, and looking up, the space where a mirror should have hung was conspicuously empty. Still no mirror. Cen Xun had expected the restroom in a shopping center to have a mirror. He was surprised that the domain lord of the business district would be so rigorously guarded. The reason Cen Xun came to the restroom alone was to deliberately create the illusion of being isolated, hoping to experience the so-called loss within the mirror. Unfortunately, with no mirror present, Cen Xun's aspirations remained unfulfilled. Chapter 44. After posing that question, Cen Xun fell silent, standing still as he patiently awaited the response of the long-haired cow-cat. The mirror, which had been moving towards him, abruptly halted. After a moment's hesitation, the figure resolutely turned back. As it approached, the small black dot grew larger, gradually revealing its true form. It was a distinctly marked cow-cat, its thick white fur on its chest contrasting sharply with its entirely black back, tail, and limbs. The white gloves on its paws lending it an air of dignity as it sat in the mirror. It tilted its head, gazing at Cen Xun, and inquired with a youthful, puzzled voice, "Do you know Qin Xiu?" "So, Mr. Qin's full name is Qin Xiu." Cen Xun maintained an impassive expression and replied calmly, "I not only know Qin Xiu, but I also know that he has been with you since you were very young." The cat's wary gaze softened somewhat, though it remained on guard. "But I've never seen you. Who are you?" Cen Xun's eyes glinted with intrigue. He had never encountered such an oddity born from an animal's awakening. Moreover, this little cat appeared to be in excellent spirits, possessing not only rational thought, but also clear memories from its previous life. How is this possible? In an instant, countless thoughts whirled in his mind. Cen Xun narrowed his eyes, skillfully responding to the cat's question. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is, Qin Xiu has lost his sanity, has he not?" The cat's eyes widened in surprise. "You know this too?" Cen Xun smiled silently. Perhaps due to its recent exposure to a treacherous world, the cat was utterly guileless. Its emotions plainly written on its face, making it easy to deceive. The principal had a penchant for such naive little fools. I know why Cen Xun has become this way. In fact, I have come specifically to resolve this matter. Cen Xun feigned a sigh. You wish for Cen Xun to return to normal, do you not? Otherwise you wouldn't. Sigh, I understand. In truth, Cen Xun understood nothing. Having just entered the scenario, his information was limited. He merely sought to extract information from the foolish little cat. As expected, the cat fell into his verbal trap. Skeptical yet intrigued. Who exactly are you? How do you know that I am trying to stop Cen Xun from absorbing the pollution? The cat even knew about the existence of pollution? Cen Xun was genuinely surprised. Who told you about the pollution? Cen Xun, the cat replied morosely, suddenly becoming wary again. Baring its teeth at Cen Xun. You still haven't answered my question. Cen Xun calculated the time. 5 minutes was nearly up, and it was not an opportune moment for further deception. He raised his eyes and nonchalantly replied, I'm the principal of Nightmare University. The principal knows everything. Cen Xun concluded, I must leave now. If you wish to save Cen Xun, come find me tonight. This is your last chance. The moment his words fell, he moved. A flicker of silver light danced at his fingertips as he grasped a puppet thread, leaping towards its direction and abruptly passing through the mirror before him. Prior to entering the restroom, Cen Xun had wisely tethered a puppet thread at the door, anticipating the possibility of becoming lost in the mirror. If he were truly trapped, he could still find his way back by following this thread. Upon witnessing Cen Xun's figure vanish, the little cat stood in astonishment, its fur bristling wildly. It instinctively took a few steps forward, attempting to pursue Cen Xun, yet hesitated mid-stride. This person claimed to know Cen Xun and could help him, even asserting to be the principal of Nightmare University. It had never heard of such an institution. How could the principal of Nightmare University suddenly come to aid them? Perhaps he was someone Cen Xun knew, just someone it had never met. Should it believe this principal's words? What if he were a villain? The cat crouched down, cautiously licking its front paw. That individual had violently severed the arm of its mirror counterpart, and its paw still throbbed with pain. It pondered gloomily that the handsome principal was undoubtedly a great villain. One must not trust the words of a great villain, as Cen Xun had taught. Since Cen Xun entered the restroom, Tong Ming had been keeping a close watch on the time. Approximately 5 minutes and 16 seconds later, a familiar figure reappeared at the restroom door. Cen Xun calmly sat down opposite Tong Ming, who scrutinized him for a few moments without noticing anything amiss. You exceeded the time limit. According to the rules Tong Ming had observed, if a guest lingered in the mirror world for more than 5 minutes, they would be deemed ineligible by the domain master of the mirror business district. Cen Xun, who was always measured, should not have knowingly violated the rules. Cen Xun explained. I encountered it after some time. Tong Ming nodded in understanding, leaning closer and lowering his voice to ask, so what did you find? Well, Cen Xun replied slowly. I met a rather fierce cow cat. Ah, cow cat. Tong Ming stroked his chin, the thought dawning on him. Thus, the mirror world is actually related to the cow cat, and it is highly likely that it is connected to its abilities? Cen Xun nodded. Upon first seeing the rules in the invitation, he had assumed that there was no connection between the mirror and the small animals, viewing them as two distinct dangers. However, his recent discovery shattered that assumption. It sought to prevent the domain master of the mirror business district from absorbing more pollution, and the domain master's full name was Cen Xun. Tong Ming clicked his tongue. Consuming people. How can that be called absorbing pollution? Of course, if one refers to human negative emotions and desires as pollution, then consuming people indeed constitutes a process of absorbing pollution. Brother, you did well. You managed to extract so much information in just 5 minutes. It's just that the cat is too foolish, Cen Xun remarked. Tong Ming's mind began to race. Then could we possibly use it to locate the domain master? Cen Xun smiled slightly. I have asked it to come find me tonight. Tong Ming poured a cup of cassia flower tea for Cen Xun, his lowered eyes and gentle smile appearing quite harmless. All right, just remember to call for me when the time comes. The two cunning foxes raised their cups in unspoken agreement, sipping the flower tea. Brother, There's actually something else I wish to discuss with you. Tong Ming set down his teacup. However, it may not relate to this task, and I am uncertain whether I should bring it up. Cen Xun glanced at him. Speak. Tong Ming continued. Earlier, I had some free time, so I surveyed the surrounding buildings and discovered something. The company where Feng Jihan has worked for the past decade is called At.the Technology. At.the Technology was initially the place they used to house the rifts. Oh, they refer to the rifts as ports. Tong Ming shifted his tone. However, that is not the main point. The crux is that not only Feng Jihan has used the ports, but many other ability users have as well. To enter the nightmare world through the ports, they must undergo a proper review and registration. This means that all individuals applying to enter the ports have their personal information stored in the terminals of At.the Technology. Tong Ming stated earnestly. So I was thinking, if we could obtain this information, would it allow us to gain further insight into the members of the Anomaly Monitoring Bureau? Cen Xun pondered for a moment. Are you certain that this information has not been deleted? Tong Ming shrugged. They are currently preoccupied with destroying the ports and have not yet thought to eradicate the data within. Cen Xun tapped his fingers on the table. Do you have a way to get in? The location is not within the Xingyao Group's building, but in another office tower. So entering 1T trigger any alarms. Tong Ming replied in a low voice. I know the password. The troublesome part is that it requires an iris scan. However, this is not a significant issue, as my Yin can simulate an iris. As long as you can procure Feng Jihan's iris information, we will be fine. Cen Xun suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. So how do we obtain his iris information? At the mention of this, Tong Ming became excited. First, you need to be close enough, and secondly, you need to keep his gaze fixed on you, at least for more than 10 seconds. The device I placed on you can replicate his eyeball. Cen Xun responded. It sounds simple, but the problem is that they're all scrambling for access points now. Feng Jihan is certainly wary of him, making it quite challenging to fulfill these conditions. Cen Xun pressed his fingertips against his temple. Let me think. Can't we scan someone else's iris? For instance, the woman beside him. Tong Ming replied. That would be feasible. Both Feng Jihan and Administrator 01 have high-level permissions. But Administrator 01 is particularly cautious of you and likely 1T let you approach easily. Cen Xun countered. Why do you think Feng Jihan would allow me to get close? Tong Ming retorted softly. Just because you managed to cover his mouth while on the phone with me last time. If it worked then, it will surely work this time. Right, bro? The unexpected reminder of past events left Cen Xun utterly speechless. In the end, he said, we'll see how it goes. Whether those materials exist remains uncertain. For now, locating the access point is the priority. However, if the opportunity arises to obtain Feng Jihan's iris, acquiring those materials would not incur great loss. Soon, it was time to gather, and this time, the assembly point for the guests was the central hall of the Hongmao International Center. The director, holding a loudspeaker, announced the guest's first task. Please earn 10,000 yuan in the shopping mall by 6 o'clock tonight. Upon hearing this, the players widened their eyes in disbelief. Earn 10,000 yuan before 6 o'clock tonight? They struggled to earn that in reality, let alone in this perilous scenario. The current time is 12 o'clock, which means they have less than 6 hours to make that money. A regular player could not help but ask, what if we fail to earn 10,000 yuan? The director smiled. Our production team is compassionate. Failing to earn 10,000 yuan is not a problem. Just complete an additional punishment task in the evening. However, let me give the guests a little tip. You may also use the money you have to offset that 10,000. Upon hearing this, the regular player's expression turned grim. His identity card marked him as an ordinary person, with a total of only 10,000 yuan. And after spending a considerable amount in the lounge due to hunger and thirst, how could he possibly gather that amount? It seems that earning that money is essential. Another celebrity, aside from Cen Xun, silently breathed a sigh of relief. As a star, his identity card started with a wealth of 1 million. Even after spending tens of thousands on a recent meal, the remaining funds were more than sufficient to carry him through the earning task. Another hater, not counting Feng Jihan, turned his gaze slyly towards the two celebrities. Chapter 45. After a moment of shock, the pawnshop owner suddenly regained his composure, as if seizing a hold over Cen Xun, and grinned malevolently. Teacher Cen, I don't mean to speak unkindly, But how could you possibly possess so many garments? Surely, you must have pilfered them from a store. Cen Xun crossed his arms. Why wouldn't he? I have so many clothes. I have friends, don't I? Feng Jihan, standing nearby, chimed in disruptively. I can attest. He has no friends. Cen Xun let out a cold laugh, disdainfully retorting. What authority do you have to bear witness? Are we so familiar? The biting words pierced Feng Jihan deeply, nearly breaking his composure again. It's fine, it's just my ex-husband throwing a few barbs at me. It's nothing. Feng Jihan inhaled deeply, biting his lip to silence himself. Noticing the resentful expression on Feng Jihan's face, Cen Xun found it amusing and glanced at him before continuing to address the pawn shop owner. You claim I'm a thief, then present your evidence. The pawn shop owner, eager to expose Cen Xun's true nature, smugly declared, Very well, since you demand proof, I shall provide it. He summoned the employees from nearby clothing stores to identify the garments. The staff quickly recognized their clothes and insisted they had been stolen. The pawnshop owner's arrogance swelled. The evidence is right before your eyes. Do you dare deny it? Cen Xun remained calm. I have but one question. Has your inventory diminished? When have I ever failed to return the clothes after trying them on? At this, the employees fell silent, like firecrackers that had misfired. There cannot exist two identical leaves in the world, yet two identical garments can. Cen Xun surveyed the employees. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that these are indeed your clothes? Indeed, they found no evidence. The employees, skeptical, returned to count their stock, discovering not a single item was missing. Cen Xun appeared to have anticipated this outcome and proceeded to demand compensation for slandering a guest. Shouldn't I be entitled to damages for emotional distress? Especially as a celebrity, I ought to receive compensation for reputational harm as well. The pawnshop owner's face contorted, a grotesque expression surfacing. Our pawnshop has no provisions for compensating emotional distress. In the case of a misunderstanding, we can only offer an apology. Cen Xun feigned sincerity. So, if I were to kill you, would I merely owe you an apology? The atmosphere instantly froze. Lian Zhen, witnessing this dangerous entity's display of power for the first time, felt utterly incredulous. He had only heard of Cen Xun's ruthless and bloody exploits, yet now, seeing him deliberately provoke the captain and engage with the pawnshop owner, he appeared far more relatable than he had imagined, almost too grounded, devoid of any trace of the terrifying figure rumored about. When Cen Xun was not irate or casting cold glances, he appeared remarkably harmless, coupled with a visage that embodied the pinnacle of human aesthetics, easily winning hearts willing to offer him the world's most precious treasures. No wonder even the captain had fallen for his allure. It was truly beguiling. Administrator 01 noticed Lian Zhen's gradually dazed expression and nudged him with an elbow as a warning. It was no surprise that Lian Zhen had instinctively lowered his guard. As a newcomer, he had entered the Anomaly Monitoring Bureau when all anomalies had vanished from the real world, retreating entirely into the realm of nightmares. Lian Zhen had never truly faced high-level anomalies, and thus remained oblivious to their inherent dangers. Cen Xun's composure was contingent upon his patience to indulge them. Should he decide to overturn the table, no one would be spared. Lian Zhen snapped back to reality, realizing he had been staring at Cen Xun, and awkwardly withdrew his gaze, briefly meeting Feng Jihan's penetrating stare. My apologies, Captain. Your ex-husband, while wicked, is undeniably beautiful. The stifled atmosphere was shattered by Tong Ming's conciliatory voice. Enough, teacher Czen's time is precious. We shan't waste it on you. Quickly appraise the value of these garments. Our teacher Cen has more shopping to do. More shopping? The pawnshop owner and the employees turned pale, and just then, the nearby strategist, known as the Crouching Dragon, interjected, Please include mine as well. I am eager to make more friends. These two were adept at exploiting loopholes in the rules. Momentarily, the pawnshop owner found it difficult to refuse their pawning requests, as the rules allowed for the pawning of teammates' possessions. Did the domain master state that one could not sell items belonging to monstrous guests? No. Did the domain master say that one could not sell suspected stolen garments without evidence? Also no. Moreover, this crouching dragon could deal with monstrous guests without hesitation. Should he refuse, he might very well meet his end. The pawnshop owner could only begrudgingly begin appraising the prices. Cen Xun's 6 bags of clothing totaled 1.16 million, while Feng Jihan's spoils from a pile of monstrous guests summed to 780,000. As they departed the pawnshop, the two groups collided once more. Feng Jihan forced a smile. Teacher Cen truly excels at making money. Indeed, as long as one lacks morals, earning money is quite effortless. Cen Xun appraised Feng Jihan, a smirk tugging at his lips, his eyes glinting with interest. What a pity. I had hoped to see you destitute, sneaking into my room tonight to plead for my mercy. Feng Jihan's eyelids flickered. What was this person saying in public? Did he truly possess no sense of shame? Though his composure was fraying, Feng Jihan maintained a mocking facade. Ha! I return the same words to you. Songgu, Yi Chue, and Chai Dong, as mere bystanders, felt their emotions oscillate akin to a roller coaster. Initially, they had been astonished by Cen Xun's seemingly miraculous appearance of clothing. And now, hearing the gossip, they were even more incredulous. What? Teacher Cen, you can throw down threats. But why does the handsome man across from you seem to be asking for your favor in your room? Teacher, why are you rewarding him? Tong Ming too seemed a loss for words, while Administrator 01 wore a twisted expression, caught between laughter and restraint. Lian Jun appeared to want to speak, but sensing the moment was inappropriate, he held his tongue. Cen Xun cast that remark before swiftly departing, prompting Feng Jihan to grit his teeth. Let us go as well. With over 2 hours remaining, Cen Xun randomly selected another clothing store to enter. This time, as Cen Xun stepped into the fitting room, a fitting assistant followed closely, stubbornly entering with him. Cen Xun allowed her to stand beside him. As he picked up a shirt, a thread of puppetry stealthily pierced her forehead. The assistant's gaze momentarily clouded, quickly returning to normal, her eyes still fervently fixed on Cen Xun's every movement. As Cen Xun examined the garment closely, he took out a notepad, preparing to employ the same trick once more, when suddenly, the fitting mirror, previously covered by fabric, stirred as if someone had tugged at the cloth from within. The black cloth fell away, revealing the mirror's reflection of Cen Xun's tall figure. Yet the actions were completely different. The Cen Xun outside the mirror held a piece of clothing, while the Cen Xun within leaned against the mirror, almost touching it. Speaking in a haunting tone, I see you have replaced their garments with paper-made ones and subtly transfer them away using shadows. Unexpectedly, they have come knocking at this hour, unable to wait until nightfall. The foolish cat is too impatient. Cen Xun lifted her eyelids slightly, disinterestedly averting her gaze, and resumed her previous task. So, are you here to complain? The reflection in the mirror remained silent for a moment before speaking. You are a deceiver, a villain. Many have expressed similar sentiments about me, yet they ultimately chose to collaborate with me. Cen Xun leisurely utilized the pointing paper into reality technique to replicate an identical garment, casually remarking, though I may be a rogue, I am a person of my word. After another brief silence, the figure in the mirror, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, if you intend to assist Qin Xiu, what means do you plan to employ? Cen Xun tossed the garment into the shadows. I possess a device that can restore one's rationality. However, its use is contingent upon first meeting Qin Xiu. Though the cat was somewhat slow-witted, it was also cautious and did not immediately place its trust in Cen Xun. But why would you help Qin Xiu? Cen Xun queried. You must be aware of the principal's role, correct? The reflection pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, Qin Xiu has donated 3 buildings to the school, and the principal is quite grateful. The principal is the highest authority at the institution. Cen Xun replied, Indeed, I am the head of Nightmare University, and I am currently seeking to appoint several deans. Your Qin Xiu is exceptionally talented, hence I wish to offer him a position as dean. Indeed, Qin Xiu is quite remarkable, the cat agreed, nodding, though still puzzled. But what does a dean actually do? Do they earn more than the president? Cen Xun fabricated a response. Of course, they earn significantly more. Our university has tens of thousands of students, and, subsequently, all the students' funds would be managed by Qin Xiu. He would only need to remain at home to oversee an endless flow of money. There is no job more splendid than this. The cat, unable to comprehend, was taken aback and began to dream of such a position. It almost fell under Cen Xun's spell, but at the crucial moment, its intellect surged. You are the boss. Why don't you manage the money yourself? Cen Xun responded effortlessly. The boss must be occupied with conflicts. There is no time to manage finances. Besides, I am confident that Qin Xiu is not the kind of person who would embezzle funds. These words resonated with the cat, leading it to slightly lower its guard and soften its demeanor. Very well, but I cannot guarantee that Qin Xiu will agree to become a dean. Cen Xun readily acquiesced. No matter. If he is unwilling, I would never impose. Cen Xun, adept in the art of rhetoric, soon had the naive cat utterly bewitched. Its psychological defense is crumbling. I have one last question, the cat stated. Cen Xun crossed her arms, gazing at the mirror image of herself. Speak. How did you come to know Qin Xiu? The cat scrutinized Cen Xun through the mirror. Among those acquainted with Qin Xiu, there are his friends and foes. You are certainly not among his friends. So from where do you glean your knowledge of him? Cen Xun raised an eyebrow, noting the cat's seemingly vacant expression, which belied its sudden astuteness at critical moments. The cat's vigilance was high, and it harbored an intense protective instinct towards its master, Qin Xiu. To persuade the cat to aid in approaching Qin Xiu, trust must first be established. In a fleeting moment, Cen Xun rapidly consolidated the information provided by Tong Ming, veterinary checkup records, purchases of cat supplies, and notes on catnip cultivation. What rationale should he concoct from these details? Chapter 46. The atmosphere in the fitting room abruptly shifted from a harmonious warmth to a tense standoff. Though Yuzar remained silent, the bristling fur on his back was a clear testament to his heightened vigilance. Tong Ming found it somewhat incredulous. So, you are threatening us with the port? Indeed. Yuzar leaned forward, baring his teeth in what he presumed to be a menacing display. I cannot discern whether your words are genuine or false. After all, I am rather dim-witted. However, Qin Xiu asserted that only a close-knit relationship of interests is dependable. Why not engage in a straightforward transaction? I provide you with the port, and you assist me in rescuing Qin Xiu. Quite a succinct and transparent deal, one I find appealing. Tong Ming chuckled softly, glancing at Cen Xun. Brother, what do you think? Yuzar fixed his gaze intently on Cen Xun, aware that the true decision-maker lay among these two. After a moment's contemplation, Cen Xun responded, I need to verify the authenticity of the port first. Yuzar, maintaining a stern expression, replied, That is acceptable, but you may only view it for 1 second. Cen Xun turned to Tong Ming. Is 1 second sufficient to ascertain its validity? Tong Ming feigned deep thought. At least 5 seconds, I suppose. Don't play tricks. Although Yuzar was not well-versed in the treacherous intricacies of humanity, he possessed an animalistic intuition that sensed something amiss upon hearing their words, causing him to exclaim in exasperation. I said 1 second, and it shall be 1 second. Fine, just 1 second. Tong Ming assuaged him. The steward certainly wouldn't want us to feel disheartened. Yuzar shot him a glare, his ears perking up in indignation. Soon, a silver key materialized on the fitting mirror, spinning momentarily before vanishing back into the frame. After inspecting it with his all-seeing eye, Tong Ming leaned closer to Cen Xun and whispered, Brother, it is genuine. Cen Xun nodded slightly and turned to Yuzar. We agree to engage in this transaction with you. Yuzar, with a serious demeanor, reiterated, I require a normal Qin Xiu, alive, capable of independent thought, not one under your control. He was evidently aware of Cen Xun's ability to manipulate puppet threads. It seems their capacity for intelligence gathering is commendable. Cen Xun smiled knowingly. Rest assured, you shall be satisfied, little feline. Meanwhile, Administrator 01 suddenly halted, swiftly retrieving his phone from his pocket. After a fleeting glance, he called out to Feng Jihan ahead, Captain, we have a situation. Feng Jihan immediately turned back to Administrator 01, who, while swiftly operating his device, spoke rapidly. The port lingered in one location for a second, although it was promptly relocated. However, I have pinpointed its last known location. It is nearby. Without hesitation, Feng Jihan commanded, Let us go take a look. Following the directions provided by Administrator 01, the trio hurried towards a clothing store, disregarding the 3 players seated inside. Administrator 01 pointed towards the fitting room. In there, Feng Jihan strode forward, forcefully pushing the door open, only to be met by the sight of a bare, white back. Cen Xun was in the process of changing clothes, having just slipped one arm into a white shirt while exposing his shoulder and back to the air, illuminated by the brilliant lights. Hearing the noise, he did not turn around. Instead, he calmly inserted his arm into the other sleeve, adjusting the collar while sparing a fleeting glance at Feng Jihan through the mirror, a smirk gracing his lips. You barge in without a word to steal a glance. Is your thirst so great? Feng Jihan, still gripping the doorknob, stood frozen, struggling to articulate. If you don't lock the door, who can you blame? Cen Xun nonchalantly fastened the button, commanding him in a low voice. Haven't you seen enough? Get out. His hostile demeanor nearly prompted Feng Jihan to leave, as if he were someone of no significance. Yet, before he could turn away, he recalled the purpose of his entrance. He had come to investigate the port. What a coincidence that Cen Xun happened to be present at the location where the port had appeared. Would the sudden disappearance of the port be linked to Cen Xun? It was imperative to uncover the truth. If Cen Xun had indeed acquired the port, matters would become dire. Feng Jihan frowned, stepping forward instead of retreating. Cen Xun had already fastened the second-to-last button, his reflection revealing a grim expression. What's the matter? Can't comprehend human speech? Feng Jihan positioned himself beside him, adopting a business-like tone. Apologies, but I believe I must conduct a search on you. Cen Xun finally turned to face him, crossing his arms. And what if I refuse? Feng Jihan's glassy eyes appeared somewhat cold under the lighting. Then it is likely that some rather unpleasant events may occur. Cen Xun replied casually, between us, there is no need for any further pleasant encounters, is there? His gaze flicked towards the tense Administrator 01 and the hooded youth at the entrance, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, in light of our past connections, I could allow you this indulgence one more time. Feng Jihan remained impassive. How so? Have him step outside, you remove your clothes, and kneel to serve me. Cen Xun leaned close to his ear, venomously whispering words filled with malice. Very well. Feng Jihan's expression darkened. Yet he said nothing, simply nodding as he approached the door to tell his teammates, wait for me outside for a moment. With that, he closed the door behind him. Administrator 01 and Lian Jun exchanged a glance, both revealing complex emotions. Administrator 01 furrowed his brow, scanning the clothing store thoughtfully. Why haven't I seen all seer? Inside the fitting room, Feng Jihan shed his long coat, carelessly tossing it aside. Cen Xun had comfortably settled on a sofa, lazily observing as Feng Jihan knelt before him, head bowed as he began his search from the hem of his trousers. Cen Xun was distinctly displeased, raising his foot to rest on Feng Jihan's knee, coldly stating, when I mentioned undressing, I did not mean merely one article of clothing. The hand gripping his ankle suddenly tightened, and Feng Jihan lifted his gaze to meet Cen Xun's, no longer concealing the darkness in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, are you asking for it? Upon hearing such an affront, Cen Xun's initial reaction was one of incredulous laughter. What did you say? Speak again, and see if you can provoke me. Feng Jihan met his gaze directly, a flicker of anger brewing beneath his calm exterior, tearing through the facade as he said fiercely, don't force me to take you outside. Cen Xun's expression shifted between darkness and light, regarding him as one would a corpse. Do you think I would endure indefinitely? Feng Jihan's grip around his ankle tightened further. Unfortunately for you, I will not. If there's a next time, I will keep you silent until you cannot utter a word. Cen Xun coldly scrutinized Feng Jihan, feeling his puppet threads stifled by an invisible pressure, unable to be released. It was evident that Feng Jihan's skills were at play. Feng Jihan indeed possessed such leverage. It appeared our savior was not the flawless saint he was made out to be. Cen Xun allowed his hand to continue its upward search, suddenly smiling, lowering his voice. Your teammates are so afraid of me. Do they know that you currently wish to take me? Feng Jihan remained silent, his expression stoic as his fingers traveled up Cen Xun's thigh, brushing against a protrusion beneath the suit trousers, an undergarment clasp. In an instant, Feng Jihan's mind conjured a vivid image, a black belt encircling porcelain skin, tightening, sinking into the flesh, the delicate black strap of the clasp creeping upward, leaving behind a forbidden mark against the alabaster backdrop. A mere flick of that leather strap could adorn the pale skin with a vivid crimson imprint. Feng Jihan's Adam's apple rolled reflexively, reminiscent of Pavlov's dog. Once the bell was rung, he would inevitably be lost in thought, regardless of the presence of meat. After years together, Cen Xun's understanding of Feng Jihan's physique rivaled that of Feng Jihan himself, as if he had discerned the reason for his pause. He reached out and tugged at the waistband of his pants slightly, enticingly suggesting, "Would you like to see?" Suddenly jolted back to reality, Feng Jihan uttered not a word, but directly grasped the leather belt through the fabric, pulling outward before letting go. The sound was akin to a subtle warning. Cen Xun's expression returned to one of impassivity. Feng Jihan continued to explore upward, his hands traversing Cen Xun's waist and hips, yet yielding nothing. Cen Xun quipped, "I'm beginning to suspect you're deliberately seeking excuses to touch me. So, Chief Investigator, have you found anything on this criminal?" Feng Jihan cast a deep glance at him before rising to rummage through the pile of clothes Cen Xun had discarded. Throughout this, Cen Xun attempted to release his puppet strings multiple times, all to no avail. It was astonishing how effectively Feng Jihan countered him. Was there truly no distinction from a precise strike? Cen Xun's current curiosity lay in whether this particular skill employed by Feng Jihan was exclusively effective against him, or if it could target other anomalies as well. At last, Feng Jihan concluded his search, and unsurprisingly, he yielded no results. Cen Xun had already assumed a posture signaling dismissal, and Feng Jihan confirmed the fitting room bore no further irregularities. Without lingering, he collected his outerwear and departed without a backward glance. After a considerable interval, Tong Ming entered. Cen Xun sat on the sofa, smoothing the creases of his shirt absent-mindedly. "Did you manage to capture it?" "Not at all," Tong Ming replied regretfully. Cen Xun furrowed his brow. "How could that be? He clearly touched you for a prolonged duration." "Because he kept his gaze lowered, rarely meeting yours directly." Tong Ming sighed helplessly. "Moreover, the distance between you was insufficient. To fully capture his iris data, you could only be at most a fist's distance apart." Cen Xun, with a darkened expression, tossed aside the tie in his hand. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Tong Ming replied innocently, "I never anticipated you would act so swiftly." USA appeared in the mirror, visibly shaken. That person was terrifying. The moment he arrived, this mirror began to slip from my control. Cen Xun exchanged glances with Tong Ming, who remarked, "I could only discern that the skill he employed belongs to the category of rules. Given the current circumstances, it appears his ability could render the skills of anomalies ineffective." Cen Xun pondered, "I just wonder if this skill applies equally to his allies." Tong Ming's expression grew grave. "Let us hope it is a non-discriminatory attack. Otherwise, we will find ourselves at a significant disadvantage." Squatting in the mirror, USA suddenly inquired, "Did that person intend to kill Qin Xiu?" Cen Xun replied, "I know their purpose for coming here is to destroy the portal. Whether they intend to kill the domain lord remains a possibility." USA's gaze sharpened. "I won't allow them to harm Qin Xiu. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rounding off, we are friends now." Tong Ming stretched out his hand towards the small cat, attempting once more to coax it out. "Come on, Sabo, let's become the best of friends with the butler." Chapter 47. Cen Xun paused for but a moment, then, with an unperturbed countenance, approached and reached for the hairdryer on the bedside table beside Feng Jihan, inquiring with a tone devoid of warmth, "Did I invite you in, ex-husband?" Feng Jihan allowed him to pass without a flicker of emotion. "Isn't being an uninvited guest something you often do? Why is it permissible for you, but not for me? After some time apart, have you learned to be so brazen?" Cen Xun seemed oblivious to the dark gaze resting upon him, lightly nudging Feng Jihan with his foot. "Showing up in the enemy's room at this hour, surely I must have hit the nail on the head." Abandoning the hairdryer, Cen Xun placed his hand on Feng Jihan's knee, leaning in slightly, droplets of moisture from his damp, dark hair cascading on a Feng Jihan's neck. "You come to seek my assistance, haven't you?" The proximity was overwhelming. Feng Jihan could effortlessly detect the fragrant warmth emanating from Cen Xun's body, his gaze effortlessly capturing the form enveloped in the deep black robe. Unavoidably, Feng Jihan's thoughts drifted to the past, recollecting how Cen Xun would deliberately provoke him after a shower, though the atmosphere then had been devoid of the current tension, and the allure had lacked any semblance of danger. At that time, it had merely seemed mundane. Feng Jihan remained unresponsive, appearing indifferent. Cen Xun, slightly aggrieved by this, turned his face, maliciously biting down on his earlobe. Suddenly, he felt a tightening at his waist, and in the next moment, the world spun as he found himself on the bed, firmly pinned beneath Feng Jihan, who hissed through clenched teeth, a tone filled with venom. "Why do you bite?" Cen Xun's slightly disheveled black hair sprawled across the sheets as he turned his face, half buried in the fabric, breathlessly chuckling, "Because I must punish the disobedient little bird." "Who is your little bird?" Feng Jihan, gripping the back of his neck, pressed him back down, asserting his control. A few strands of cool silver hair slipping to brush against Cen Xun's nape. "You were the one who said you wanted a divorce, to become enemies." "Fine, I've complied. But what does your current behavior signify? Entangling me while simultaneously trying to seduce me? Do you think I'm so easy to manipulate?" Cen Xun, unfazed by the barrage of accusations, surprisingly laughed, leisurely saying, "Then why don't you just get off me?" Once again, he displayed an audacious demeanor, as if convinced Feng Jihan would not dare to act against him, thus provoking him with words that were sure to incite anger. In the face of such a person, one could not subdue him with mere words. In a battle of wits, one could not match his ruthless nature, which only fueled the desire to shatter his composed facade, to unveil a visage of despair. Feng Jihan's grip tightened unconsciously, his gaze darkening, as Cen Xun, restrained by his prowess, found himself at a rare disadvantage. Even in this moment of vulnerability, Cen Xun recklessly fanned the flames of Feng Jihan's dark emotions. "You ask me what it means? Is it not evident? I still harbor some interest in your body, so you had best not let me catch you, or I shall bind you to the bed as my plaything, extracting pleasure from you daily, just as I had intended to do on the night I came of age." Feng Jihan, unable to bear it any longer, forcefully covered his mouth. "Do you possess no sense of shame?" Cen Xun's response was a fierce bite, until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Feng Jihan cursed under his breath, gripping Cen Xun's chin with his bleeding hand, leaning down to fiercely bite his bloodied lips. Cen Xun, unwilling to yield, retaliated with his own bites. Their lips clashed in a fierce battle, devoid of retreat or tenderness, only the fervent desire to consume one another. Cen Xun suddenly emitted a muffled groan, brows furrowing tightly as he lifted his leg to kick Feng Jihan, only to be swiftly restrained once more. Feng Jihan tightened his grip, equally relentless. "Isn't your intention to treat me as a toy? How does it feel now, teacher Cen?" Cen Xun, panting and chuckling softly, taunted, "Is that all you can do?" The robe hung loosely on Cen Xun, its ties having long since come undone. Feng Jihan, silent, yet his actions grew more ruthless. Cen Xun endured the torment, finally reaching out to grasp Feng Jihan's wrist, but was seized and held behind his back. Feng Jihan's gaze bore into Cen Xun's gradually clouding eyes, mocking, "Is that your limit of endurance?" Cen Xun frowned, his downcast gaze revealing a hint of amber beneath damp lashes, no longer as frigid as before, instead appearing somewhat dazed. In that moment, Feng Jihan felt a stirring in his heart, as if he sensed the softness hidden beneath Cen Xun's sharp exterior. Unable to restrain himself any longer, and seizing this moment of mutual inebriation, he posed a question he had long pondered. "Is there a hint of reason behind your choice not to fully awaken? That is for me?" Cen Xun's mind blanked for an instant upon hearing the question. Taking a moment to respond, he slowly blinked, seemingly amused. "Feng Jihan, you are overly self-indulgent." His choice not to fully awaken was solely for the sake of maximizing his interests, while full awakening would grant greater power. With the old principle as a cautionary tale, Cen Xun would never choose to sacrifice intelligence for strength. He needed to remain lucid to uncover the truths of this world and to advance his plans. What did it have to do with Feng Jihan? Having had his fill of jest, Cen Xun swiftly turned dismissive. "Get off." Feng Jihan paused, retracting his hand, uncertain of what he had anticipated. Knowing that regardless of the answer, it would not alter the reality of Cen Xun standing against him. His heart felt hollow, as if punctured, cold winds seeping in, leaving only the echoing sounds of howling gusts. Over a decade of affection could not simply be relinquished at will. Yet, why was it that Cen Xun could so easily declare such a release? Feng Jihan suddenly lowered his head, biting down hard on Cen Xun's shoulder. Cen Xun frowned, about to speak, but Feng Jihan abruptly released him. Wordlessly, he adjusted Cen Xun's slipping robe, even readying the belt around his waist, before silently departing. Puzzled, Cen Xun watched him exit, filled with a mix of anger and bemusement, pondering whether he would retreat to some hidden corner to recuperate. Thus, it was prudent not to develop feelings for a naturally wicked soul, for your affections would merely become a pawn in his game, manipulated at his whim. Cen Xun made his way to the bathroom, picking up the small mirror face down, casually tossing 2 irises into its reflective surface. Meanwhile, Tong Ming, through the mirror, procured the replicated irises, smiling faintly, and immediately entered the mirror's realm, heading towards the floor occupied by Weijia technology. The mirror space is interconnected. Strictly speaking, it was a spatial skill. The transportation between mirrors significantly enhancing mobility, simplifying what was originally a convoluted dilemma. Seizing the moment while Feng Jihan had just departed, and with Administrator 01 and Lian Zhan still in a solitary state, Cen Xun tapped the mirror, signaling USA to commence action. Administrator 01 was tracing the port. Just a minute ago, her device had unexpectedly tracked the port again, and this time, the duration of the port's stay had notably extended compared to the previous instance. Fearing a missed opportunity, Administrator 01 hurriedly proceeded with Lian Zhan, neglecting to report back to Feng Jihan. However, unexpectedly, just as she stepped into the restroom, the figure beside her, Lian Zhan, suddenly vanished, replaced instead by a myriad of mirrors surrounding her. Administrator 01 squinted and surveyed her surroundings, realizing she had become ensnared within a labyrinth of reflections. Upon encountering the mirrors, Administrator 01 instinctively recalled the rules inscribed on her identity card. Mirrors are perilous. They may lead you astray. Should you fail to return to the filming set in due time, you shall forfeit your status as a guest. Thus, had she inadvertently triggered a lethal rule within the mirror's commercial district? Administrator 01 had yet to associate the port with the mirrors, for upon entering the mirrored maze, the port's location had also vanished, and the whereabouts of a newcomer, Lian Zhan, became uncertain, further diverting Administrator 01's attention. Countless mirrors reflected Administrator 01's image. The woman within donned a sleek, athletic outfit, her long hair secured in a high ponytail, her expression grave, with her hands tucked into her pockets. She muttered to herself, "I have loathed mazes since childhood. Let me unveil the fiends lurking behind this labyrinth." A chill flickered in Administrator 01's gaze as she activated her abilities. From her position, the pristine white maze began to be gradually engulfed by black code, representing the digits 0 and 1. Player name, Yin Shuiwei, faction, player faction, special identity, Administrator 01, exclusive special skill 1, digital dimension, skill description, 0 and 1 are the most exquisite numbers in the world. Within the virtual space they create, you are the sole administrator. The black code spread steadily, soon swallowing a small section of the mirrored maze. Administrator 01 pressed the delete key, erasing that segment of mirrors with precision. Subsequently, she pressed search to query the exit of this space. It appeared that the unseen entity manipulating the mirrors had realized she had located the exit, as countless mirrors surged towards her like a tidal wave, encircling her in layers, while the exit's position began to shift incessantly. This disorienting predicament struck Administrator 01 as eerily familiar. Her expression hardened. She resolved to unleash her full capacity and engaged in a renewed battle with the mirrors. Lian Zhan had scarcely entered the restroom when the ground beneath her feet gave way, and in the next instant, an abrupt sensation of weightlessness engulfed her senses. Amidst the howling winds, Lian Zhan was astonished to find herself inexplicably suspended several stories high, now in free fall. Damn it, Lian Zhan cursed under her breath. hastily retrieving a grappling gun from her person and firing it at the building's exterior. The hook pierced through the glass, securing itself somewhere unknown, finally halting Lian Jun's descent. Climbing back into the building via the rope, she landed and immediately contacted Feng Jihan. "Captain, Sister Shuriwe and I were just tracking the port. We were separated as soon as we entered the restroom. I suspect we have walked into an ambush." Feng Jihan's tone remained composed. "Which restroom did you part ways in? And what is your current situation?" "The men's restroom on the east side of the 3rd floor of the hotel. I'm unscathed, currently on a higher floor of a building." Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Feng Jihan's tone shifted. "Get out now. That building is likely the Shengyao group." Chapter 48. Is that what he told you? Cen Xun sat comfortably on the sofa, his legs crossed, gazing out at the dazzling cityscape beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tong Ming had just recounted the entire sequence of events and, feeling a bit parched, took a sip of water before continuing. Yes, those were his exact words. "Brother, do you wish to collaborate with him?" In contrast to Tong Ming's excitement, Cen Xun appeared somewhat disinterested. "We'll see. First, let me examine the materials you've gathered." Tong Ming possessed a unique skill known as the gossip printer, which enabled him to print out everything he observed in written form. He promptly produced a thick stack of documents and slapped it down on the small coffee table in the middle. "Here, everything is right here." Cen Xun took a small portion and began to sift through the papers. At that moment, a cow cat leaped onto the table, shaking off shards of mirror fragments from its fur. Cen Xun diverted his gaze from the documents and turned to Yusas. "Are you injured?" Yusas shook his head. "No. I managed to evade when that individual shattered the mirror world." Suddenly, Tong Ming seemed to be triggered by something, extending his hand dramatically toward Yusas, exclaiming, "Sabeo, you have suffered. Come here, let me hug you." Before his hand could reach Yusas, the latter sprang away like a spring, landing gracefully on the armrest of the chair where Cen Xun sat, turning to Tong Ming and huffing at him. Tong Ming, once again dismissed by the cat, displayed a heartbroken expression, yet he remained undeterred. Ignoring the two childish antics, Cen Xun continued to peruse the documents, his brow slightly furrowing. "Only code names?" Tong Ming nodded seriously. "Yes, it seems to prevent the leakage of members' real identities. Within the Heretical Monitoring Bureau, members are only referred to by their code names." Cen Xun examined the entry records in his hand, which contained only a few lines of basic information. Applicant, the fool, application time, XX year, X month, X day, 8 to 12 o'clock, reason for application, handle the impending awakening of a bizarre entity in City A, codename, Toad's Heart. Approver, Administrator 01, review status. Approved, Cen Xun pondered. So there's already a bizarre entity set to awaken at that time, but it was dealt with by the Heretical Monitoring Bureau. I wonder what kind of treatment was employed. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered numerous entries originating from this fool, whose purpose for entering the realm often involved managing various entities on the verge of awakening. With little time to scrutinize further, he directly inquired of Tong Ming, who is the individual with the most frequent applications. Feng Jihan resides in the nightmarish world continuously and clocks in at the office daily. His application records are undoubtedly the most numerous. Tong Ming quickly reacted, rifling through the stack of records until he amassed a thick bundle of papers, which he handed over to Cen Xun. "Brother, this is the person." Cen Xun accepted the documents and immediately noticed the applicant's codename. "Applicant, the atheist." "The atheist?" Cen Xun murmured, revealing a rare expression of confusion. If this atheist were indeed Feng Jihan, Cen Xun found it difficult to fathom his mental state, despite being an atheist. He persistently sought to marry bizarre entities and was entirely aware of the dealings with the dark gods. Did he not find that ironic? Tong Ming organized the entry records of the atheist chronologically, revealing that the earliest application could be traced back over a decade. Cen Xun examined the oldest application form, which noted the reason for application as regular observation of the awakening status of bizarre entities. Codename. Tong Ming leaned over to take a look and, upon seeing it, wore a complex expression. "Could these two asterisks refer to you? Why is your codename deliberately concealed?" Cen Xun's fingertip grazed the application date, his voice low. "This was the date he first came to the orphanage to find me." After leaving the small mountain village, Cen Xun had separated from Feng Jihan. Later, after Feng Jihan secretly fed him for several days at the orphanage, he suddenly announced his intention to take Cen Xun away, to which Cen Xun firmly declined, finding more enjoyment in hunting at the orphanage. The next application changed to companionship, stabilizing bizarre entity emotions, codename. The subsequent one read companionship, codename. The next one was simply companionship, followed by a company, then play. Unable to contain himself, Tongming asked, "Brother, is this companionship of the proper kind?" Cen Xun shot him a glance. He said he wanted me to kill more people, to let me kill until I was satisfied, so I followed him. Tongming nodded eagerly. And then I was tricked into a VR experience center. Cen Xun scoffed, tossing the papers aside. I spent 3 days slaughtering virtual zombies. Tongming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Cen Xun coldly remarked, "Eventually, I lost interest in killing those at the orphanage. I only wanted to eliminate him because he was so bothersome." Tongming understood. "So you left the orphanage with him? I thought he wouldn't survive 3 days under your control." Cen Xun replied nonchalantly, "At that time, I had no inkling that Feng Jihan was actually a trained psychic. Even without his abilities, he could easily evade my attempts." Thus, Cen Xun became entirely consumed by a competitive spirit, fixated on the singular goal of eliminating Feng Jihan, neglecting the foolishness of others. Afterward, Feng Jihan arranged for Cen Xun's enrollment in school, and life began to stabilize. Feng Jihan's reason for application morphed into long-term observation. Codename. This state of affairs persisted for quite some time, gradually shifting their relationship from Cen Xun's unilateral desire to eliminate Feng Jihan into a peculiar direction. The catalyst was Tongming showing Cen Xun some inappropriate material, prompting him to wonder, if he were to strip Feng Jihan of his innocence, would the latter be so humiliated as to abandon his concern for Cen Xun? Cen Xun, who had always preferred to put his thoughts into practice, immediately embarked on an experiment upon forming this hypothesis. That night, he stealthily entered Feng Jihan's room and thoroughly explored every inch of him. Feng Jihan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, hastily wrapping himself in blankets and demanding to know what Cen Xun was doing. Seeing that his approach was effective, Cen Xun wickedly declared, "I am subjecting you to sexual harassment, and this will continue every single day." After 2 days of harassment, Feng Jihan, unable to endure any longer, surprisingly did not wait for Cen Xun, but instead arrived at school ahead of him on the 3rd day. However, this proved futile, being desk partners. Feng Jihan could evade him initially, but not indefinitely. During class, Cen Xun would reach under the desk to touch him. Upon returning home, he followed Feng Jihan into the kitchen to continue his antics. Even when Feng Jihan showered, Cen Xun would knock on the door, eager to enter. Ultimately, Feng Jihan could no longer bear it, dragging a suitcase in exasperation and threatening Cen Xun that if he touched him again, he would run away from home. Cen Xun felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this, as his goal had finally been achieved. Without waiting for Feng Jihan to negotiate, Cen Xun promptly pushed him out the door along with his belongings and then retrieved a boning knife from the kitchen to sharpen, preparing to venture out for a gratifying kill. Now, Feng Jihan dared not provoke him further, silently dragging his empty suitcase back inside. Before long, Feng Jihan discovered a method to counter Cen Xun's persistent harassment, to respond in kind, abandoning all moral restraint and reciprocating the touches. Cen Xun, lacking any sense of shame, not only felt no humiliation, but instead tasted a hint of sweetness from the experience. For an extended period, they inflicted wounds upon each other, and it was unclear when the nature of their relationship began to deteriorate. However, when Cen Xun stumbled upon the farewell letter that Feng Jihan had penned in advance, the first emotion to wash over him was not joy, but fury. On the day he reached adulthood, the one who had always watched over him and accompanied him, Feng Jihan, was finally set to depart. Yet, Cen Xun had no desire to let him go. On that fateful day, Feng Jihan had already prepared his application for departure, with the time set for midnight that very evening. Nevertheless, due to unforeseen circumstances, his actual departure was considerably delayed. The reason stated in his resubmitted entry application read, "To marry the individual designated by code." For an extended duration thereafter, The reason transformed into a mirrored, as if tacitly understood that no further explanation was necessary. He had acquired a long-term justification for entering the realm of nightmares. Cen Xun continued to peruse the final pages, where the reasons were noted as suspend the internal testing of nightmare world, halt the divorce, and observe the ex-husband's awakening state, code, rival. Closing his eyes, he pressed his fingers against his brow. Tong Ming, ever the spectator reveling in chaos, exclaimed with a TSK. These 3 little sheets of paper bear witness to the gradual unraveling of a once proud soul. Marvelous. I shall frame them and display them at the entrance of Nightmare University, allowing every passerby to mock Feng Jihan. Cen Xun opened his eyes, dismissing the documents to the side, striving to untangle the chaotic memories swirling in his mind. He furrowed his brow, steering the conversation back on course. His code is atheist. Literally interpreted, his ability should prevent others from unleashing their skills. Tong Ming replied earnestly. Does that not mean he could completely suppress your abilities? Brother, your powers are intricately linked to the supernatural. If his skills target all that defies scientific explanation, your identity as a folklorist would be rendered moot. Cen Xun replied nonchalantly. The special ability of Nightmare Principle remains intact, but I do not intend to reveal my identity as Principle too soon. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. The Heretical Monitoring Bureau already harbors hostility towards me. Should they realize my rapid growth, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate me before I fully develop. Thus, Cen Xun deliberately maintained the guise of a mere adjunct to the folklorist role, merely to present a At.the to the Heretical Monitoring Bureau. However, one aspect puzzled him. Cen Xun gazed thoughtfully at the entry and exit records on the table. Still the same question. If he could genuinely suppress my skills entirely, then I should have been utterly powerless against him. This refers to the time when I had not lost my memory. Yet, I did not perish, and the Heretical Monitoring Bureau still fears me, indicating I must have possessed a means to counteract his abilities. Tong Ming remarked softly, but you are currently suffering from amnesia. Cen Xun pondered for a moment. I may yet have to rediscover that crucial skill. The identity of folklorist occasionally reveals new abilities, and I suspect these skills may have once belonged to me. To reclaim all my skills, a specific condition must be met, perhaps by signing a contract with a relevant entity. Of course, this was merely Cen Xun's conjecture. It was possible that the skill had already been lost, never to be regained. Tong Ming raked his fingers through his hair, equally vexed by Feng Jihan's unreasonable skills, and decisively declared, forget it. Whether Feng Jihan is a theist or an atheist, securing the portal is our utmost priority. Chapter 49, a resounding thump echoed through the spacious stairwell, instantly capturing the attention of Tong Ming and USA. Cen Xun held his head with one hand, inhaling deeply, and nearly gritting his teeth, he inquired, which floor are we on? In unison, USA and Tong Ming replied, the 23rd floor. How many more floors are left? Cen Xun pressed on. Once again, USA and Tong Ming responded in harmony, 21 floors. Cen Xun fell silent. USA, feeling quite embarrassed, climbed the stairs while gripping the handrail and quietly explained, we can't access the mirror passage where Cen Xun is, so we have to go up the stairs. Is your head hurting a lot? Very much. Cen Xun replied impassively. Cen Xun has caused me to be hit so many times. Should he not offer me some form of compensation once he regains consciousness? Of course he should, USA exclaimed, feeling quite ashamed. When master errs, the cat also loses face. Rest assured, Cen Xun is quite wealthy. He definitely won't shirk his responsibility. Tong Ming interjected playfully. What if he does refuse? Merchants can be quite cunning. He might only be generous to you. Cen Xun is not cunning, USA defended his master. Then, with a sense of righteousness, he assured Cen Xun, if that happens, you can come to me for compensation. Tong Ming, with a mischievous tone, sought to undermine him. Do you even have money? The only thing of value on you is that silver bell around your neck. The cat, earnest at heart, retorted, I do have money. It's the New Year's gift Cen Xun gave me. Then, in a lower voice, he added, The bell is a relic from Cen Xun's mother. It is very important and shouldn't be casually given away. As they reached the 30th floor, Cen Xun signaled for a brief rest. The cat leaped onto the railing beside Cen Xun, standing upright to examine his head. Cen Xun allowed the cat to inspect him, and as his gaze swept over, his slender fingers extracted the delicate silver bell from USA's white fur. He lazily asked, "Isn't this a bell? Why can't I hear it ringing?" Holding the intricately crafted hollow bell, he shook it lightly. USA cautiously pushed aside the stray hairs from Cen Xun's forehead, leaning in closer to explain. Cen Xun said the sound of the bell is harmful to cats' ears, so he had the butler make a silent bell. Cen Xun squinted, manipulating the bell's angle with his fingers. But it seems like, before he could finish his thought, a vague yet significant expression flickered across his brow. Unaware of Cen Xun's peculiar pause, USA glanced at Cen Xun's forehead, noticing only a slight flush, and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly recalling something, USA shot a glance at Tong Ming nearby and hesitantly leaned closer to Cen Xun, almost whispering, "Is he really the butler?" USA believed he had spoken quietly. Yet Tong Ming, as if his hearing had been amplified 100-fold, caught his doubt and dramatically clutched his heart, exclaiming, "Saba, how could you doubt the butler? He must be so hurt. I sentence you to compensate him with a 1,000-square-meter villa." USA, rendered speechless by this absurdity, simply stared. Cen Xun leaned against the railing and slowly said, "He is omniscient. He knows a little about everything." Upon realizing he had indeed been deceived, USA widened his eyes and glared at Tong Ming. "I knew he was a fake butler." Seeing himself exposed, Tong Ming dropped the act and laughed, covering his mouth. "Did you really know I was a fake? I thought you were foolishly believing I was the real butler. Even if you admit you didn't recognize me, I wouldn't mock you for being slow." USA was nearly apoplectic, huffing angrily before lunging at Tong Ming. Tong Ming dodged, swiftly retreating behind Cen Xun. Cen Xun adeptly caught the leaping cat under his arm, halting the commotion. "Enough of this. Let us continue upward." Tong Ming, crossing his arms, smirked at USA before stepping up the stairs. Cen Xun glanced at the furry creature tucked under his arm, then turned to Tong Ming, suddenly recalling a skill he possessed. It was a unique ability under the special identity of Nightmare Principle. The Qing-level skill known as Wherever Three Go, One Becomes My Master. When three individuals traveled together, Cen Xun had a chance to randomly learn a new skill from either of the other two, with higher-level skills yielding shorter durations of use. Now, they perfectly met the conditions for this skill. Cen Xun had never utilized Wherever Three Go, One Becomes My Master before, and the thought of trying it surged within him. Whether it was Tong Ming's omniscience or USA's mirror space, acquiring either would be advantageous. Thus, Cen Xun discreetly activated the skill. The system promptly delivered a new notification. "Congratulations. You have learned a new special skill, Domain of 1,000 Mirrors. Special skill introduction. You can freely manipulate the mirror space and travel to any place you desire through mirrors. Skill usage time, 5 minutes. Would you like to use it now? Yes, no." Cen Xun concentrated and selected no, then activated Wherever Three Go. One Becomes My Master once more. This time, he learned Tong Ming's skill, Gossip Printer. When Cen Xun attempted to activate Wherever Three Go, One Becomes My Master again, the nightmare system suddenly alerted him that his storage slots were full, leaving only 3 learning opportunities remaining. This indicated that the Qing level, Wherever Three Go, One Becomes My Master could only learn 5 skills from others in a single day, and at most, 2 skills could be learned simultaneously. Cen Xun pondered briefly before discarding the Gossip Printer skill to free up a storage slot. Tong Ming and USA remained oblivious to this, and 5 minutes later, they reached the 44th floor. Upon opening the door to the fire escape, they encountered an empty corridor, marked by escape signs illuminating the space with a dim red glow every 2 meters, creating an endless appearance. USA crouched by Cen Xun's feet, gravely stating, "There are many rooms here, and each room may randomly manifest something that an entrant fears or desires. Only one is the CEO's office. Cen Xun is inside the CEO's office." Cen Xun frowned and asked, "What if 3 people enter a room? Is it still just one manifestation?" or one for each person. USA clarified. It is a total of one, randomly selecting a hallucination from among us to become tangible. Tong Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. He wasn't afraid of being confronted by his deepest fears, but rather by his most fervent desires. Since his greatest desire was rather unconventional, if Cen Xun were to witness it, he would surely be met with dire consequences. Sweating profusely, Tong Ming steeled himself. I must carefully observe where he is and take the shortest path. Surveying the corridor, Tong Ming cautiously selected a door. Upon entering, he was greeted by a bright and tidy processing workshop. Curiously, he asked, "Whose hallucination is this?" Cen Xun scooped up a handful of distinct granules from the assembly line, examining them for a moment before falling silent. This is the extraordinarily delicious Supreme Royal Cat food. USA leaned in to sniff, somewhat embarrassed. Cen Xun used to buy this for me often. I haven't had it in a long while, so... Tong Ming sighed in relief. Thank goodness it's cat food. What harm could cat food do? It can't possibly make us burst, right? Sensing an abnormal tremor beneath his feet, Tong Ming's smile gradually faded. He turned around to witness a truly shocking scene. A mountain of cat food collapsing in a thunderous cascade, resembling an avalanche or a tsunami, surging toward them with overwhelming force. Tong Ming remarked, "It really could crush us." Cen Xun reacted swiftly, pulling the lever down to manipulate the shadows, which successfully held back the tidal wave of cat food. Tong Ming pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Brother, that door!" Before the cat food could engulf them entirely, the trio hurriedly rushed through the next door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, but a trickle of cat food seeped through the barely closed gap. For a few seconds, USA was caught in a mental battle, ultimately yielding to ancestral instincts and quickly ducking down to sneak a few bites. Meanwhile, Tong Ming surveyed the room's configuration, swallowing hard as he said, "Brother, this room is truly sinister." It was a chamber filled with needles of varying lengths, each piercing lifelike eyeballs. For Tong Ming, whose very essence was a myriad of eyes, the scene was akin to an unendurable hell. He felt a phantom pain throbbing in his countless eyes, desperately trying to ignore the steel needles embedded within them. He pointed quickly in another direction, eager to flee from this horrifying place. As they sprinted toward the door, the needles suddenly rose into the air, changing direction to shoot toward them, only to be halted midway by a suddenly materializing wall of shadows. Cen Xun retracted the lever and deftly followed USA into the next door. This room was markedly different from the previous two, shrouded entirely in darkness, devoid of any light. Upon entering, Cen Xun keenly sensed an unusual presence. It was an incredibly subtle feeling. As the dominator of Nightmare University, Cen Xun could discern the unique aura surrounding other dominators with heightened sensitivity, more precisely, a force of rules. Without rules, there can be no domain. Each domain is constructed upon a set of rules, and these faintly perceivable forces surrounding a dominator create a peculiar field. Now, in this darkness, Cen Xun sensed that very field. Cen Xun, the dominator of the Mirror City Business District, was present within this obscurity. Unlike Cen Xun's intuitive deduction, Tong Ming visually spotted the figure, while USA, most familiar with Cen Xun's aura, recognized his presence almost instantaneously. In the darkness, the indistinct figure seemed to sense their presence. Slowly rising, Tong Ming exclaimed, "Good heavens, he resembles a massive mountain of gold. Brother, if we could abduct him, we'd be rich." Suddenly, the ground trembled as if a colossal foot had stomped down, causing the earth to shake violently. Tong Ming narrated the unfolding events to Cen Xun like a live commentator. "He has risen. He is approaching us. He has retracted the money skill, and is using money binding against us." In this pitch-black space, Cen Xun found himself devoid of sight. Upon hearing Tong Ming's warning, he promptly invoked paper to reality, enlarging the paper airplane he had prepared in advance. Chapter 50. The drenched cat curled up within the confines of an expensive suit jacket, emitting faint cries that stirred a tumult of emotions within Cen Xun. Regret gnawed at him. How could he have acted so impulsively as to rescue this troublesome creature? A visit to the veterinary clinic revealed a litany of ailments: feline distemper, calicivirus, ringworm, fleas, and malnutrition. It was a veritable litany of woes. The veterinarian inquired if he wished to proceed with treatment, cautioning that the chances of survival for such a young kitten were slim, especially given its status as an ordinary domestic cat, not even a recognized breed. In truth, it hardly seemed worth saving. Yet Cen Xun, despite not lacking for funds, felt compelled to pay for the care. He had already invested time and effort. Abandoning the creature now felt unjustifiable. When asked to provide a name for the cat for the nurse's reference, he carelessly replied, Mimi. After that, the cat slipped from his mind until one day. The clinic called to inform him that the cat had recovered and inquired about when he would collect it. The memory of the cat resurfaced, and he pondered the implications of abandoning it back to the greenery. Should it fall ill again, the money spent would be rendered a waste. Motivated by a desire to avoid such loss, Cen Xun retrieved the cat and casually handed it over to the household staff for care. With diligent nurturing over time, the cat thrived, gaining a bit of weight and displaying a spirited curiosity upon returning home. The expansive nature of Cen Xun's mansion, however, proved overwhelming. The cat would dart from one end to the other, soon tiring and returning to nestle at Cen Xun's feet, attempting to climb his pant leg. Cen Xun frowned and unceremoniously lifted the cat away, coldly rebuffing its advances. The cat, undeterred and oblivious to his disdain, would persistently try to ascend to him, mewing softly in protest. Frustrated by the cat's tenacity, Cen Xun retreated upstairs, leaving the kitten struggling at the base of the staircase, its little paws clawing at the first step, gazing up at him with yearning eyes. Despite his aloofness, the cat remained unfazed by his indifference, greeting him with exuberance whenever he returned home. Each morning, it would accompany him to the door, and upon his return in the evening, it would rush to welcome him. Time and again, Cen Xun found himself observing the cat emerging from hidden corners, meowing as it bounded toward him, eagerly rubbing against his legs in a fervent greeting ritual before he could step inside. The mansion's vastness proved cumbersome for the cat, waking in the expansive ground-floor living room. It soon found itself needing to traverse great distances for food and water. Thus, feeding stations began to materialize throughout the estate, ensuring that no matter how far the cat roamed, sustenance was always within reach. As the cat grew, it transitioned from a timid creature unable to navigate the stairs to a confident feline that could leap on a Cen Xun's lap, boldly claiming its territory. By nightfall, it would deftly ascend the stairs, ambushing unsuspecting humans from its hideouts. Cen Xun found it impossible to keep the cat out. It would sit vigil at the door, persistently making its presence known. Ultimately, after a thorough cleansing, Cen Xun relented and allowed the cat to join him on his bed. The exuberant feline would frolic on the sheets, treating Cen Xun's feet, tucked beneath the covers, as prey. Like all domestic cats, it would arch its back and puff up its fur, glancing at Cen Xun with a defiant flick of its tail. Observing such antics, Cen Xun mused on the absurdity of such a creature's foolishness. Unable to bear the sight of the cat's antics any longer, he enveloped it in the blanket. When he lifted the cover, the cat's innocent gaze met his, and it let out a soft, plaintive meow. In that moment, Cen Xun felt a flicker of affection for the bothersome creature. As night fell, the cat finally succumbed to exhaustion, curling up atop Cen Xun's head and purring contentedly. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gripped Cen Xun, prompting him to consult the veterinarian via his mobile device, concerned that the cat's sudden loud purring signaled a dire condition. During midnight trips to the bathroom, the sleepily stubborn cat would follow him, resolutely stationed outside the door as he attended to his needs. Cen Xun had nearly grown accustomed to this new rhythm of life, until one fateful day when he returned home to find the cat absent from its usual greeting. A wave of unease washed over him as he mobilized the butler and all the household staff in search of the lethargic feline, ultimately discovering it slumped in a corner. Unwell. The diagnosis revealed gastroenteritis, attributed to the negligence of a caretaker who failed to refresh the cat's food and water, resulting in the unfortunate consumption of spoiled provisions. Fury surged within Cen Xun upon learning the cause, leading him to review surveillance footage and dismiss the negligent staff member. Yet this incident left an indelible mark on Cen Xun's psyche, prompting him to question the necessity of residing in such a grand home. Each day, the cat's enthusiastic greetings required it to traverse considerable distances. What if it collapsed in some remote corner, unreachable in a moment of need? Thus, Cen Xun made the decision to abandon his sprawling mansion, relocating to a more modest 200 square meter flat. Although the space was significantly reduced, it meant that the cat no longer had to navigate stairs daily. The cat soon learned to recognize his footsteps, waiting patiently at the door before he even entered. Accompanying Cen Xun to his office became a new routine, as he feared the cat might grow bored at home. His phone gallery filled with countless photos of the feline, which dined on the finest canned food and toys. Cen Xun ceased to concern himself with the cat's cleanliness before allowing it onto the bed. After all, a little dirt was inconsequential if love was present. However, this idyllic existence shattered one day when the city fell into chaos, besieged by otherworldly creatures that invaded human territory, resulting in a brutal massacre. In the midst of the turmoil, these malevolent beings breached the Shining Group's headquarters, storming into the CEO's office. As Cen Xun found himself surrounded and torn apart by these entities, a piercing cry from the cat jolted him back to reality. When he refocused, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The cat, which he had thought safely hidden away, surged forth, a small body infused with unimaginable courage, leaping at the creatures in a futile bid to defend him, only to be swatted down time and again. Despite his frantic calls, the cat refused to retreat. In its final moments, the cat lay bloodied and battered on the floor, its once vibrant fur now a grim testament to its bravery. It gazed at Cen Xun, mewing pitifully, while he struggled to articulate his own anguish. A suffocating despair enveloped him, a helplessness that crushed his spirit as he watched his beloved companion succumb to the horrors surrounding them. The malevolent creatures, intent on devouring the cat, were abruptly swept away by an unseen force into the void. Cen Xun crawled to the cat's side, trembling as he stroked its blood-soaked fur. The playful, mischievous, and affectionate cat he had known was now a mere shadow of its former self, lying lifeless and battered before him. USA, USA. He called the cat's name with a broken voice, the feline's pupils beginning to dull, mouth opening slightly to offer a final silent response. Anyone would do. Come save his cat. Cen Xun had heard that those corrupted by pollution could awaken different powers, and in his despair, he fervently prayed. No matter what he transformed into, as long as it could save USA, he would accept it. In some mystical manner, it seemed that someone answered his plea. Then, he and USA were swept away by an unknown force, plunging into the void and arriving in a realm indistinguishable from reality. In this new world, he forgot the brutal massacre of that day, living a mechanical life as if nothing had changed. Until the night of the meteor shower, he awakened as a bizarre entity, reclaiming fragments of his past amidst the chaos of memories before descending into madness. USA, indeed, lived again, just as he had wished. But as they both became these strange beings, new dilemmas arose. The grotesque entities devoured their own kind, and if USA remained by his side, he would inevitably consume the cat, who would be entirely devoid of sanity. Thus, he offered USA a portal, hoping the cat could return to reality, even though Cen Xun suspected that the real world might no longer hold a place for USA. Where could they escape to? They were forced to abandon their world. Returning to reality meant death, and staying in such a realm to slaughter each other also led to demise. They were trapped with no refuge. It was a world steeped in despair, so profound that Cen Xun found himself unable to seek life or embrace death. He remembered USA, the cat he had left outside, eyes filled with sorrow, desperately trying to distract him, futilely attempting to prevent him from absorbing more pollution. He must have saddened the cat. It would surely resent him. He had nearly consumed the cat, and now it would fear him, no longer meowing around his pant legs. Cen Xun awakened amidst this anguish and despair, hearing a familiar call of his name. Dazed, he opened his eyes to see the cat racing towards him. The cat was still the same, unchanged, unscathed, and unblemished. It leaped into his arms, just like every previous time. Cen Xun. The cat's voice was filled with joy. I missed you so much. Cen Xun froze for a moment, then slowly reached out to caress the cat in his embrace. cautiously whispering its name. USA? The cat lifted its face, responding cheerfully, yes. It's USA. Cen Xun dazedly stroked the cat's face, feeling everything was in disarray. Thoughts tangled into a chaotic knot, until finally he managed to utter, I'm sorry. No need for apologies, the cat, still unperturbed by past grievances, nuzzled against his hand and swayed its tail, happily saying, You're back, Cen Xun, I really missed you. Cen Xun was at a loss for words, holding the cat tightly in his arms. An unfamiliar voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Since the transaction is complete, shouldn't you give me the promised reward? Cen Xun abruptly looked up, noticing two young men in the distance. Cen Xun stood with his arms crossed, observing them, a bag full of gold coins in his hand, while Tong Ming nodded politely beside him. Chapter 51. Upon signing the contract, USA officially became Cen Xun's secretary. Although it was merely a transaction, USA approached this inaugural role with utmost seriousness. But what duties did a secretary entail? USA leapt onto Cen Xun's desk, crouching down and thoughtfully pressing its paws, clad in white gloves, against its fluffy tail. I've seen Cen Xun's secretary. She wears high-heeled, pointed shoes, applies makeup in front of the mirror, and reports to Cen Xun daily for his signatures. Must I do all of that? I can't apply makeup and I lack pointed shoes. Cen Xun reclined comfortably in his chair, scrutinizing USA, and posed a question that had piqued his curiosity for some time. Do you have a human form? USA replied, as if it were self-evident, of course I do. Cen Xun's interest was piqued further. Then why haven't I seen you transform? Transforming consumes more energy, USA explained, shaking its ear tips. I prefer to conserve energy, so I rarely take on a human form. Moreover, wearing clothes after transforming is quite uncomfortable for me. Cen Xun nodded, took out a sheet of paper, and deftly crafted a set of paper clothes, subsequently employing the skill of turning paper into reality to materialize the garments. Try them on. USA, puzzled by the command, nonetheless grasped the clothing and darted into the mirror's space to change. Shortly thereafter, USA emerged anew, with slender fingers resting on the ethereal mirror's edge. The figure that stepped forth was that of a dark-haired youth. His delicate nose and pale lips bore a youthful innocence, while his bright yellow eyes retained feline characteristics, evoking immediate thoughts of a cat. The youth was not frail. His muscular form exuded strength and latent energy, a testament to the agility of a cat, with well-toned calves showcasing impressive firmness. USA stood barefoot on the carpet, nervously clutching the overly long hem of the clothing as it awaited the principal's appraisal. After a considerable pause, Cen Xun nodded slightly. Not bad. Since you possess a human form, our task will be much easier. Allow me to elucidate the responsibilities of a secretary. Cen Xun continued leisurely. The student body at Nightmare University is ever expanding, and we will be collaborating with more unusual realms in the future. As daily affairs increase, I may struggle to keep track. Hence, you will be responsible for organizing my schedule. As Nightmare University is still in its infancy, various meetings are inevitable. Thus, you will also arrange meeting locations, communicate notifications to participants, follow up on tasks I assign, and report back to me. Cen Xun pondered for a moment. For now, that's all. Do you have any questions? USA, momentarily taken aback, hesitantly inquired, Can I really accomplish all of this? Cen Xun reassured him. It's perfectly fine if you don't know. I will find someone to guide you. Standing up, Cen Xun patted USA's shoulder with an encouraging smile. I believe you will excel, Secretary USA. Now, let me introduce you to your colleagues. USA nodded weakly, yet uncertainty lingered within about its ability to fulfill this role. Perhaps the principal had overestimated its capabilities. It might not be as resourceful as Cen Xun envisioned. However, with the contract already signed, retreat was not an option. USA steeled itself and followed Cen Xun into the elevator. As the elevator descended, Cen Xun discerned USA's apprehension and imparted some wisdom to thrive in the workplace. The essence is to not take your colleagues too seriously. Remember, as my secretary, you hold a higher position than them. You may treat them as you see fit. Feeling anxious as a novice entering the workforce, USA asked, What demeanor should I adopt when conversing with them? Should I be friendly or aloof? Cen Xun replied nonchalantly. Be casual, USA. You are my secretary, and that is paramount. You stand behind me. If they disrespect you, they disrespect me, regardless of your demeanor. There should be no dissent. USA steadied its nerves and affirmed with a resolute hum. Following this, Cen Xun guided USA through the various departments, familiarizing him with their functions and management scopes, ensuring he recognized each face. USA greeted each peculiar figure with utmost seriousness, attentively noting their respective roles and names. The department heads felt uneasy under USA's scrutiny, fearing they had erred in some manner, coupled with Cen Xun's presence, which signaled his regard for USA. They became increasingly cordial, their faces beaming with eagerness to avoid leaving a negative impression on the newly appointed secretary. Upon exiting, USA exhaled a sigh of relief, suddenly realizing that interacting with colleagues was not as daunting as it had imagined. Upon leaving the administration building, Cen Xun handed USA a map, stating, "Your monthly salary will be issued as points. Since you are new, you want to receive a salary right away. To maintain your energy intake, you must visit the staff or student cafeteria daily to collect basic points. Points are the physical manifestation of energy. Nightmare University has a multitude of peculiar students to support, and distributing points to each is a monumental task. Hence, the school provides sustenance to these unusual students to maintain their vitality." Cen Xun reflected, then kindly advised, "If you prefer quiet, I recommend the staff cafeteria." "Why?" USA inquired, intrigued, lifting its gaze from the map. Cen Xun crossed his arms. "Because players in the student cafeteria will approach you for interaction, and the menu is fixed, you might end up with some rather peculiar dishes." USA was astonished. "Can one customize their meals?" "Let me guess." Cen Xun feigned contemplation. "What does our cat secretary desire?" However, there was no need for guessing. Upon reaching the staff cafeteria's counter, USA promptly declared, "I would like a serving of supreme royal cat food." Thus, USA received a generous portion of cat food. Eagerly, USA scooped a spoonful and tasted it. Indeed, it was a familiar flavor. USA's eyes sparkled. "How is this possible?" Cen Xun, lounging comfortably across from USA, lazily replied, "The chef possesses a skill called guess what you want to eat." Guess what you want to eat, as the name suggests, allows the chef to discern the diner's most desired food at that moment and replicate its taste and appearance. Its limitation lies in that it cannot alter the inherent quality of the ingredients. Spoiled meat remains spoiled, and poison remains poison, though they may taste delightful. Of course, the supreme royal cat food replicated here utilized points as its base material, merely endowed with flavor and appearance by the chef. USA devoured an entire bowl of cat food, feeling a resurgence of confidence. It glanced at Cen Xun, who simply sipped on a cup of pearl milk tea, idly stirring the pearls with a straw, resting his chin in contemplation, appearing lost in thought or perhaps nothing at all. The cunning and calculating principle seemed almost benign in this moment, a figure that left USA perplexed. USA tilted its head, studying Cen Xun until the latter noticed and asked, "What's the matter?" When caught in an awkward moment, USA instinctively feigned busyness. After being discovered, USA hurriedly scooped the empty plate, only to realize Cen Xun still had some milk tea left. It sheepishly returned to its seat, mumbling, "Nothing." Holding the cup of milk tea in his hand, Cen Xun rose leisurely and said, "Let us embark on a journey to explore the recent projects being advanced by Nightmare University, before heading to the bustling business district of Mirror City." Cen Xun proposed a plan for an internship branch. Qianmu television station would serve as the inaugural pilot site. Upon his return, Tong Ming busied himself with establishing the internship task line for Qianmu television. Cen Xun reviewed the initial proposal presented by Tong Ming and engaged in discussions regarding certain details. The primary objective behind Cen Xun's proposal for the internship branch was to utilize Qianmu television as a means to eliminate a portion of players, thereby accumulating more points while simultaneously freeing up student slots to accommodate additional players. The core allure of the internship branch lay in the transformation from being the hunted to becoming the hunter, rather than being pursued in fear by the malevolent creatures. The thrill of lurking in the shadows to hunt others was undeniably more enticing. Student players from Nightmare University would assume the role of interns at Qianmu Television, aiding the malevolent creatures in hunting players from other schools. Thus, the conflict would shift from players versus monsters to players versus players. However, this approach posed a significant dilemma. Could players genuinely turn against one another? Tong Ming expressed his concerns about the possibility of players deliberately sparing each other. Cen Xun smiled. Ah, Lu, you must have faith in the darker aspects of human nature. Solidarity and cooperation exist only in times of abundance. When resources dwindle and interests clash, there will invariably be those who harbor ulterior motives, with a single reward at stake. If eliminating a competitor guarantees that reward, without the risk of real death, why not seize the opportunity? Without any ties, why should one sacrifice oneself for another? And even if one refrains from action, how can one be certain that others will not turn against them? Once the chain of suspicion is set in motion, it is challenging to eradicate. Cen Xun sighed softly. Hatred and costless slaughter will undoubtedly attract more patrons to Qianmu Television. Tong Ming gleaned valuable insights and promptly made further adjustments to the proposal to further divide the players. After revising the plan, Tong Ming finally found the opportunity to converse with a nearby USA, exclaiming, "Wow, USA, you could transform into a human form. Your little face is quite adorable. Come here. Let me pinch your cheeks." USA stepped back, her face wrought with resistance as she warily regarded Tong Ming's outstretched hand. An unmistakable expression of unwelcomeness etched upon her features. Tong Ming feigned disappointment as he retreated his hand, turning to Cen Xun to inquire, "Brother, how did you come to have USA as your secretary?" Cen Xun cast him a sidelong glance. "What, do you wish to take on that role too? I have no desire for such a burden. Merely being your dean has drained half my life." Tong Ming rolled his eyes, but inwardly mused that perhaps Cen Xun kept USA close due to the similar black and white color scheme reminiscent of a cow-cat, which could be whimsically likened to a panda or a substitute for a former spouse. Heavens, is this not a form of substitution? He pondered. He resolved to publish this revelation in the next edition of the Nightmare Campus Gazette, vehemently condemning the dean's behavior of seeking a stand-in. He had even conceived a headline. "In the 30 seconds when you touch the newcomer's hair, do you think of them or your ex?" Indeed, our Nightmare University possesses its own 30 seconds of literary prowess. Chapter 52. As Cen Xun dispatched the edited information, the newly acquired phone in Yusas's pocket emitted a notification. Clumsily, Yusas unlocked the screen and observed a flurry of new messages in the work group. The first to respond was Director Tong. "I have seen it. In addition to the one that has perished, there are another 13, all unearthed from the ground." Director Tong followed up with an image and added, "These are the real-time locations of the enemies I have marked. Come on, Nightmare Team, let us launch a full-scale attack." Principal Cen replied, "No need. They are all dead already." Director Tong exclaimed, "Really? So soon?" Secretary Wu interjected, "I just opened 13 mirror passages, and the principal swiftly eliminated all the ants." Naturally, it was quick. Director Tong responded with a pause. Director Li chimed in, "I just stood up. I Haven-T even exited the door." Director Sure added one. The Director of Academic Affairs inquired, "What happened?" "I just saw the message, and the invaders are already dead?" Principal Cen addressed Yanjing Duo. "Are these red ants sent by the Ant Queen you mentioned earlier?" Director Tong confirmed, "Indeed. They must have felt threatened by our rapidly rising rank and harbored malicious intentions. Those vile ants dare to target us. Brother, let us eliminate them." Principal Cen reminded, "How many times must I say it? When outside, refer to me as principal." Director Tong apologized. "I slipped. Brother, you will surely forgive me, right?" Principal Cen instructed, "Yanjing Duo, please come to the principal's office shortly." He continued, "I will establish new regulations to enhance ground defenses. To guard against further espionage, all faculty must remain vigilant." The Director of Security acknowledged, "Received." Director Sure confirmed, "Received." The Director of the Investment Promotion Office affirmed, "Received." Soon, new messages accumulated to over 99. Cen Xun stowed his phone back into his pocket and proceeded towards the faculty cafeteria. Yusas hesitated momentarily before finally mustering the courage to ask, "Principal, why are there spies? What do they wish to steal from our school?" Cen Xun cast a sidelong glance at him. "It is not merely theft. Their true objective is to undermine my domain from within, thus allowing the Ant Queen to effortlessly annex Nightmare University. The law of survival among the aberrations is one of the strong devouring the weak. Once targeted, such overt and covert conflicts are inevitable." Although this was his first encounter with such a situation, Cen Xun appeared remarkably calm, even taking the time to request a dessert from the chef. Yusas ordered his usual cat food, but this time it seemed tasteless. Observing the cat's solemn expression, Cen Xun inquired, "Is tonight's cat food unpalatable?" Yusas shook his head and candidly replied, "I was just contemplating how perilous this world truly is." Having left the mirror business district and the protection of Qinxiu, Yusas realized the vastness of the world and the lurking dangers it harbored. Without formidable strength, one risks becoming prey for other aberrations. What a harsh reality! Thus, the cat felt a sense of sorrow, fearing that one day, Qinxiu might also fall to even more powerful aberrations. The image of Qinxiu being devoured by these creatures lingered vividly in Yusas's mind, leaving him in a state of gloom, even forgetting to consume his beloved cat food. Cen Xun scooped a spoonful of cream and leisurely savored it, stating, "Indeed, this world is fraught with danger. Hence, I had no choice but to adopt a more ruthless demeanor. Without such savagery, how could I contend with so many aberrations and protect my kin?" Yusas nodded gravely, "Yes. I am beginning to understand you, Principal." Cen Xun continued subtly indoctrinating the cat. Going solo is inadvisable. In this era, only through teamwork can one achieve ultimate victory. The cat appeared momentarily stunned, falling into silence for a time. Cen Xun smiled gently, savoring the cream on his spoon, allowing the cat some time for reflection. Only when voices echoed from a distance did Yusas abruptly realize how long he had been lost in thought. To alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, Yusas hastily grasped his spoon. "Principal, may I ask a question?" "Proceed. Is Director Tong truly your biological brother?" Yusas queried, puzzled. "You two seem nothing alike." Cen Xun pondered. "That depends on how you define brother. Aberrations do not possess the concept of blood relations. From the perspective of our source of power, we are indeed brothers." Yusas's gaze reflected further confusion. "Source of power?" Cen Xun clarified, "Yes, I met my other 8 siblings in the same mountain village. We underwent the same trial by the evil deity. Though the details of that trial have faded from memory, we emerged with an instinctive sense of shared origin, thus implicitly acknowledging our relationship." Yusas, still bewildered, took a bite of cat food. "Then, Principal, where are your other 7 siblings now? Could they have also become formidable aberrations?" "Most likely," Cen Xun replied. Yusas's eyes brightened. "Then can we invite them to Nightmare University as deans?" Cen Xun chuckled. "Yusas, you seem to have forgotten the survival rule among aberrations." Yusas paused. "The strong devour the weak." Cen Xun elaborated. "Tong Mian is an exception. I have known him for many years and understand him well, which is why I extended the invitation. However, I cannot say for certain what the others are currently thinking. Human hearts are inscrutable, and to remain unassailable, one must assume the worst intentions of others." Cen Xun propped his chin on his hand and regarded him. "Yusas, do you understand?" Yusas nodded thoughtfully. "I see. To defeat the wicked, one must employ wickedness. To avoid deception, one must discern the motives and intentions behind others' approaches." "Precisely." Cen Xun replied. "Yusas, as someone close to me, you have much to learn." That evening, Yusas returned to his assigned room, sitting on the unfamiliar mattress, lost in contemplation for a long while. Outside the window, darkness enveloped the sky, and the campus lay in silence, occasionally interrupted by distant cries from players, quickly subsiding again. This was an entirely foreign domain, devoid of Qinxiu and familiar sights. A sense of isolation seeped through the window like a chilling wind, enveloping him from all sides. Inescapable. Yusas couldn't help but wonder what Qinxiu was doing at that moment. Would Qinxiu come to Nightmare University searching for him? Yusas was uncertain if Qinxiu would arrive. Even if he did not, it mattered not, for the cat had grown accustomed to waiting, no matter how long it took. Yusas retrieved a glass jar and dropped a piece of cat food inside. 50 years amounted to 250 days. When he next saw Cen Xun, he would present the jar filled to the brim, telling him that Yusas's affection for him was as abundant as the contents of this jar. Resting his chin on his arm, Yusas tilted his head, gazing at the solitary piece of cat food in the jar, feeling disheartened. He lamented, what a spineless cat he was. On the very first day of 250, he was already thinking of Cen Xun. Exhaling deeply, Yusas shook his head, trying to dispel the thoughts of Cen Xun from his mind, straightened himself, and began to fervently study his materials. To excel in the role of school secretary, one must cultivate a deeper familiarity with the faculty members and the various class situations across different departments. As a new day dawned, ushered in by the unpretentious rhythm of labor, USA arrived at the principal's office early in the morning, brimming with enthusiasm as he took up his cleaning tools to diligently tidy up. Previously, when Cen Xun was away at work, USA, having stayed at home like a left-behind kitten, had observed how the housekeeper maintained cleanliness. Thus, he approached these tasks with remarkable ease. He wielded the vacuum cleaner over the carpets, polished the windows, and organized the documents on the desk with meticulous care. During his tidying, USA stumbled upon a ceramic mug shaped like a panda, its adorably whimsical design starkly contrasting with the office's overall decor. Puzzled, he scrutinized the mug for a time, only to conclude it was merely an ordinary cup. Shortly thereafter, he discovered two black and white feathers nestled in a pencil holder, their soft tips swaying gently in the breeze. Drawing his attention, the distinct coloration of the feathers evoked memories of the godless adversary whose sword had once obliterated the entryway. Why would the principal display such feathers, relics of the enemy, on his desk rather than disposing of them? While USA could not comprehend this, he chose to respect the principal's choices. After completing his cleaning duties, USA awaited the principal's arrival to assign him tasks. However, as the clock ticked towards 9 o'clock, the door remained ominously silent, plunging USA into contemplation. He retrieved his phone and sent a private message to Tong Ming. Utilizing voice-to-text, Director Tong, may I inquire when the principal usually begins his workday? The reply came swiftly. My brother enjoys sleeping in, typically waking between 10 and 11. Just remember not to disturb him during his slumber. He can be quite irritable upon waking, and his temper is formidable. Go ahead and amuse yourself. At this hour, my brother is still asleep. Tong Ming added with a chuckle. USA read Tong Ming's response and slowly broke into a smile. The principal actually slept in? As if sensing the cat secretary's shock, Tong Ming sent a few more messages. Can you guess why he can afford to sleep in? It is because we, the hardworking ones, carry the burden for him, he jested. The only person who can wake my brother without consequence is his ex-husband. Sigh, my brother is like Sleeping Beauty, needing a prince's kiss to awaken. USA replied, Director Tong, I now understand why your nickname is always getting hit. He contemplated, considering Tong Ming's cheeky demeanor. His survival amidst the principal's wrath must truly stem from a deep brotherly bond. Yet, USA wrestled with curiosity and could not resist sending another message. Oh, does the principal have an ex-husband? Tong Ming's response was playful. Haven't you met him? The one with the bird-like appearance. He has a handsome face that seems to have stolen my brother's heart. USA was taken aback. Wait, that person is an enemy, isn't he? How could he possibly be an ex-husband? I refuse to believe it. Tong Ming replied, for more details, refer to the gossip section of the past issue of Nightmare Campus Report. If you lack the points to purchase it, just head downstairs and borrow a copy from any faculty member. Chapter 53 Under the Blazing Sun. A sudden downpour of gold coins cascaded from the heavens, making a clattering sound as they struck the ground, capturing the attention of players within the campus. Coins were falling from the sky. What new quest could this be? How dazzling. They appeared to be pure gold. Surely, no one would actually go to collect them, right? Something unusual must be afoot. It's best to take cover. The players were no longer the naive newcomers they once were. The innocent ones had perished. Now, upon sensing something amiss, they either hurried into buildings for shelter or cautiously employed their skills to evade danger. Nevertheless, many players fell victim to the allure. becoming frenzied as they scrambled to gather the coins that rained down upon them. Those hidden within the buildings exchanged bewildered glances, speculating about this unexpected event. Was this a new game feature introduced by Nightmare University? Why was there no pop-up notification? It didn't seem likely. New plot lines traditionally trigger alerts, and it was rare for a sudden narrative twist to occur without warning. Indeed, it could not be that the administration had decided to sacrifice a batch of players for no reason. In a moment, players concocted various theories, even delving into conspiracy. However, all speculation abruptly ceased upon receiving a text from the administration office. Administration office, urgent notice. Due to the influence of the external anomaly, Mirror City Business District, a widespread rain of gold coins has occurred on campus. This coin shower possesses potent hallucinogenic effects. Students are advised to take precautions and refrain from touching the coins. If any student inadvertently comes into contact with the coins, please promptly seek treatment at the campus infirmary. After reading the message, players were left in stunned silence. So, they were under attack from another anomaly. Since it was not a deliberate act by the university, the players felt relieved and chose to treat this incident as mere entertainment. Some players began discreetly inquiring about the Mirror City Business District. What kind of anomaly was it? How formidable? Who was stronger, the domain master of Mirror City or our principal? Uncertain, they speculated that the domain master seemed quite powerful. What if the principal were to lose? Lose my foot? The coin rain had already ceased, and it was evident that the domain master couldn't even contend with a fingertip of the principal. As players came to this realization, they quickly turned their gazes toward the window, confirming that no more coins fell from the sky. The remaining coins on the ground sparkled under the sun, incessantly testing the players' resolve. They exchanged confused glances. Is this it? Indeed, it was over. Cen Xun's level was already 2 ranks lower than Cen Xun's, and now he had voluntarily entered Cen Xun's territory. With the advantage of the home ground and superior strength, victory in this battle was a foregone conclusion. Cen Xun didn't even need to step out of his office. With merely the use of absolute domain, he established a rule forbidding any visitors from attacking the faculty of the school, effortlessly neutralizing Cen Xun's combat capabilities. After consulting with Cen Xun, the security personnel directly escorted Cen Xun into the principal's office. Upon seeing Cen Xun, Cen Xun was filled with rage and attempted to lunge forward. But 2 security guards swiftly restrained him, forcing him into a half-kneeling position on the carpet. Cen Xun, unhurried, remarked, "We meet again, Cen Xun. What have you done to USA? Return him to me." Cen Xun, sensing no trace of USA at Nightmare University, assumed Cen Xun had devoured him, his emotions spiraling into turmoil, nearly overwhelming the guards restraining him. Cen Xun smiled at him, a smile that sent chills down Cen Xun's spine. USA has become a part of Nightmare University. Would you like to see him? Cen Xun froze. What did it mean that USA had become part of Nightmare University? Had USA truly been consumed by Cen Xun? He dared not contemplate the worst-case scenario. Staring blankly at Cen Xun, feeling dizzy, as if a hand had tightly gripped his heart, squeezing out the last drops of his vitality. His voice emerged from his throat, hollow and numb. "What must I do to have USA return to me?" Cen Xun replied, "I thought you were already aware of my intentions." He raised a finger, and puppet strings brought forth a contract, presenting it before Cen Xun. "Work for me for 50 years. After 50 years, you may take USA with you." Cen Xun added with a smile, "A normal USA, alive, capable of independent thought, not under my control. So what do you say? Will you accept this deal?" Cen Xun's gaze fell upon the contract on ground. 50 years, half a lifetime for a human. Signing this contract meant committing the next 50 years to what could be an endless and hopeless wait. Yet, if it meant seeing USA again, he was willing to wait. He had already lost everything. He could not afford to lose his beloved cat. With careful strokes, Cen Xun inscribed his name on the contract. Throughout his life, he had engaged in many lucrative transactions, yet the only loss he had ever incurred was in saving USA. This sacrifice cost him the latter half of his life. With the final stroke, the contract took effect. Cen Xun retrieved the signed document, his gaze lingering on the signature at the bottom. deepening in intensity as he looked at Cen Xun. Then, the transaction is established. Cen Xun gestured for the guards to release Cen Xun. Standing, Cen Xun's expression was icy. Since you have devoured USA, how do you intend to return him to me? You seem to have misunderstood, Cen Xun replied, raising an eyebrow casually as he leaned back. I never said I consumed USA. Cen Xun was momentarily taken aback, about to seek clarification when a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him, brimming with overwhelming joy, calling out to him. Cen Xun? That voice struck like thunder, filling Cen Xun with disbelief. He turned, and before he could discern the source, he was enveloped in an unexpected embrace, stumbling back a couple of steps. Stiffening in shock, Cen Xun was caught off guard. The one holding him tightly was an unfamiliar black-haired youth. Cen Xun had always detested physical contact, and this sudden embrace ignited a surge of irritation within him. Just as he contemplated pushing the boundary-less boy away, he heard the familiar voice again. Cen Xun. I missed you so much. His mind reeled, and Cen Xun's thoughts exploded. Where was his cat? Where was his cat? How had it transformed into a human? His heart shattered, yet the cat remained oblivious. Noticing Cen Xun's prolonged silence and tense posture, it curiously looked up, calling out with concern. Cen Xun? Its round, clear yellow eyes finally brought a semblance of reality back to Cen Xun. Hesitantly, he lifted his hand to touch the boy's face, confirming his authenticity. USA? The boy's face lit up with joy, his eyes curving into a smile. Cen Xun. It's me. How did you turn to a human? Cen Xun's emotions were tumultuous. He scrutinized the youth before him, desperately searching for traces of his cat. Yet, how had his cat suddenly transformed into a human? USA had never changed form in the Mirror City business district. USA noticed that Cen Xun was looking at him with a peculiar gaze, but he brushed it off. As the joy of reuniting with Cen Xun so soon had clouded his mind, leaving USA elated and at a loss for words. When he heard Cen Xun's question, he candidly explained, I have always been able to transform into a human. However, doing so requires considerable energy, which I prefer not to expend unnecessarily. Hence my choice to remain in my current form. Wait a moment, Cen Xun said cautiously, detaching the boy's arms from around his waist, and hesitantly asked USA, can you transform back into a cat? I need to confirm that you are indeed USA. Of course I am USA. USA exclaimed in disbelief. To prove his identity, he immediately transformed back into the form of a milk cow cat and leaped into Cen Xun's arms, nudging his head into the palm of Cen Xun's hand. See, I am USA. Absolutely certain. Cen Xun, holding the familiar cat, let out a sigh of relief and cooed to the feline. All right, I know you are USA now. He lowered his head, intending to comfort the cat with a gentle kiss on its head, but suddenly froze at the thought of the boy from moments ago. USA tilted his head upward, anticipating the kiss, yet it remained unfulfilled, leaving him puzzled. He raised his paw to nudge Cen Xun's arm, urging him, Cen Xun, kiss me. Cen Xun swallowed hard, unwilling to disappoint the cat, and awkwardly pressed a kiss onto the soft head of the feline. Yet, the question lingered in his mind. How had his cat suddenly transformed into a human? It was all too abrupt and bewildering. While USA finally received his kiss, he felt it was insufficient. Today was undeniably strange. Previously, Cen Xun would lavish him with multiple kisses, yet today he had received only one. The cat sensed a lack of warmth from a human, but chose to forgive him. Perhaps Cen Xun was simply too fatigued. USA soon found this reasoning unconvincing, as Cen Xun had always taken the time to embrace and kiss him no matter how late he returned from work. Before USA could ponder further, Cen Xun's voice broke his reverie, drawing his attention back. Secretary USA, please escort Cen Xun downstairs to complete his onboarding procedures. USA immediately snapped back to reality, replying affirmatively, jumping from Cen Xun's embrace and reverting to his human form. The attire he wore had been conjured by Cen Xun's skills, automatically fitting him upon transformation, eliminating the need to change in the mirror world, which was immensely convenient. Cen Xun, let us go, USA said, taking Cen Xun's hand and excitedly leading him outside. As they walked, Cen Xun's entire arm stiffened, his gaze fixed on the now reappeared boy, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. Not long after they exited, Tong Ming sauntered in, eager to observe the unfolding events. "Brother, I doubt that capitalists will play fair," he remarked, leaning against the corner of Cen Xun's desk, swinging his dangling leg nonchalantly. "Capitalists possess a skill called fraudulent contract, which can render contracts void. Are you not concerned about USA and Cen Xun's potential foray being one way?" Cen Xun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the two individuals walking side by side out of the administrative building below, a meaningful smile curving his lips. "He will remain. Downstairs." USA led Cen Xun in the direction of the School of Economic Management. Witnessing how swiftly USA had acclimated to the nightmarish university in just one day, Cen Xun hesitated, contemplating what USA had endured since being brought here by the principal. Chapter 54. Upon returning to the office, Tong Ming pondered the peculiar circumstances that compelled him to return. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he exited the elevator, murmuring to himself as he made his way to the principal's office. His footsteps barely made a sound against the carpet as he idly speculated the reason for Cen Xun's summons. Just as he approached the door, he suddenly caught a faint sound. "I didn't come here to let you humiliate me." Tong Ming's eyes widened in surprise, his spirit invigorated. Could that be Feng Jihan's voice? What could possibly bring him to the principal's office? His curiosity piqued. Tong Ming instinctively shifted into stealth mode, carefully positioning himself against the wall to eavesdrop on the conversation. The door to the principal's office was slightly ajar, providing him with a perfect vantage point. Feng Jihan's voice emerged again, tinged with a hint of discomfort. "Please, don't do that." "Don't do what?" Tong Ming found himself captivated, itching to open the door and witness the unfolding drama. Cen Xun's voice resonated playfully, laced with mockery. "Is this too much for you?" At that moment, Tong Ming became convinced that his brother was indeed toying with his ex-husband in the office. The audacity of the principal engaging in such antics astonished him. He believed that if he failed to capture this moment, he would be remiss as the #1 gossip reporter for Nightmare Campus News. Thus, Tong Ming began feverishly searching for his camera, but frustratingly, it eluded him at every turn. "Where's my camera? It can't just have disappeared," he lamented, despair creeping in as he nearly shed tears over his misfortune. The tantalizing nature of the gossip spurred him into action, compelling him to risk a confrontation with Cen Xun in order to clandestinely document the scene within the office. Ultimately, he approached the door, pressing his eye against the crack to peer inside. Cen Xun's back was turned, obscuring Feng Jihan from view, leading Tong Ming to speculate that Feng Jihan might be hiding beneath the desk, engaged in clandestine activities. How could he possibly capture this moment? Tong Ming's mind raced, torn between his desire to uncover the truth and his growing anxiety. Just as he contemplated the lengths he might go to, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "Is it interesting?" Startled, Tong Ming turned abruptly to find Cen Xun standing beside him, having seemingly materialized out of thin air. Hey, brother," Tong Ming stammered, his heart racing as he glanced towards the now empty desk. "How did you get out here?" Cen Xun regarded him coolly, repeating, "Is it interesting?" Tong Ming retreated, inadvertently pushing the door open behind him. Stumbling back, he found himself cornered as Cen Xun advanced, his expression inscrutable as he pressed. "Is it interesting?" Tong Ming could endure no more. He had thought himself impervious to fear, yet Cen Xun's unsettling demeanor unnerved him. "Please, brother, don't do this. I swear I won't spy again." Cen Xun remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Just then, Yuzar entered the room, observing the peculiar scene with a quizzical expression. "Principal, Director Tong, what are you two up to?" Tong Ming seized the opportunity, darting behind Yuzar like a frightened child. "Yuzar, please help me talk to the principal." Yuzar fell silent, and Tong Ming, trembling, glanced up to see Yuzar's expression had shifted to one of cold detachment. "Director Tong, have you done something wrong?" Tong Ming's heart sank. He recoiled, pressing against the desk as he gazed at Yuzar in disbelief. You. His retreat halted only when his back met the desk. Even Tong Ming, usually oblivious, sensed that something was amiss. He activated his all-seeing vision, scanning the office to confirm the reality of his surroundings. A wave of despair washed over him. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Cen Xun and Yuzar conspire to frighten him? Brother, please stop. I yield. I truly cannot comprehend what this trick is. As his words faded, both Yuzar and Cen Xun vanished from sight. Tong Ming gasped, his breath quickening as he turned instinctively at the sound of a voice behind him. Can you really not tell? Hiding half of his body behind the door, he cautiously peered at Cen Xun, who was seated at the desk. Brother, is this you? Yes. Tong Ming exhaled heavily, finally stepping into the room, though only taking a single step forward. He was now acutely aware of his surroundings. Hesitant to approach Cen Xun any closer. I cannot discern the truth. My all-seeing eyes provided no warning. Were those illusions just now? Truly illusions? Confusion and shock mingled within him as he gazed at Cen Xun, who simply stated they were illusions, but a fraction of it was real. Is that a new skill of yours? Tong Ming exclaimed, showering his brother with praise. Incredible. Even the all-seeing eyes can be deceived. Soon, you will triumph over atheists. Cen Xun shook his head, uttering something perplexing. I now believe you truly cannot see through it. Tong Ming blinked in confusion. What? Suddenly, everything around him plunged into darkness. In shock, he struggled against the void, and then, in an instant, he opened his eyes to find a familiar face hovering nearby. Director Tong, are you all right? Yuzar crouched beside him, concern etched on his features. Tong Ming stared for a moment before panic seized him, causing him to scramble away. Stay back. This must be another illusion. He cowered in a corner, clutching his head in despair. Yuzar turned to Cen Xun, puzzled. What's wrong with Director Tong? Cen Xun pondered thoughtfully. It seems he has fallen victim to an illusion and can no longer distinguish between reality and fantasy. Yuzar was taken aback. How is that possible? Director Tong possesses all-seeing abilities. He should know everything. Precisely because he is all-seeing makes it all the more perplexing. Cen Xun replied gravely. He should not be susceptible to ordinary illusions unless the illusion is extraordinarily powerful. Cen Xun entered, glancing at the cowering Tong Ming before settling into his chair, calmly stating, leave him be. Let him collect himself. Curiosity piqued, the cat asked, Principal, is the illusion Tong Ming experienced your skill? Cen Xun confirmed, indeed. Is a new skill I have developed. Yuzar genuinely praised. That's impressive. To deceive even Director Tong. He didn't fail to see. I had already implanted puppet threads on him. Cen Xun mused, stroking his chin. He believed his skill had activated, but in truth, it had not. Should the puppet threads not be woven in advance, the outcome may suffer significantly. He could have seen through it during the first layer of the illusion. Tong Ming finally regained his composure, and upon hearing this, stood up, heartbroken, and reproached Cen Xun. Fourth brother, how could you treat me as a mere guinea pig? Do you not see me as your own brother? Cen Xun replied coolly, a smirk playing on his lips. Have you not also taken pleasure in spying on my private life? Sixth brother, do you truly regard me as your own elder brother? At these words, Tong Ming's bravado faltered. His gaze began to flicker. Although he had been caught red-handed, he remained undeterred for the next encounter. Observing this farce, Cen Xun realized the truth. Both brothers were equally nefarious, and amidst their mutual harm, no one stood upon a moral high ground. As the atmosphere grew tense, the ever-diplomatic secretary, Yus, promptly intervened to mediate. Oh, come now, let us not quarrel. Brothers should not hold grudges overnight. Whatever needs to be said, let it be spoken plainly. A kind word can warm 3 winters, while harsh words can chill one in June. USA clasped Tong Ming's hand with one of his own and Cen Xun's with the other, layering their hands together, and proclaimed, brotherly harmony is worth more than gold. And peaceful relations among in-laws ensure the family remains united. Do you all agree? Cen Xun felt a jolt as he recognized the familiar phrase. Indeed, the very next moment, he heard USA cheerfully declare, let us not bicker. Let us join together and make dumplings. Cen Xun, Tong Ming, Cen Xun. All 3 wore blank expressions for a moment. Tong Ming, with a complex gaze, turned to Cen Xun. What have you taught USA? Look at him. He turned the child foolish. Cen Xun protested. It was not me. He learned it while watching the Spring Festival Gala. USA, appearing bewildered, asked, what's wrong? I saw someone on television say that phrase, and the people who were arguing immediately stopped. Cen Xun clarified, USA, that was just acting. USA was taken aback, ah. I thought that phrase was incredibly useful. Cen Xun silently mused, it is indeed useful. It leaves others speechless, thus preventing conflict. USA replied, I'm sorry. I want to say it again. With USA's interjection, Cen Xun and Tong Ming found their quarrel extinguished. Curiously, Tong Ming inquired of Cen Xun, brother, what exactly is that skill of yours? Cen Xun withdrew his hand from USA's grasp and responded calmly, it is as you see, a multi-layered dream. Once the puppet threads are implanted, anomalies are virtually undetectable, and one cannot deploy skills within a dream, unless the threads are removed. Tong Ming exclaimed in astonishment, aside from atheists. Who else can perceive your puppet threads? So, this skill is essentially unsolvable. Cen Xun rationally analyzed, but atheists still possess resistance to this skill. For during the initial implantation of the puppet threads, there will be obstacles. Cen Xun nodded in agreement. Indeed, implanting the threads on him is quite challenging. One must first induce an illusion and then seek an opportunity while he is ensnared in it. Tong Ming suddenly comprehended. No wonder I have survived our previous encounters without demise. This mad dog indeed possesses considerable prowess. Cen Xun let out a cold laugh, refraining from further conversation, and abruptly uttered a cryptic remark. Once you awaken, do not display any signs of abnormality, nor discuss my skill in private. Chapter 55. The Nightmare World Players Forum. Zone 2. As I surveyed the forum, it was evident that nearly all the posts featured prominently on the homepage pertained to Nightmare University. Urgent. Does anyone know the follow-up regarding the gold coin rain from yesterday? Why did the domain lord of the Mirror City business area suddenly attack our Nightmare University? Fellow alumni, let us dig into the truth behind this. Seeking 2 alumni from the art department to complete the studio task together tonight. Is there truly no one overseeing the reporters from the Nightmare Campus News? That day, I was knocked down by a monster in the bushes. And just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I was photographed by a campus reporter. The next day, I found myself on the front page, with them claiming I was destitute and begging on the ground. This is utterly outrageous. I sincerely invite fellow victims to join me in filing a complaint with the principal. I'm not saying anything, but could the students of Nightmare University create a dedicated thread for our institution? The homepage is flooded with posts about Nightmare University. Perhaps the Nightmare World Forum should be renamed the Nightmare University Forum. Indeed, a dedicated thread for Nightmare University already existed. Yet the sheer volume of fresh happenings within the university made it difficult for players to discern who was replying to whom amidst the discussions. Consequently, the thread was allowed to flow freely. Nevertheless, the popularity of the Nightmare University thread remained unabated, consistently drawing players to keep it at the top of the homepage. At that moment, the discussion within the thread was a lively cacophony. 1369L. The latest edition of the Nightmare Campus News has just been published. For specific details, check the neighboring Nightmare Campus News compilation thread. According to the collaboration section of the Nightmare Campus News, it's confirmed that the principal has taken control of the Mirror City business area. 1370L. Wow. The principal is formidable. The domain lord attacks on a whim, and the strange domain is seized without hesitation. 1371L. I knew Nightmare Campus News would address this issue today. I rushed to get a copy early this morning. There is something else that hasn't been mentioned. The domain lord of the Mirror City business area has now assumed the role of the dean of the Economic Management School. Students of Nightmare University can directly purchase items from the Mirror City business area using credits. And I've heard that transferring to the Economic Management School grants a 20% discount on all products. 1372 litres. Is this true? Do alumni of the Economic Management School live this well? I'm about to turn green with envy. 1373L. I want to transfer. I need to start hoarding credits. 1374L. Am I the only one who wants to discuss the chaotic quadrangle relationship in the gossip section? 1375L. What is going on? I'm in tears over here. I can't even afford the campus newspaper. Is there any kind soul who can share the gossip section as content? I rely on these tidbits to reignite my will to live. 1376L. In response to 1375L, to put it simply, the ruthless person who killed their spouse has found a replacement, but it turns out the replacement also has a partner. All in all, the relationships are quite tangled. 1377L. Honestly, after the gossip about the spouse killer surfaced, I never expected it to turn into a series. The deceased spouse is somehow resurrected. It's absurd. Now, the spouse killer has a stand-in, and the deceased spouse is probably going to pursue their partner with a fiery vengeance. Haha dog emoji. 1378L. By the way, it's been so long, and no one has uncovered the identity of the spouse killer. 1379L. I don't know. I've been busy fighting ghosts in my dorm. 1380L. I don't know. I've been busy recognizing the cafeteria lady as my foster mother. 1381L. I don't know. I've been busy fawning over teachers in 1382L. Hey, a pervert has infiltrated. Quickly expel him. No disrespect to Teacher Cen. 1383L. Teacher Cen hasn't had class for 2 days. Why are the teachers at Nightmare University skipping classes? Is this reasonable? If I don't see Teacher Cen again, some aspects of my life, like my appearance, my figure, and my fine character, might just crumble. 1384L. In response to 1383L, it's clear you haven't been paying attention to the class group. Teacher Cen mentioned in the group that he has been dispatched to the strange domain for work, which is why other professors are substituting for him. 1385L. Am I the only one who finds this oddly coincidental? Just as Teacher Cen was sent to another strange domain, the domain lord of the Mirror City business area decided to strike. 1386L. No. Why should Teacher Cen be sent to another strange domain? There are so many deans and vice deans. Why not send them instead? I seriously suspect this is workplace bullying. 1387L. It might actually be true. I heard from beta players that Teacher Cen is the real principal, and the current principal has usurped power. Since his position is illegitimate, he must be trying to make things difficult for Teacher Cen. 1388L. I'm convinced the principal is so petty. No wonder Teacher Cen's classes are scheduled for noon or afternoon. Even the academic affairs office bullies him. They clearly treat him differently. 1389L. I was wondering why all the other professors left together while Teacher Cen was singled out. It turns out it's for this reason. 1390L. Beautiful and strong Teacher Cen. I feel for you once more. 1391L. Sympathy 1. 1392L. Sympathy 10086. 1393L. Sympathy 1314520. The conversation soon veered off topic, with dozens of posts passing before returning to serious discourse. 1486L. Since there is already an internship side quest for Chimu television station, there should soon be one for the Mirror City business area as well. I'm looking forward to it. It seems like the internship quests are quite interesting, and they also grant credits. 1487L. The gameplay in Nightmare University is becoming increasingly diverse. Although the principal is somewhat negligent, he understands how to run a university. It's like I've developed Stockholm Syndrome. Even after dying at Nightmare University, I'm still willing to choose it again in the next cycle, despite losing levels, credits, and reputation. All of it must be regained. 1488L. ISNT. I'm completely hooked. Now I find all other dungeons exceedingly dull, with high mortality rates and little variety, lacking the freedom found at Nightmare University. I would laugh if they reduced the death rates, but I still wouldn't go. 1489L. Hee hee. Yesterday as players were a force to be reckoned with. Today as players can't compare. 1490L. I suggest all players head to Nightmare University. This top spot rightfully belongs to us. 1491 litres. Ayrtfeld Plea. Nightmare University, please expedite the release of the internship quests. My great sword is itching to be unleashed. 1492L. Am I the only one who notices? A new regulation has appeared in the unnoticed corners of the school rules. 1493L. I know. It states that excessive gaming is detrimental to mental and physical health, and that all faculty and students must not become addicted to games. This is hilarious. Don't we spend every day grinding tasks at Nightmare University, which is the greatest addiction to gaming? The principal certainly has a sense of humor, huh? At Nightmare University, in the multimedia conference room on the 11th floor of the administration building, an important meeting convened, gathering the management team of Nightmare University. The speaker was the newly appointed dean of the Economic Management School, who also held the positions of finance department head and director of the newly established real operations department. We have gained substantial recognition among the first batch of public test players, and at this stage, we have achieved a significant return of players. Cen Xun paused, smiling as he continued. Just last night, Nightmare University topped the daily income leaderboard. The faculty and staff in the conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause, yet the principal, seated at the forefront, remained unperturbed, offering only a serene smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. As the applause gradually subsided, Cen Xun spoke again. In my view, the initial development goals of Nightmare University have been preliminarily achieved. We have not only established a reputation, but also garnered a commendable standing among players, alongside a stable profit model. However, with a significant influx of players into Nightmare University, the capacity to accommodate them has reached saturation. To expand our profit margins, we must transition into the second stage of development. Cen Xun changed the slide of the presentation. First, we must address the issue of the price war. Previously, we adopted a strategy of low margins and high volume to reduce the death rate and enhance market competitiveness. In reality, we sacrificed a substantial portion of our profits for this. While minimizing the death rate was an effective means of capturing market share initially, it is not conducive to our long-term development. The new slide displayed the latest death rate rankings. And Cen Xun remarked, the fluctuations in the death rate rankings indicate that our competitors have recognized the players' demand for lower death rates. Many domain masters are reducing the difficulty of their dungeons and lowering the death rates. Some have even brought their rates down to 8. Although players exhibit strong loyalty to Nightmare University, in the long run, some may waver and choose domains with even lower death rates. This is inevitable. Cen Xun continued calmly. In light of this vicious competition, we need not engage further. A death rate of 15 is the lowest Nightmare University can currently accept. Any lower could lead us to a fiscal deficit. One dean posed a question. If other domains lower their death rates to 10 or below, will our players migrate en masse to those domains? There is indeed a possibility of that occurring in the short term, Cen Xun replied with a slight smile. But participating in a price war comes at a cost. Not all domains can sustain a low-profit model like Nightmare University. If any domain master falters and raises their death rate, they will lose the last vestige of trust from their players. Cen Xun switched to the next slide and stated confidently. However, in response to Dean Shure's concern regarding players migrating to other domains, I have devised several countermeasures. First, we will amend the credit system. Any student who temporarily exits Nightmare University to choose another domain will be treated as having withdrawn, resulting in the forfeiture of credits and institutional reputation. Should they wish to return, they must start from scratch. This involves sunk costs, prompting players to reconsider their decision to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Tong Ming was the first to applaud. Excellent. Quite ruthless. However, might this be a bit too overt and provoke player resentment? Cen Xun cast a sidelong glance at Tong Ming. This leads us to my second proposal, which involves the introduction of a teacher-led internship model. As this new concept was introduced, the faculty members below were taken aback. What is the teacher-led internship model? Cen Xun leisurely posed a question. Currently, Nightmare University has launched 2 internship subquests in different domains, significantly enhancing gameplay and receiving positive feedback. Yet, only players from 2 colleges can participate in these internships, which seems rather unfair to students from other colleges. Dean Li expressed his confusion. It is indeed unfair. But we currently have no other domains offering internship subquests for players, correct? Cen Xun shook his head with a smile. Not previously, but now we do. Given that other domains are lowering their difficulty, and our players wish to experience dungeons with lower death rates, why not take advantage of this and directly use their domains as our internship locations? Chapter 56, Nightmare University Affiliated Middle School. The principal of the affiliated school walked ahead with a beaming smile, enthusiastically introducing the visiting dignitaries to the internal rules of the institution. This delegation hailed from Nightmare University, including the university's president, a formidable figure clad in red. A few days prior, Mingda Middle School had been breached by a yellow-clad anomaly. Just when he believed that he and his domain would be devoured by this yellow anomaly, circumstances took an unexpected turn. The yellow anomaly offered him a choice. If he agreed to collaborate with Nightmare University and transform Mingda Middle School into an affiliated institution, he could avoid being consumed, and perhaps even receive a share of the profits. He cared little for any share. As long as he could evade being devoured, he would gladly transform Mingda into a restroom. Thus, he hastily acquiesced and signed a cooperation agreement with the other party. Nightmare University promptly dispatched specialists to remodel his domain, imposing regulations on mortality rates and difficulty levels. And thus, the institution was reborn. The newly inaugurated Mingda Middle School was renamed Nightmare University Affiliated Middle School, welcoming a throng of players from Nightmare University. It is no exaggeration to say that since the initiation of the first public test, he had never witnessed such a multitude of players in his domain. After tasting this newfound success, he suddenly grasped the wisdom of seeking shelter under a great tree. Therefore, upon learning of the visiting delegation from Nightmare University, the principal of the affiliated school tirelessly prepared to create a favorable impression on the top leadership. Meanwhile, the esteemed leader listened to his presentation with apparent indifference, his expression inscrutable, causing the principal to feel anxious, nearly doubting his own delivery. Fortunately, the leader's secretary, noticing his frozen smile, kindly interjected, "Principal Chi, do not take it to heart. Our Principal Cen merely had a restless night and is feeling somewhat fatigued. Please continue with your introduction." Fatigued? Principal Chi was taken aback by this remark, discreetly glancing at the unexpressive Cen. Did even a red anomaly require sleep? However, reassured by Secretary Wu's words, Principal Chi regained his fervor and resumed discussing the hidden dangers within the school corridors. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria, the main event. Principal Chi perked up, pointing to the lunch lady at the serving window. With a hint of pride in his voice, I referenced the lunch service at Nightmare University and created a connection. Anyone who recognizes the lunch lady at Nightmare University as a foster mother will receive extra food from our cafeteria. Secretary Wu appeared intrigued. And the reason? Principal Chi, with a stiff neck, replied, "Because this lady and that lady are long-lost sisters." Secretary Wu, how can one impose such a contrived backstory? At a loss for words, Secretary Wu turned to the side, seeking guidance from Cen Xun, who reluctantly pondered. Secretary Wu, please inform the planning department to add a sister line for the lunch ladies. Secretary Wu noted this down. Understood. After touring the affiliated school, Cen Xun felt reasonably satisfied. The domain lord of Mingda Middle School possessed a commendable imagination, unafraid of outrageous ideas, for what truly terrified him was the absence of creativity. As they boarded the vehicle amidst Principal Chi's enthusiastic compliments, Cen Xun pressed his aching temples, inquiring of Secretary Wu. Where to next? Secretary Wu perused the itinerary, unto driving school. And after that, At.the Ophthalmology Hospital. Secretary Wu continued. The hospital is now directly managed by Director Tong and has numerous collaborations with Chimu television station, serving as a subordinate domain. Additionally, a new optometry program has been established at the medical school. The internship site is set at At.the Ophthalmology Hospital. Cen Xun praised. This plan is well crafted. Students from both colleges can be directed there, significantly enhancing domain utilization. Where to next? Pinxiang Digital City. Secretary Wu swiped through his tablet. Reflecting, this domain was established by the Computer Science College's Director Mao. I reviewed the report submitted afterward, and Director Mao mentioned that while the domain lord of Pinxiang Digital City agreed to cooperate, there seems to be some resentment towards Nightmare University. Cen Xun's interest was piqued. Is Director Mao's report still available? Secretary Wu nodded, reaching into the mirror space to retrieve a report, which he handed to Cen Xun. With a mountain of documents accumulating on his desk, Cen Xun had yet to examine Director Mao's report. This time, he meticulously reviewed the content concerning Pinxiang Digital City, and upon finishing, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Stowing the report, Cen Xun instructed Secretary Wu, let us proceed to Pinxiang Digital City. Though puzzled, Secretary Wu complied and adjusted the itinerary. The first floor of Pinxiang Digital City featured an electronics plaza, divided into sections for household appliances and imported electronics. As Cen Xun and Secretary Wu traversed the area, they listened to a robot delivering an unchanging mechanical introduction. Constructed from steel and other materials, the robot bore a humanoid skeletal structure, yet lacked realistic skin, its understated metallic sheen perfectly conveying a sense of technology. Upon the sudden arrival of Cen Xun, the domain lord of Pinxiang Digital City displayed a lackluster reaction. When Cen Xun expressed a desire to see the computer city on the fourth floor, the robot asked no questions and directly escorted them there. On the fourth floor, an array of computer brands dazzled the eye. Although Cen Xun claimed to be there to inspect computers, he did not delve into the stores but casually strolled along until he posed a question to the robot. Then Secretary Wu heard his principal cut to the chase, asking in a polite tone a rather impolite question. Director Mao told me that when he entered Pinxiang Digital City that day to sign the contract, you seemed quite resentful towards Nightmare University. Could you share your reasons? Secretary Wu: can one really ask someone why they are displeased after being defeated? The robot, previously indifferent and unresponsive, appeared stunned by this blunt inquiry, its numerical display screen slowly registering a question mark. Cen Xun halted, crossing his arms as he regarded the robot. I have never been one for circumlocution. If there are grievances, let us address them openly. The robot, incensed by this response, which only heightened its discontent towards Nightmare University, could no longer contain itself and retorted. You clearly guaranteed that as long as we surrendered, there would be no further assaults on Pinxiang Digital City. Such a vast domain. Why do your words hold no weight? The words carried a hint of plaintive grievance. Cen Xun, perplexed, responded, Where have we failed to uphold our word? The robot lamented. Ask Director Mao. He attacked without reason. Why did he have to harm my baby? Following the signing of the agreement with Nightmare University, these anomalies could regain their senses through the supplementary rules of the contract, which was initially beneficial for the domain lords to enforce autonomous management. However, if the anomaly's emotions ran too high, it could turn into a disadvantage. For instance now, as Cen Xun faced the robot's accusation of having harmed its baby, he was left with nothing but confusion and silence. Secretary Wu stepped forward to mediate, patiently inquiring, Domain Lord, could there be a misunderstanding? Director Mao did not mention he harmed your baby. Then who did? The robot erupted in anger, its screen displaying a stream of garbled text. The only one who attacked that day was him. He had originally threatened me, stating that if I did not sign the contract, he would harm my child. Out of sheer desperation, I acquiesced and signed the agreement. However, upon turning my back, I discovered that my child had been killed, murdered. The vengeance for my child's death is irreconcilable. You ask why I harbor grievances against Nightmare University? Under the oppressive influence of the red-clad deceiver, I dared not voice my dissent at that time. Now, having confirmed the irretrievability of my child, what more is there to endure? Calm yourself, Domain Master, said USA, who had also been molded by Cen Xun. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, USA remained unperturbed and methodically inquired of the robot. Our dean at Nightmare University would never breach such an agreement. There must be another orchestrating this. Do you have any insights on why that individual harmed your child? What other reason could there be? The robot replied emphatically, He coveted the essence of my child. That is why he devoured it. What? USA was further perplexed and could not restrain a question. What exactly was your child? After much deliberation, USA finally discerned that the so-called consumed child was, in fact, a sequence of new code derived from the Domain Master. By integrating this new code, the Domain Master's rank within the digital city would be elevated. Yet, the Domain Master had never anticipated that his creation would be intercepted mid-course. Present at that moment was only Dean Mao, who also presided over the computer science department, hence the blame naturally fell upon him. As USA pieced together the events, he found himself at a loss regarding the true culprit. Certainly, it could not be Dean Mao, but if not him, then who could have devoured that segment of code? Cen Xun pondered for a moment, and then suddenly stated, I believe I have identified the perpetrator. Upon hearing this, both USA and the robot turned their gaze towards Cen Xun. It is not a faculty member of our university. Cen Xun coldly smirked at the robot. But I shall provide you with an explanation. I will ensure that he regurgitates your code just as he consumed it. Despite receiving Cen Xun's assurance, the robot inexplicably felt a chill radiating from its metallic form. Before it could delve deeper into its thoughts, the surroundings abruptly transformed. Once focus returned, the robot was astonished to find itself no longer in the corridor, but rather standing before a computer. The principal of Nightmare University stood beside it, calmly stating, "Then let us agree on this." The robot was still reeling from confusion, uncertain of what they had agreed upon. The air had grown colder. It was time for the university's server room to be upgraded. Cen Xun's fingers glided across the keyboard as he casually remarked, "Come to Nightmare University tomorrow, and perhaps upgrade the academic affairs system as well." After escorting Principal Cen and Secretary Wu out of the enigmatic domain, the robot promptly returned to review the surveillance footage. Upon viewing the recordings, an array of garbled text erupted across the robot's display. It became evident that the robot had been introducing the computer to Principal Cen, and their conversation diverged entirely from its memory of the dialogue. Chapter 57. The Heart-Hunting Shooting Range, Chiyuan Prison. Cen Xun's gaze oscillated between these two names, momentarily indecisive. Noticing Cen Xun's contemplative silence, Tong Ming shared his thoughts. The Heart-Hunting Shooting Range is located within H City, classified as a green-clad eerie domain, and capturing it would be swift. In contrast, Chiyuan Prison lies in the Yellow Spring Bay of the Boza Sea, built on a small island known as Lost Island, shrouded in mist that significantly hinders Qianyan's observations. Hence, the specifics remain unclear. I vaguely discern glimpses of a heated weapons confrontation, leading me to surmise that this eerie domain harbors the talent you seek, fourth brother. Tong Ming smiled knowingly, adding, however, that Chiyuan Prison has its drawbacks. It is situated upon the Boza Sea, which is not solely home to Chiyuan Prison alone. Cen Xun raised an eyebrow. Are you alluding to the Ark of Enlightenment's eerie domain? Tong Ming shrugged, rationally analyzing. The domain Lord of the Ark possesses calamity-based abilities. Should he become aware of our presence and unleash a tempest, it would be extremely detrimental to us. Presently, the team at Nightmare University is well equipped for land battles, but engaging in maritime combat poses significant disadvantages. Although Cen Xun's illusions and puppet threads are formidable, employing such skills necessitates locating the enemy's true form. If the adversary conceals themselves amidst the vast sea, Cen Xun would struggle to pinpoint the target. Tong Ming's omniscient vision could provide Cen Xun with sight. Yet if the enemy were to hide in the distant sea and conjure storms, their true form would remain outside their strike range, rendering them incapable of effective engagement. Even if USA utilized mirror space for teleportation, arriving adjacent to the foe would merely result in falling into the sea upon exiting the mirror. Qin Xiu's abilities are even more limited. Qin Shu Shun requires a terrestrial environment to activate, while Jin Xian Tian Ping similarly necessitates targeting the enemy's true form. In conclusion, they are presently ill-prepared for naval warfare. Cen Xun was acutely aware of these pros and cons, as Tong Ming was. Cen Xun nodded. Indeed, we are not in a position to confront the Ark of Enlightenment directly. Therefore, let us first visit the Heart-Hunting Shooting Range. If we do not find suitable candidates, we will then contemplate Chiyuan Prison. Tong Ming chuckled. After all this discussion, brother, you still wish to go to Chiyuan Prison. It is, after all, a prison, housing some truly vile individuals. Cen Xun casually set aside the documents, resting his chin on his hand, intrigued. Perhaps I might encounter like-minded friends within the prison? Tong Ming's lips twitched. Brother, it appears you are quite clear about your self-identification as an outlaw. Others seek friendships with exemplary students, yet you, on the contrary, are keen on befriending inmates. Cen Xun's expression turned serious. Enough about the missiles for now. We must first locate the eerie creatures capable of forging weapons. Tong Ming, with a humble demeanor, inquired, Brother, may I ask why you are so adamant about creating weapons? After all, as you know, the true forms of eerie creatures are typically quite formidable, employing firearms against some may prove ineffective. For instance, even if bullets struck my most vulnerable eyes, I would remain unperturbed, let alone other eerie beings. Cen Xun cast a sidelong glance at Tong Ming. Human firearms pose no threat to eerie creatures because their ammunition consists of ordinary metals. What if I were to replace the ammunition with something beyond mere metals? Tong Ming was taken aback. Brother, do you mean? Yes, precisely as you surmise, Cen Xun replied, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazing down at the campus. If points can transform into tangible food, then they can equally materialize as tangible ammunition. I intend to erect a defensive perimeter around Nightmare University. Whoever dares to covet my eerie domain shall pay with their life. A slight smile graced Cen Xun's face. Yet his voice bore an unsettling intensity that sent shivers down Tong Ming's spine. It was moments like these that reminded Tong Ming that while his brother's human facade was undeniably beautiful, it often concealed a heart capable of ruthless ferocity. Tong Ming began to feel grateful for his timely allegiance, having accepted the olive branch Cen Xun extended. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine the devastation that would ensue once Cen Xun successfully crafted energy cannons and guided missiles. Who among the eerie creatures would withstand such bombardment? Omniscience indeed foretells the future, he mused, secretly reveling in his good fortune. Just then, USA took up a tablet, earnestly inquiring, Principal, when shall we proceed to the heart-hunting shooting range? Cen Xun pondered briefly before responding. There is no immediate rush. We shall discuss it once the expansion of Nightmare University concludes. USA nodded, adding this matter to the to-do list. As for you, Sixth, spend the next few days consuming more eerie domains and strive to ascend a level. Cen Xun instructed Tong Ming. Let us ascertain the conditions for entering Qiyuan prison. Tong Ming readily acquiesced. Before departing, Tong Ming cast a glance at the computer on Cen Xun's desk, shook his head, and exited with a look of sympathy in his eyes. Cen Xun turned his gaze outward after a round of expansion. The boundary of the eerie domain centered around Nightmare University had extended approximately 10 kilometers outward, merging with the Mirror Capital Business District in the city center. This expansion plan was now deemed complete. Several small eerie domains surrounding Nightmare University would be incorporated into its domain. Following the enlargement of Nightmare University, the encroaching pollution and black mist receded, signifying that players could now venture beyond the campus, freely traversing the exterior regions within Nightmare University's eerie domain. Were one to view the entirety of the Nightmare world from an elevated perspective, they would observe that amidst the pervasive black fog, only a few luminous areas sparkled brightly. Apart from the scattered pinpricks of light resembling stars, the radiant domain representing Nightmare University steadily advanced, devouring a fifth of each city in its relentless march. This vast, eerie domain, occupying 1/5 of the city, contained a plethora of various entities. One could only wonder which eerie creature would not covet such a treasure. On this day, Cen Xun opened his computer and discovered a new game had appeared on his screen. Calmly, he clicked on a new game. Glancing at the main page, a dress-up game. A mere dress-up game, albeit with a plethora of styles, required more than just points to obtain new outfits. One must delve into the card pool for drawing. Each draw costs 88 points, while a 10 draw costs 888 points. To earn free draws, one must either complete tasks or meet certain login durations. Cen Xun examined the card pool and found a hodgepodge of clothing. While uniforms were acceptable, there were even made outfits. Who would desire to draw such attire? At that moment, a beginner's tutorial popped up, and Cen Xun impatiently followed the guide back to the main page, clicking into the dress-up section. Upon recognizing who the model was on the dress-up page, Cen Xun fell into a dubious silence. In truth, the presence of maid outfits is quite reasonable. Following the beginner's tutorial, Cen Xun changed into several initial outfits, returned to the main page, and silently registered an account. Just as he was about to log into the game, a pop-up window appeared, prompting him to check the user agreement and privacy policy. Cen Xun raised an eyebrow, clicking to open the user agreement and privacy protection policy. Dear user, welcome to the 4148 dress-up minigame. Thank you for your trust and support. We are acutely aware of the significance of personal information to you. To safeguard the security and manageability of your personal data, we earnestly urge you to read with caution and attain a comprehensive understanding of each clause contained within this document. Once you commence using our game services, it signifies that you have thoroughly read, comprehended, and accepted the entirety of the privacy protection policy and user agreement, thus officially becoming a user of our game. 1. Privacy protection policy. This segment of the policy aims to elucidate the following matters. 1. How we collect and utilize your personal information. 2. How we share, transfer, and publicly disclose your personal information. 3. How we protect your personal information. 4. How we handle your personal information in the event of a breach of agreement. 1. How we collect and utilize your personal information. We will collect and utilize your personal information for the purposes delineated in this policy. 1. To enhance your gaming experience. We require you to provide fundamental information such as your name, appearance, and voice to create a simulated character in the 4148 dress-up game. Moreover, we may collect personal information based on the frequency required to satisfy the functions of the services utilized. 2. To provide you with services or products. During your use of the product, we will gather information regarding your usage of the product and services, as well as your methods of engagement. This information includes device information, log data, and authorization details. The lengthy privacy protection policy may seem interminable, and the protagonist, Cen Xun, found himself disinterested in the verbose declarations and opted to scroll to the conclusion. Disclaimer: you acknowledge and agree that this platform makes no assurances regarding the following circumstances, including but not limited to: 1. The service will meet your requirements. 2. The service will not be interrupted. 3. The security, timeliness, completeness, and accuracy of the service. After perusing these inconsequential details, Cen Xun felt utterly bewildered, realizing he had squandered 10 precious minutes on such trivialities. Closing the user agreement and privacy protection policy page, he hastily accepted the user agreement and logged into the game. Upon logging in, he was rewarded with 5 10-draw pulls, leading him directly into the card pool. After executing 5 10 draws, he acquired a single SSR outfit, 5 standard SR outfits as a minimum guarantee, and a plethora of unattractive accessories and hairstyles. Amused, he lamented his failure to obtain the maid outfit. Cen Xun observed the SSR outfit, which, to be frank, resembled a beggar's attire, with several holes and ragged edges, appearing quite shabby. However, once donned by the model, it unexpectedly exhibited a battle-worn effect. Initially speechless, Cen Xun gazed at the character on the screen, once again enveloped in silence. Indeed, there was some merit to the SSR designation. Despite the allure of the battle-damaged ensemble, Cen Xun favored the maid outfit. Yet, spending 888 points for a 10 draw was out of the question. Thus, he resolved to grind through tasks instead. The tasks were structured as a level-based challenge where Cen Xun needed to navigate through each floor, seeking treasure chests that contained rewards to achieve victory. Each chest held a key to ascend to a higher floor, with richer rewards awaiting at greater heights. There were a total of 88 floors, and should Cen Xun reach the top, all outfits and accessories would be generously bestowed upon him. Finding the prospect intriguing, he began exploring the first floor, controlling a pixelated character reminiscent of his own appearance. Chapter 58. In the dimly lit storage room, Cen Xun pressed one hand against his bleeding shoulder, straining to listen to the sounds outside the door. A rustling noise. It was the sound of tendrils brushing against the ground, occasionally accompanied by muffled thuds, as if something had been overturned by those very tendrils. Cen Xun's fingers twitched, but he could not release the puppet threads. Clearly, there were clauses in the user agreement he had selected before entering this gaming space that restricted his ability to use skills. However, the lengthy and convoluted terms had been too tedious for him to read closely. He had only skimmed through them. Even if time could rewind to before he selected the user agreement, Cen Xun would still not have taken the time to examine those terms in detail, as he deemed it unnecessary. He understood all too well that this was a blatant trap. The opponent had made no effort to disguise it, almost provocatively taunting him, confident that he would underestimate them due to his arrogance. Upon entering the gaming space, Cen Xun realized the source of their confidence by agreeing to the user agreement. Users effectively relinquished most of their rights to the game developers, including the rights to use skills and operate the system panel. This ability bore some resemblance to Feng Jihan's skills, yet was not identical. Firstly, Feng Jihan could activate his silent skill without any preconditions, while the 4148 domain primarily aimed to disable the enemy's skills by deceiving them into signing the agreement. Secondly, the 4148 domain master could not disable all of Cen Xun's skills. It could only disable those he had authorized. In comparison, the 4148 domain master's skills were utterly incomparable to Feng Jihan's. Cen Xun shook his head inwardly, realizing that after all these years, his eighth brother remained inept. Once user skills were disabled, users trapped in the gaming space could indeed escape no longer. Regardless of their attempts to flee, they would ultimately be consumed. The 4148 domain master had calculated well, yet it failed to consider that Cen Xun, who dared to set up a computer in the office, surely possessed some genuine skills to counter it. Suddenly, the rustling sounds outside ceased. Then, the door to the storage room was knocked on 3 times politely. A male voice, laced with a hint of electronic distortion, emerged from outside, calm and devoid of emotion. "Cease your futile resistance. You have lost." Cen Xun closed his eyes briefly. Due to significant blood loss, his complexion had turned somewhat pallid. "Are you so certain?" "No need for theatrics." The cold, inorganic male voice replied with unwavering certainty. "I have analyzed your behavioral patterns using data models. If you respond with a rhetorical question, there is a 50 chance you're mocking me, a 40 chance you are inquiring, and a 10 chance you're flirting. Excluding flirting, it can be determined that you are indeed mocking me." Cen Xun couldn't help but curse. "Transfer me to a human." This statement seemed to provoke the artificial intelligence, and he felt the wall he was leaning against suddenly soften, transforming into sticky tendrils that tightly bound him, swiftly dragging him into the living room. On the sofa in the living room sat a man silently, impeccably dressed in a suit, his long legs resting on the carpet, slender fingers visible from the neck down. He appeared quite presentable, yet above his neck he sported a dissonant display screen. At that moment, the expression on the screen displayed a smile resembling a forced grin. Cen Xun was nearly enveloped in tendrils, with only his head free. The position he was in pressed against his injured shoulder, causing him to frown slightly as he struggled to sit up, expressionless as he gazed at the screen. "Do all of you tech types prefer having screen heads?" It was evident that having a screen head was more efficient than a human head, as the individual with the screen head emitted a monotonous male voice. "Otherwise, you would not have fallen into my grasp, fourth brother." Upon hearing this, Cen Xun did not exhibit anger. Rather, he appeared to sigh with a hint of regret. "Though we may have forgotten the matters of our small village, you must remember your ranking. Old 8, oh, old 8. Can you guess why you are ranked just 1 position above that unfortunate old 9? A question mark slowly appeared on the black screen. "Shisu, after wandering for half a lifetime, why do you still return as a novice in political machinations?" Cen Xun spoke without a trace of mockery, merely expressing genuine confusion. "While I was battling with eldest sister, second brother, and third sister, you were still pecking at each other with old 7 and old 9. What gave you the audacity to infiltrate my domain and provoke me so brazenly?" Perhaps at a loss for a response, another ellipsis appeared on the screen. After a prolonged silence, Shisu finally replied in a calm, unruffled voice. "According to the data model analysis, you were just mocking me, and it made me quite angry." Cen Xun couldn't help but burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. Even though Shisu lacked a physical form, he felt a surge of instability upon hearing that laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Cen Xun eventually calmed down and benevolently replied, "I suggest you kill me quickly. Perhaps you might still have a chance at survival." A question mark gradually appeared on the display screen. "What do you mean?" Cen Xun lifted his eyelids, staring intently. "Have you read the authority regulations in the Nightmarish University's staff manual? Article 3, 2, 16. Only with the principal's authorization may faculty members use relevant permissions." Cen Xun articulated each word deliberately. If relevant permissions are used, it is assumed that one is a faculty member of this institution. "Sisu, Papa," responded, "I am not you. I carefully read the user agreement. Of course I have seen this provision. Is there a problem with it? Even if I were to assume the role of faculty, what of it? As long as there is no formal contract signed to confirm the rights and obligations of both parties, you still cannot constrain me. Cen Xun countered. Then you must have also read Article 5. 4.1, which states that without the principal's approval, faculty members may not leave the campus at will. Analyzing the situation with his computational intellect, concluded that there was no significant issue. So what? Even if I cannot move now, as long as I consume you, the school regulations will no longer apply to me. With a sigh, remarked, have you still not understood, even after all this? Reluctantly, he elaborated, if I do not confine you, would you not escape along the network cables? A sense of foreboding crept over. Yes. Patiently continued. Now that you are trapped by the school rules in this nightmarish university, can I not easily capture you right here on campus? Perplexed, replied, yes. But how would you know my whereabouts? I can continue to roam within the campus network, and even if an omniscient entity could see me, I could escape at speed surpassing light. If you were within the cables, it would be impossible for you to catch me. Leisurely responded. But what if you were in the server? If I capture the server, does that not equate to capturing you? Insistent on probing further, questioned, in theory, yes. But how would you compel me into my own server? I will not comply so easily. Shook his head. Old 8, you are mistaken. If I am not mistaken, you have already infiltrated the financial system of Nightmarish University and obtained the highest privileges. He continued, considering the timeline, the progress bar must have reached 100 by now. You know, just a couple of days ago, I replaced several servers in the university's computer room, a fact I did not conceal from you. At that moment, began to realize the implications, as a crackling symbol appeared on the display. Maliciously proclaimed, how fortuitous! The personnel system, academic affairs system, and financial system are all connected to these servers, and I just happened to tamper with the domain of. If anyone were to gain any privileges, they would be uploaded to the server terminal. Without time to dispute the authenticity, immediately connected to the computer room's cameras. He then saw standing at the door, directing, quickly, he is connected to the camera. Cut the power for P1, P5. Yes, responded, deftly leaping onto the cabinet, elongating his cat form, and with a swift motion, cut the power to a row of servers. His CPU nearly overheated. Impossible. I have been monitoring the mobile phone you carry throughout the day. You never conspired with the domain master of, nor did you discuss any plans with anyone else. Unconcerned, replied, oh, that is because we held a secret meeting in the illusion and shielded you from it. Feeling a slight discomfort in his throat from being choked, coughed lightly and chuckled. You engage in overt schemes, and so shall I. Let us see who outmaneuvers whom. You mock me for being overconfident and neglecting the user agreement. Yet you have analyzed the faculty handbook countless times and still failed to discern its subtleties. How can I not find amusement in your folly? Old 8, just who is truly overconfident and dismissive. The display remained blank for a while before an angry emoticon appeared. You deceived me, replied flatly. Congratulations, you have finally caught on. You baited yourself into my enigmatic domain. Are you not afraid of being consumed? Chapter 59. As of 12 o'clock today, all systems within Nightmarish University have completed their upgrades, and the domain master of has commenced construction, expected to complete the installation of electronic eyes throughout the domain in 5 days. Reported while holding a tablet, leaning against the headboard, responded with a nonchalant his laptop resting on his lap as he engaged in a shooting game. With a single shot, the screen displayed a character cowering in fear, resulting in a painful cry, while, kneeling beside the bed, trembled. With a sympathetic gaze, refrained from further comment. Recognizing the folly of the situation, shaking his head, he set the tablet down and retrieved several packets of wolfberry cakes from his pocket, placing them eagerly beside. Amidst his busyness, glanced distractedly. What are these? Replied, they're for replenishing blood. I got them from the health products section in the Jingdu business district. With a salesperson claimed they're the best for that purpose. Playing the role of the skeptical adult, bluntly stated, health products are often overrated, yet insisted, they're not overrated. Qin Xiu once gave me fish oil, and my fur truly became much thicker. Just see, he transformed back in his cat form, showcasing his smooth and beautiful long fur proudly. Examined it for a moment, finally moving his hand from the keyboard to stroke the thick, soft fur, affirming indeed, is quite abundant. Receiving acknowledgement, lowered his head, and brought a packet of wolfberry cakes too, sitting beside him and wagging his fluffy tail. The salesperson said these are sweet and delicious. Begrudgingly conceding to his cat's secretary, opened a packet. After tasting it, he frowned slightly. The flavor is a bit odd. Really? Hesitantly leaned in for a sniff, immediately squinting as the strange aroma repelled him. It does seem a bit peculiar. Perhaps I was deceived by the salesperson. Kneeling beside them, could no longer contain himself. Of course, the salesperson would embellish their pitch. Are you truly that naive to let even your own domain's employees pull one over on you? Before could respond, as icy voice interjected, at least considers me bringing health products, while you two lack even half of his prudence. Promptly fell silent. It seems you all have too much time on your hands, remarked, stroking the cat's head with a cold smile. Since you are so idle, old six, go clean all the male restrooms in the school. S head shot up in disbelief. What? Brother, you want me to clean the toilets? No way. Remained unmoved, his expression stoic as he turned back to the computer screen. As for you, old eight, create 10 different themed renderings of Nightmarish University. If you fail, I shall roast the hard drive containing your essence over a fire. Understood? A terrified emoticon appeared on the computer screen, crawled closer, pleading in anguish. Brother, I'm your biological brother. How can you bear to make me clean the toilets? Ignored. Instead, cradling is truly dear to me. His concern for the principal warrants a 100-point salary increase. Promptly emitted a delighted purr. S face turned ashen. It seemed that while he could charm his ex-brother and the cow-cat, he was met with a heavy hand by his own brother. Why was that? Even if he had thousands of distinct black and white eyes, were they not still black and white? The more he thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved he became, and he began to pound the bed in despair. Fourth brother, why can you not indulge me as well? My eyes are also black and white. Also typed a large message on the public screen. My keyboard and screen are also black and white. Without raising his gaze, succinctly concluded the discussion. You lack fur. The wind ceased, and his heart grew cold. It was a painful revelation that his brother was, in fact, a fan of black and white plush toys. USA's white-gloved paws tread lightly on Cen Xun's quilt, watching as Tong Ming's spirit drifted away like a wandering soul. Director Tong appeared somewhat pitiable. Yet, those who are deserving of pity often harbor their own flaws. Cen Xun was unfazed, switching from shooting game to a dress-up game. While one may feel compassion for him, he had likely already begun plotting how to eavesdrop in the restroom. USA was taken aback. Surely not? Cen Xun dressed the model on screen in a black and white maid outfit, adjusting the angle to admire it repeatedly. The earlier gloom dissipating. Thus, one should not easily extend sympathy to certain individuals, for one can never truly fathom whether they are merely acting. USA nodded thoughtfully. Is that what you mean about the principal? Cen Xun offered no response, merely gazing at the screen with a faint smile. The principal was idly passing time, and USA, with no pressing matters at hand, lay back, exposing his belly and watching Cen Xun from an inverted position. Cen Xun's shoulder injury had largely healed, yet the lost blood had not been replenished as swiftly, leaving his complexion somewhat pallid. Besides that, US suddenly sensed something else was amiss. He scrutinized Cen Xun for a moment before finally discerning the difference. The principal's hair seemed to have grown longer, previously just slightly long. It now cascaded to the nape of his neck, long enough to be tied into a small bun. USA contemplated this, rolled over, hopped off the bed, and shortly returned. Lowering his head to place a black hair tie he had been holding in his mouth beside Cen Xun. Upon seeing the hair tie, Cen Xun belatedly touched his own hair, his expression inscrutable. It had grown longer. He said nothing further, picking up the hair tie brought by the little cat and casually tying his hair back. In anticipation of the second batch of public test players, Nightmare University had been undergoing expansion and recruiting new faculty. At this time, the latest group of faculty members recruited from various affiliated Erie domains had arrived on campus. The Human Resources Department was tasked with manually entering registration information for these new employees and assigning positions, a labor-intensive process. However, with the new system, issue, assisting in office tasks, batch entry and intelligent allocation had drastically improved the efficiency of the HR department. The influx of new faculty members filled the gaps created by the teacher-led internship model. During this period, the first batch of players participating in the new internship model was divided into several teams, embarking on expeditions under the guidance of the principal, vice principal, and professors, launching a concerted offensive against the eerie domains to reduce mortality rates. If all went well upon their return, the affiliated eerie domains of Nightmare University would extend beyond the city limits, with an increasing number of affiliated domains in other cities, allowing Nightmare University's influence to radiate throughout the entire Nightmare realm, eventually engulfing the entire Nightmare world. In pursuit of the principal's grand ambitions, the entire institution buzzed with activity, while the principal himself remained the most leisurely of all. Cen Xun, however, did not wish to be idle. After absorbing 60 of Ishu's power, he had yet to fully digest this energy. Just as a person feels drowsy after a hearty meal, so too do eerie beings after consuming their kin. The most common method of digestion is to find a safe place to sleep. As a semi-awakened eerie being, Cen Xun found himself unable to fully enter a sleep state nor maintain complete wakefulness, resulting in a lethargy that left him disinclined to act. There was little for him to do aside from reshooting scenes for a variety show, so he surrendered to his idleness, reclining in a rocking chair on the balcony, squinting in the sunlight. As he basked in the warmth, he was eventually roused by the clattering of pots and pans from the communal kitchen. After a moment, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. A certain someone, who had claimed they would not return, approached with a bowl of soup, their expression cold as they leaned down to place the steaming bowl on the tea table beside the lounge chair. Cen Xun glanced at the crimson soup, raising an eyebrow. "So red, did you put your blood in it?" Feng Jihan replied curtly, "It's just red sugar." Cen Xun lifted the bowl, scooping up some red beans with a spoon, pondering. "So is this poison then?" "To your disappointment, it's merely a 5 red soup for replenishing blood," Feng Jihan retorted, exasperated. "Do you think I'm foolish? If you were to die now, you would completely awaken. What benefit would that bring me?" Cen Xun squinted slightly. "So, is it true that your monitoring bureau has refrained from sending someone to kill me for this reason? Shouldn't they be begging me not to die?" At this thought, Cen Xun suddenly had an epiphany, leaning back against the chair's backrest and smiling faintly at Feng Jihan. "You should tell the monitoring bureau that they must deliver you to me within a day, or I shall take my own life." Having lost his memory, how could he still employ this same method of intimidation? Feng Jihan was nearly driven to exasperation. "Can this bowl of soup not silence you? Will you drink it or not? If not, I shall leave." Cen Xun languidly replied, "I want to drink plain soup. I only drink the blood-enhancing variety." Feng Jihan, "Are you a vampire? If you want to drink, just give it back." Cen Xun evaded Feng Jihan's outstretched hand while holding the bowl. "I didn't say I wouldn't drink." Seeing Cen Xun finally moving his spoon, Feng Jihan disregarded him. Standing at the balcony's edge to gaze down, from his floor, one could only see the lush green trees. The gentle breeze brushed past Feng Jihan's silver hair, and after a moment of silence, he remarked, somewhat ambiguously, "Nightmare University has swiftly occupied the surrounding areas. Your ambitions are quite grand." Cen Xun, sipping his soup, replied with disinterest, "Is that so? I'm not particularly aware." Feng Jihan turned to look at him, his translucent glass-like eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly deceptions. "As a member of Nightmare University, you truly don't know?" Cen Xun's rocking chair swayed slightly as he languidly stated, "As you can see, I am the only idler presently ostracized by the entire team." "Stop pretending." Feng Jihan approached him, leaning down to observe him coolly. "It is you who has unilaterally excluded the entire team." Cen Xun lifted his eyelids. Just then, Feng Jihan extended his leg, halting the incessant sway of the rocking chair. "Also, remember to cut your hair before claiming to be injured next time." Feng Jihan leaned slightly, his gaze sweeping across Cen Xun's hair tied in a small bun without emotion, smiling subtly with implication. "It appears Cen Xun's diet has been quite satisfactory lately, rich in nutrition." Cen Xun paused briefly, replying nonchalantly, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable." As Feng Jihan leaned down, his cascading silver hair formed a curtain that nearly enveloped Cen Xun. Cen Xun casually brushed aside some strands that had fallen on his face, raising an eyebrow to ask, "Will it grow longer than yours in the future? If you're inquiring about hair, it likely will." At this, a genuine smile broke across Cen Xun's face. He playfully tangled a few strands of silver hair around his fingers, pulling gently downward, causing Feng Jihan to lean further down, resting his arms on the armrest. Chapter 60. The Nightmare University Administrative Building, 5th floor, Operations Department. As dawn broke, Cen Xun's employees, who had been brought from the Mirror City Business District, busied themselves in their respective cubicles. However, this day bore a distinct significance. Their immediate superior had brought a high-ranking official for inspection. They stood attentively, greeting him with utmost respect. "Good morning, Principal." "Good morning, Director." Principal Cen Xun nodded slightly, but did not linger, instead walking alongside Cen Xun towards the adjacent room of the Operations Department. This chamber was much smaller than the expansive Operations Department, occupying nearly the entire floor. It was a modest space enclosed by 6 mirrors, with the mirror directly opposite the entrance adorned with intricate silver lines that sprawled towards the center, collectively forming the shape of a door. At this moment, the door delineated by these lines was merely a regular mirror, and as Cen Xun entered, his reflection greeted him first. USA and Tong Ming had already been waiting in the mirrored space. Upon seeing Cen Xun and Cen Xun, Tong Ming's eager expression could no longer be contained. "Brother, shall we begin now? Today is an auspicious day." After waiting so long to reach the portal, they were finally poised to activate the passage to the real world, completely bridging the two realms. Tong Ming could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of creating chaos in the real world. Unlike the nightmare world, most humans in the real world lacked special abilities. For creatures of their caliber, entering the real world was akin to a wolf infiltrating a sheepfold. Tong Ming could scarcely fathom the joy that awaited them. With this splendid vision ahead, both Tong Ming and Cen Xun were brimming with anticipation. Cen Xun nodded and smiled. "Let us commence." The initial activation of the portal would yield a random destination in the real world, but with the assistance of the entity named Sisu, pinpointing the location had become a trivial matter. Cen Xun's ideal destination was the Operations Department of Chuanyu Technology. Effectively linking the two operations departments and ensuring confidentiality while significantly enhancing the efficiency of information exchange between the realms. Given the pervasive pollution in the nightmare world, even within the eerie confines of Nightmare University, Cen Xun had instructed USA to create a mirrored space, safeguarding the portal's location while blocking the contamination from the nightmare world. He was indifferent to the fate of humanity. His actions were solely to ensure that the pollution did not seep into the real world, where it could attract the attention of the Heretical Monitoring Bureau. Should the Bureau trace the pollution back to them and dismantle their hideout, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Cen Xun stepped aside as Sisu's mechanical voice resonated through the speakers. "Portal 1. First localization test commencing." Cen Xun retrieved a slightly enlarged silver key from the skill wealth interest and inserted it into the mirror door. As the key melded into the surface, the mirror rippled like water, and countless light points illuminated, converging along the silver lines towards the central mirror door. The cascading light points intensified, causing the frame of the door to gleam brighter, while the ripples transformed into a swirling silver vortex of half a person's height. Estimated completion time, 15 seconds. Estimated completion time, 8 seconds. The vortex gradually calmed before settling into stillness. First localization complete. A biting wind, laced with snowflakes, surged through the half-height passage, instantly disheveling everyone's hair. USA braved the cold to peer through the passage, spotting a swaying black-and-white creature in the snow. Startled by USA's sudden appearance, it squawked in alarm. In astonishment, USA pointed at it, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he turned to Cen Xun. "Principal, look, that bird is also black and white. Could it be a relative of the atheists?" Cen Xun glanced over. "That's a penguin. It merely resembles the color scheme. It's likely not the same species as Feng Jihan." USA pondered for a moment and then asked, "Principal, would you like to keep one? I could catch one for you." Cen Xun, lacking interest, replied, "Not at all." His tastes were peculiar. He only desired to keep that sinister bird, Feng Jihan. While they were discussing penguins, Tong Ming busily jotted down coordinates in his notebook. "It appears we've localized to Antarctica. Old 8. Please reopen the portal according to the coordinates I provided." With the all-knowing eye, Tong Ming had an impeccable grasp of any coordinates in the real world, whereas Sisu, in its disconnected state, knew nothing of it. Thus, accurate localization would require Tong Ming's continuous calibration through his omniscient vision, enabling Sisu to establish an entirely new map of the real world. Following the earlier test, a small portion of the area beneath the black sphere on the notebook screen illuminated. The passage to Antarctica closed, the blizzard ceased, and the mirror reverted to a swirling silver vortex. Portal 1, second localization test commencing. Cen Xun quietly approached USA, brushing the snowflakes from his hair. USA lowered his head to facilitate Cen Xun's grooming. This localization test took 10 seconds. Once again, the vortex settled and revealed an expansive ocean within the mirror door. The sun shone brightly as seabirds circled low, and the azure sea lay tranquil. Suddenly, a large black and white fish leapt from the water, its sleek black dorsal fin glistening, with elongated white spots behind its eyes and a snow-white belly. It gracefully fell back into the sea, sending waves that splashed into the passage. USA stepped back, avoiding the encroaching seawater, bewildered and awestruck. Principal, yet another black and white creature. Cen Xun felt slightly exasperated. Had Sisu not been unable to pinpoint accurately, he might have suspected this artificial intelligence was doing so deliberately. Sisu proceeded with 2 more localization attempts, and with Tong Ming's manual adjustments, for areas lit up on the black sphere. With these 4 points, Sisu could effectively deduce a complete coordinate system for the real world. By the 5th localization test, Sisu successfully pinpointed the operations department of Chuanyu Technology. Sisu effortlessly connected to Chuanyu Technology's internal network, reaching out to Cen Xun. Soon after, Cen Xun and Rong Tianchong hurried into the room. These 2 individuals had been planted as informants when Cen Xun first assumed the role of principal. Cen Xun, an illegitimate son of the Qin family, wielded influence due to his lineage, possessing more wealth and power. His company, Chuanyu Technology, had become the secret operational hub for online gossip transactions at Nightmare University, while Rong Tianchong managed the establishment of the mirrored website for online transactions, ensuring their security. Now that the 2 worlds were interconnected, their future business scope would extend far beyond mere online transactions. As Cen Xun entered the room, even with prior preparation, his heart raced uncontrollably upon witnessing the tangible half-height passage. The creatures of Nightmare University had genuinely breached reality. The terror he felt in that moment was indescribable. This fear could not be alleviated simply by knowing he was in the realm of the creatures, safe from their attacks. As if through a celestial canopy, one beholds the formidable extraterrestrial forces poised to invade the realm of humanity, even if one has pledged allegiance to the alien faction. Upon witnessing the moment, they shatter the heavens and descend. A profound sense of despair akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a dead fox inevitably arises. In stark contrast to Cen Xun's trepidation, Rong Tianchong experiences genuine elation. This wretched world is on the brink of annihilation. Surely, such a prospect is worthy of celebration. Rong Tianchong is nearly compelled to exclaim, "Here comes the bizarre and the uncanny." He marvels as he approaches the threshold of the passageway, tentatively inquiring of Cen Xun on the other side. "Principal, can you hear my voice?" Cen Xun nods. "Try to see if he can come over." Rong Tianchong responds affirmatively. Gripping the edge of the passage with one hand, lifting a leg, and with great effort, he ascends into the half-human high corridor, which is somewhat narrow. He bends low and forces himself through, landing within the mirror space. Tong Ming sets aside his notebook and approaches, sharing in this momentous occasion. His face alight with a smile. "Brother, it seems we have succeeded." Cen Xun slightly curves his lips, though it is rather small. "It will expand. It is merely a matter of time." Tong Ming shrugs, indifferent to the passage's dimensions, as long as it offers an exit. If humanity can enter, The next question is whether the bazaar can exit successfully. USA transforms back into a smaller feline form, gathering strength for a leap, gracefully bounding out, and with another leap. Returns to the mirror's space, fluidly and without hesitation. Cen Xun deftly catches the returning kitten, scratching its chin. USA purrs softly, I can pass through. But upon entering the real world, my power is significantly compressed, roughly to the level of a blue robe. Upon hearing this, Tongming rolls up his sleeves. I'll give a try. He tentatively extends his hand towards the passage, only to be unexpectedly halted by an invisible wall of air. Though he can stretch his hand further, the resistance is palpable. An unknown force obstructs high-ranking bizarre entities from crossing the barrier. Tongming clicks his tongue in annoyance and ceases to maintain his human form, transforming into his awakened state, a mass of densely packed eyeballs. This multitude of eyeballs surges towards a mirror door, thousands quickly jamming it completely. The scene is so grotesque that, apart from the bizarre entities of Nightmare University, the two human witnesses present are overwhelmed, averting their gaze in discomfort. As the eyeballs squirmed and emitted a ghastly sound, approximately 1/6 detached from the mass, traversed the passage, and with a wet splat, landed on the ground. The fallen eyes coalesced into Tongming's human form. Assessing his current level, he turned to Cen Xun with a wry smile. Like USA, my strength has also been reduced to that of a blue robe. Cen Xun nodded slightly, approaching the mirror door and raising his hand. As a higher-ranking bizarre entity, his fingers were immediately repelled at the threshold, unable to penetrate, rendering passage through the mirror door impossible. The puppet threads extending from his fingertips were similarly thwarted. Tongming suggested a rather foolish idea. Brother, why not try splitting your essence? Cen Xun regarded him as one might view a simpleton. Chapter 61. Feng Jihan stared at this new message, the towel in his hand having fallen to the floor unbeknownst to him. He longed to question whether the sender was playing a prank, yet only one person would dare to address him in such a manner. His temples throbbed, and Feng Jihan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, retrieving another specialized communicator to contact Administrator 01, then composing another message for this unknown correspondent. What game? The unknown contact leisurely replied. A gambling game. Should you lose,